The existence of a mage is to perceive the truth of this world. Salin Metatlin, an ordinary sorcerer, initially sought only to alter a fragment of his own fate. Chapter 1. The Last Metatlin Part 1. In the northern port of the Scocinia Empire lies the city of Salin that a torrential downpour descended suddenly, pouring through the crevices of the battlements. The sky was as dark as if stained with the blood of dragons, while fishing boats huddled in the harbor, battered by monstrous waves that crashed against the embankment, sending plumes of water soaring high into the air with a thunderous roar. The rainwater accumulated rapidly, flooding the slums as the streets became increasingly submerged. The drainage system, neglected for at least 5 years, proved utterly ineffective in an instant. The impoverished district transformed into a vast ocean. Once a thriving hub, Salin had long witnessed the decline of its fishing industry, yielding scant income. The lord of the city, though well-intentioned, was powerless to effect change. To repair the drainage system would necessitate the expertise of an alchemist and a multitude of magical apprentices. Merely drafting the plans would consume thousands of gold coins. It had been at least 2 centuries since a mage graced Salin. The municipal office had become little more than a mere facade. Lightning rent the heavens, its brilliance illuminating the tempestuous city, while the rumble of thunder followed with a delay. Amidst the deserted streets, a frail boy of around 10 waded through the water with great difficulty. This boy was exceedingly thin, his short brown hair unevenly cropped. The rain cascaded over his eyelashes, rendering his eyes nearly shut. A faint mist escaped his mouth and nose, his legs trembling incessantly. Clutching tightly to an oiled paper bundle, he had scavenged for food that day. With a resounding crash, a deafening clap of thunder caused the boy to falter and fall, his face plunging into the water, which soon forced him to splutter and cough. He struggled desperately to rise, but his frail body could endure no more. He merely rolled over and succumbed to unconsciousness. Even in the depths of his fainting spell, his fingers remained clenched around the oiled paper bundle. For nearly 2 hours, the torrential rain raged before the skies cleared. The floodwaters receded slowly, revealing the silhouettes of pedestrians. The unconscious boy was swept beneath an awning, his body resting against a hitching post. The door swung open, and a servant, upon discovering the boy, rushed over and kicked him forcefully, exclaiming, "Beggar, get lost! Don't die here!" His voice was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a castrated performer from the court of the Tangulasi Empire. The boy groaned awake from the kick, coughing violently. He felt feverish, aware that he was burning with illness. Clinging instinctively to the oiled paper bundle, he sighed in relief, rolling away and crawling a few steps before struggling to open the package. Inside, he found moldy rice-stale remnants he had intended to cook at home. There was no time to wait without sustenance. He would soon lack the strength to walk. The rice crunched between his teeth like sand as he swallowed it down. How unfortunate. The cruel servant, seeing the boy incapable of standing, spat contemptuously before turning back inside. The boy lay face down, barely managing to swallow half a package of raw rice, and then shakily rose to his feet, not looking back as he headed eastward. His home lay beyond the city, and if he did not return before nightfall, another storm could very well freeze him on the streets. From behind the crimson door emerged a corpulent merchant clad in inferior silk, his oiled hair resembling a figure drenched by the rain. "Isn't that the Metatlin lad? What's his name again?" The rotund merchant squinted at the boy's retreating silhouette, addressing his 2 servants. "Salin, my lord." "His name is Salin," one servant replied with a sycophantic smile, his voice akin to a chicken with its throat grasped. The trio's demeanor was odious, their gazes toward the boy filled with malice. "How is he still alive?" "Who knows? I doubt that scoundrel would still feed him." The other servant responded with indignation. "Keep an eye on him. If he dies, make haste to purchase that house. We can't let others take advantage." The merchant nonchalantly remarked, twisting his cumbersome bulk as he turned to depart in another direction. "Yes, my lord." The servants followed cautiously, their figures nearly concealed within the merchant's shadow. As the night air turned chilly, the boy named Salin dragged his weary form out of Salin. Clutching his oiled paper bundle, he left the main road and trudged slowly back to his ancestral home. The imposing stone edifice was the last remnant of the Metatlin lineage. Salin pushed the door open and staggered inside. The stone walls were cloaked in moss, emanating a damp chill. None of the windows in the 2-story house bore glass, rendering this lonely stone structure eerie and desolate. Salin exhaled deeply, finally home. He ascended the stairs on hands and knees, collapsing onto the wooden slats of the bed. The bed, like the walls, was cold and unyielding, drenched by the rain. His clothing was half dry and clung to his body, his only garment. Salin struggled to rise, shedding his clothes and laying them on the bed. He placed the oiled paper bundle beside him, glancing down at his waist, which throbbed with pain, revealing a deep bruise from the servant's kick. Gritting his teeth, Salin lay back down, yearning for sleep to banish his suffering. Moonlight and a cold breeze seeped through the window, devoid of any poetic charm. Salin felt feverish, his head pounding mercilessly. If this fever persisted, his life was in jeopardy. He fought against the heaviness, dragging a chest from beneath the bed. The chest's lock had long been removed, the silver clasp traded for a week's worth of grain. The moth-proof camphor with chest was unsold, as Salin intended to use it for kindling someday. Upon opening the chest, he found a jumble of receipts, most of which were debt documents. Salin sifted through the papers until he unearthed a metal insignia, pressing it against his forehead. A cool sensation spread from the emblem, alleviating some of his headache. Salin sat on the floor, tears streaming as he gazed at the receipts within the chest. The Metatlin family had once been noble, their name a symbol of wealth in the Northern Empire. Yet by Salin's generation, the family had been reduced to nothing. These debt documents had become mere refuse. The debtors were long dead, and the tides of power and warfare had gradually eroded the Metatlin legacy. Had the debtors still lived, these receipts would have sufficed to purchase 10 Salin cities. The insignia pressed to his forehead was the mark of the Metatlin lineage. Salin had not sold it. Like the receipts, it was a relic left to him by his father. When he was 6, both of his parents perished, leaving him only this chest and the ancestral home, at that tender age. Salin possessed no means of survival, relying instead on selling off the remnants of his family estate. Unscrupulous merchants took full advantage of his situation. What could a 6-year-old comprehend? Within half a year, Salin had sold off everything within the house. Now 12, Salin appeared merely 10, due to malnutrition, frail and emaciated. He had not sold the ancestral home not for lack of desire, but because property transactions required formalities at the municipal office, where deception was impossible. Several merchants eyeing his home refused to purchase it, hoping to wait until Salin starved to death. Should he perish, the house would become ownerless, requiring only the purchase of land, nearly devoid of cost. Yet Salin proved resilient, subsisting on alms until the age of 12. Lying on the bed, the cool sensation from the insignia permeated his body, easing the pain in his waist, and Salin drifted into a deep slumber. He remained oblivious to whether he would awaken from this sleep. Bang! 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 Salin jolted awake, sitting up as sunlight streamed through the window, casting dust motes throughout the room. It was peculiar for someone to knock at the door so early. Salin's ancestral home was not situated near the main road. It lay at the foot of a hill, requiring passage through a small grove. Since he had run out of items to sell, no one had sought him out again. Bang! 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 The persistent sound of knocking echoed through the air as Salin leaped from his bed, feeling remarkably rejuvenated and free of fever. He returned the family crest to its box, stowed it beneath the bed, and descended the staircase to answer the door. Having returned in a daze the previous day, he had forgotten to bolt the door. A shiver of apprehension coursed through him. This place was home to wild beasts, and if one were to slip inside, he could be devoured in his slumber. With a creak, the door swung open, and warm sunlight poured in, accompanied by the gentle embrace of the day. Amidst the dappled shadows cast by the trees stood a middle-aged man clad in a long black coat and a gray robe, leaning on a wooden staff. Though he was not yet 40, the man possessed sharp, sword-like brows and long eyes devoid of facial hair. On the hand gripping the staff was a large ring, intricately engraved with elaborate symbols in dark silver. Salin momentarily found himself entranced. The man's attire was peculiar, leaving him to wonder if he was a cleric of the church. The man's expression was gentle, yet it bore the grace of nobility, a demeanor cultivated and unrelated to Salin. Years of hardship had rendered Salin sensitive. He recognized who was worthy of conversation and who warranted distance. However, the man at the door felt entirely different from the citizens of Salin. Despite standing before him, Salin sensed an eerie absence of his presence. With a smile, the middle-aged man inquired, "Where is your master?" This stranger hailed from afar. How could the people of Salin be unaware of his unfortunate existence? Salin's heart calmed, and he gently rubbed his forehead, responding, "There is no one else here, sir. How may I assist you?" He inquired politely, striving to appear composed. His survival depended on not provoking disdain. This was the wisdom he had gleaned from 12 years of existence. "Oh," the man said, a hint of surprise coloring his tone as he scrutinized Salin, who stood hastily dressed in mere shorts, his torso bare, but a sizable mark resembling a palm print marred his forehead, a remnant of the family crest. "Is this house yours?" the man asked gently. "Yes," Salin replied, his gaze dropping to the floor, his brown pupils narrowing. Could this man be a robber? Then, I wish to purchase this house. May I come in and discuss it? The proposition of selling the house left Salin momentarily bewildered. He had long desired to part with the dwelling and seek work in the city. Even a position gutting fish would suffice to secure a meal. Yet apprenticeships provided housing, but no sustenance. If he were to work, he would starve within the first month. Stumbling in confusion, he stepped aside, saying, "Please, come on." As the man entered the stone house, the dust beneath his feet vanished without a trace, and a refreshing breeze swept through, dispelling the musty scent from the living room. Salin stifled his excitement, closing the door and calculating a suitable price in his mind. The man's gaze subtly traversed the room, absorbing every detail. Salin's abode was stark and bare, devoid of anything worthy of admiration. Yet, the man appeared quite pleased. Turning to Salin, he asked, "You claim this house is yours. Do you possess the deed?" "I do." Salin nodded, though he did not retrieve the deed from the bedroom. With age, he had grown wiser, fully aware of the deceit merchants had employed in his youth, and had become far more cautious in his dealings. The man smiled, reaching out to gently ruffle Salin's hair. "Say, you need not worry. I am a magician and have no intention of deceiving you. Now, how many gold coins do you wish to sell this house for?" "Gold coins." Salin's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He had never received gold in exchange for selling his possessions. A 4-foot oil painting had earned him but a single silver coin, while a gilded candlestick had fetched 2. The merchant who had taken an entire set of cabinets when he was 6 had left him with nothing but 2 loaves of bread. Chapter 1. The Last Metatlin, Part 2. However, Salin quickly regained his senses, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "A wizard! You are a wizard!" His voice trembled with a mix of excitement and fear, the last few words almost escaping him in a gasp. Salin had never imagined that a wizard would appear before him. It had been over 2 centuries since a wizard had graced the city of Salin. Yet this absence did not imply ignorance of their existence. Wizards embodied mystery, status, terror, and distance. Ordinary people had no access to wizards, only the nobility, the emperor, the military, and the exceedingly wealthy could hope to make their acquaintance. Wizards were exceedingly affluent individuals, living in seclusion and wielding immense magical power. A single wizard could lay waste to an entire city, and even before an emperor, a wizard need not bow their head. In other words, wizards were living legends. They constructed magical towers, where they practiced their arts, unfettered by worldly constraints. In times of war, armies would circumvent the magical towers. If a noble were to earn the favor of a wizard, the opportunity to sustain one would instantly elevate their status. Salin's mind raced as he keenly realized that the presence of this wizard could alter his destiny. Yet he was uncertain of how to seize this moment. Was it more gold that the wizard desired? Would he risk incurring the wizard's displeasure? Gold. Gold. Bread. Would 100 gold coins suffice? "I can buy you a small house in the city, enough for you to reside in." The wizard regarded the frail child with a hint of compassion. Salin's emaciated frame revealed the number of his ribs, each clearly visible, marred by bruises that rendered him all the more pitiable. The mention of 100 gold coins nearly overwhelmed Salin, and he was on the verge of acquiescing. But suddenly, a sharp pain in his side caused him to gasp and bend over. "Ah, let me see," the wizard said, one hand supporting Salin while the other cast a spell. A radiant azure light enveloped Salin's form. He felt as though he were submerged in warm water, the blue glow seeping into his skin, alleviating his pain. A thought flickered in Salin's mind, akin to the devil's temptation, refusing to dissipate. "I do not want gold." Salin straightened, declaring, "Sir Wizard, please accept me as your apprentice." Uncertain of how to bow, he raised his gaze to meet the wizard's eyes. At that moment, his emotions transcended mere anxiety. What would the wizard's reaction be? Would he feel insulted by such a request, perhaps even take his life? The wizard's deep, bright black eyes resembled obsidian, imbued with an inner depth. He regarded Salin thoughtfully, asking, "Do you wish to be my student?" "Yes, I wish to learn magic," Salin replied with conviction, despite his trepidation. The pain in his side spurred his resolve. What use were riches if he possessed no skills to sustain himself? If he encountered thieves, he might even lose his life. "Learning magic is arduous," the wizard interrupted Salin, continuing, "Among 10 individuals, 9 may become magic apprentices, yet out of 100 apprentices, perhaps only 1 or 2 will ascend to become wizards. The power of a magic apprentice is limited, merely a means of survival. Should you become my student? You shall not change your vocation without my permission." Salin knelt before him, proclaiming, "I am willing to become your student." He endeavored to articulate his words with dignity, employing honorifics. "Rise." The wizard's voice turned cold, his tone uncompromising. "Even as a magic apprentice, you must not kneel to others. Remember, if you wish to be my student, this will be the last time you kneel in your life." "Yes, master," Salin replied joyfully as he stood, knowing the wizard had acquiesced to his request. "What is your name, and how old are you?" The wizard's voice softened. "My name is Salin Metatlin, and I am 12 years old," Salin answered respectfully. though his stomach audibly grumbled in protest. The wizard smiled gently, saying, "Go change your clothes and eat something. I will await you in the living room." "Yes." Salin responded eagerly, dashing up the stairs. He returned to his room, donned his outer garments, and hurried down to the kitchen. There remained half a bag of stale rice on the stove. He opened the oily paper wrapping and stuffed a handful into his mouth. "Is this all you eat?" The wizard's voice echoed from the doorway, startling Salin, who froze, unsure of how to respond. The wizard sighed, producing a piece of dried meat and offering it to Salin. Tears streamed down Salin's face, cascading without pause. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve but refrained from consuming the meat at once, instead saying to the wizard, "Master, I will not cry again. I will not bring you shame." The wizard observed the boy as he wept and devoured the food, remaining silent. In truth, given his stature, even a gift of 10,000 gold coins would hardly sway him to accept a student. Yet upon seeing Salin for the first time, he felt a profound sense of compassion. Salin's eyes were devoid of vitality, filled with despair teetering on the brink of death. The wizard did not impose any tasks upon Salin. Instead, he produced more dried meat and bread, placing them in the kitchen. Salin did not question how these items had materialized. In his heart, he believed the wizard to be omnipotent. The wizard instructed Salin to rest, watching as he climbed into bed, then cast a spell of hypnosis. Darkness enveloped Salin, and he fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, he felt hunger once more. The wizard's voice resonated in his ears. "Take a look around, familiarize yourself with your surroundings, and then join me in the living room." Such wondrous magic. The voice seemed to penetrate directly into his ears, neither too loud nor too soft. Salin marveled as he leaped from the bed, his shoes now dry. He slipped them on and noticed that his room had gained an additional door. The interior had transformed, furnished with a table and chairs, and a cabinet adorned with a grand mirror. The entire room appeared immaculate, as if it had been thoroughly cleaned. The furniture was not new, but a mattress, blanket, and pillow had been added to the bed. He had slept so soundly that he had felt nothing amiss. Opening the door, he found the hallway impeccably clean, with several rooms fitted with doors, and the walls adorned with oil paintings. Everything resembled the days when his parents were still alive, stirring within him an urge to weep. Yet this time he held back. The second floor contained 8 rooms, 4 large and 4 small. Salin's chamber was one of the smaller ones, located at the end of the corridor. He inspected each room in turn. All 4 large rooms had been transformed into studies, while among the remaining 3 small rooms, one was a bedroom, and the doors to the other 2 were locked. To Salin's astonishment, the entire second floor had been completely refloored, and the doors and windows had been repaired, embellished with countless mysterious symbols. The walls appeared freshly painted, and the ceiling was immaculate, devoid of even a single spider. The house felt alien to him as Salin anxiously descended the stairs. The main hall on the first floor had been furnished, and the kitchen was stocked with cooking utensils. Salin did not venture into the basement. Instead, he entered the living room, pushing open the door. Despite being mentally prepared, he gasped in astonishment at the completely transformed room. In the center of the living room stood a massive table, its material indiscernible, laden with unfamiliar instruments of bizarre shapes, with a cauldron beneath it burning with dark flames. Only a single chair surrounded the table, while several cabinets lined the walls, filled with an array of items. Not a single object was familiar to Salin. He only noticed the abundance of mysterious symbols, while a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting gentle light without revealing any shadows. The wizard looked up, his tone gentle as he addressed Salin. "You are awake. Help yourself to something to eat, and then we shall converse." "Master, please go ahead. I am not hungry yet." Salin stood by the table, feeling a flutter of anxiety within. "Very well, I shall begin. My name is Jason Statham, a denizen of the Chinese Empire and a level 5 mage. As your instructor, I cannot provide you with extensive guidance due to my limited time. I will first impart to you a reading spell, an O-level magic. Should you master this spell, I will then teach you the principles of meditation, enabling you to peruse magical tomes and acquire arcane knowledge independently. Until you ascend to the status of a level 10 apprentice, I shall not offer further instruction." "Level 10 apprentice?" Salin cautiously inquired, unsure of the term's meaning. There are a total of 10 levels for magic apprentices. At this stage, you are limited to mastering O-level magic. O-level magic can be cast without the need for magic strings. As long as you possess sufficient mental strength and the requisite affinity for the elements, you may perform it. The magnitude of your mental strength dictates your ability to control magic, while elemental affinity determines how many spells you can cast in succession. Failure in either regard prevents you from becoming a true mage. And how does one advance? Salin pressed on. A level 1 apprentice can consecutively cast 2 O-level spells. A level 2 apprentice can perform 4, and so forth. Once you reach the ability to cast 20 O-level spells in succession, I shall guide you on your path to becoming a mage. Now, let me impart to you your first O-level spell. As Jason spoke, he recited an incantation composed of peculiar syllables, simultaneously performing a fixed magical gesture with his hands. Replicate this, and you shall be able to learn from the tomes. Jason reiterated the incantation while Salin diligently followed suit, practicing repeatedly. After 3 iterations, Salin could recite the incantation flawlessly, and his gestures were equally precise. Very well. Practice on your own. Upon your success, I shall teach you the principles of meditation, after which you may delve into the books I have prepared for you. Begin with the first room. Do not proceed to the next until you have thoroughly examined the tomes within this one. Yes, master, Salin replied, bowing respectfully, akin to how one would greet a noble in the city of Shilon. Jason shook his head, contemplating the matter of etiquette for another time. He chose not to correct Salin's behavior and waved his hand, signaling for him to depart. Salin closed the door behind him and, with a light step, made his way to the kitchen. He located the storage box for rice and flour, but his hunger was overwhelming. He grabbed some hanging jerky, paired it with white bread and fresh water, and began to eat with delight. As he savored his meal, he reflected on the magic he had just learned. He found both the incantation and the magical gesture manageable, particularly the incantation, which he had memorized on the first try, needing only to refine his pronunciation in the subsequent repetitions. It seemed he possessed a certain aptitude for this, at the very least not lacking in intelligence. With this thought, Salin felt a bright future ahead of him. Chapter 2. The Apprentice Encounters the Soldier, Reasoning Unclear, Part 1. In the ensuing 10 days, Salin tirelessly repeated the incantation. Yet he failed to succeed, even once. No matter how flawless and adept his spells and gestures were, he could not master this simple level of magic. During this time, the magician Jason appeared only once. The rest of the time, he was engrossed in magical experiments within the transformed laboratory of the Grand Hall. It seemed he had no need for sustenance, as he continuously conducted magical experiments within the confines of the room. Salin grew increasingly anxious. Yet impatience bore no fruit in the pursuit of magic. He could only practice time and again. Finally, during the 3rd set of 10 days, Salin succeeded in learning the spell. With exhilaration, he rushed to Jason's magical laboratory. Upon seeing Salin's excitement, Jason sighed. You have taken 30 days to learn a level O spell. Your aptitude is, to put it mildly, quite poor. I would advise you to reconsider your pursuits, lest you remain an apprentice for life. Salin was taken aback. Teacher, unwilling to accept this fate, he implored, is there truly no other way? Not without a price. Even I could not afford it. This is not a matter that can be solved with mere gold coins. Unless a 9th-level magician is willing to assist you in transforming your physical constitution, your future accomplishments will likely only reach that of a low-level magician. And you will never attain the 4th tier. Jason replied helplessly. Teacher, I still wish to try. I would rather be a 100-year-old apprentice than become a swordsman. Please, impart upon me the principles of meditation. Salin insisted through gritted teeth. His impression of swordsmen was far from favorable. Those from Shilon City were hardly commendable. Often idling about the streets, collecting taxes at the city gates, or becoming mercenaries, without prospects of marriage even in their 30s. If you are resolute, then so be it. However, once you learn my meditation principles, you cannot leave unless you become a formal magician. Do you understand? Jason stated calmly, and a chill ran through Salin's heart. He knew that his teacher was not one to make idle threats. If he were to defy this condition, where shall we begin? Jason mused aloud, feeling somewhat at a loss as it was his first time taking on a student. When he had received the meditation principles from his own teacher, he had already been a level 2 apprentice, possessing a wealth of foundational knowledge. Clearly, Salin was still a blank slate. The principles of meditation encompassed not only meditation techniques, but also elemental absorption, hypnosis, and mental resonance. Typically, magicians could only learn the basic meditation technique, while the complete meditation principles were reserved for grand magicians. The literature available only detailed individual meditation techniques. Self-study would never lead one to become a grand magician. Jason patiently began to teach Salin from scratch, imparting knowledge piece by piece. Remarkably, within half an hour, Salin had memorized everything Jason had said. Jason marveled at Salin's intelligence, yet felt a pang of sorrow. Such a bright child, and yet his elemental affinity was alarmingly low. Very well, I have divulged all the contents of the meditation principles. You are indeed intelligent. Read the books upstairs in order. Meditate at least once a day. It may benefit you. Remember to prepare a meal for me each week. If the bread runs out, go into the city and purchase more. I shall leave you 1 gold coin. Once you have fully grasped the meditation principles, I will have further tasks for you. Yes, teacher. Salin nodded, bowing his head as he exited the room. Being still young, he did not fully comprehend the arduous path he had chosen. At that moment, his heart swelled with excitement, as if a portal to another world had been opened before him. Little did he know the steep price required to traverse that threshold. Salin proceeded directly to the room housing the first collection of books and began his studies. The first bookshelf contained linguistics, having barely recognized a few letters. He could only progress painstakingly. The reading magic was remarkable, allowing him to self-learn the written language. The sole inconvenience was that each time he used the reading magic, He required a half-hour's rest before casting it again. Thus, Salin spent an entire month finally mastering the common tongue, the language he currently spoke. He yearned to preview the subsequent tomes but discovered that the magical texts were vast and not entirely written in the common tongue. The shelves contained at least 20 different languages, compelling Salin to complete all the books on the first shelf before he could delve further. Magicians were indeed well-versed individuals. Without the reading magic, it would be nearly impossible to complete the studies of magic. Fortunately, after a month, Salin had finally grasped the meditation principles. Now, he could consecutively cast the reading magic twice and recover within 10 minutes. The magical elements stored within the bodies of apprentices were scant. Salin possessed even fewer than the average apprentice. Nonetheless, he was thoroughly content. For vast rooms, each adorned with dozens of large bookshelves and thousands of tomes, provided ample material for him to peruse. He now felt no urgency regarding advancement. Instead, he craved the acquisition of knowledge. Patiently, Salin continued his studies in order. With over 1,000 books on linguistics alone, common tongue, Mel's, magic language, Chinin, Skosinia, Tonku Lesai. He even ventured to learn Caucasian. The Caucasians had never produced a magician. Their region remained primitive, with only priests. Yet, Salin had become enamored with language, dedicating half a year to mastering over 1,000 languages as detailed in the texts. At first, progress was slow, but as he recognized more letters, his pace accelerated. Upon finishing the last book, he found himself capable of consecutively casting the reading spell 3 times, indicating he had ascended to a level 2 magical apprentice. Unbeknownst to him, this was largely due to his exceptional mental strength, which minimized the energy expenditure during spellcasting. Since he was merely casting level 0 magic, the energy loss was negligible. And in reality, his stored magical elements still reflected a level 1 apprentice's capacity. Such a pace was not unprecedented, but it was certainly remarkable. Had anyone else trained at such a rate, they would have likely been dismissed long ago. With the finest meditation principles at his disposal, Salin had spent 6 months with hardly any improvement in his capacity for storing magical elements. Jason had not been indifferent. It was simply that Salin was ill-suited for the study of magic. The next segment consisted of magical fundamentals, filling yet another bookshelf with over 1,000 volumes. The mysterious veil of the magical world began to lift, and Salin remained unaware of how much he might learn, yet he firmly believed that diligence would yield its rewards. The origins of magic remain shrouded in mystery. It is generally believed that the magic of the continent of Myers has a history spanning over 30,000 years. It was not until the era of the Second Dynasty, more than 10,000 years ago, that it was systematized into 6 primary schools: earth, water, wind, fire, light, and darkness. From that point forward, the calendar of Myers was refined, dividing the year into 12 months. With the 6th day of each month designated as the Day of Darkness, a universal day of rest for all occupations. Even in the wake of the fall of the goddess Myers, the goddess of nature, and the rise of the Holy See, this tradition remained unaltered. The calendar of the Holy See proved to be excessively complicated, as they insisted that a week should consist of 7 days. Despite a century of implementation, the new calendar was adopted solely within the confines of the Holy See, ultimately rendering it ineffective. Before ascending to the rank of a first-level mage, an apprentice is not limited to casting only 0-level spells. Upon advancing to a 6th-level apprentice, they are capable of learning and executing a first-level spell. This phenomenon is known as casting beyond one's level, which mages can accomplish, though it is indeed a rare opportunity. However, engaging in such advanced casting leaves the mage in a state of debilitating weakness, rendering them nearly incapable of self-recovery. Only through meditation can they hope to restore their expended magical threads. These magical threads are the foundation of magic. Without them, an apprentice can never progress to a full-fledged mage. To form these threads, one must possess formidable mental strength and a strong affinity for the elements. Saren's elemental affinity is notably low, prompting Jason to remark that Saren may have to wait until he is 100 years old to realize his aspiration of becoming a mage. Given Saren's current rate of progress, this is not an exaggeration. Although various texts offer detailed descriptions of what magical threads are, consensus remains elusive. What Saren understands is that these threads exist within the mage's body, providing the elemental energy necessary for spellcasting. Through relentless practice, magical apprentices accumulate elemental energy within their bodies, transitioning from quantitative to qualitative change, which is the process of forming magical threads. Essentially, the journey from apprentice to official mage. Saren finds himself disheartened, as he has yet to encounter any literature suggesting alternative methods for forming these threads. If accumulation is the sole path, he fears he may never become a mage. As half a year passed, the provisions in the kitchen were exhausted, signaling to Saren that it was time to venture into the city for supplies. He approached Jason in his laboratory to inform him of his intention to go into town. "How is your study progressing?" Jason inquired. "I can now consecutively complete 3 reading spells," Saren replied. placing particular emphasis on the word 3 in hopes of drawing his mentor's attention. Very well, you may go. Jason responded, offering no further commentary, merely bestowing upon Saren 5 gold coins. Saren's rate of advancement was slightly faster than anticipated. But Jason recognized this was due to Saren's considerable mental fortitude. He surmised that Saren still possessed only the capabilities of a first-level apprentice. Casting an additional 0-level spell held little significance, as it would not aid Saren in accumulating sufficient magical energy, thereby ultimately hindering his ability to form magical threads. Chapter 2. The Apprentice Encounters Soldiers, Reason Fails, Part 2. Salin exchanged his coins for the long robe that Jason had prepared for him. This robe, however, was not tailored to fit. At just 12 years of age, Salin had enjoyed better meals, but his stature remained diminutive. The hem of the robe had been altered, yet it still hung loosely on him. With 6 gold coins now in his possession, a considerable sum for him. He reflected on how he had never spent so much in an entire year previously. The city of Siren exhibited little change. The lethargic soldiers at the city gate paid Salin no heed. Despite his absence for half a year, they still recognized the small beggar. To impose a city tax on a beggar? Other cities would surely find it laughable. Salin strolled along the main road to a tavern, unhurried in his quest for grain. For he had ample time. During his days of poverty, he had longed to dine here just once. Now, with 6 gold coins in his pocket, he could finally fulfill that dream. The tavern was quite spacious, with a courtyard on the right side for tethering carriages. Although Siren was not what it once was, a few nobles and merchants still frequented it. Scocinia, a nation built on commerce, had its 4 major trading houses scattered throughout the vast expanse of Melsta. Siren, being a port city, still retained some vitality, even in decline. This tavern prospered, as the wealthy of Siren often chose it for their banquets. Having learned to read, Salin glanced up at the signboard, which bore the inscription Whale of Siren in Melsta. In the days when Siren flourished, the tavern was renowned for its whale meat. Now, with fewer fishermen willing to brave the seas for whaling, the tavern had employed a chef from the Qin Empire to maintain its reputation. Nevertheless, the centuries-old sign remained unchanged. If one were willing to part with sufficient gold, there were still fishermen daring enough to venture far into the ocean. Though Salin could not afford whale meat, he knew he could order 2 dishes for less than 2 silver coins. Opting for tea instead of alcohol, he settled at a vacant table, savoring the delightful beverage. He soon realized that his attire was not quite fitting for the Whale of Siren, as the other patrons were elegantly dressed, some even in silks tailored from the Qin Empire. His robe appeared as if it had been scavenged, and he resolved that once he had money, he would purchase suitable clothing to avoid disdain. As his first dish arrived, before he could even lift his utensils, 4 soldiers burst in from outside, seizing him without uttering a word and clamping chains around him. "What are you doing?" Salin exclaimed in shock and anger, but the soldiers, fierce as wolves, held him fast, leaving him no chance to resist. "What are you doing, boy? Eating here after committing a crime? Take him away." The soldiers, members of the city guard, had not seen such an opportunity in years, especially with the promise of a gold coin for apprehending him, regardless of the truth. Ridiculous. Salin's face was pressed against the hard tabletop, his mind swirling in confusion. He struggled, but one of the guards delivered a harsh kick to his side. "Ack!" Salin cried out in anguish, the pain searing through him, reminiscent of the days when he had been a beggar, enduring casual violence without thought. But now, he felt a deep humiliation and, turning his head, spat defiantly at one of the soldiers. In retaliation, he was met with a flurry of blows, and the soldiers swiftly silenced him with a chain around his mouth. They dragged him outside, with the merchant who had recognized him sneaking out behind them. The waiter called after them, "Sir, he hasn't paid for his meal." The soldier laughed. "His money is stolen. Do you want the ill-gotten gains?" "Of course not." The waiter stammered, inwardly cursing his poor judgment. He should have recognized that the boy's attire was inappropriate for service, and he feared that this meal would be deducted from his wages. Salin was taken back to the city guard's office, where he was not interrogated but rather unceremoniously thrown into a dungeon. Regaining some strength, he pounded on the iron bars, shouting, "Why have you arrested me?" The soldiers turned with grins. "You forgot to mention that we haven't searched you for stolen goods. That money is mine." Salin protested as they relieved him of 6 gold coins, leaving him utterly helpless. "It is ours now," they replied, locking the iron door without a care for his cries. Even if they had heard him shout that his master was a magician, they would not have believed it. What kind of magician would take a beggar as an apprentice? Even the lord of the city would have no chance of hiring a magician. As fear began to envelop Salin, despair crept in. He was still unaware of the gravity of his situation. Jason often vanished for days, and Salin had prepared food only once a week. The dungeon was shrouded in darkness, and his heart trembled with dread. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to cry out. Pain radiated through his face, particularly in his jaw, which might have been fractured. His lips were swollen, and he felt tears welling in his eyes, yet he fought to hold them back. "I am a magic apprentice now. I shall not cry. No matter what." As night fell, Siren fell silent, the city gates locked tight. Under the moonlight, a figure approached the gate with astonishing speed. Upon reaching it, he furrowed his brow, unfurling a pair of wing-like appendages from his back. He soared into the air, vaulting over the city walls and landing within the city. The patrolling soldiers, spotting the figure, shouted, "Who goes there?" The individual, seemingly indifferent, unfolded his form beneath the moonlight and vanished like a wisp of smoke at the end of the street. He swiftly arrived at the city guard office and came to a halt. Under the moon's glow, his gray magical robe appeared extraordinarily enigmatic, as if shrouded in mist. This person was none other than Jason Statham. He had placed a magical mark on Saren, and upon realizing Saren had not returned, Jason understood that something was amiss. He immediately followed the directions of the magical mark to Salin City. The magical mark serves to guide wizards, and even if Saren were imprisoned underground, it would pose no challenge for Jason. Raising his hand, he conjured a fireball that blasted open the great door of the guard office, striding in with confidence. The patrolling soldier barely managed to utter a word before Jason seized him by the collar and lifted him off the ground. The physique of a 5th-level mage is exceptionally robust, making it difficult for even an ordinary swordsman to resist. "Where is the child you captured? Take me to him." Jason's voice was frigid, devoid of the warmth he exhibited towards Saren. "What child?" the soldier stammered. Jason drew the soldier's face closer, locking eyes with him. "Take me to the prison where the captives are held, and summon all of your comrades." The soldier's spirit fled in terror as he beheld the demon lurking within the middle-aged man's eyes, its tongue slithering from the abyss of his dark pupils, constricting around his neck and suffocating him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Jason frowned. He had perhaps overused his intimidation technique. For this soldier was merely a novice swordsman and could not bear such pressure. Choosing to follow the magical mark's guidance, Jason made his way to the dungeon, casting a light spell that illuminated the dank space. Upon seeing Jason's sudden appearance, Saren clutched the iron bars tightly, rendered speechless, his throat nearly parched. The commotion had already drawn soldiers to block the dungeon exit. One soldier shouted, "You bold thief! How dare you attempt a prison break? Drop your weapons at once!" Before he could continue, another soldier, keenly observant, pointed towards the illuminated dungeon and stammered, it seems to be magic? What a jest! Indeed, look!" Disregarding their exclamations, Jason grasped the lock with one hand and pulled gently. The lock opened effortlessly. Saren pushed the iron door aside and rushed out, almost collapsing into Jason's embrace. His lips moved as he struggled to form words, the sound escaping his throat barely recognizable to himself. "Who imprisoned my student?" Jason inquired flatly. The soldiers exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. Some cursed silently, blaming the fool who had stirred this trouble, courting disaster by capturing a wizard student. Without further ado, Jason extended his hand, a fireball materializing in his palm, hovering silently. Although the fireball spell was merely a 1st-level magic, to maintain it without release required the prowess of at least a 4th-level mage. Nonetheless, to these ordinary soldiers, any level of mage was beyond their reckoning. "Please, my lord. Do not anger. I will fetch him at once." One soldier, quick-witted, turned and dashed outside. Jason's expression remained as cold as ice as he took Saren by the arm and exited the dungeon, making his way directly to the main hall of the city guard office, where he took a seat at the center. Chapter 3. The Principles of the Mage, Part 1. The soldiers stood trembling, unwilling to depart, lingering anxiously nearby. The city guard of Salin was scarcely manned. The true military force was entirely under the control of the Lord's estate, having formed the Lord's private guard. The commotion at the guardhouse had already prompted someone to notify the Lord's troops. Before long, the streets outside echoed with the thunderous gallop of hooves, racing toward the guardhouse. Over 100 swordsmen surrounded the guardhouse, and 10 dismounted, striding through the shattered entrance, which had been obliterated by Jason's fireball. This squad of swordsmen, clad in iron armor, unsheathed their swords as they approached the main hall, followed closely by their comrades, who also brandished their weapons. Upon witnessing the state of the hall, the armored swordsman, filled with rage, pointed at Jason and demanded, "Who are you to dare break into a prison? Surrender at once!" "Fool!" Jason retorted, gesturing with a finger. A flash of azure light appeared, and a stream of acidic liquid shot forth, striking the swordsman squarely in the face. A hissing sound ensued as white smoke billowed forth, the acid swiftly corroding the swordsman's visage. He fell to the ground, howling in agony. After this display, Jason turned to his companion, Saren, and gently remarked, "Even an enemy should not insult a mage. Not even an emperor can compel a mage to bow. Such rudeness warrants no courtesy." "Understood, master," Saren whispered, his voice trembling as every soul in the hall listened intently. "Take him outside. It's too noisy," Jason instructed the soldiers opposite him. The intruding soldiers, as if granted amnesty, hastily dragged the wounded swordsman away. "I have little time. Who captured my student? Bring them to me within 30 minutes, Jason declared, casually producing a magical hourglass and placing it on the table before him, flipping it over. At that moment, 2 more armored swordsmen entered, their armor distinctly superior, suggesting they were officers. Similar in stature, one was clad in red and the other in gold. The golden swordsman, upon noticing Jason maintaining a light spell, felt a chill run down his spine. He was no ignorant common soldier. The two magical insignias on Jason's gray robe indicated that he was a level 5 mage. Who was the fool that had provoked such a formidable individual? Mage's robes came in 3 colors, white for levels 1 to 3, gray for levels 4 to 6, and black for levels 7 to 9. The magical symbols on the robe denoted the mage's rank. And a gray-robed mage was already considered a grand sorcerer, someone even a lord would hesitate to confront. The red swordsman silently bowed to Jason and addressed the surrounding soldiers. You all immediately apprehend anyone associated with this matter. If one is missing, you shall take their place. The soldiers cast furtive glances at Jason, who remained impassive, seemingly unconcerned. Only then did they disperse in haste. The red swordsman cautiously approached Jason, inquiring, "My lord mage, is there anything further you require of me?" Jason pondered momentarily, then responded, "Ensure your lord does not come here. I wish to avoid his presence." The red swordsman was taken aback, bowing his head. "Yes, my lord mage. This young master is injured. May I fetch a healer for him?" "Unnecessary. This minor pain he can endure." Jason declined the red swordsman's offer, not feeling urgent about Saren's treatment. After all, it was merely a trivial injury, and allowing Saren to linger would help him remember the day's events. Saren must have done something to warrant his capture. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, a lesson learned would prevent similar occurrences in the future. The red swordsman whispered a few words to the golden swordsman, who then exited the hall. The moment Saren saw his teacher arrive, he realized the situation had shifted dramatically. From Jason's tone, it was evident he held little regard even for the Lord. Saren began to comprehend the significance of being a mage. Although books described the status of mages, witnessing it firsthand made it much more believable. He recognized the red swordsman as being affiliated with the Lord's estate. He was not a bad person. Last year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, when Saren went to collect flour from the Lord, this swordsman had even ensured he received an extra small bag. Within half an hour, the 4 soldiers who had captured Saren, along with the merchant and his servant, were brought before Jason. The 6 individuals, oblivious to the unfolding drama, felt dread as the merchant, upon spotting Saren beside Jason, immediately knelt, followed suit by his servant. "Who captured my student?" Jason inquired coldly. The 4 soldiers exchanged glances, then turned to the red swordsman, who feigned ignorance as he gazed upward. Reluctantly, the soldiers confessed. "It was us. We received a report claiming he stole the coins of Lord Zhangbu." They pointed at the merchant, their faces painted with innocence. "Zhangbu? Is that you? Why do you slander my student?" Jason fixated on the merchant, questioning him word by word. "My lord, it's a misunderstanding. I mistook the person." "You lie. I shall grant you one more opportunity." Jason interrupted him. "My lord, truly it is as I say. I have no grudge against him. How could I betray him?" The merchant stammered, attempting to elaborate, but Jason, growing impatient, unleashed a spell. A flash of white light illuminated the hall as an ice shard pierced through the merchant's skull, creating a gaping wound. "Do not be so foolish. A mage can detect lies. Now tell me, why did you wrongfully accuse my student?" Following the merchant's demise, Jason turned his attention to the servant. He did not wish to condemn anyone outright. He merely sought to uncover whether Saren had provoked any mischief. The servant, trembling in terror, collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. "My lord, it was not my idea. My master wished to purchase Master Metatlin's estate and sought to avoid the municipal hall's procedures. Master Metatlin was unyielding. So my lord devised this scheme. It truly has nothing to do with me." "I understand it has nothing to do with you," Jason replied, then casually unleashed a blade of wind. The pale azure gust swiftly severed the servant's head, blood gushing forth as the head rolled away, accompanied Salin. After groping his way down from the bed, ignited the candle upon the table, and then closed his eyes, gradually succumbing to slumber. The following morning, the red swordsman arrived bearing gold coins. It appeared he had not idled the previous night, as accounting for one's possessions is no trifling task. Jason refrained from engaging him in further conversation, simply instructing Salin to attend to him, allowing them to converse as needed. The red swordsman sat uneasily in the foyer, and as Salin descended the stairs, he quickly stood to greet him. "Young Master Metatlin, you are awake." Salin was somewhat taken aback by the man's enthusiasm. Typically, when strolling through the streets, the swordsman of the Lord S estate acted as though he were invisible. The red swordsman might possess good intentions, yet devoid of a manner. He was merely an individual who would, during festivities, procure an additional small sack of flour for Salin. He likely had forgotten this incident long ago. "Young Master Metatlin." Noticing Salin's momentary distraction, the red swordsman tentatively called out. What is it?" The red swordsman awkwardly replied, "The inventory of the estate has been finalized. It totals 2,200 gold coins, along with 2 properties and some livestock. valued at approximately 400 gold coins. The houses are difficult to sell, so they will remain on hold for now. Once sold, I will deliver the gold to you. Here is the Imperial Bank receipt for 2,000 gold coins. And here is 200 gold coins in cash. He placed 4 bulging coin pouches upon the table. Salin felt a flutter of excitement, however. After the tumult of the previous day, he refrained from rushing to count the gold, instead maintaining his composure for those 2 properties. If you can gather 300 gold coins, they are yours. If feasible, please bring the money this afternoon, along with half a year's worth of rice, flour, spices, and dried meat. Would that be agreeable? Absolutely, the Red Swordsman exclaimed with delight. Initially, selling the 2 properties for 400 gold coins seemed a daunting task. He was apprehensive of Jason's warning that for every gold coin less, a life would be forfeit. Now, with Salin willing to offer a discount, he could swiftly turn a profit without the burden of compensating for losses. After dismissing the Red Swordsman, Salin, carrying the 4 pouches of coins and the 2 Imperial Bank receipts, made his way to Jason's magical laboratory. Master, leave it there. Should your magical prowess advance, you will require substantial funds. Request more when necessary, Jason instructed, declining Salin's money, indifferent to the modest sum. The previous night, he had merely been vexed by a petty merchant's audacity to offend a sorcerer's dignity, continuously lying to him. Thus, he had casually seized the opportunity to appropriate the estate of Zhangbu, compensating himself and Salin in the process. Chapter 3, The Principles of the Mage, Part 2. With a heart full of joy, Salin returned to his room, clutching his purse. He placed the purse and the deposit slip from the Imperial Bank into his chest, alongside the expired IOUs, documents, and his family crest. After stuffing the money into the chest, he felt it was inappropriate and took it out again, uncertain where to place it. After a brief struggle, Salin found himself chuckling at his own foolishness. With a teacher present, what thief would dare intrude upon this house? Reflecting on Jason's effortless display of magic at the city guard post, where spells flowed from his fingertips without incantation, Salin's excitement surged once more. If he could wield such power, who would dare to bully him? Magic, he mused, was the singular truth of this world. Those endowed with magical prowess transcended the confines of law. With this realization, Salin could no longer remain idle. He carelessly tossed the money onto his bed and made his way to the chamber housing the magical tomes. Gazing at the rows of bookshelves, impatience washed over him. He had little desire to sift through each tome one by one. Instead, he retreated to the shelf designated for Grade O spellbooks. Contrary to expectations, Grade O spells were not the most numerous. In fact, they were fewer than those of Grade I. Nevertheless, the compendium of Grade O spells boasted 4 volumes, each thick and unwieldy. Salin selected one and settled down against the bookshelf, beginning to leaf through its pages. Reading spells, illumination, combustion, detection of magic, detection of poison, and the intangible shield. As he perused the list, his head began to spin. Without a theoretical framework to support him, he found himself at a loss for how to choose what to learn. After a moment of idleness against the bookshelf, he recognized the absurdity of his situation. Even in his eagerness to enhance his strength, it was unwise to overreach. His teacher had advised him to study in order. Bypassing foundational knowledge could lead to future pitfalls. With this in mind, Salin returned the compendium of Grade O spells to its shelf and resolved to methodically study the fundamentals of magic. Magic is categorized into 6 elemental types, yet in practice, it is often classified by its applications: offensive, defensive, healing, alchemical, and potion-making. Beyond these 6 categories lies the summoning arts, a true rarity, having originated less than 10,000 years ago and fallen into decline over 5,000 years ago. The casting of a spell involves 3 stages: preparation, completion, and release. The preparation phase encompasses reciting incantations, gestures, element gathering, and magical resonance, all of which require the mage's mental fortitude for control. Through diligent practice, a mage can shorten the preparation time, muttering incantations silently and omitting gestures. The completion phase signifies that the spell is formed and ready for release. This phase can be extended, allowing the mage to maintain a prepared spell while simultaneously preparing a second spell for concentrated strikes. For example, after preparing a fireball spell, a mage can choose not to release it immediately but instead prepare a second fireball. When the second fireball is ready, both can be unleashed simultaneously. This technique is known as dual casting, a common method for mages to enhance their offensive capabilities. However, dual casting necessitates formidable mental strength if poorly controlled. Elemental chaos may ensue, resulting in severe harm to the mage. The release phase is not merely about unleashing the prepared spell. It involves target locking, elemental finalization, and time control. Each of these components relies entirely on mental acuity. Target locking is a fundamental skill. Without tracking capability, a mage is no different from an archer. Elemental finalization is crucial for managing magical expenditure. Lacking this ability, a mage's consumption remains at a maximum, potentially exhausting their magical reserves after casting just 2 level 1 spells, instead of the usual 12. Time control refers to the ability to maintain command over release spells, ensuring they are fully unleashed at the optimal moment. This skill is also known as secondary casting. Advanced mages adeptly master secondary casting to regulate the flow of combat. Furthermore, secondary casting is applied in the crafting of magical scrolls and alchemy. Only by mastering these abilities can one be deemed a competent mage. Salin learned that the fundamental attributes of a spell are not fixed. The casting time, range, and energy units are all variable. The duration of spell casting is measured in frames rather than seconds, with 1 frame equating to 1/60th of a second. Instantaneous casting is not 0 frames. Rather, it spans 2 frames. The colloquial term instant magic refers to the total time consumed from preparation through completion to release, amounting to 2 frames, 2/60ths of a second. No matter how powerful a mage may be, compressing this duration further is impossible. The illusion of 0 frames arises from dual casting, wherein the first completed spell is held back until the second spell is released. In truth, the release phase of the first spell coincides with the release phase of the second, demanding exceptional mental fortitude from the mage. Such a skill is termed advanced control. A perilous endeavor. As Salin continued to read, he gradually recognized his own ignorance, having previously believed magic to be solely a powerful offensive tool. He had not anticipated the complexity of the foundational knowledge required. Without diligent study, his future progress would be exceedingly arduous. Lacking this foundational understanding would not only restrict the mage's own capabilities but also hinder their ability to assess others' strengths. For instance, understanding the minimization and maximization of casting time, the conversion between casting range and attack power, and the relationship between energy units and elemental finalization are all essential. Advanced mages can swiftly calculate and predict the effects of their spells rather than leaving outcomes to chance. Control. The true power of magic lies in control. Salin patiently read on, beginning to learn mathematical concepts essential for calculating magical formulas, a skill critical for drawing magical circles. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Apart from eating and attending to nature's calls, Salin rarely ventured beyond his room. The deeper he delved into his studies, the more disheartened he became. His intellect and mental strength were exceptional, yet his affinity for the elements was lackluster. Even with an elemental affinity that merely met the average standard, he could still be an outstanding mage. Alas, his inadequacy in elemental affinity rendered him incapable of forming magical threads. Without these threads, all his efforts were merely castles in the air, mere theoretical exercises. A year had passed, and Salin remained at the standard of a level 1 apprentice, possessing the skills of a level 2. He had mastered 5 grade O spells: reading, poison detection, acid splash, flame combustion, and elemental integration. He had fundamentally grasped the meditation technique, allowing him to swiftly replenish lost magical elements. The reason for this efficiency lay in the scarcity of magical elements accumulated within him. Even through natural recovery, it required only 10 minutes of inactivity. What could 3 grade O spells accomplish? They were utterly ineffective. In combat, a small knife would have been far more practical. Nonetheless, after a year of nurturing, Salin's physical health had improved significantly. Though he still appeared frail, his strength had undeniably increased. The last provisions sent by the Red Swordsman had been consumed, prompting Salin to venture into the city once more. He no longer harbored the ridiculous aspirations of 6 months prior, exquisite garments, fashionable trends, or ostentatious carriages. To a mage, all of these pursuits seemed utterly foolish. Knowledge alone remained the sole pillar of a mage's strength. Donned in the ludicrous robe and adorned with the black boots that Jason had procured for him, Salin exchanged greetings with Jason before departing from the ancestral home. Jason provided him with 2 pouches of gold coins, totaling 100, alongside a list of items. The mage's experiments necessitated a considerable amount of low-level materials, and Jason's laboratory was nearly perpetually in operation. Within a year, his fundamental supplies had been substantially depleted. Sierra City, a port town, offered a plethora of items not available locally, with deliveries arriving within a week. This was also the reason Jason opted to linger here. It was a somewhat secluded locale where essential goods could still be procured. Upon returning to Sierra City, the dilapidated town appeared entirely transformed in Salin's eyes. The soldiers stationed at the gate stood at attention as soon as they spotted Salin on the main road. The gate guards were affiliated with the Lord's Manor, not the city guard, yet the lessons learned 6 months prior remained fresh in everyone's memory. The mage had unleashed a massacre, while the Lord acted as if nothing had transpired. That fearsome mage resided just outside the city, with a scion of the Metatlin family having become his apprentice. The expressions of the 2 soldiers were peculiar, a blend of envy, jealousy, and fear contorting into a sycophantic grin. "Young Master Metatlin, good morning." Salin nodded, unsure of how to respond. The soldiers of the Lord's Manor were far more courteous than those of the city guard. Previously, when he entered the city. They had never caused him distress. Back then, he was akin to an imperceptible wisp of air, devoid of any scent, as long as he refrained from provoking them. No one could see him. Young Master Metatlin? Had this been 6 months ago, Salin might have felt a swell of pride. However, after the events with the city guard, he had matured considerably. He understood that these individuals feared his teacher, terrified of the prospect of a 5th-level mage obliterating them. Walking towards the docks, Salin embraced the sunlight, traversing the main thoroughfare. At the docks, a lengthy street brimmed with various shops awaited him. The only equipment store in Sierra City resided here, and as Salin stepped inside, he nearly collided with a youth. The boy, roughly Salin's age, appeared startled and stumbled back, inadvertently colliding with Salin. Although merely an apprentice mage, Salin possessed mental acuity comparable to a true mage, allowing him to sense the boy's hand stealthily reaching for his coin pouch. Amused, Salin thought it ill-fated that he would encounter a thief so soon after venturing out. He gently pushed the boy's hand away, a spark igniting as he pressed down upon it. The boy felt a searing pain in his hand, akin to being branded with a hot iron. He looked up in astonishment and suddenly exclaimed, "Salin, is that you?" Chapter 4. The Art of Potion Making Part 1. The young boy called out Salin's name, retracting his hand. Daika. Salin recognized the boy across from him, feeling a touch of curiosity. Daika was someone Salin had met during his days of begging, also an orphan. At that time, both were destitute, equally frail and filthy. Today, their encounter revealed a complete transformation in Salin's demeanor, and Daika had similarly changed, showing no trace of the street urchin he once was. Daika chuckled awkwardly, aware of Salin's circumstances but having failed to recognize him at first. He wondered if Salin, now a student of magic, would still acknowledge a friend from his impoverished past. "Wait for me by the door," Salin said, patting Daika on the shoulder. He had grown taller than Daika over the past year. Daika felt a rush of warmth as he stepped outside, waiting in the shadows across the street. In Shilon City, there was no guild for adventurers, leaving the equipment shops rather desolate, as adventurers flocked to the southern borders of the empire, while even the northern coastal areas saw few pirates. Salin approached the counter and called out to the shopkeeper. The counter towered over him by more than a foot. The shopkeeper was dozing, slumped over it. Upon hearing a voice and not seeing anyone at first, he straightened up, finally noticing Salin, who was even shorter than the counter. "Ah, young Master Metatlin." The shopkeeper perked up at the sight of Salin. Salin waved his hand, signaling the shopkeeper to keep quiet. He handed over the list of items Jason had given him and asked, "How much deposit is required for these?" The shopkeeper scanned the list, his expression brightening. This was a lucrative transaction, worth at least 100 gold coins. While it might not be significant in a large city, in Shilon City, it was a rare opportunity. "Young Master Metatlin, please wait a moment," he said, retrieving an abacus and beginning to calculate. Seeing the shopkeeper busy with the prices, Salin decided to browse the shop. The equipment store was spacious, yet devoid of shelves. All merchandise was displayed in cabinets against the walls. The most striking items were 2 suits of armor at the entrance. These were full enclosed knight's armors, with polished crystals embedded even in the eye slots. Such armor was seldom worn anymore, as the knightly class had vanished during the 4th dynasty. Only the Holy See maintained a knightly order of 10,000, while the 4 great empires had abolished their knightly ranks. The 2 suits of armor were antiquated, the metal plates refurbished, appearing more like artifacts than functional gear. Salin admired the armor, placing his hand upon it. To his surprise, he could not penetrate its defenses with his mental energy. It seemed genuinely formidable, as even basic level 0 magic would struggle to breach the armor's protection. He understood that while this metallic armor offered better defense than ordinary leather armor, it was inferior to magical armor. Salin realized that his combat ability might be insufficient when facing a swordsman clad in such armor. If confronted by 2 soldiers, he would stand little chance. Feeling a mix of discouragement and excitement, he had already gauged the armor's defensive capabilities from his brief contact, contemplating what level of magic would be necessary to shatter it. Unfortunately, the prospect of becoming a fully fledged magician appeared distant. "Young Master Metatlin." The shopkeeper had completed his calculations and, beaming, announced, "The total comes to 180 gold coins. Would you be able to pay a deposit of 100 gold coins? My business is modest, and I cannot afford to wait." "Very well." Salin turned, tossing 2 full bags of coins onto the counter. "When can I collect the items?" "Next week at this time will suffice." "Do you require delivery?" "No need. My teacher prefers not to be disturbed." "Then please wait a moment while I prepare the receipt." The shopkeeper took the coins, and Salin casually inquired, "Can you order anything?" "Young Master Metatlin, I source my goods from Radiant Sun City. Anything available there can be ordered here. However, for special items, you would have to order from Holy Rock City, which takes much longer, perhaps a month." "Understood." Salin accepted the receipt and exited the equipment shop. "Daika." As he stepped outside, he waved to the other side of the street. Daika emerged from the shadows, and for a moment, neither knew what to say. "Shall we find a place to eat?" Salin suggested, feeling hungry. This time, he would not go to the Salin Whale. The two of them walked north along the dock, seeking a small eatery. It was still morning, and few patrons occupied the place. They settled by the window, and Salin ordered 2 bowls of fish noodle soup. With forks in hand, they silently consumed their meals. Once they had nearly finished, Salin set down his fork and asked, "Daika, how did you steal, right?" Daika also paused, contemplating before responding quietly. "Around this time last year, a band of thieves came to town. They took a group of children, and I was one of them. No one forced me. You know how it is for kids like us? We could starve on the streets at any moment." "A thieves' gang?" Salin frowned. The reputation of thieves was notorious, and if caught, most noble families would execute them without question. Daika noticed Salin's concern and reassured him, "It's all right. This gang doesn't commit violent crimes." Seeing Salin's confusion, he elaborated, "We only take things. We don't kill. We usually rely on deception. When things go awry, we simply vanish, and rarely does anyone pursue us." "That's not a sustainable path," Salin interjected. "The life of a thief rarely ended well. Even if one became a skilled thief and accumulated wealth, it was difficult to exit the game unscathed. I have no choice. It's too late for me to back out now," Daika murmured, glancing toward the door as he spoke. "How will I find you in the future? It's easy to reach me. Why not come back to the hideout and meet my leader?" Salin's expression suddenly hardened, his brows knitting together in a sharp glare at Daika. "Is this your leader's intention? Don't bother explaining. Return and tell him that if he wishes to survive long term, he should not set his sights on me." A chill ran through Daika. Salin's gaze was as piercing as a sword, and he instinctively reached for the dagger in his boot. However, the slightest movement caused a jolt of pain in his hand, reminding him of Salin's identity. "Salin, I have no choice in this matter. In fact, during winter, my leader instructed me to seek you out. I have no interest in the thieves' gang, and if my teacher finds out about this, I won't be able to protect you. Daika, take care of yourself." After saying this, Salin placed a gold coin on the table and left without looking back. Daika sat there, dazed. Salin was no longer the simple child he once knew. He had discerned his vague suggestion with clarity. Was this the power of magic? As Salin stepped outside, the wind greeted him, easing the pent-up tension within him. A thief, daring to associate with a magician. His teacher barely acknowledged the city lord. If this person failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, it would be best to find a way to eliminate him to avoid endangering Daika. In Salin City, Daika was his only remaining friend. Unbeknownst to Salin, after the events of 6 months prior, he had become resolute and unusually sensitive to danger. Jason had not offered him any excessive guidance. They simply read together, cooked together, and shared meals. Through this subtle influence, Salin's demeanor had entirely transformed. Upon reaching the grain store, he placed an order and paid in gold coins, securing enough provisions to last half a year before leaving Salin City with a sense of disillusionment. He had fantasized numerous times about living lavishly in the city once he had money, dressed finely, riding splendid horses, and enjoying fine wines and music. Yet, upon acquiring real wealth, he realized how naive those thoughts had been. Gathering clouds loomed on the horizon, prompting Salin to quicken his pace. Summer rains in Salin City were often unpredictable. Upon returning to his ancestral home, Salin sought out Jason to inform him of the delivery date. Jason suddenly inquired, "Salin, how long have I been here?" "A year and 6 days. Next week, you shall retrieve the goods. Take this with you." Jason handed a large leather pouch to Salin and added, "From next week onwards, on the first day of every week, you shall accompany me in my magical experiments." "Teacher, from this day forth, you are officially my student," Jason proclaimed. Salin's heart surged with excitement. Jason had never permitted him to observe experiments, and he had never anticipated receiving direct guidance from his mentor. He had not expected this day to arrive so swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, during this trip to the city, Jason had been trailing him from a distance. Even overhearing his conversation with Daika, Salin had successfully passed this trial. Had his exchange with Daika faltered, Jason would have had no choice but to abandon him. Nurturing a student requires not only effort but also emotional investment. As for Salin's elemental affinity, that was a matter to be addressed gradually in the future. Jason smiled at his pupil, retrieved a small vial, and handed it to Salin, saying, "Inside this potion, you shall take 1 pill daily to enhance your constitution. Once it is exhausted, do not hesitate to ask for more." Salin caressed the palm-sized porcelain vial, at a loss for words to convey his feelings. "Go read. I hope you will continue to strive diligently," Jason encouraged. "Indeed, teacher." Salin internally rejoiced as he returned to his chamber, removed his boots, changed out of his robe, and tossed the remaining gold coins onto the table, finally catching his breath. With Jason's approval, Salin intensified his efforts. On the first day of each week, he assisted Jason in the magic lab, where Jason elucidated the magical principles behind their experiments. On the 5th day of each week, he ventured into the city to place orders and retrieve the experimental materials he had requested the previous week. During the remaining days, he immersed himself in books. Whenever he encountered incomprehensible content, he would raise it on Mondays, and Jason would elucidate his doubts. He cast aside thoughts of Daika. The emergence of a hidden thieves' guild in Salin City was a concern for the lord of the city to address. Salin had accepted the notion presented in his text that wizards exist apart from the mundane world. They should refrain from interfering in the lives of ordinary folk unless employed to do so. After another 6 months, Salin mastered his 6th level magic, the magic alarm. This was a boundary spell that, upon casting, could last for 2 hours. Depending on how it was cast, the resulting magic alarm could be either audible or silent. The audible alarm served as a protective measure for teams, audible to all. In contrast, the silent alarm could only be perceived by the caster, leaving the touch magic unaware of its existence. Chapter 4. The Art of Alchemical Potions, Part 2. Salin's progress was hindered by 2 primary factors. Firstly, his elemental affinity remained unimproved. Despite consuming the pills provided by Jason daily, he struggled to perceive the elements clearly. Secondly, Salin had adopted a methodical approach to learning magic, insisting on mastering each spell to its fullest before advancing to the next. Consequently, he had reached a level of proficiency in secondary casting, as well as a firm grasp of Tier 2 spells. Presently, he could execute 4 level 0 spells in succession, whether individually, simultaneously, or in a sequential manner, wherein the last 3 spells were effectively instantaneous. Given his innate limitations, Salin resolved to compensate through technical diligence. He firmly believed that once he formed a magical chord, he would transcend into the realm of a perfect sorcerer. Through 6 months of rigorous practice, Salin gradually discerned that Jason, despite his youthful appearance, was indeed 35 years old. A level 5 magician at this age was exceedingly rare within the Chinian Empire. Jason not only possessed exceptional talent, but also hailed from a distinguished magical lineage. His mentor was a 9th level magician. Jason departed from the Chinian Empire due to reaching a bottleneck in his training, on the verge of ascending to level 6. During the transition from level 5 to level 6, a magician develops their unique style, which must reach a pinnacle for a flawless evolution of the magical chord at level 7. Jason's confidence led him to venture away from the guidance of his mentor, aspiring to become a singular sorcerer. Salin was fortunate. Most magicians lack the means to provide such an abundance of magical tomes. Even those who possessed them often found it impractical to transport them to Salin City, as this required potent spatial artifacts. Ordinary spatial tools could only accommodate a few cubic feet, far too limited for the vast collection of books. As fate would have it, Jason arrived in Salin City just as Salin was on the brink of starvation. Salin's relentless dedication to learning resonated well with Jason's temperament, and his intelligence ultimately persuaded Jason, after a year of assessment, to formally mentor him. Typically, a magical apprentice would only receive guidance after reaching the 6th level apprentice threshold. However, Salin achieved the 2nd level apprentice standard within a year. Most other magicians would have given up on him, as the transition from 1st to 3rd level apprentices was deemed the simplest. A typical individual would certainly advance to the 4th level apprentice stage by the 2nd year. Having finally completed his study of the fundamentals of magic, Salin encountered more complex subjects, such as the principles of magic, which required comprehension beyond mere memorization. He began to face choices. The understanding of magical principles necessitated gradual insight along with Jason's mentorship. In addition to practicing new spells, he sought to expand his knowledge in various fields, including alchemy, potion making, magical arrays, and summoning arts. Salin ultimately dismissed summoning magic due to its inherent instability. The creatures summoned could vary dramatically. It was said that during the 2nd dynasty, magicians could summon specific beings at will, but for reasons unknown, this transformed into random summoning by the time of the 3rd dynasty, 5,000 years ago. Salin had no desire to inadvertently summon a mere herbivorous rabbit or, worse yet, a fly during combat. He also abandoned the study of magical arrays, as mastering them required significant elemental affinity, a domain in which he lacked. The magical elements within him were insufficient to even sketch a level 0 magical array. Between alchemy and potion making, Salin ultimately opted for the latter. While alchemy might yield lucrative returns, its practical benefits in combat were limited. Having grasped the significance of strength, Salin had delineated a clear objective for his studies: to grow stronger and more formidable. Potion making, undoubtedly, offered him the most utility, allowing the creation of supportive elixirs from inexpensive materials. As long as one possessed sufficient mental acuity to accurately control the potion's formulation, the chances of failure would diminish. With his direction firmly established, Salin embarked on a demanding learning journey. The materials required for potion making numbered in the tens of thousands, predominantly comprising plants, with around 10% being minerals. The rarest materials were biological, such as the blood, fur, and horns of magical beasts. Salin requested a set of alchemical equipment from Jason and established a modest laboratory in his bedroom. His ancestral home, a noble structure with a fortress-like design, could withstand the explosive outcomes of his experiments. Due to his ability to cast the reading spell 4 times consecutively, Salin's learning accelerated. He memorized thousands of charts within 3 months, foregoing sleep and relying solely on meditation to restore his energy. After mastering the material charts, Salin began to search for rare potion recipes beyond the standard formulations. One day, as Salin sat on the floor, leaning against the bookshelf while perusing a tome titled An Overview of Magical Potions, he suddenly felt a tremor above him. Raising his gaze, he was struck by a large book that fell directly onto his nose, causing blood to spurt forth. Unfamiliar with the spell Invisible Shield, and having read for an extended period, his concentration waned. Although he sensed the impending danger, evasion was impossible. Gasping, Salin clutched his nose while rummaging through his pocket for a hemostatic potion. The impact was severe. The tome likely weighed over 10 pounds. And he feared his nasal bone had nearly fractured. After applying the hemostatic potion, a buzzing sensation enveloped his mind, and his vision blurred. Could this be the concussion described in pathology? He hoped he hadn't rendered himself foolish. Lifting the hefty book, he held it with both hands, feeling its substantial weight. The tome was nearly square, measuring 1 foot in width and half a foot in thickness. Its black cover bore no inscription, adorned only with intricate dark golden patterns. Salin, familiar with magical motifs, found the design on the cover unfamiliar, unable to pinpoint its era. Upon opening the thick cover, he discovered the title page inscribed in Mel's language, Absurd Magical Potions. Salin was captivated by the title. Potion making adhered to rigorous scientific standards, from principles to practices, achieving a commendable level of perfection. To label the discipline as absurd was, in itself, a preposterous assertion. Turning to the first page, he encountered a handwritten preface in courtly script. However, upon scanning for an author's signature, he found none and thus commenced reading from the beginning. The author promptly dismissed the established structure of potion making, asserting it to be a field rife with experiential fallacies. Only through incessant experimentation could the discipline advance, otherwise it would descend into a deadlock. As Salin continued reading, he felt the author was speaking nonsense, seeking attention. With a history spanning thousands of years, potion making predated the inception of magic itself. This author must surely have lost their wits. Yet, as he read on, he grew increasingly astonished. The author astutely identified logical errors within the realm of potion making. The author contended that even the purest minerals could not correspond to a single element. Herbal and animal materials were even more complex. The magical potions illustrated in the formulation charts were merely the most rudimentary concoctions, lacking a perfect structure. The purported purification methods within potion making were grossly erroneous. True potion science should pivot towards analytical examination, identifying the structures of potion materials through magical detection, thereby achieving the most flawless formulas through rigorous experimentation. Salin discovered that the same material could exhibit subtle differences based on its origin, and a true potion master should possess the ability to discern these variations. As he delved deeper into the text, he recognized that the author was not only a genius in potion making, but also possessed formidable mastery of magic itself. In the section concerning elemental condensation potions, the author highlighted the flaws in such concoctions while citing 3 spells as examples. How these 3 spells can be harmoniously integrated with genuine potions, and how to mitigate the damage inflicted by the potions remains an enigma. Salin had never encountered these 3 spells before, despite their classification as advanced magic. He diligently committed them to memory using his reading technique, reserving them for future verification. However, the formulas provided by the author caused him considerable distress, as they encompassed a staggering 600 basic materials. Among these, over 50 offered alternatives, with most materials meticulously detailing their properties and analytical proportions. Resolutely, Salin flipped to the front of the book and began to memorize everything from the beginning. He toiled from afternoon until dusk, and upon reaching the final page, his eyelids twitched. The last facing page was inscribed in the language of magic, the script so minuscule it was nearly indecipherable, and the entire text was rendered in a vivid red, as if it were issuing a dire warning. Salin was momentarily paralyzed by the minuscule title that sent shivers down his spine, the formula for the magic string potion. In this world, 9 out of 10 individuals can become magical apprentices, yet among 100 magical apprentices, only 1 or 2 can ascend to the rank of a formal magician. The formation of the magic string is notoriously arduous. Astonishingly, the author of this tome had provided a potion formula that could assist magical apprentices in forming their magic string. Salin initially suspected that his thirst for knowledge had induced a mirage. He carefully re-examined the text to confirm he had not erred. Indeed, the formula was specifically designed for the magic string, and regardless of the apprentice's level, consuming this potion would enable immediate formation of the magic string. Salin's hands trembled. His breath became labored, and his nose threatened to bleed. It felt akin to enduring starvation for half a month, only to suddenly behold a loaf of bread wafting with enticing aromas. Stealthily, Salin tucked the book titled Absurd Magical Potions under his arm and returned to his chamber. Contemplating the implications, he found this extraordinary formula somewhat implausible. If the magic string could be generated in such a manner, why had no magician comprehended this over the course of millennia? He cast a detection spell upon the facing page, and indeed, beneath the red text, a layer of golden script emerged. Salin read each word, breaking into a cold sweat. This golden text contained the true formula for the magic string. If one were to concoct the potion according to the red script and consume it, even a 9th-level magical beast could be fatally poisoned. Was the author jesting? Perhaps such individuals, possessing a morbid sense of humor, were so despised in life that they chose to remain anonymous in their writings. Chapter 5, The Arcane Elixir, Part 1. The golden text meticulously details the formula for the arcane elixir, comprising a total of 72 fundamental materials, each accompanied by a comprehensive description of its properties. At the conclusion of the recipe, the author leaves a cautionary note that arouses Salin's wariness. The arcane elixir possesses the capability to transform the bodies of magical apprentices, creating unique arcane strings. However, this unnatural method may exact an unpredictable toll on the apprentices. The author warns anyone who reads this passage, what you sacrifice will surpass what you gain. What you sacrifice will surpass what you gain. The notion of an unpredictable cost unsettles Salin. He holds a profound admiration for the book's author and cannot overlook the warning left behind. What kind of price might he pay? Death? Unlikely. Any magical potion that poses a danger to the user would typically be accompanied by detailed annotations in the recipe, indicating restrictions such as the elderly being unable to consume it, low-level mages being ineligible, or those with heart conditions being forbidden from use, among other stipulations. Furthermore, potential side effects of the potion would also be duly noted. If not death, then what could be such a grave cost that it could equate to the creation of arcane strings? Salin finds himself perplexed. Aside from death, what other consequence could be so severe? He closes the book, silently reciting the names of the 72 materials and estimating their approximate costs. The least expensive material costs only 1 silver coin, while the most expensive is merely 200 gold coins, suggesting that he would need around 1,000 gold coins to procure the materials for a single batch of the arcane elixir. Currently, Salin possesses insufficient gold for even 3 batches of the potion. The recipe does not specify the success rate of the arcane elixir, but based on common sense, its success rate would likely be quite low, perhaps not exceeding 10%. The success of brewing magical potions is not merely a matter of luck. It chiefly relies on experience and mental fortitude. While Salin's mental acuity is ample, his experience is notably limited. He has only studied potion making for 3 months, and even the simplest potions he can create have a success rate of only around 50%. For materials costing a single gold coin, he can accept failure. However, the arcane elixir is different. One failure would result in a loss of 1,000 gold coins. Since discovering this formula, Salin has never considered giving up. He cannot forget his days of poverty, nor can he erase the memory of his near-fatal experience in captivity. Had Jason not come to his aid, he might have perished in that prison. Yet, Jason would not always be there to rescue him. To truly live, he must possess his own strength. Becoming a genuine mage is the only means Salin knows to achieve that. However, he cannot afford to squander resources indiscriminately. Jason does not provide him with pocket money. So if he wishes to acquire the potion materials, he must find a way to earn gold. Where could he possibly earn money? A band of thieves, Daika. Salin's eyes glimmered with realization. That was the answer. Thieves require various potions to facilitate their activities. Reputable shops do not sell dangerous elixirs. So to obtain the magical potions that thieves need, he must enlist the aid of a mage familiar with their ways. Salin smiled. It seems that knowing a thief is not without its advantages. After a week, upon entering the city, Salin left a message with the owner of an equipment shop, requesting to find someone named Daika. Half a month later, he made contact with the young thief. This time, Daika asked no questions, but simply awaited Salin's intent. One cannot jest with a mage. During their previous encounter, Salin's message had reached the thief leader, who promptly abandoned any attempts to recruit Salin. I have magical potions for sale, Salin stated directly. Very well, I shall accept, Daika replied without hesitation. I do not trust your leader. Is there a way to eliminate him? Salin's second statement startled Daika. Absolutely not. There are over 20 of them, Daika exclaimed in alarm. Last time, you mentioned a secret chamber. I researched and found that it is an ancient custom in your line of work. I surmise that you gather together at the end of each week. I possess a poison that will ensure death upon contact. I shall give you 1 week to consider. If you agree, you will become the thief leader of Siren City. With a large leather sack in tow, Salin left with a smile. Could Daika afford to reject his proposal? If he did, he would have to report Salin's words to his leader, potentially incurring the wrath of a mage. Daika indeed dared not refuse Salin's suggestion. A month later, the city guards discovered the bodies of the thieves in the secret chamber. A total of 24 individuals had succumbed to the lethal poison. This was Salin's first experience with death, though he did not commit the act himself. It was his poison that caused it. The forged formula for the arcane elixir proved effective. Those affected died instantly. Salin was internally alarmed. Realizing that he must remain vigilant against such methods in the future, one misstep could cost him his life. With the external thieves dealt with, Daika swiftly organized the local young thieves. Salin's magical elixirs found a stable market, and his gold steadily increased. Within a year, Salin had amassed 3,000 gold coins. The local market in Siren City was not particularly vast, but Daika was astute. Salin's potions were custom-made to meet the needs of thieves. Aside from the portion he used for himself, most of them were sold elsewhere. Within just 6 months, he established a stable sales channel. And nearby thief factions became aware that Siren City offered unique potions, from which Daika also profited. Having accumulated over 5,000 gold coins, Salin's proficiency in potion-making advanced remarkably. He reached the level of a third-tier magical apprentice, capable of consecutively casting 5 zero-level spells and mastering 7 zero-level spells. Reading, detect poison, acid splash, flame burst, alarm, and magic detection. With proper care, Salin's physique also strengthened considerably. Though he still appeared somewhat frail, he could now carry a 100-pound sack with ease. Every week, he ventured into the city to procure supplies, with Jason always ensuring that the large sack was filled to the brim. As his plan gradually approached its final stages, Salin had gathered the materials for 3 batches of the arcane elixir. Inherited shrewdness from his merchant lineage prevented him from spending all his gold. What if he succeeded in the first few attempts? In the first week of June, the weather was stifling, and beads of sweat clung to the skin. Salin had just turned 15 and resolved to begin crafting the arcane elixir. A sense of unease washed over him. He even considered kneeling in prayer, though he possessed no faith. Despite the clerics of the Holy See insisting that divine favor would not show bias, Salin, at his core, was skeptical. Convincing the Skashinians to become believers would be easier than persuading the Chinese people to relinquish their pride. Salin retrieved his box from under the bed and unearthed his family crest. Most of his father's belongings had been sold, but this remained by his side. The black metallic crest, shield-shaped, palm-sized, and significantly heavy, bore dark green magical patterns symbolizing the family's uniqueness, crafted by a great mage. Anyone attempting to replicate this crest would be challenging the dignity of a mage. Salin only comprehended this significance after following Jason. The crest possessed a thickness akin to a thumb, and at its center lay a lightning-shaped deep groove. This groove disrupted the integrity of the magical patterns, leaving Salin unable to deduce the identity of the mage who originally designed the crest. Once, a great mage had served the Metatlin family. What an honor that was. "Father, may you bless me to become a powerful mage as well," Salin murmured, tracing the crest with his fingers, feeling the uneven secret patterns atop it, which were another set of magical designs, also marred by the lightning-shaped groove at the center. Suddenly, Salin noticed a flicker of azure light glimmering within the lightning-shaped groove. He rubbed his eyes, but that fleeting blue hue vanished. What could this be? Could it be a magical mark? His own family had already fallen into such decline. Even if there had once been a magical mark, it must have long since faded away. Salin felt a twinge of unease. The more he read, the more he comprehended the vast and profound world of magic. Likewise, it was a realm fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation, to a fate from which there was no return. Instinctively, Salin cast a magic detection spell upon the badge. A hazy light enveloped the emblem in his grasp, as if time itself had momentarily halted. To his horror, Salin realized that the magic detection skill had abruptly ceased, akin to a person plummeting from a cliff, suspended in midair just before the fall. This pause was so fleeting it scarcely registered as a frame of time. Had Salin not begun to master the principles of instantaneous magic, his keen mental acuity would have entirely missed this interruption. Then, the magical light surrounding the badge was absorbed into it in an even shorter span of time, the elemental power surging wildly toward the lightning-shaped deep scar at its center. The elemental force invoked by an O-level spell was woefully inadequate for such absorption. Salin felt his hand, which clutched the badge, turn as cold as ice, as the elemental power, mental energy, and vital essence within him were drawn away in that instant. His body became a mere shell, devoid of life. His eyes lost their luster, vitality extinguished, and his heart ceased to beat. Salin felt himself sinking into darkness, surrounded by nothingness, devoid of color, sound, or taste, an utter void. As if all memories from birth to 15 had simply evaporated. Is this death? The solitary thought that remained was the purest response of life in the face of mortality. Salin's body toppled backward, crashing to the floor. Within the center of the badge, amidst the lightning-shaped scar, the blue light re-emerged. A subtle spark of electricity coursing into Salin's body, racing toward his heart. Though his heart had stopped, it was suddenly jolted into a fierce rhythm by the electric current. blood being violently propelled throughout his body. Bang, bang, bang. Salin's body came back to life, his senses returning as the surrounding void dissipated. He sprang from the floor with such force that he nearly collided with the ceiling before crashing down heavily. The impact caused blood, purple and lace. Chapter 5, The Magic String Potion, Part 2. The passage of time became agonizingly slow, each minute stretching into what felt like an entire day. This torment persisted for a full 24 hours. And it was only when darkness fell once more that Salin regained control over his body. He felt as if his vocal cords no longer belonged to him. The pain had not entirely faded. Struggling, he released his grip and cast aside the terrifying insignia. Magic artifact! Magic artifact! Salin's mind screamed. This cursed insignia must surely be a magic artifact. Just moments ago, he had felt as though he were being consumed, his very soul threatened with digestion. What is a magic artifact? During the era of the First Dynasty, 30,000 years ago, humanity was a formidable race capable of tearing through the fabric of space, traversing dimensions and capturing demons for domestication. Some demons proved too unruly to tame and were instead forged into magical tools. Such tools, crafted from powerful demons, were known as magic artifacts. Though they were originally mere playthings, merely a millennium later, humanity had fallen from grace, losing its once great power. These magical tools became treasures, hoarded by mighty sorcerers who could still enslave the souls of the demons within. By the time of the Fourth Dynasty, over 1,000 years ago, only the most powerful ninth-tier sorcerers could command the souls of demons trapped within magic artifacts. These artifacts became synonymous with terror. Sorcerers below the 7th tier were utterly incapable of resisting their power. These defiant demons, even in the form of mere souls, refused to forge contracts with humans. The hallmark of a magic artifact was its insatiable hunger, devouring one after another. But wait, if this insignia were truly a magic artifact, then I would likely have lost my body entirely by now. Salin examined his limbs. Flesh and blood were still present, a very real existence. Shaken, he regained a semblance of clarity and soon realized he had become somewhat paranoid. If it were indeed a magic artifact, even a teacher could not withstand its influence, let alone someone like him who had lost the ability to resist and yet somehow survived. What else could it be if not a magic artifact? Salin propped himself up to assess his condition. Everything seemed satisfactory, albeit he felt exceedingly weak, and the magical elements within him appeared to have slightly increased. There truly was a slight increase. Although the additional elements were pitifully scarce, for someone like Salin who cherished every fragment of elemental power, even a mere tenth of an elemental unit was perceptible. His mental strength had also grown significantly, originally formidable. It was noted by Jason that even upon becoming a true sorcerer, Salin's mental fortitude would suffice. Now, his mental power had become much purer and more concentrated, even showing signs of a breakthrough. Ignoring his weakness, Salin quickly crawled to the floor and retrieved the discarded insignia. The lightning-shaped mark contained nothing. That blue hue had vanished. As he touched the insignia, he hesitated to cast a magical detection spell again. The previous experience had been excruciating, even though Salin had endured much torment in his childhood. This particular agony was nearly unbearable. Habits are hard to break, and after years of comfort, his tolerance had diminished. Should he show it to his teacher? No. If the teacher were to suffer the same fate as he had, that would be. Salin imagined Jason lying powerless on the floor, enduring various negative effects, and couldn't help but chuckle. Never mind, he would study it slowly. At least he knew to avoid casting magic directly at it. In the following month, Salin faced 3 failures, exhausting 3,000 gold coins worth of magic string potion materials, leaving behind a pile of waste. This setback struck him hard, for his once cherished mental strength had proven insufficient, making it difficult to manage the materials for the magic string potion effectively. What to do about the lack of mental power? Salin recalled his family insignia. He retrieved it from the box and rubbed it in his palm. Perhaps this would be the key. If it truly could enhance his mental power, the suffering would be worth it. This time, Salin was more cautious. He wished to experiment, to discern the specific conditions under which the insignia would yield its effects. He placed the insignia on the floor and, standing 3 meters away, unleashed a magical detection spell. A hazy magical light enveloped the dark insignia, pausing momentarily before being swiftly drawn into the lightning-shaped mark. Is it over? Nothing emerged. Salin moved the insignia closer, reducing the distance to 2 meters, and repeated the experiment, still yielding no results. Finally, he donned a pair of gloves and continued his trials. Ultimately, Salin concluded that as long as there was no skin contact, the insignia remained quite safe. It seemed he could carry it with him without issue, alleviating his concerns. Otherwise, he would have to keep it stowed away in the box. Salin embarked on a grueling regimen, subjecting himself to the insignia's peculiar effects from Tuesday to Thursday, enduring 24 hours of torment each time. His mental power indeed increased significantly, and 3 months later, he experienced a breakthrough. He had previously been able to sustain 5 consecutive uses of level 0 magic. Now, under precise control of his mental power, he could release 7 level 0 spells. The slow-growing magical elements had still only reached the standard of a third-tier apprentice, but Salin learned to conserve them, elevating his magical release capability to that of a fourth-tier apprentice. His physical transformation was also markedly evident. While he still appeared somewhat frail, his stamina had improved, and his resilience against various negative states had strengthened immensely. Most importantly, the duration of his loss of control after using the insignia had been reduced to a mere 6 hours. During these 6 hours, Salin no longer suffered in silence. Aside from being unable to move, he could utilize this time for contemplation, recalling the books he had read and reviewing magical knowledge. Having endured the most challenging days, Salin grew increasingly confident. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor underwent a fundamental transformation. Gone were the signs of panic, hesitation, and fear. His smile became more frequent, emanating from a place of genuine inner joy. Salin resolved to continue his training diligently, believing that with perseverance, he would eventually attain immunity to all negative magical states. Perhaps the only aspect that remained unchanged was Salin's obsession with gold coins. He devoted all his remaining time to concocting magical potions for sale to Daika, amassing over 3,000 coins in the past 3 months. Unfortunately, progress was stymied. Daika was overwhelmed, and the consumption capacity of Salin City was limited. After assuming the position of the bandit leader, he found himself with only local young thieves at his disposal, incapable of undertaking large-scale heists. Selling excess potions to external bandits required prior accumulation, and Daika lacked sufficient liquid capital. He was too timid to extend credit to Salin, let alone demand advance payments from outside bandits. He lacked the necessary influence. Salin understood that even with over 3,000 coins, he might not be able to create the magic string potion. His worries over gold persisted, yet life continued to unfold day by day. It was the weekend again, and he needed to venture into the city to procure experimental materials for Jason, while also bringing back last week's orders. The weather on this particular weekend was severe. The wind had lessened, but the rain fell coldly, rust-colored clouds shrouding the harbor of Salin City. 2 elegantly dressed swordsmen sought shelter under an awning, gazing into the distance. They wore no armor, merely short swords hung at their waists. Each bore a leaf-shaped insignia embroidered on their chests, signifying their close association with the lord of the city. The 2 swordsmen were of similar stature, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted, tall and imposing. "Captain, do you think that lad will not come?" the red-haired swordsman asked anxiously. Watching the rain grow heavier. "He will come, Chris. For 3 years, he has appeared at this time, rain or shine," the blond swordsman replied, resting his hand on his short sword, patiently observing the cobbled street beyond the awning. The rain, driven by the wind, could not approach his body. The red-headed Chris had no choice but to retreat inwardly, pondering when he might cultivate sword energy like the captain. The cobblestone path, long neglected, began to accumulate water. Raindrops fell like curtains, splashing and forming a mist upon the ground. In such weather, few ventured outdoors. Autumn had arrived, and the city of Salin was growing increasingly cold. The golden swordsman, with piercing eyes, penetrated the veil of rain and noticed, at the end of the road, a frail young boy ambling leisurely towards him. The boy bore no umbrella and donned a comically oversized robe, a massive leather sack slung across his back. Rain cascaded down, bouncing off his form, leaving even his boots remarkably dry and untouched by the water. As the boy approached, his features became clearer. His hair and eyes were chestnut brown, with a slightly prominent nose that rendered his deep-set eyes reminiscent of southern nobility. His brows were relaxed, seemingly indifferent to the wretched weather, and a small leather pouch dangled from his slender fingers. This was a standard pouch for coins, capable of holding 50 gold pieces, which he swung lightly as he walked. Given the port's poor security, he would have attracted the attention of thieves had it not been raining. Salin the Mage. The golden swordsman greeted warmly, waving at the boy. Salin merely curled the corners of his mouth, pretending not to hear, and continued trudging through the rain. While he was indeed named Salin, he was no mage, but merely a level 3 magic apprentice. The golden swordsman felt a tinge of embarrassment. He could not refer to the boy as Salin the apprentice, for such a title was decidedly disrespectful, especially considering the Viscount had advised him to be courteous. It was quite a conundrum. "Master Metatlin." The golden swordsman raised his voice, as the boy had already passed him, now merely a silhouette in the rain. "Salin, Salin," he called out, watching the boy's figure recede into the distance, and reluctantly quickened his pace to follow. Chris, with a sense of resignation, dashed into the rain. The downpour instantly soaked his splendid attire, leaving only his tightly laced boots somewhat dry. What a chilling rain. Chris shivered involuntarily. Chapter 6. The Invitation from the Count of Guge, Part 1. I am Salin. May I ask what the matter is? Salin halted his steps and turned around. The two swordsmen from Zue Lu Wang towered over him. Yet he met their gaze with neither deference nor arrogance, exuding an air of confidence that suggested they were the ones bowing to him. An invisible shield seemed to envelop him, parting the rain above, creating a curtain of water. This was the 8th level magic he had mastered, the invisible shield. Speaking in the rain is inconvenient. Please follow me, said the golden swordsman. Aware of Chris's disheveled state and the repeated instructions from the Count to show respect to this young boy, Salin nodded slightly, indicating for him to lead the way. Having changed his circumstances, Salin was no longer the orphan of 3 years prior. His demeanor had evolved accordingly. Although a mere apprentice magician might lack combat prowess, he was supported by a 5th-level magician. No faction in Shilon City would dare to act unfavorably towards Salin. After all, Jason had extracted him from prison, and the Count had not dared to protest. The golden swordsman felt a sense of difficulty in dealing with Salin's composed demeanor. The Count had previously been rebuffed by a magician, and it seemed this young boy might be just as challenging. Approaching a quiet tavern, Chris shook the rain from his hair and summoned a server. 2 servings of Lylon, and a glass of water for Master Salin, he ordered. Salin and the golden swordsman sat across from each other, his enormous leather satchel left untouched, merely securing his coin pouch to his waist. The golden swordsman was acutely aware of weight, and the satchel on Salin's back must have contained at least 100 pounds, despite his still developing physique. He carried it with apparent ease. This physique could only belong to a swordsman, not a magician. A magician's apprentice with such a robust build? The golden swordsman began to reassess Salin. It was evident that magicians were indeed mysterious and formidable figures. 3 years ago, this child had been on the brink of starvation. What strength could he possibly possess? The server delivered the drinks, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Upon entering, he had noticed the young boy's robes, and upon hearing Chris address him as master, he felt even less inclined to disturb them. Chris slipped him a silver coin, saying, "Close the door behind you. Go to the back. No one is to disturb you. You are not to come out." Even without the rain, this tavern would not see many patrons. Moreover, these 2 swordsmen belonged to the Lord's estate, and even the owner would not dare to oppose them. The server hastily secured the door and retreated to the back. Salin lifted his cup and cast an O-level magic spell for poison detection. The water was undoubtedly safe. He merely practiced his magic, as his meager magical energy was insufficient for combat. Besides, he had sold highly toxic magical potions in Shilon City. If he were to be poisoned by his own concoctions, he would be the most pitiful magician in existence. "Master Salin, the Count of Gyuj has sent us to invite you," the golden swordsman declared, his words feeling somewhat out of place. He had intercepted Salin on the road. If it were truly an invitation, it should have been extended outside the city. Salin smiled, unperturbed by the swordsman's words. His residence was now largely abandoned, as few dared to approach it. His mentor forbade it, and even the Lord avoided it. "I have little time. I must return before dark." "Please speak plainly," Salin replied, taking a sip of water and narrowing his eyes. The Count of Gyuj, Frainer, was the lord of Shilon City. The Frainer family had long held dominion here, but as the city declined, so too did their fortunes. From a second-tier earl to a first-tier count, they had lost vast tracts of land. Even the emperor could not be bothered to regard any proclamations from Shilon City. The area had become devoid of resources, abandoned by adventurers and merchants alike. Salin's mentor, Jason Stanson, was the first magician to reside in Shilon City in 2 centuries. And as a 5th-level magician, he was on the verge of ascending to a 6th level, which would allow him to construct a magical tower. Upon Jason's arrival, the Count had expressed a desire to recruit him, but Jason had swiftly rebuffed the Count's advances, leading to a cessation of further attempts. The first rejection had been a mere dismissal. The next might well be a violent confrontation. 3 years had elapsed, and now the Count sought Salin. What good could come of this? Salin contemplated, keeping his gaze steady. "Master Salin, the Count wishes to invite you to the Mid-Autumn Festival at the sea." The golden swordsman continued, sipping his Lylon, warmth spreading through him. Chris, drying his hair with a towel, awaited Salin's response. "Is that all?" Salin felt a twinge of disappointment. While this invitation was indeed significant, he had hoped for a sum of several hundred gold coins. He was in dire need of funds, as Daika's capacity to receive goods had reached its limit. No matter how desperate he was, he could not extract water from stone. The Mid-Autumn Festival was a day of considerable importance in northern Skokinia, with coastal cities hosting celebrations to honor the bounty of the sea. It was the only remnant of the nature goddess's fall, a commemoration for the people of Melsta 6. This festival was a day for common folk, yet it also served as an occasion for nobles to flaunt their status. Aware that he could not summon Jason, the Count had turned his attention to Salin. The presence of a magician at the event would certainly be a point of pride. Despite his youth, Salin could perceive this calculation. "The Count wishes for you to dress formally as a sign of gratitude," the golden swordsman stated, unconsciously employing formal language. Salin's demeanor left him bewildered. This 15 or 16-year-old boy displayed no visible reaction. The swordsman hesitantly produced a gift, placing it on the table before Salin. Formally, Salin glanced at his robes. Finding no fault, the golden swordsman presented a small box, which Salin opened casually, his eyes widening in surprise. Inside lay 10 neatly arranged magical cores, each the size of a thumb, shimmering in the tavern's dim light. Beneath the cores were several deposit slips from the Imperial Bank, likely amounting to 1,000 gold coins. Salin's heart raced uncontrollably. The cores might be third tier, worth over 150 gold coins each, and the slips probably contained 4 or 5,000. This was a substantial fortune. To attend a celebration and hire a magician's apprentice, one would not need to spend such a sum, even lacking experience in the outside world. Salin understood that in Skokinia, where mercenaries were plentiful, one could easily hire a proper magician with such wealth, rather than an apprentice. He quickly grasped the implications of the Count's intentions to court his mentor. If he accepted this money, and his mentor found out. Seeing Salin gently close the lid without so much as a blink, the golden swordsman sensed something was amiss. He spoke softly, "Master Salin, the Count's intention is for you to temporarily present yourself as a magician. This matter does not involve your mentor. The Count has other requests for your assistance." "What is your name?" Salin suddenly inquired of the golden swordsman. Ulysses Kuya, he replied, puzzled by Salin's inquiry. "Ulysses. Return to the Count and inform him that I will visit his estate next week when I enter the city. For now, I must take my leave." "My mentor does not favor waiting," Salin smiled, rising to his feet, opening the door, and stepping into the rain. He left the wooden box undisturbed on the table, silently resting there. Ulysses did not dare to stop or pursue him. Salin's final words served as a reminder to himself. His backing was a 5th-level magician, rendering any machinations futile. Within the Lord's estate of Shilon City, Count Guge was sweating profusely as he attended to his wife. The traces of youthful vigor were still evident amidst the thick fur on his chest and abdomen, his muscles well-defined. Hurry. The Countess, young and alluring, writhed in a state of urgency, but Count Guge found himself unable to perform, having dallied with his personal maid earlier that day. "Nasha," the Count groaned, collapsing atop his wife. The Countess pushed open the door, gasping for breath as she gazed skyward. She was well aware that Gug was likely engaging in infidelity behind her back, yet such behavior was hardly surprising among the nobility. At least Gug had some redeeming qualities. He did not associate with dangerously alluring women. The issue was her unfulfilled desires. She needed an outlet for her frustrations. "Gug, I heard you offered that lad 5,000 gold coins. Is a mere apprentice worth such a sum?" The Countess, no stranger to the world, had a father who was a merchant lord. Having journeyed extensively in her youth, she had encountered a multitude of extraordinary individuals and events. "His master is worth it," Gug responded, invigorated by the topic. He said to his wife, "I am currently short on funds. Could you ask your father for another 10,000 gold coins? What do you think my father is?" The Countess lightly kicked Gug. With a shameless grin, he fell to his knees, beginning to lavish her with affectionate words. The Countess sighed softly, patting Gug's head. "Come here. I wish to inquire about your plans for this money." Gug embraced her, whispering, "Over these years, your father has invested over 100,000 gold coins into my title. The Elder Council presents no significant issues, but I lack political achievements here. To restore our family's title and reclaim our lands, I must undertake actions that will capture the monarch's attention. And how does this relate to that magic apprentice?" The Countess remained perplexed. "The magician refuses to come to me. However, his student is a different matter. I have heard that a lad named Saren is desperately trying to amass wealth. If I provide him with funds, he will undoubtedly assist me. A mere apprentice possesses little capability." The Countess, being no novice, recognized that even a high-level magic apprentice would only equate to the skill of a mid-level swordsman. While their estate might lack high-ranking professionals, they could certainly muster a fair number of mid-level swordsmen. Ulysses, the youngest junior swordsman in the vicinity, had even begun to manifest sword energy. He is nothing but a pile of rubbish, yet he represents the rubbish of that 5th-level magician. Once winter arrives, I shall have him accompany me to eradicate pirates. When I report back to the monarch, I will claim success with the assistance of a 5th-level magician. At that point, the entire imperial capital will know of my substantial magical support, and no one will dare oppose my claim to title. But this place is so impoverished. Where are the pirates?" The Countess questioned. "In recent years, I have executed numerous criminals, and in truth, they are all still here. When the time comes, we can simply toss them onto a ship. Who would know if they were pirates or prisoners? The key is to have Saren accompany me. I intend to retrieve the ship I lent to your father. I will personally oversee the operation. What if the magician finds out?" The Countess expressed concern. Understanding the peril of inciting a magician's wrath, even a count would need to prepare for dire consequences. "I have spent so much money precisely to ensure that lad remains silent. If he keeps quiet, the magician will remain unaware. Even if he learns of it, it will only reflect poorly on his student-esque greed. What concern is that of ours? Gug, you truly are a genius. Come, let us continue. The Countess pressed her husband's head down, eagerly seeking closeness. Her father's investments had indeed been astute. This Gug was undoubtedly clever and ambitious. Such benevolent and industrious nobility was a rarity. Others would simply resort to eliminating fishermen to fill their ranks. Gug, however, was meticulous in preparing suitable substitutes for their needs. Chapter 6. The Invitation from the Duke of Gugu, Part 2. Salin remained oblivious to the fact that he had been described as the foolish dog of a great wizard, preparing to accept the invitation from the esteemed lord of the Viscountcy, while fretting over his attire. Where could he procure a magical robe? He tossed and turned in bed, contemplating the reward of 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins, an astonishing sum. 3 years ago, when Jason had appeared before Salin, he was on the brink of starvation. Aside from the grand stone house he resided in, he had exchanged all his furniture and decorations for food. Yet, the house remained unsold. Prospective buyers understood a simple truth. If Salin perished, the property would only be cheaper. Following Jason, Salin dedicated all his time to enhancing his abilities. When the emblem could amplify his power, he suppressed his fear of suffering, tormenting his nerves day after day, merely to gain a slight increase in strength, thereby improving the odds of successfully concocting the magical string potion. Salin could not fathom why he endured such hardship. He only knew that once he became a legitimate wizard, he would no longer have to live as he once did. No one comprehended the fears of an orphan. When he saved his first gold coin, he immediately purchased 50 half-pound loaves of bread and hid them beneath his bed. That night, for the first time, Salin slept soundly, enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. As time passed, the bread grew moldy, and Salin began to grasp that bread could not be hoarded. Even gold coins could be seized. Only by becoming a wizard could he escape the need to appease others, for even the lord of the city would have to bow before his master. Salin found it impossible to decline the 5,000 gold coins, as they represented the materials for 5 magical string potions. Earning that sum through his own efforts would require at least another 2 years. Dika had already exerted himself to the utmost, and Salin truly had no better alternatives. Engaging in trade for money? That required time, a luxury Salin could not afford, as he had channeled all his energy into magic and knowledge. The question remained, what did the Duke of Gugu intend for him to do? Salin felt uncertain. No matter how clever he was, he remained a youth, ignorant of the power games played by the nobility. Moreover, this matter could not be disclosed to his teacher, leaving Salin in a perpetual state of unease. He forced himself to cast aside his worries, retrieving his family emblem from the chest beneath his bed. The weight of the emblem in his hand provided a sense of grounding. Lying back on his bed, he cast a magical detection spell upon the emblem. Instantly, the magical elements within his body were drained, and negative states flooded in. Salin had grown accustomed to this, treating his body as if it were not his own. He recalled the magical tomes and notes he had studied, continuously enriching his magical knowledge. Initially, he had lost control of his body for a full 24 hours. Now, he could recover within 6 hours. During these 6 hours, Salin devoted himself entirely to study. Reading magic enforced memorization rather than comprehension of the text's meaning. Salin now resembled a ruminant, sifting through the forcibly memorized information in his mind, constantly reflecting. He did not notice the deep lightning-shaped scar on the emblem. Where a vivid blue glimmer flickered, a hue so intense, it was entirely different from his first encounter. Had he left the money behind and departed directly? Within the lord's estate, Duke Gugu and Ulysses meticulously inquired about the situation at hand. Indeed, not a single eyelid had fluttered. His expression remained unchanged throughout. After a moment of contemplation, Duke Gugu remarked, "You have done well. Next week, go to the city gate to receive him. Do not alarm the wizard." "Yes, when shall I go?" Ulysses, fearful of making an error, inquired further. "Fool, as soon as dawn breaks, you shall wait," Duke Gugu replied, his good humor apparent as he playfully chastised Ulysses, who left reluctantly, dreading the early morning wait for the apprentice who invariably entered the city in the afternoon. Duke Gugu stretched his limbs, satisfied. Salin's decision to forego the money was somewhat unexpected, yet his willingness to come and negotiate indicated hope. He felt that marrying Nasha was an astute decision. Without his father-in-law's support, he would not have had such resources to manage. Without funds, he could not satisfy the aristocratic council's demands nor entice the young apprentice. Once the family title was restored, all would return to him. A week swiftly passed. Ulysses, accompanied by Chris, arrived early at the city gate, eagerly awaiting Salin. The weather grew colder, and they both donned the Duke's leather cloaks, feeling somewhat foolish as they stood at the gate. The soldiers tasked with tax collection attempted to offer them a place to rest, only to be scolded by Chris. Missing Salin would certainly incur reprimands upon their return. It was better to stand there, braving the cold, considering it a form of training. The walls of Siren City loomed high, nearly 10 meters tall. with a gate wide enough for 4 carriages to pass side by side. Despite the city's current state of decay, remnants of its former splendor could still be discerned. The Mel's empire had long refrained from engaging in warfare with the 4 great empires. Siren City had enjoyed peace for many years, and the trees outside remained untouched. The broad official road was flanked by trees and shrubs of varying heights, their growth over time resulting in a tangled mess of ruts in the cobblestones. Left unattended and unrefined, Salin's figure soon appeared on the weathered official road, his large leather pack slung over his shoulder, his attire unchanged. Ulysses breathed a sigh of relief. Waiting until the afternoon would have been tedious and arduous. Simultaneously, he felt grateful for following the Duke's instructions to arrive early. Master Salin, Ulysses swiftly approached. Oh, it is the sword Saint Ulysses, Salin replied with a smile, making a light jest. Ulysses's face flushed slightly, though he did not feel overly embarrassed. Salin appeared notably more congenial than their previous encounter, his gaze devoid of the earlier emotional detachment. The Duke has sent me to escort you. I shall retrieve the goods. You need not worry. Let Chris handle it, Ulysses interjected, summoning Chris, who begrudgingly accepted Salin's pack along with the store's receipts. The payment has already been made. You need only check the packaging, Salin reminded Chris. The economy of Siren City was in decline, and the shops were limited. Since Duke Gugu had meticulously studied Salin's patterns, he naturally knew which shops Salin frequented for orders. Chris stifled the urge to strike Salin and strode away with determination. Sword Saint, let us depart. Ulysses remarked with a wry smile, addressing Salin. From now on, you may call me Ulysses. Please refrain from referring to me as Sword Saint, lest I become a subject of ridicule. That is understood, Salin thought to himself, having won the first round. He adjusted his robe and followed Ulysses onto the carriage. Although the exterior of the carriage appeared worn, the interior was lavishly adorned. The spacious compartment was carpeted with exquisite Caucasian rugs. The seats draped in sumptuous silks from the Tangulasi Empire, and the cushions fashioned from the precious silk of the Chinese Empire. In reality, the carriage's body was crafted in the Yunlu Empire, gliding along the road with scarcely a bump, barely affecting the combat readiness of skilled archers. Though Siren City had fallen into decay, the scorching empire thrived, housing the largest merchant firms and mercenary groups across the entire continent. Whatever one desired could be procured there. Salin failed to appreciate the Duke's attentiveness. He merely found the scent within the carriage peculiar. He cast a cleansing spell, and under the fresh mist, the odd odor dissipated swiftly. Within the next 6 hours, he could still cast 6 level 0 spells, surely. The Duke of Gugu did not intend to summon him for a performance, did he? Salin reclined on the soft cushion, his emotions beyond expression. 3 years prior, he had endured hunger and cold. Who could have imagined that today he would be welcomed by the lord of the city in his carriage, flattering and ingratiating? All of this was a result of magic bestowed upon him by Jason Statham. He pondered when he might attain true glory. His desire for the several thousand gold coins promised by the Viscount intensified. He refrained from conversing with Ulysses and instead sank into meditation on his seat. The Viscount did not emerge to greet him. Instead, Salin was ushered into a small parlor to await. This was not a slight, as the noble's small parlor was reserved for close acquaintances, a privilege not afforded to ordinary guests. Despite the less-than-ideal tax situation, the Viscount lived relatively comfortably. Thanks to the support of his father-in-law, Salin sipped tea transported from the Chinese Empire and nibbled on dried fruits from the city of White Emperor, attended by a beautiful young maid who continually cast flirtatious glances his way. Wizards were a rarity. The maids were unconcerned with Salin's current rank, for if they succeeded in seducing him, their status would change dramatically. While Salin did not adopt a perpetually stern demeanor, he found the situation rather tedious. Fortunately, Ulysses remained by his side, and the 2 maids did not dare to overstep their bounds. Salin the mage, I have heard that wizards can soar through the skies. Is that true? One of the maids inquired. Even a 5th-level mage requires tools for flight. I am but an apprentice. Only mages of the 6th level and above can truly claim the skies. Salin sat upright, responding according to the standard answers from his spellbooks. You must have read many books. Your speech resembles that of a nobleman. This was hardly a compliment, even for an apprentice. Salin did not wish to provide Ulysses with fodder for amusement, so he adopted a serious expression, intending to no longer indulge the 2 maids. They giggled behind their hands. Do you intend to punish us? Salin did not respond. He felt no anger. If the Viscount were to punish the maids, he would certainly comply. They were clearly not worth several thousand gold coins. Yet, recalling his past self, Salin found such punishment devoid of meaning. Those at the very bottom relentlessly strive to ascend, unwilling to look back, regardless of what lies above them. Chapter 7. The Troubles of the Minor Nobility. Fortunately, the Viscount Gugur did not keep Salin waiting for long. He soon appeared in the small parlor. As fellow residents of Salin City, Salin had never encountered him before. The Viscount appeared to be in his mid-30s, possessing a quintessentially northern noble visage, characterized by a broad forehead and brown eyes that, while not particularly large, lacked the deep-set quality often seen in Southerners. His golden hair was styled in a fashionable wave that resembled flames, which lent him a more youthful air. Standing well over a head taller than Salin, he likely approached 6 feet 3 inches in height. His broad shoulders were evidently not born of mere fat, and his large hands lacked any delicacy, indicating that the Viscount had not entirely forsaken martial pursuits and still engaged in occasional training. "Master Salin," Guger exclaimed warmly, embracing Salin, who frowned in response. He now recognized the peculiar fragrance that had lingered in the carriage. It was the scent of Guger's perfume. "Your Grace," Salin replied, stepping back a couple of paces to bow courteously. Once seated, Guger remarked, "I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was entertaining a few gentlemen from the south." "Your Grace, please be forthright. What is it that you require of me?" "Your proposed remuneration is rather steep, and I fail to comprehend it," Salin stated, uninterested in Guger's niceties. The several thousand gold coins were a necessity, and the only question that lingered was the Viscount's true intentions. Salin was unwilling to be exploited. Guger mentally calculated and decided that there was no need for circumlocution with Salin. "I shall be direct then. I intend to eliminate some pirates during the winter. Your mentor is unwilling to assist, so I must seek your help." Salin chuckled lightly. "My lord, you jest." Guger, however, maintained a serious demeanor. "I am aware that you are still an apprentice, but this is not a request for you to engage in combat. I merely seek your assistance in creating some restorative potions for the sailors aboard the ship. You have yet to learn first-level magic. I should not impose. Yet during a maritime campaign, illness is rampant, and the journey will last 2 to 3 months, resulting in many fatalities. Therefore, I implore you to assist." Salin pondered. He was indeed an apprentice, now at level 3, and due to his formidable mental strength, he could barely manage to learn a first-level spell. He had intended to master the low-level fireball spell, the most commonly used offensive magic. The restorative potion was a supportive magic, capable of producing approximately 120 grams of elixir. Effective both internally and externally, while it might not yield results as swiftly as divine spells, it bore no side effects and was entirely harmless. If Salin were a first-level mage, this request would not be unreasonable. However, as an apprentice, he could only learn one first-level spell, and until he became a formal mage, he would be unable to learn another. The choice of spell learned early on often dictated the direction of a mage's future magic. The earlier one mastered a spell, the greater their proficiency would be, leading to swifter casting after advancement. "Master Salin, I recognize that this request is somewhat excessive for an apprentice, so please accept this," Guger said, producing a small box once more, igniting warmth in Salin's heart. "Why not enlist a divine spellcaster?" Salin inquired further. "High-tier divine spellcasters are prohibitively expensive, and divine spells must be cast on site. Should anything go awry, it could attract the ire of the Holy See. You, however, can remain by my side aboard the grandest warship without taking unnecessary risks. When will we set sail?" Salin naturally accepted the box, refraining from opening it, instead placing it in a prepared leather bag. Guger exhaled in relief, smiling. "Not for a while yet. We plan to depart by the year's end. However, 2 guests from other cities will join us for dinner today, so please stay." Salin also felt relieved. The money was finally within reach, and maintaining his composure had become increasingly uncomfortable. "Master Salin." "My lord? I have ordered a tailored outfit for you. Would you consider changing into it?" Salin glanced down at his own robe, finally understanding. The garment was not custom-fitted, being somewhat oversized and worn. Jason would not concern himself with such matters. For him, any attire would suffice to earn the respect of others. Staying for dinner naturally required consideration for the Viscount's dignity. "Master Salin, please follow us." The 2 maidservants chimed cheerfully, leading Salin from the small parlor. Upon entering the guest room, Salin discovered the prepared attire laid out on the table. He dismissed the 2 maidservants, unwilling to have them assist him in changing. Although the 15-year-old boy felt a flicker of youthful curiosity upon seeing the maidservants, more pressing matters occupied his mind. After securing the door, Salin promptly retrieved the small box from his leather bag and opened it. The glow of the magic core dazzled his eyes. He placed the core into the prepared pouch and secured it to his waist before extracting the stack of deposit slips from the Imperial Bank, each valued at 1,000 gold coins, totaling 5 slips. Salin grasped the slips tightly, a smile threatening to break forth, yet he feared the maidservants outside would overhear. If only he could cast a silence barrier, he thought, counting the slips repeatedly before tucking them into the concealed compartment of his belt. The 2 maidservants held their breath, pressing their ears against the door, unable to discern any sound. What could this young mage possibly be doing? At that moment, Salin removed his long robe and donned the attire prepared by Viscount Guger. It was a white robe, fashioned in the style of a mage's garment, with a belt threaded through the back, tied within. The robe was exquisitely crafted from high-quality chenille silk. Alas, it was not enchanted silk and could not maintain magic, But the fine, thick fabric was undeniably beautiful, displaying a silver-white base embroidered with magical patterns. On the table lay a genuine magic staff. Salin picked it up, gauging its magical affinity, though he felt somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, Guger had already invested significantly. While this staff was among the cheapest, it still held value in the hundreds of gold coins. After a moment's contemplation, Salin retrieved a black iron ring from his bag. This ring was not magical equipment. It merely served as a weight for practicing magical gestures. However, when deceiving the uninitiated, such unassuming items often led to greater intrigue. He gazed into the mirror, admiring his new attire. The once gaunt boy was no longer visible. In the mirror, he beheld a young man whose brown eyes sparkled with vitality. He had grown taller, and with the staff in hand, he posed as if preparing to cast a spell. The two maidservants outside remained oblivious, having heard nothing at all. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Salin abruptly opened the door, catching the two maidservants completely off guard, causing them to tumble into the room. Salin laughed heartily, grabbing one of them with each hand. "Come, let us greet the Viscount." The maidservants' cheeks flushed crimson as they hurriedly scurried ahead. They were perplexed, wondering what the young mage had been doing in the room, as no sound had escaped. Even amidst the opulence of northern noble life, certain culinary traditions remained intact. Upon entering the dining hall, Salin beheld a grand table at the center of the room, adorned with a copper brazier, atop which rested an iron grill. Surrounding the brazier were porcelain plates from the Qin Empire, nearly 2 feet in diameter, filled with raw meat, each plate accompanied by a silver dining knife. This arrangement seemed somewhat incongruous. However, even the meticulous Qin people would not voice objections, as the Scosinian folk were known for their boorishness. To expect them to possess refinement would require at least 2 millennia of cultural evolution. The knives for cutting meat were extraordinarily sharp. Such cutlery would never appear in a noble dining hall in the Tangulus Empire. Salin casually glanced at the few individuals already seated. The voluptuous and strikingly beautiful woman was undoubtedly the Viscountess, though Salin had never met her. He had heard tales of her. The two unfamiliar gentlemen were clearly outsiders, and Salin subtly twitched his nose, detecting no hint of fishy odor. "Master Salin, allow me to introduce you." At this moment, Guge occupied the seat of honor, and the young and self-assured lady of the house proactively began to introduce 2 visiting nobles to Master Salin, as if they were already well acquainted. "This is Baron Rick of Kritia City, and this is Baron Minghui of Dulé City." The young and beautiful baroness, adorned in formal noble attire, accentuated her waist and enhanced her bosom's allure. Faced with the 2 young barons, she exhibited no signs of shyness, engaging in lively banter. Baron Rick feigned indifference, adopting an air of elegance, yet his gaze lingered on the Baroness's chest for a fleeting moment longer, a detail that Guge chose to overlook. He held complete confidence in his wife, dismissing the notion that a mere baron could entice her. However, Baron Minghui regarded the introduction of the Baroness with evident disdain, curling his lip as he looked at Salin, making his contempt unmistakable. "Master Salin, you are indeed quite young. I wonder if you can cast a fireball?" The brazen demeanor of Baron Minghui incited a desire in Salin to deliver a few strikes to his face, a means to vent his frustration while conserving mana. Yet, a stern swordsman stood behind the Baron, leaving Salin with little opportunity for physical confrontation. Guge discreetly squeezed the thigh of his wife beneath the table, and she quickly interjected. "Master Salin, Baron Minghui has been somewhat impolite. Please do not take offense. We, the mundane folk, are still quite curious about magic." "Magic is not a spectacle to be flaunted," Salin replied icily, showing no inclination to accommodate Baron Minghui's insolence. "Humph." Baron Minghui chuckled awkwardly, his triangular head reminiscent of a gecko. In a flippant tone, he queried, "What do you mean by flaunting? Does Master Salin lack the confidence to prove his prowess?" Dulé City had gradually prospered over the past 2 years, and his visit to Shillon City was, in essence, an exhibition of his wealth. To his dismay, Guge had introduced a mage, which left him embarrassed, even rendering the elite swordsman behind him somewhat diminished in stature. Baron Minghui's ring was indeed grand. Salin sighed softly, choosing not to pursue the matter further, instead stroking the black iron ring on his finger. Baron Minghui's face flushed crimson as he brandished a gold ring encrusted with a massive 32-faceted gem. Yet, when compared to a mage's ring, it was evidently of a lower caliber. True nobles would never dare to provoke a mage. Even one of lower rank could bring forth untold troubles. Baron Minghui, hailing from a lesser region and having never encountered a mage, harbored fewer reservations. After a moment of contemplation, he finally remarked, "So, donning a white robe makes one a mage?" Salin let out a light chuckle, responding, "It seems Baron Minghui believes that being able to cast a fireball qualifies one as a mage. While I can comprehend your ignorance, I cannot accept it." Chapter 7, The Troubles of the Petite Nobility, Part 2. Salin chuckled lightly and remarked, "It seems Baron Minghui believes that merely being able to cast fireballs qualifies one as a wizard. While I can comprehend your ignorance, I find it impossible to accept." Baron Minghui clenched his fists, and the swordsman behind him whispered something in his ear, which prevented him from retaliating. Yet, he was unwilling to be insulted by a mere child. Salin's age hardly seemed worthy of the title of wizard. The Scocinia people often say that everything can be bought with gold. Salin the wizard, I am willing to hire you to perform your signature magic for us right here. Very well, I shall travel to Yaoyang City tomorrow to register as a mercenary. You may send someone to accompany me, my lord baron, Salin replied. Though he appeared somewhat uncertain. Why complicate matters, Salin the wizard? I shall take the initiative. Let us do it now. Name your price so that we may all gain some insight. Baron Minghui, being a person of stature, would not refuse such a request from a beautiful lady. And the Viscountess promptly resolved the issue. Baron Minghui's expression soured, feeling somewhat pained. However, he could not rebuff the praise of such a lovely woman. That would be quite humiliating. Let it be 2,000 gold coins, for it is not easy for a baron to be away from home, Salin said nonchalantly. Though he was secretly elated, I shall offer 3,000 gold coins. You will duel with my swordsman, and if you win, the prize is yours. At this, Baron Minghui finally lost his temper. The atmosphere at the table immediately grew tense, and Salin's pupils constricted as he remembered a crucial fact. While wizards are indeed formidable, there exists an exception, those from impoverished and remote regions, who have never encountered the extraordinary. They might fear a rabid dog, but they certainly do not fear a wizard. For they can comprehend the threat of a mad dog, yet a wizard is an enigma. Salin turned his gaze towards the swordsman behind the baron and slowed his pace, asking, Are you intending to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? His words were devoid of emotion, lacking any hint of tumult. The swordsman was drenched in cold sweat, cursing his baron inwardly. He was merely a high-ranking swordsman. While he might have the potential to slay this youth, a magic apprentice is a different matter altogether. Should he kill the apprentice's master would undoubtedly seek retribution, potentially costing even more lives. Being new to this land, he was unaware of the level of Salin's master. If Salin's master were of the 4th rank or higher, even if he killed the baron, the emperor would not be overly displeased. He was still young. Could he really allow his promising future to be obliterated by a baron? As Salin maintained his gaze on the swordsman's eyes, he perceived the fluctuations in the swordsman's emotions and breathed a subtle sigh of relief. This swordsman dared not kill him. Calming his heart, he smiled at Baron Minghui, saying, My lord baron, when I mentioned 2,000 gold coins, I referred to the fee for hiring me to perform magic. The stakes for the duel would require a separate wager. If you cannot afford it, then so be it. I have no need for thousands of gold coins. I am merely showing respect for Viscount Gug. Salin's eloquence was fitting for the identity he was pretending to hold. Baron Minghui gritted his teeth but found himself powerless to counter. Very well, perhaps you do not have much money on hand. Let's use your ring as a wager. If I win. Agreed. Baron Minghui yanked a dazzling ring from his finger and placed it upon the table. If you win, this is yours. Any injuries you sustain are not my concern. Let us begin. Salin suddenly waved his hand, and the swordsman instinctively drew his sword. The two faced each other across the table, and the swordsman dared not leap onto the table to attack Salin, as that would be exceedingly rude. However, Salin had no such reservations. With a flick of his wrist, the flames in the copper basin at the center of the table surged violently, nearly reaching the ceiling. Yet, the flames, once red, transformed into an eerie blue, dancing ominously. The swordsman felt a piercing pain in his eyes and nostrils, rendering him blind. He quickly summoned his sword aura, forming a protective barrier around himself. He had no comprehension of the magic at play, and terror gripped his heart. Salin was not casting a spell. He had directly thrown the witch's gaze into the flames, temporarily blinding everyone in the room, save for himself. Silently, Salin leapt onto the table, brandishing his staff and striking down upon Baron Minghui's head. Unlike Viscount Gug, Baron Minghui lacked any martial skills. Blinded and panicking, he began to scream, and Salin struck him solidly on the forehead. Stars erupted in his vision. He had yet to grasp what was happening when Salin struck him again. Stop. Don't hit me. I concede. After a few blows, Baron Minghui finally realized what was striking him. His throat was raw, his voice hoarse, nearly on the verge of tears. That demon, isn't he a wizard? Why is he hitting me? Only then did Salin cease his assault. He bent down to retrieve Baron Minghui's ring from the table, pocketing it before crossing back over the extinguishing flames to his seat. Gradually, everyone's vision returned, and the swordsman glared at Baron Minghui, who was now adorned with a swollen head. Viscount Gug was at a loss for words, as Salin, in name, was his wizard, and having beaten his guests so thoroughly would certainly tarnish the Baron's reputation. Salin shrugged and remarked, If your lord were to be slain in battle, even if you vanquished all your enemies, you could not restore your honor, could you? The swordsman followed Salin's gesture and felt a chill seep into his bones. On the table, a hole the size of a basin had melted through, positioned directly before Baron Minghui. He recognized the splatter of acidic magic, while he himself was unafraid. If the Baron were to be splashed with it, Even if he did not perish, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Moreover, the prior spell had rendered him nearly blind for 30 seconds, and should his opponent unleash a first-tier spell, he might not withstand it. At that moment, he found himself grateful to Salin, unaware that Salin knew no first-tier spells. Otherwise, he would have already launched a fireball at his head. Only the dead enemy is truly safe. Any practitioner understands this truth. I concede. The swordsman lowered his head and sheathed his sword. The Baron would not go back on his word, would he? 2,000 gold coins. Salin brazenly extended his hand. Baron Minghui, his face downcast, retrieved 2 imperial banknotes from his pocket and handed them to the maid attending him. Upon receiving the notes, Salin's demeanor softened, and he produced a small vial, pouring its contents into the embers, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. My apologies, my Lord Viscount, for damaging your table, Salin said, while remedying the residual effects of the witch's gaze. Viscount Gug felt a chill within. He realized that he was no match for Baron Minghui's swordsman. Had Salin truly wished to kill him, it would have posed no difficulty. Wizards are indeed a mysterious breed. Was his plan too reckless this time? Initially, he had thought Salin merely an apprentice, someone to be utilized without concern. Now, it was evident that even a magic apprentice could lead to inexplicable demise. Salin, witnessing such splendid magic, what is a table in comparison? Come, let us relocate. Viscount Gug signaled for everyone to rise, knowing well that Baron Minghui would not endure another moment in this room. After dining with Viscount Gug, and with Chris having returned, Gug could not persuade Salin to stay any longer. Salin, burdened by a hefty pack, departed from the Lord's manor. Baron Minghui was filled with resentment. He had intended to provoke a few words, but Viscount Gug merely said to him, "Even my title cannot sway a wizard." Baron Minghui's spirit plummeted. While he may possess wealth, his title was 3 ranks lower than that of Gug. Even a first-tier Viscount spoke such words. It seemed there was no recourse for him to retaliate against Salin. With a sense of pride, Salin strolled through the city gates, making his leisurely way home. Now, Salin enters the city without the need to pay any taxes. This holds true for any city within the Kingdom of the Six. Wizards are indeed individuals of privilege. After delivering a sound thrashing to Baron Minghui, Salin felt considerably uplifted. He experienced a profound sense of transformation. From that moment forth, he was no longer the same Salin. The surname Metatlin no longer symbolized decline and poverty. Even a noble who governed a town could be struck. What more could he desire? Of course, this is contingent upon his becoming a true wizard. Should Baron Minghui discover that he was merely an apprentice, it would be manageable within the confines of Salin City. But beyond that, retribution would likely ensue. With 10,000 gold coins now in his possession, the concoction of the magical string potion must be completed without delay. Otherwise, come winter, he would have to assist Baron Gug in eradicating pirates. Salin harbored no enthusiasm for the extermination of pirates, as his lineage had never produced fishermen. They were originally nobles, and though their titles had faded, they had thrived in commerce, primarily in the southern routes. There was no animosity between the pirates and Salin. Yet Baron Gug's words resonated with him. He could save many sailors and soldiers. Jason remained engrossed in his magical experiments, indifferent to Salin's endeavors. Salin expended 6,000 gold coins to procure sufficient materials, embarking on the preparation of the magical string potion. He was still unable to wield magical flames and had to rely on alchemical equipment such as crucibles. The process of crafting the magical string potion remained fraught with difficulties. Resulting in 4 consecutive failures, the crucible contained nothing but a heap of medicinal dregs. 4,000 gold coins had thus vanished, causing Salin great distress. Yet the more he invested, the harder it became to relinquish his efforts. The day of the Sea Festival was approaching, and Salin yearned to participate in the celebration as a genuine wizard. Another morning dawned, and after an early breakfast, Jason entered the laboratory, closing the door tightly behind him. Salin set up his crucible in his room, added the magical flame potion, but did not ignite it. He retrieved his badge, clasped it in his hand, and unleashed a level 0 spell, awaiting the badge to siphon his magical energy. Each time he performed this act, upon recovery, Salin's mental fortitude would grow slightly. Had it not been for his poor elemental affinity, he would have been a formal wizard long ago and would not require the concoction of the magical string potion. The mysterious badge drained every ounce of strength from Salin's body, and he lay quietly on the floor, waiting for his vitality to return. A flash of azure light flickered within the lightning-shaped scar at the center of the badge, and various negative effects assailed him. Salin appeared to be unaffected, his mind gradually rehearsing the process of crafting the magical string potion. Chapter 8. The birth of the magic string among the 72 materials. Most are quite affordable and not difficult to procure. The most challenging aspect of the process lies in the timing and control of the flame. Although Salin's mental fortitude is remarkably stable, he has still faced failure 7 times. These setbacks have granted him valuable insights. Yet he is left with only 2 sets of potion ingredients, unwilling to endure further failures. 6 hours have elapsed, and the door to Jason's laboratory remains firmly shut. His experiments often span 3 to 5 days, and after preparing food, Salin finds himself with little else to occupy his time. As the last tinges of discomfort dissipate from his body, he rises, acutely aware of the noticeable growth in his mental prowess. He can even perceive the subtle movements of air within the room. A grasshopper collides silently against the window, and Salin turns to observe it clearly as it shakes its wings and flies away. With a sudden burst of energy, Salin leaps to the table, igniting the magical flames, and begins to add materials into the crucible. His mental power now feels robust and pure, allowing him to swiftly perceive even the slightest changes in the potion. He meticulously controls the stability of the flames with his limited magical energy, his gaze fixed intently on the transformations occurring within the crucible. 10 hours pass in this manner, and Salin scarcely feels hunger. As the final stabilizer is introduced into the crucible, the potion has completely liquefied, exuding vibrant colors. Success is imminent. Salin quickly adds the magic flame potion beneath the crucible to intensify the heat. A powerful surge of magical energy radiates outward, causing his heart to pound violently, instilling a deep sense of dread. His room is devoid of any advanced magical formations. Jason could detect any anomalies within mere seconds. Salin's dealings with the Count of Gug are conducted in secrecy, and should Jason discover that Salin is concocting potions, he would undoubtedly realize the source of Salin's newfound wealth. Almost instinctively, Salin grasps his badge, pressing it into the liquid within the crucible, unleashing a level 0 spell. The mysterious badge siphons off Salin's magical power while simultaneously absorbing the recent surge of magical energy entirely. Collapsing to the floor, Salin is left trembling with fear. As an apprentice mage, he has accepted far too much gold from the Count of Gug, a situation that is difficult to explain. It is only when night falls that Salin finally rises from the floor, gazing into the empty crucible, tears of frustration welling up. This time, not even a residue remains. He was so close to success. Terrified by the overwhelming magical fluctuations, he inadvertently destroyed the magic string potion, Cursed Badge. As Salin picks up the badge, his attention is drawn to it. The dark iron badge now shimmers with vibrant green magical patterns, and within the central crack lies a pool of deep blue liquid. The semi-transparent blue liquid reveals no detectable magical fluctuations, and Salin hesitates to use magical detection for fear of enduring another 6-hour ordeal. What is this? A magic string potion? Typically, such potions exhibit a spectrum of colors. Salin gazes at the azure liquid, hesitant to consume it immediately. He retrieves a small jade vial, a mere finger's length, into which he carefully transfers the blue liquid. This vial cost him 200 gold coins, originally intended for the magic string potion. Uncertain of what he has created, Salin fears that this peculiar potion may evaporate, compelling him to store it away for the time being. After tidying his workspace, he eats a tasteless dinner and lies in bed, immersed in deep contemplation. In just half a month, the Mid-Autumn Festival will arrive. He has 4,000 gold coins remaining and 2 sets of magic string potion ingredients, although he can barely muster enough materials for 6 potions, considering his past failures. Success is anything but guaranteed. With determination, Salin resolves to postpone any further attempts until tomorrow. Should the remaining 2 sets of ingredients fail, he must conserve the 4,000 gold coins. The expenses required to advance to a first-level mage are substantial. Squandering all his gold on magic string potions would render future studies exceedingly arduous. Salin cannot approach the Count of Gug for additional funds. This arrangement differs from the Count's employment of him. To request money would be akin to selling himself into servitude. In the following 2 days, Salin exhausts the last 2 sets of potion ingredients, yielding nothing but a heap of dregs. The exhilarating sensation of having succeeded in potion making feels like a distant memory. And even flawless procedures cannot guarantee a successful outcome. In desperation, Salin begins to contemplate the blue potion. With 10 days remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival, Salin waits until Jason embarks on another experiment before stealthily consuming the blue potion in his room. The icy, refreshing sensation glides down his throat and settles in his stomach. Adhering strictly to the guidelines outlined in the magical tome, Salin spends an entire day subsisting solely on milk, avoiding all solid foods, and expelling impurities from his system. His famished body swiftly absorbs the potion as it enters his stomach, and Salin feels it nearly piercing through his stomach lining, permeating his bloodstream and coursing throughout his body. This effect deviates from what the book described. Salin grows anxious, but there is no turning back now. Salin's condition becomes peculiar. He feels invigorated, yet he is drenched in sweat. The sweat possesses an abominable odor and appears a deep black hue. Within minutes, he senses an acute lack of hydration. Grabbing a ladle, he scoops out over half a pound of fresh water from a barrel, gulping it down, yet the sensation of dehydration intensifies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Salin knows he must act swiftly. If he hesitates any longer, he risks becoming a desiccated corpse within half an hour. He hastily dons a loose robe and dashes out of the ancestral home. The ancestral home is situated at the foot of a mountain, and Salin sprints toward the rear, where a small stream flows. A journey that typically takes half an hour, he accomplishes in just 5 minutes. He dives into the stream, seeking a relatively deep spot. Discarding his robe and shedding his clothes, submerging his entire body in the cool water. The stream water rushes into Salin's stomach and flows into his lungs through his nose. He feels no sensation of suffocation. Every pore in his body is breathing. He inhales the pure stream water while expelling the tainted fluids from his system. This process is not painful, yet it depletes his strength. Salin feels an overwhelming hunger, but food is nowhere to be found, and he dares not leave the stream. Even submerged, he still senses a deficiency of moisture in his body. This sensation transcends mere thirst. It signals the onset of dehydration. The magic string potion flows through Salin's veins, extracting moisture from his body while forcibly expelling impurities. This process endures for 6 long days, during which Salin fears he might perish from starvation in this desolate wilderness. At last, a transformation occurs within his body as the magical potion begins to shift. Salin senses the water elements in the surrounding space, and his mental acuity awakens. Closing his eyes, he perceives his body as transparent, gaining insight into every activity occurring within. The semi-transparent blue potion has dwindled to a mere thread, approximately the length of a finger. After traversing his bloodstream for one final week, the potion reaches his brain, where it unexpectedly bursts into a brilliant explosion. Startled, Salin believes his demise is imminent, only to realize that the explosion was merely an illusion. Within the cerebral domain, a space materializes and a semi-transparent blue thread floats, continuously absorbing the water elements from the world around it. Originally, the water elements perceived through mental acuity were intangible. Now, Salin feels as if he is an observer, witnessing the once invisible elements materialize. Countless transparent blue elemental forms coalesce in the space, resembling a colossal blue crystal, vast and boundless. Salin meticulously examines the fundamental structure of the water elements. Knowing this is a rare opportunity to perceive elements in such a manner before ascending to the rank of a 4th-level mage. The thread within the cerebral domain continues to absorb water elements, yet it remains unchanged in size, still no more than a finger's length, and exceedingly slender. This is the magical string mentioned in the book. With this most fundamental magical string, a complete network of strings will ultimately form. These networked strings possess 6 attributes, representing the 6 primary forms of magic. The more strings a magician possesses, and the longer they are, the greater and more potent the spells they can cast. Each time a spell is cast, the consumed strings will automatically regenerate, and magic apprentices can also restore their magical energy through meditation. However, the magical energy stored by an apprentice is far too limited to compare with the strings. A 1st-level magician can rely on their strings to cast 1 2nd-level spell, 10 to 12 1st-level spells, and nearly 100 0th-level spells. In contrast, even the most advanced magic apprentice can only cast 1 1st-level spell and about 10 0th-level spells. This illustrates the power of the magical strings, the very foundation of the entire magical realm. Moreover, when combined with meditation, the recovery rate of the consumed strings for a magician is remarkably swift. A powerful magician only requires 1 to 2 hours of meditation to regain their combat prowess, while even an ordinary magician can restore all lost strings in 6 hours. The strings within the brain domain began to grow slowly, extending to about a foot in length, thickening to the size of a thumb before branching out. Salin had completely lost track of time. His bodily sensations had vanished, and all his sensory abilities were focused in the spiritual realm, observing the growth of the strings. The space formed within the brain domain was vast, resembling a water droplet, with a height exceeding 3 meters. The branches sprouting from the foot-long strings were extremely delicate, spreading across the brain domain space like the veins of leaves. Salin meticulously recalled the book's descriptions of the magical strings. A length of over a foot indicated the characteristic of a 1st-level magician. He had bypassed the advanced magic apprentice stage and directly ascended to the rank of a 1st-level magician, which was quite exhilarating. However, there were 2 discrepancies between his experience and the book's descriptions. The first issue was that the book stated a magician's string space is approximately 1 cubic meter, while Salin's string space was at least 6 times larger than what was recorded. This was not particularly concerning, as a larger string space indicated an increase in the number of low-level spells that could be utilized. Nevertheless, the second issue was far more serious. The primary branches within the string space amounted to 24, divided into 6 distinct colors: yellow representing earth magic, blue representing water magic, transparent symbolizing wind magic, red indicating fire magic, black denoting dark magic, and white signifying light magic. These 6 colors represented the types of magic he could wield, and all of Salin's strings were, without exception, semi-transparent blue, indicating that he could only cast water magic in the future. Until the strings fully solidified, he sensed no other elemental affinity. Salin had lost the ability to cast certain zero-level spells, and apart from the 6 primary elements, he could no longer even conjure an invisible shield. Salin recalled the phrase from the book, "What you sacrifice will surpass what you gain." Was this the cost? Salin climbed ashore, feeling as though all his strength had been drained. He lay by the stream, desperately drinking water. Having endured hunger, Salin knew that by hydrating himself, his body could temporarily expend a bit of energy, allowing him to hasten his return home. Chapter 8. The Formation of the Magic String Part 2. There are those who claim I have plagiarized the title of another's work. Whether to laugh or cry at such an accusation, I remain uncertain. Thankfully, the title in question is not that of our site, and the content likely bears no resemblance whatsoever. My body felt almost foreign to me, a torment surpassing even the agony of wielding a badge. Yet, amidst this suffering, Salin found himself smiling. The magic string had been formed, and he had finally ascended to the status of an official mage. Stumbling, he raced home. And upon entering his room, he found Jason meditating on his bed. "Master." Jason opened his eyes and regarded Salin for a moment before stating, "My supplies are running low. You must venture into the city tomorrow." Salin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Uncertain whether to disclose the fact that he had successfully formed his magic string, Jason said nothing further and departed from Saren's room. Salin was left wondering what Jason had perceived. With little time to ponder, his stomach began to churn once more. He rushed to the kitchen, tore down some cured meat hanging above the stove, and began to chew fervently. As he ate, he walked back to his room, glancing at the magical clock on his desk, only to realize that nearly 10 days had passed. Tomorrow would be the Mid-Autumn Festival. Though weary, Salin summoned the strength to practice a first-level spell, Ice Spike. To his astonishment, he succeeded on his first attempt. White light emanated from his hands as a spike. The thickness of a finger shot forth and struck the opposite wall, creating a hole in the stone. Salin stood up and probed the hole with his finger. Discovering that he could not reach the bottom, he marveled at the potency of a first-level spell, which far surpassed that of zero-level spells. Regrettably, his proficiency was still lacking. He could only cast this spell with both hands, and it required a lengthy preparation time of 6 seconds. According to the rules, he could cast this spell a maximum of 12 times, indicating that he must continue to practice the zero-level spell, Acid Splash. The magic string was the safeguard of a mage. He could not afford to exhaust it entirely. Alas, he could only utilize water-based magic in the future. How much better it would be if he could learn Fireball, a spell with minimal consumption, short preparation time, and tremendous power. In the laboratory, Jason surveyed the disarray of magical tools on his table, momentarily devoid of the inclination to conduct experiments. He sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from Saren's room. Uncertain of what Salin had done, had he been remiss in his attention towards this young student? Salin was still a child. If not monitored closely, he could easily be deceived. Salin had undergone a transformation that Jason could scarcely fathom. Throughout the night, Salin diligently practiced Ice Spike. To his astonishment, he found that he could cast the spell over 20 times consecutively, nearly double the capacity of an ordinary first-level mage. Moreover, through meditation, the recovery of his magic string was remarkably swift, taking only 2 hours. Such a rapid recovery was the hallmark of a genius mage. Salin, though aware of his average aptitude, had not anticipated that the magic string potion would completely alter his constitution. As dawn broke, Salin collapsed onto his bed for a brief respite. His nerves were still abuzz, and his sleep was anything but stable. Before noon, he sprang from bed and approached the mirror to change his clothes. To his shock, he noticed that his appearance had changed. The boy in the mirror was slightly taller, his hair shifting from brown to black, but most striking of all were his eyes, now an oceanic blue. Momentarily dazed, he recalled Jason's gaze from the previous day and felt a twinge of shame. It compelled him to forego saying goodbye to Jason, hastily shouldering his pack and departing from his ancestral home. No matter how many books he had read, Salin remained a child, unsure of how to articulate his feelings and opting instead for avoidance. Arriving outside the city of Salin, he found it abuzz with festivity. Every building's entrance was adorned with a bundle of green plants, mugwort, a symbol of pestilence warding, ears of grain representing harvest, and a branch of silk poplar. This was an ancient custom of the Melusine continent, a remnant of the nature goddess. Even though the Holy See had influenced much of the continent, it could not alter the people's traditions. Skikinia thrived on commerce, with every city boasting public squares of various sizes for itinerant merchants to set up stalls. Today, these squares were festooned, and some theater troupes, hired at the expense of the Duke of Gugu, entertained the townsfolk for free. Strictly speaking, the Duke of Gugu was a traditional noble, and during such festivities, his greatest expenditures were on distributing money and food to the impoverished. Salin had once been saved by the Duke's flower. Thus, despite knowing the Duke was leveraging his relationship with Jason, he chose to accept the help. The Duke had long proclaimed the cancellation of taxes for the month, and the joy on the people's faces was palpable. On a dilapidated outdoor stage, wandering troops performed earnestly. Saren felt a sense of discomfort, as if all of this were unreal. The laughter and voices of everyone around him seemed separated by an invisible membrane. None of this felt relevant to him. Suddenly, a wave of desolation washed over him. Burdened with his pack, he navigated through the varying sizes of squares, his spirits dampening. Those who caught sight of him instinctively maintained their distance, as if he were a monster intruding upon the city. Saren then comprehended why Jason chose not to reside in the city. This sensation was truly unpleasant. The dignity of a mage was also a shackle, separating them from ordinary folk, dividing them into two distinct species. The commoners maintained a deliberate reverence, while mages were compelled to uphold their authority. In the distance, he spotted a procession approaching, carrying a statue of a sea monster. The nature goddess had commanded the sea monster not to harass the coastal fishermen. After her fall, the fishermen began to worship the monster, beseeching for the safety of those who ventured into the sea. Saren quietly stepped aside, knowing that had he remained in their path, the procession would likely have turned away. As he grappled with his frustrations, the parade suddenly became chaotic. A youth burst forth from the crowd, spotting Saren from afar and calling out, "Saren, save me." Saren furrowed his brow as the boy stumbled toward him, his left arm bloodied and mangled, a torn sleeve hanging limply. This was none other than Dick, the young thief with whom he had been trading magical potions. "Dick, return what you have taken." Saren understood what had transpired. "I returned it, but they want to kill me." Dick reached Saren, revealing his left arm, where exposed bone indicated a grievous wound, likely inflicted by a sword's aura. His assailants were at least low-level swordsmen. Saren sighed, contemplating whether he should intervene. At that moment, Dick noticed Saren's blue eyes, his expression turning to one of astonishment as he pointed at Saren, rendered speechless. "Stop that thief!" shouted four swordsmen, charging out of the frenzied crowd towards Saren. Saren's brow furrowed further. In his youth, he had often endured such reprimands. Today, he had concealed his false mage robes within his pack and had yet to don them. Despite this, the people of Shilon recognized him as a mage apprentice, trained under a level 5 mage. No one dared to speak to him in such a manner. They were outsiders. Dick must have provoked them, as generally, more skilled thieves avoided targeting local commoners to prevent disturbing them and jeopardizing future business. Unfortunately for Dick, he had encountered formidable opposition. The four swordsmen were far beyond his capability to contend with, clad in exquisite metal armor. Dick's diminutive dagger stood no chance against their long weapons. Saren stepped back, preparing to cast a spell. Despite his night of practice, Saren's casting speed had not improved. However, he had eliminated the need to recite incantations. Silently, Salin prepared 3 ice spear spells before finally addressing the approaching swordsman, urging him to spare his adversary and to voice any demands for compensation. The ice spears lingered, steadily consuming his magical energy. He hesitated to act recklessly, as he was still uncertain about the identity of the individual whom Dick had antagonized. "Kill him!" A young man surged forth from the crowd, his ornate robe torn at the front, revealing a bruise on his forehead, likely inflicted by Dick. This young man had notably thin lips, now taking on a pale hue. Salin felt a tumult of conflict within. Dick was, at best, a tenuous friend in Salin City. Was it truly worth forging an enmity on his behalf? Observing the young man's attire, it was clear he hailed from nobility. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Salin unleashed his ice spear spells. The swordsman before him had assumed a charging stance. Should he close the distance, Salin would have no defense against the 4 long swords. Although he had studied the invisible shield and O-level wind magic, once his magical energy was expended, he could no longer cast any spells outside of the water element, regardless of his proficiency in incantations or strength of will. The swordsman on the opposite side promptly leaped aside. But apart from the swordsman who managed to block one of Salin's ice spears with his longsword, the other 3 were struck in the abdomen, blood gushing forth. The swordsman who had parried the ice spear was taken aback, though he had barely formed his sword energy to fend off the magical attack. His longsword had turned chillingly cold, almost slipping from his grasp. Furthermore, the sheer force of the ice spears had numbed his arms, dissipating his sword energy entirely. To make matters worse, the exceedingly young mage on the opposite side was preparing another spell. The disheveled noble youth screamed, pointing at Salin, "You little bastard. Do you not know who I am?" In that moment, a wave of murderous intent surged within Salin. It had been 3 years since anyone had insulted him so. Those days of humiliation seemed to fade into oblivion. The young noble's words jolted him back to reality, and he regarded the youth with a frosty glare. Beginning to chant his incantation, the uninjured swordsman, unable to gather his sword energy, shouted desperately, "Young master, run." Simultaneously, he lunged forward, sword in hand. Having endured countless battles, he easily discerned the lethal intent reflected in Salin's blue eyes. Only one resolute to kill would regard their opponent in such a manner. Chapter 9. Murder and desperation. Dick observed as the opponent charged towards him once more, disregarding his injuries. He grasped his dagger and lunged at the swordsman. In that moment of distraction, Salin had completed his incantation. A vibrant azure light emanated from his hand, and a shard of ice hurtled through the air, aimed directly at the swordsman's face. The swordsman barely managed to raise his longsword, but with a sharp crack, the steel blade shattered. The ice spike pierced through his skull, exploding behind him, releasing a frigid gust that left the young nobleman in shock. The azure light in Salin's hand did not dissipate. Instead, a second ice spike was swiftly unleashed. The nobleman gaped in horror at the gaping wound in his chest, collapsing abruptly. "Stop!" a familiar voice cried out. But it was too late. The young nobleman's heart was shattered, leaving even divine intervention futile. Salin sensed someone approaching from behind. Dick lay on the ground, struggling to rise, but lacking the strength. Salin turned, azure light once again igniting on his fingertips. Yet this time it was not an ice spike. Time was too short. Salin prepared a corrosive spray but was uncertain if he could halt the encroaching figure. A sharp whistle drew near, and Salin's wrist was struck with tremendous force, causing his magic to dissipate instantly. The newcomer seized Salin by the shoulder, and he felt a surge of pain coursing through his muscles. "Come with me," the figure commanded. Salin finally discerned that it was Ulysses, a swordsman from the Lord's estate. In the chaos of battle, Salin had severely injured 3 swordsmen, and the crowd had descended into disarray. Ulysses delivered a swift kick to Dick's side, prompting him to groan as he staggered to his feet, looking at Ulysses in trepidation. Ulysses cast a cold glance at Dick, then at the 3 injured swordsmen on the ground, before dragging Salin away. Dick, drenched in cold sweat, quickly grasped Ulysses' intent. Drawing a second dagger from his cloak, he endured the pain and delivered a fatal cut to each of the injured swordsmen's necks before pursuing Ulysses. Ulysses led Salin down a dark alley and finally released him. "Salin, you have landed yourself in trouble," he said. "Who was that man?" Salin managed to steady himself enough to ask, just as Dick stumbled into the alley, appearing disheveled. Ulysses, assessing Salin's altered appearance, contemplated how best to proceed. He soon made a decision. "He is the son of Count Su Fangso from Radiant Sun City. You must leave the city at once. Your mentor cannot protect you. Acquire a horse and flee as far as you can." Salin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had killed the Count's son. And not just any Count, but one from the largest city within 1,000 miles. Count Su Fangso commanded a formidable military presence. And the most daunting aspect was that a magical tower lay outside the city, presided over by a 6th-level mage. Although this mage could not act on the Count's behalf, Salin's mentor would indeed be unable to shield him, effectively provoking another high-ranking mage. Salin's mind spiraled into confusion. He could not accept this reality. Just as he was about to embark on a path to genuine magical study, he had suddenly embroiled himself in such a dire predicament. Radiant Sun City was not a small place like Siren City, where swordsmen were abundant, numbering at least in the hundreds. While he had just dispatched a novice swordsman, the encounter had been fortuitous, and Ulysses, also a novice swordsman, had not subdued him in a single blow. Dick suddenly collapsed to his knees, bowing his head. "Salin, I am sorry." Ulysses drew his longsword, evidently contemplating silencing Dick. He had intended to eliminate the thief, but the need to escape the scene had forced him to allow Dick to settle the aftermath. Salin intervened, placing a hand to stop Ulysses. "He is my friend. I trust him." Dick remained prostrate before Salin, hesitant to rise. He fought back tears, recalling how no one had ever acknowledged him except for Salin. After becoming a student of magic, he had feared that Salin would become like the others from Siren City. Yet, not only had Salin intervened to spare Dick's life, but he also declared him a friend. The term friend can often be a tool for betrayal, yet for others, it signifies a bond worthy of one's life. "You should go. This is not entirely your fault." "It was my impulsiveness," Salin said, bowing to Ulysses. "I do not know why you were willing to let me go. But one day, I shall return to express my gratitude. Inform the Viscount that I took his money but could not fulfill my task, and I am truly sorry. I shall not squander his funds. I am leaving now. What about you? Count Su Fangso is currently at the Lord's estate. You should leave as swiftly as possible. I will report the murder. However, your appearance has changed. I will only mention your previous guise, as no one in the estate is aware of your current look. Before you depart, please come to me." Ulysses gestured to his arm, and Salin, knowing there was no time to delay, gritted his teeth and unleashed a corrosive spray. Ulysses winced as the acid seared his arm, producing a plume of white smoke. As Ulysses departed, Salin turned to Dick. "Let us go." Dick raised his head, guilt written across his face. "Salin, if I am caught, I will not survive. I will not utter a word about you. If I manage to escape, I will flee to the Tangura's empire and never return to Siren City." After speaking, Dick bowed deeply, rising to leave. Salin, in a state of turmoil, pulled out a handkerchief and covered his face before exiting the alley. He headed eastward, hastily fleeing Siren City. Upon reaching his ancestral home, Salin stood outside Jason's laboratory, hesitating for a moment before knocking on the door. Ulysses slowed his pace, returning to the Lord's estate. Upon entering, he quickened his steps, bursting into the parlor and exclaiming, "My lord, there has been an incident." Viscount Guge was conversing with Count Su Fangso when he noticed Ulysses enter disheveled and visibly injured. Instead of reprimanding him, he gently inquired, "Ulysses, how did you sustain those injuries?" Ulysses fell to his knees, addressing Count Su Fangso. "My lord, your son has encountered trouble. I arrived too late to protect him." Both Guge and Su Fangso froze in astonishment. Count Su Fangso, appearing slightly younger than his 40 years, possessed dark eyes that seemed to shimmer with a veil of mist, a phenomenon resulting from his family's mastery of sword energy. Upon hearing of his son's peril, a wave of fierce killing intent emanated from Count Su Fangso, causing Ulysses to instinctively lower himself. "What has happened?" Count Su Fangso glared intently at Ulysses, the mist in his eyes intensifying. "Your son was slain by a mage. I witnessed it as I arrived, and I too was struck by magic," Ulysses stammered, trembling as he pointed to his injured arm. "Where did this occur?" "At the eastern entrance of the 12th square." "Take me there." Count Su Fangso rose, embodying the stature of a mountain. "My lord, what is it?" "I am acquainted with the mage who committed the murder." "What did you say?" Count Su Fangso grasped Ulysses firmly, lifting him off the ground. His dark pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon Ulysses. "My lord, please listen to me." Ulysses was taken aback, realizing that Count Su Fangso's sword energy not only transcended the physical realm but could manipulate objects as well. Had he truly reached the pinnacle of sword mastery? Had he erred in letting Salin go? Yet the deed was done. He could only brace himself and persist. If his actions were uncovered, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon him, endangering Viscount Guge. Ulysses hurriedly recounted Salin's background, and upon learning that Salin's mentor was a 5th-level mage, Count Su Fangso gently released Ulysses, falling into deep contemplation. A 5th-level sorcerer is not an adversary to be trifled with. The guards accompanying him are few, and should a confrontation arise, he is bound to suffer immediate losses. However, if he were to return to Radiant Sun City to seek the intervention of a grand sorcerer, the perpetrator would likely have fled by then. Would Duke Guggen be willing to offend a 5th-level sorcerer on his behalf? If Duke Guggen were to lend his assistance in rallying the armies and mercenaries of Siren City, it might indeed be feasible to eliminate the sorcerer. Duke Guggen maintained a composed demeanor, adept at strategic calculations. Upon hearing Ulysses' words, he surmised the situation. He did not believe that a mere apprentice sorcerer could slay 4 swordsmen and still escape. Yet, Ulysses had already released the individual, and there was no need to pursue the matter further. Ulysses was merely doing him a favor. He cleared his throat, interrupting Count Su Fangsu's train of thought, and stated, "Let us not dwell on these matters, Ulysses. You handle the scene. Chris, gather everyone and secure the city gates. Should you encounter Salin, if he resists, eliminate him on the spot. My lord, I shall accompany you to meet the sorcerer and explain the circumstances." Though he expressed his willingness to accompany the count, Ulysses had just articulated that Salin had likely already escaped the city. With his men dispatched, a direct conflict with the sorcerer could be avoided. Accompanying the count to meet the sorcerer seemed prudent, as the sorcerer had resided in Siren City for 3 years and he had not provoked him. Thus his life would not be in jeopardy. The outcome of the encounter would be of no concern to him. "Thank you. Snow, gather our people and follow me." Count Su Fangsu commanded, momentarily suppressing his ire as he beckoned the figure who had been standing behind his chair. This man, named Snow, appeared pale, with drooping brows. His fingers bore nails as dark as coal, and his slender frame was unarmored. At the Count's command, he swayed slightly before vanishing from the parlor. An elite assassin. Duke Guggen felt a chill run down his spine, an indescribable discomfort enveloping him. On the battlefield, the role of an assassin might be limited, yet in ordinary circumstances, their lethality was formidable. In one-on-one combat, swordsmen of equal rank were no match for assassins. Duke Guggen followed Count Su Fangsu with an air of nonchalance. Yet his mind was calculating the potential gains and losses. What benefits would he reap from aiding the Count in capturing Salin? No, the several thousand gold coins previously acquired, along with this favor from Ulysses, would yield far greater rewards in the future. As long as Salin was not a fool, he would surely reciprocate in some manner. If Salin were to be killed, it was probable that Master Jason would direct his ire towards him. Even if Count Su Fangsu offered compensation, it would be impossible to relocate the magic tower of Radiant Sun City. It was wiser to focus on immediate concerns, and with a sigh, Duke Guggen resigned himself to this thought. Chapter 9. Murder and Desperation, Part 2. Salin knocked on the door of the laboratory, and Jason, noticing Salin's disheveled appearance, inquired with astonishment, "Salin, what has happened to you?" "Master, I have caused a calamity. I have killed the son of the Earl of Yaoyang City." "Just the Earl?" Jason, not overly concerned with worldly matters, regarded the title as not particularly formidable. Having watched Salin grow over the years, he knew Salin was not one to provoke trouble intentionally. "Master, Yaoyang City possesses a magical tower," Salin exclaimed urgently. "Oh?" Jason's demeanor shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. The presence of a powerful sorcerer rendered direct intervention impossible. Given Salin's current abilities, offending an earl equated to a death sentence. How did you get entangled with him? I merely passed by and witnessed an attempted murder. Salin hesitated to disclose his connection with Dick, yet his statement was not entirely inaccurate. At that moment, Salin had consented to the demands for compensation, lowering himself considerably. If the earl's son had not been excessively cruel and disrespectful, Salin would not have taken a life. His initial attack had not even aimed for a vital spot. Salin. Even if you were at fault, I should have protected you, Jason sighed. However, if the sorcerer writes to me, I will be unable to intervene. You cannot kill without facing consequences. Master, will I bring you trouble? Salin voiced his concern, fearing that the sorcerer might retaliate against Jason, thus implicating him as well. No. This matter lies between you and the earl. I will not engage with that powerful sorcerer, Jason reassured. You do not blame me for not intervening, do you? He looked at Salin, a twinge of guilt evident in his expression. He had indeed intended to formally guide Salin in magic upon his advancement, but that opportunity had vanished. Master, this was my impulsiveness. I must leave. Salin recognized his peril. If Jason could not assist him, the enraged earl would surely rend him asunder. Wait. Jason rummaged beneath the workbench, retrieving several boxes. He opened them to reveal a few items, a worn white robe of magic, frayed at the hood. Adorned with a magical insignia on the chest, a necklace embellished with a long string of smoky crystals, enhancing a magician's elemental affinity. And a weathered satchel designed to be worn diagonally across the body. Salin's gaze fell upon the final item, a ring, its silver-gray metal set with a flawless white crystal. The white crystal, precious in nature, could enhance the restoration of magical strings, a bit too advanced for a mere apprentice. Salin pondered whether he should divulge his newfound status as a sorcerer to Jason. Salin, this robe was gifted to me by my master. It is suitable for levels 1 to 3 and is imbued with 3 fixed spells. By embedding a magical core in the belt, it can automatically cast them. They are the level 0 Invisible Shield, level 1 Great Strength, and level 2 Fire Ring. These spells are primarily defensive. You must prioritize your safety and monitor the consumption of the magical core. Jason caressed the remaining items and continued, your elemental affinity is quite poor. This smoky crystal necklace may assist you. The gravity satchel contains a magical tome I once studied, sufficient for you to reach level 3. As for the white crystal ring, you will find it useful. Salin silently donned the magical robe, adorned the necklace and ring, and slung the satchel over his shoulder. Jason instructed, go gather your belongings. I must prepare. The earl will likely arrive soon. You should leave immediately. Without further ado, Salin swiftly returned to his quarters, retrieving the family crest from his box and tucking it into the belt's compartment. A stack of meaningless debt contracts was stuffed into the satchel, although rendered useless. They served as mementos from his father. He placed a 4,000 gold coin deposit note, 10 level 3 magical cores, and 108 gold coins into the satchel. The latter two split into 2 pouches. 8 scattered coins were bagged and hung at his waist. After donning new boots, Salin offered no farewells. Leaping from the window and hastening into the mountains. Without a horse, even if he had one, he could not outrun the earl's forces. For over half a month, Salin traversed the wilderness, the weather growing colder, yet he saw no escape. He encountered not a single village. Fortunately, after forming his magical strings, Salin's agility had significantly improved. Ordinary beasts could be dealt with using level 0 spells, and he had not faced danger. Alone, he relied on the celestial bodies to navigate. Journeying southeast, towards the Qin Empire. No matter how vast the influence of Earl Sufang Suo, it could not extend to the Qin Empire. Even the Holy See had been unable to establish a church there despite centuries of effort. One day, Salin discovered a waterfall nestled in the mountains. Its snowy cascade cleaving the peaks and creating a pool below. The chill emanating from the pool was palpable, and the impact of the waterfall created a gentle mist. Salin sensed the water element here was remarkably rich and vibrant. Though he could find no array, the essence of water was exceptionally harmonious. Salin leaped into the pool, commencing meditation. To many, the practice of magic is a tedious endeavor, requiring extensive study of magical knowledge, incantations, and gestures, alongside the continual expenditure of magical strings to familiarize oneself with the workings of spells. Once the magical strings were depleted, one must meditate to restore them. However, Salin found no tedium in meditation. The joy he experienced surpassed most earthly pleasures. It was a state of profound relaxation, where even without uttering incantations, he could feel the vitality of the elements. His affinity for water was exquisite, while he could not perceive it as directly as when his magical strings initially formed. Every cell within his body sensed the water elements permeating and nourishing him, particularly when submerged. Salin found he need not cast the underwater breathing spell to remain active and meditate for extended periods. The effects of meditating in water surpassed those on land. He estimated that in just an hour and a half, he could fully replenish his spent magical strings. In the chilly pool, Small silver fish swam curiously around him. Salin reached out to touch them, and to his surprise, the silver fish did not flee but instead playfully darted in and out of his palm. With youthful whimsy, Salin exhaled a stream of bubbles, trapping several silver fish within. The surface of these bubbles was magically formed, preventing them from rising to the surface. The trapped fish struggled momentarily, unable to escape the bubble's confines, and soon became alarmed. Around him, thousands of small fish seemed to sense the danger simultaneously and scattered in all directions. Salin gently stroked the bubbles, observing the silver fish within. These fish were merely the size of a thumb, their scales intricately fine, their eyes golden, and within their bodies, there was a faint magical fluctuation. They were indeed magical beasts, albeit of a low tier, perhaps barely qualifying as level 1. Such tiny magical beasts, even if they possessed magical cores, would likely yield less than a gold coin once extracted. Now a level 1 sorcerer himself, Salin could not dispel the magic he had inadvertently unleashed. He attempted to pinch the bubbles, aiming to release the fish, but his fingers, having already exerted the power of the magical strings, merely flattened the bubbles without breaking them. In that moment, Salin realized he had inadvertently created a new form of magic. He focused intently, recalling how he had generated these bubbles. Initially, it seemed he had cast a water shield and then, using his mental energy, controlled the elemental condensation to bend the magical shield, encasing the air before the bubbles could rise to the surface. Salin relinquished control over the bubbles, allowing them, encasing small fish, to rise freely. He exhaled another bubble and once again conjured the water ripple shield. However, he soon realized that he could not perfectly encapsulate the air. The bubbles he expelled swiftly ascended, leaving behind a faint azure ripple that stood before him. Initially, Salin had resorted to learning this magic out of necessity, for he could not master the first-level protective magic, the stone skin spell, and had to rely on the 3 constant spells woven into his magic robe. Yet, the activation of these spells necessitated the consumption of magic cores, leaving Salin at the defensive level of a mere magic apprentice. He took delight in training within water, thus casually acquiring this spell suited for aquatic execution. There was no alternative. Water-based defensive magic was formidable, but none were of a lower tier. Even the most basic ice armor spell was a 4th-level magic, making it distant from his grasp. The water ripple shield, while somewhat of a redundant spell, required execution within water. Otherwise, the fastest casting speed would still take 9 seconds. In the throes of battle, summoning a magical shield in 9 seconds would likely result in death several times over. Due to the inherent flaws in his magic cords, Salin cherished every opportunity to practice magic, which is why he learned the water ripple shield. Salin persevered in his experimentation, realizing that this transformed spell he had devised could exist in air, allowing for a relatively swift release. With further practice, it might evolve into a spell of instantaneous casting. If successful, he could rely on this magic for survival even before reaching the 4th level. Yet, he had lost the carefree mindset from earlier and could not recapture that natural feeling. After numerous attempts, having exhausted a significant portion of his magic cords and nearly depleted the air in his lungs, Salin barely managed to release a magical bubble. This time, he took 3 seconds to do so, 3 times slower than before. The bubble was somewhat fragile. When Salin cast an ice spike spell, it punctured the bubble instantly. The now powerless bubble ascended rapidly. Salin had no choice but to swim towards the water's surface. Although the lack of air posed no threat to him, he was unable to continue his experiments. Just as his head was about to breach the surface, a shadow leapt into the water from the light above. Salin deftly twisted his body to avoid it. With a splash, he emerged, only to find a pair of pristine white directly in front of him. Almost sinking again, he instinctively spread his arms to retreat, only to hear a furious shout, "Hey, wild boar." Chapter 10. The Caucasian female warrior. The voice was melodious, crisp, and pure. However, Salin was oblivious to the meaning of wild boar. All he perceived was a rosy fist enlarging in his vision, followed by excruciating pain around his eyes, leading him to lose consciousness. Before fainting, fear did not invade Salin's mind. Instead, he was entranced by the vivid crimson that danced before him, seemingly seizing control of his heart, leaving him unprepared for the impact of the fist. "Wake up, please wake up." The enchanting voice resonated once more, prompting Salin to exert effort to open one eye. His left eye felt immovable, and he could barely manage to create a narrow slit. Everything appeared hazy. A delicate hand was striking his face, evidently attempting to rouse him. "All right, I'm awake." Salin groaned as he attempted to shift backward. The girl who had struck him was now clad in attire, glaring at him with an intense gaze. Relief washed over Salin. There was no murderous intent in her eyes. Having taken lives before, he could sense the aura of death. Salin sat up, signaling that he bore no ill will. He scrutinized the girl, and she returned the scrutiny. They appeared to be of similar age, the girl seemingly around 17 or 18. Salin was taken aback by her clothing. She wore unrefined animal hide, the fur protruding outward. With many parts worn smooth, the coarse stitching rendered the outfit exceptionally rugged, stained with dark purple splotches of dried blood. Notably, the garment was comprised of 2 sections, exposing her slender midriff, the pristine skin glistening painfully in Salin's injured eyes. He resisted the urge to widen his gaze, only to grimace in discomfort. On her feet were heavy leather boots, clearly not of the Scosenia style, crafted from the paws of magical beasts. Most striking was the weapon she bore on her back, a massive stick, thick at one end and tapering at the other, almost the same height as her body. It shimmered with a metallic sheen, yet Salin recognized it to be fashioned from the bones of a formidable magical beast, its weight indeed formidable. Fortuitously, she had used her fist against him, and Salin felt grateful. The girl was extraordinarily beautiful, with raven-black brows, alabaster skin, and striking pale blue eyes. She stood nearly at the same height as Salin, her figure well-proportioned, exuding an air of naturalness as if she had forgotten that she was being observed. Displaying no hint of embarrassment, "I am Salin Metatlin, and you are?" Salin fumbled for words, unable to maintain a staring contest. "My name is Sika. Now, tell me honestly, why were you hiding here, spying?" Sika pointed a slender finger at Salin's forehead, seemingly recalling their earlier encounter. Salin chuckled. "This is not a bathhouse. It's freezing outside. Why would I hide here to spy? That makes sense." Sika was easily persuaded, her expression softening. Noticing Salin's face contorted in pain, she retrieved a small vial and handed it to him. "What is this?" "Holy water from the church. Use it to treat your eyes." "I apologize. I struck too hard earlier," Sika said apologetically. "It's all right. It was a natural reaction," Salin reassured her. "I truly am sorry. I intended to bathe but feared you would awaken, so I struck again." Sika looked at Salin with an innocent expression, which only fueled his frustration as he realized the cause of his eye injury. However, he mused that he could not merely observe her without consequence. Everything required a price, whether acquiring magical strings or gazing upon a beautiful woman. As he consoled himself, he opened the vial and poured the holy water onto his wound. "Ouch!" Salin yelped, jumping up, though he had never used holy water before. He had read about its healing properties and expected a sensation of warmth and comfort rather than the searing pain he experienced. He hurled the vial to the ground, exclaiming, "What is this?" Sika was taken aback as well, picking up the vial and inspecting the design. "It appears correct. Let me see." If there had been a wall, Salin would have considered bashing his head against it. This girl clearly had a lapse in judgment. Yet, the contents of that vial were indeed of a healing nature, and he had secretly assessed it before use, so he could not entirely blame Sika. Sika unfastened a large pouch from her waist and rummaged through it. Finally, she confidently declared, "This is indeed the church's healing holy water. I spent 5 silver coins to acquire it." Salin was puzzled. His eyes throbbed even more. 5 silver coins. Though a modest sum, should have provided some healing effect, not exacerbated his injury. Unable to fathom the reason, he suddenly felt foolish. He removed a metal flask from his belt, tilted his head back, and poured its contents over his wound. Instantly, relief washed over him. This was his own concocted restorative water. Restorative water, a healing liquid created through first-level magic, effectively repairs injuries. Although it works more slowly than divine spells and leaves no lingering effects. Salin's mind was filled with hundreds of magical spells, yet he could only currently learn a handful. The efficacy of restorative water was immense, particularly within a team. When combined with magical potions crafted by high-level mages, it could even heal chronic wounds. Amidst the desolate mountains, Salin wondered how Sika had come to bathe here. He tilted his head back, allowing the restorative water to soak into his eye sockets. Fearing the rupture of blood vessels in his eyes, which would severely impair his vision for an extended period. "I don't know," Sika admitted. "I intended to go to Hall City, but somehow wandered into the mountains." A true directionally challenged individual, Salin felt even more aggrieved. It seemed unjust that he had been struck by a lost person. "Why were you heading to Hall City?" Salin inquired, observing her audacity to plunge into icy waters. She might indeed be a swordswoman of considerable skill, despite her choice of weapon being a staff. "The mountains have become increasingly intolerable. I aim to become a mercenary." Sika replied, lowering her gaze. "You are not from Scosenia?" Salin suddenly recalled that her accent was distinct, although she spoke the common language of the continent. Her sentences were tighter and more urgent at the ends. "I am from the Caucasus." Sika nonchalantly sat on the ground, exposing a portion of her thigh above her boots to Salin. "What level are you?" Salin, finding Sika easy to converse with and appreciating her straightforward demeanor as a Caucasian, felt inclined to befriend her. As a low-level mage, he required strong allies like her. "I don't know. All I know is that the magical beasts near my village flee at the sight of me," Sika replied with a bewildered expression. Salin felt disheartened. It was normal for a Caucasian warrior to be unable to discern their level. It was foolish to ask her. The Caucasus region was not affiliated with Scosenia or any principality. It remained in a primitive state, replete with towering mountains and renowned for producing elite warriors. Mercenary groups favored Caucasian warriors for their prowess in both ranged and melee combat, coupled with their strong sense of teamwork. Male Caucasian warriors typically wield formidable throwing axes with an attack radius extending up to 100 meters, inflicting greater damage than archers. Furthermore, the Caucasus region uniquely preserved the ancient profession of priest, wherein battle priests, though lacking the offensive power of mages, possessed healing abilities rivaling those of divine spellcasters. You ventured out without knowing the way. Salin's eyes felt significantly better, though they remained swollen. Observing Sika's delicate fingers, he noted their hardness surpassed that of iron. What is there to fear? Getting lost won't starve me. There are more beasts here than back home. I've been wandering these mountains for over a month and haven't encountered any trouble, Sika replied, instilling confidence in Salin. He finally accepted that beauty and wisdom need not coexist. This charming, yet oblivious Caucasian girl was likely to fall victim to deception. Perhaps it would be best for him to act first. The potential consequences of waiting were unfathomable. Come with me to Dean. There is a larger guild for adventurers there. Salin persuaded Sika, having learned about such guilds from his readings. Salin City did not even possess such an organization. All right, but I have no money. If I enter the city. Salin felt exasperated. How could she wander without funds? Joining a mercenary group also required financial resources. However, this situation is not without its merits, without funds. Shika is unable to register as a mercenary and thus can accompany me. The cost of dining in this city is exorbitant, and here, cannibalism is strictly prohibited. What a nuisance. Cannibalism. Saren was taken aback. Although the Caucasus region is rather primitive, he had never heard of any cannibalistic tribes. It is not that one eats any person they encounter. That is not my intention. In the Caucasian tongue, this phrase refers to consuming one's enemies. Shika gestured as if striking. Saren understood, this implied robbery. There are indeed records of intertribal robberies, yet Saren had limited exposure to such matters, possessing only a vague understanding of them. You might consider becoming an independent adventurer first. This would reduce your expenses. Saren elaborated on the distinctions between adventurers and mercenaries. Upon registering with the Guild of Professionals, mercenaries must pay a deposit. Should they fail a mission, losses are deducted from this deposit. Conversely, adventurers need only to pay a registration fee but are ineligible for certain escort missions, which are the most frequent and lucrative. This stipulation does not apply to mages. Even a first-level mage can join a mercenary band without a deposit. Saren, what is your profession? Shika, intrigued by Saren's apparent erudition, inquired. I am a mage. Oh dear, I beg your pardon. Shika bowed slightly, performing an inexplicable gesture of respect. She then explained, the elder warned me before I set out that mages and priests beyond the mountains are held in high esteem. As she spoke, her gaze met Saren's. Her still swollen eyes were striking, and Shika felt a pang of anxiety for having assaulted someone akin to a priest. Both parties felt a tinge of guilt, which made their conversation flow more easily. Saren persuaded Shika to journey to Dean City, which lies far from the coast and near the border, allowing for a swift crossing into the Chinese Empire from the Saxon Duchy. Saren had calculated wisely. First, they could undertake professional tasks at the border to elevate their levels, primarily enhancing combat capabilities to avoid future troubles akin to those encountered in Salin City. Should he rise to the rank of a third-level mage, he would no longer fear the pursuit of Count Sufang Sober. After all, it is unlikely that he could summon a sword saint. Even in the rare event of such a scenario, fleeing to the Chinese Empire would render Count Sufang Sober's influence impotent. In the Chinese Empire, a sword saint holds little significance. Mages are abundant. It is said that every city in the Chinese Empire boasts a magical tower, suggesting that there are at least hundreds of mages of 6th level or higher. Although this number pales in comparison to the over a billion Chinese citizens, where a grand mage emerges from hundreds of thousands, these grand mages are sufficient to ensure the Chinese Empire's resilience, leaving 3 colossal empires and a holy see utterly powerless. Chapter 10, The Caucasian Warrior, Part 2. As they continued their journey southeast, Saren finally witnessed the formidable strength of the Caucasians. Shika, with her massive club slung across her back, had yet to utilize it. She relied solely on a boomerang over a foot long. The V-shaped boomerang bore sharp edges on both sides and was usually sheathed in a leather case. Shika wielded it barehanded, as if the razor-sharp metal was non-existent. Whether it was beasts, monsters, giant trees, or rocks, Shika's boomerang cleaved through them effortlessly, unfazed by the cold. Shika's animal skin attire left her midriff and thighs exposed, and she showed no inclination to change her outfit in the chill of autumn. The leather pouch she carried was at least 5 times the size of Saren's, filled to the brim. Fortunately, her appetite was modest, only 2 or 3 times that of Saren's. After a month of wandering through the mountains, winter arrived, and they finally found their way out. Inquiring in a village, they learned that continuing east for 200 miles would lead them to Dean City. Saren held Shika in high esteem. It was truly remarkable for someone to navigate directly from the mountains to the city without a map. Upon exiting the mountainous terrain, they encountered a vast plain to the east, where the population began to thicken. The combined populace of the four great empires exceeded 400 million, with Scocinia alone boasting over 100 million residents and hundreds of large cities. Saren's direction toward this area had been purely serendipitous. Over the course of more than a month, Saren had come to understand Sheikah somewhat. She was no different from ordinary Caucasians, having been born into an impoverished tribe. Despite their poverty, the villagers were incredibly brave, and even the presence of monsters did not hinder the tribe's growth. Each year, numerous warriors like Sheikah emerged from the mountains in search of sustenance. Sheikah was astute and genuine. Aside from being slightly disoriented in daily life, she excelled in combat. Such individuals found it difficult to amass wealth, unless merchants had a change of heart. Sheikah's cleverness was devoted to battle, while her financial management resembled that of a naive pig. This left Saren disheartened, as he would likely need to look after her once they entered the city. Sheikah was eager to accompany Saren. Being illiterate was one thing, but for a Caucasian to speak a common tongue was already a considerable achievement. Following an erudite mage, Sheikah felt she had struck gold. The splendor of Dean City surpassed Saren's imagination. Shops were plentiful, and adventurers and mercenaries were ubiquitous. Despite it being winter, the atmosphere here was as vibrant as midsummer. Saren guided Sheikah through several shops, acutely aware of his meager gold coins. He could hardly afford a satisfactory piece of equipment. Items for mages typically started at 10,000 gold coins, while those priced around 1,000 or 2,000 were hardly worth considering, being merely rudimentary. There was another issue. Sheikah's beauty attracted the attention of adventurers, and a few mercenary groups even attempted to intercept them, hoping to recruit her. Such a striking Caucasian was a rare find, both alluring and formidable, as evidenced by the weapon she bore. Fortunately, no one resorted to violence. The locals recognized Saren's mage attire, though the crude remarks and respectful demeanor created a rather bizarre atmosphere. After all, low-ranking mercenaries often lacked education and were accustomed to a more rugged mode of communication. With a sigh, Saren suggested, "Sheikah, perhaps you should change into something else. I have no money left. Upon leaving the mountains, I spent all I had on holy water." Sheikah replied bluntly, shaking her head. At the mention of holy water, Saren's eyes twitched, as if the pain lingered. He felt uneasy, pondering why the healing holy water had proven ineffective for him. Slightly distracted, he said, "I'll pay for you. You stand out too much like this." "All right." Sheikah agreed without hesitation. She was quite irked by the mercenaries blocking their path. While she regarded their strength with disdain, it was ill-advised to act aggressively in the city. She understood her appeal to lower-tier mercenary groups, but earning money was tough for them. And she desired a significant amount to procure numerous items to bring back to her tribe. Drawing from his experience in Salin City, Saren led Sheikah down a relatively secluded street and entered a random shop. The store was modest, approximately 50 meters in size, with stairs leading to 2 levels. Upon seeing a mage accompanied by a Caucasian warrior, the owner eagerly approached them. "Esteemed mage, what can I assist you with? We offer discounts here," the proprietor beamed, his warmth surpassing that of the people in Salin City and lacking a hint of insincerity. Mages were lucrative clients, often carrying substantial amounts of gold. "I seek a set of leather armor suitable for her," Saren indicated Sheikah. The owner appeared somewhat disappointed, as they were not purchasing mage equipment, leading to a significant loss and potential profit. However, he still had high-quality leather armor in stock, which he considered a worthwhile sale. Maintaining his smile, he gestured for them to follow him upstairs, calling for an attendant to bring refreshments while he accompanied Saren and Sheikah as they awaited the armor. In such a small establishment, merchandise would not be fully displayed at the counter. Shortly, 2 attendants emerged from the back storage, carrying a massive wooden crate, still sealed and marked with a merchant's emblem and several notes indicating the order's location, date, and merchant's name. Upon breaking the seal and lifting the lid, a set of leather armor revealed itself under the glow of a magical lamp. Saren's pupils constricted as he sensed a faint magical aura emanating from the armor. This leather had been magically treated. While it did not possess any constant enchantments, its quality was exceptional, allowing it to be transformed into magical armor. Such equipment would undoubtedly come at a considerable cost. Sheikah's eyes sparkled with excitement as the armor, a shade of gray accented with black patterns from potion treatment, was designed for concealment in the wild, making it more than mere decoration. The armor was styled after the Qin Empire's design. Though somewhat intricate, it was highly practical. The helmet protected the forehead and allowed for a rear exit, with a convenient clasp for the chin. The breastplate was reinforced, likely featuring metal or monster bone layers within. The arm guards extended only to the elbows, followed by wrist guards, lacking the gloves found in Tangula's Empire armor. The belt was wide, with polished monster bone pieces at the front, while the lower design resembled a skirt armor style. The boots were thick-soled leather, equipped with spurs made from polished monster bones at the back. The entire armor set contained no metal components, nor were there visible stitches. While it might be somewhat cumbersome to wear, it would offer remarkable agility without hindering any combat movements. Even those unaccustomed to such leather armor would not require much time to adapt. This leather armor bore resemblance to the standard armor of the Chenin Empire. But the crate also contained additional accessories for repairs and replacements. Specifically crafted for adventurers, it came with a leather pouch, a blanket, and a short sword. Sheikah carefully turned the armor over, noting the design of leather loops on the back to secure heavier weapons, such as greatswords. She caressed the armor. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Saren. She understood that this item was not inexpensive and hesitated to ask Saren to purchase it immediately. How much? Saren inquired calmly. His discerning eye noted that the armor appeared almost tailored for Sheikah, right down to the shoe size. 9,600 gold coins. And I have already applied an 8% discount, the owner replied, showing Saren the note affixed to the crate, which indicated the armor's origin. The jungle weaponry shop guaranteed quality. Saren exhaled in relief. Although quite costly, he could afford it. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the original price exceeding 1,000 gold coins. Ordinary leather armor typically cost 1 or 2 gold coins, while better ones might reach several dozen. Anything over 100 gold coins was considered magical armor. Thus, the steep price of this leather armor suggested the materials were indeed special. Do you accept deposit slips from the Imperial Bank? Saren asked as he picked up a small booklet from within the crate. The brochure indeed contained a product introduction, and as Chu's eyelids twitched, he caught sight of the name of a formidable beast, the saltwater crocodile, a creature of the 6th tier. This leather armor was crafted from materials derived from a 6th-tier monster. The saltwater crocodile was notoriously ferocious, mentioned in every tome on magical beasts, and Salin had long been aware of its notorious reputation. Naturally, he intended to acquire it. The proprietor beamed. The mage's intention to purchase was unmistakable. Well, I also require some materials for crafting scrolls, he added. If you are practicing, sir, the most economical options will suffice. How many shall I prepare for you? The merchant approached the business with sincerity, recognizing that Salin was merely a novice mage, unlikely to require high-grade materials for scrolls. Salin hesitated momentarily. He lacked practical experience in crafting scrolls, possessing only theoretical knowledge. Purchasing too few would be of little benefit, while buying too many would deplete his funds. Let me procure 50 blank scrolls, along with a set of a decent magic quill and dragon's blood ink. That will amount to 800 gold coins. The merchant quickly calculated the costs. I also need 10 third-tier magic cores. Salin assessed his finances cautiously. That will be 1,000 gold coins. Salin felt a pang akin to something escaping from within him, reminiscent of the childhood memory of falling on stone steps, blood gushing forth. The expenditure felt more painful than bleeding. After some calculation, he realized he had 400 gold coins remaining, and with his 108 coins, he was beginning to feel impoverished. He produced the ring he had won from Baron Minghui and inquired, "Will you accept this?" The merchant took a glance. Responding with practiced ease, "We do not deal in jewelry. This ring is gold-plated, but the embedded stone is a translucent gem. Even so, it is worth 100 gold coins. If you wish to sell, I shall offer you 100 coins." Salin felt disheartened. He had misjudged the item, discovering it to be a counterfeit. The translucent gem was abundant, clearly processed, and he had mistakenly believed it to be a green frozen stone. Had it been genuine green frozen stone, it would have been worth 1,000 gold coins. Curse that Baron Minghui. Had he known this was a fake, he would have ensured the Baron's head resembled a beehive. Chapter 11. Registering as a mercenary, the proprietor glanced at the white crystal ring on Salin's hand and remarked, "Master Mage, if you are in urgent need of funds, I could offer you 20,000 gold coins for that ring." "No need," Salin replied casually, prying off the transparent stone from the ring and tossing it to the owner. He then retrieved 2,000 gold coin notes from his pouch. "Just give me the remaining change, and find a room for my friend to change her gear." Upon hearing this, Sheikah immediately stood up, bending down to lift the large wooden chest and glancing around. The attendant suppressed a laugh and guided Sheikah to change her attire. After verifying the notes, the owner instructed the attendant to bring 8 bulging coin pouches containing 400 gold coins. Salin accepted the coins, tossing them into his satchel, and inquired, "Do you have a map?" "I do not have one, Master Mage," the proprietor replied. "If you register as a mercenary, the Adventurers Guild will provide you with a magical map of the entire continent, quite useful indeed." The owner discerned that it was Salin's first venture outside and that he was unaware of such matters. Salin felt a blush creep to his cheeks but quickly responded, "I lack experience. Thank you for your guidance. How do I reach the Adventurers Guild?" The proprietor took a piece of paper and sketched a simple map, handing it to Salin. Sheikah emerged, now clad in leather armor, and Salin's eyes brightened. The ruggedness of Sheikah's appearance had softened, making her features appear more refined. Had it not been for the massive staff on her back and the tattered beast-hide pouch in her hand, one might not recognize her as a Caucasian. The proprietor respectfully escorted the two out of his shop, a smile barely contained at the corners of his mouth. It was a substantial transaction, with the mage purchasing a set of premium leather armor. It seemed that even a novice mage lacked discernment when it came to courting a Caucasian woman. Known for their formidable nature, following the proprietor's sketch directions, Salin quickly located the Adventurers Guild. The entrance was far from imposing, featuring a moderately sized door adorned with the guild's emblem, a sword piercing through a wheel. There were no sentry mercenaries stationed at the entrance. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast hall, spanning hundreds of square meters, devoid of any columns. The hall was bustling with activity. Most of the crowd congregated on the right side, while the left side remained relatively quiet. Salin glanced at the directional signs and made his way toward the quieter section. To the left, there were individual rooms separated by metal panels, facing the hall with large glass windows that provided soundproofing without obstructing the view. As Salin approached, a female swordsman greeted them with a smile, asking, "Are you here to accept a quest, or to register as mercenaries?" "I would like to inquire first." Salin replied with a smile. "Please follow me," the swordswoman said sweetly, leading Salin and Sika into one of the individual rooms. Inside, a table was surrounded by 8 chairs. Salin took a seat, and the swordswoman handed him a book to peruse. Sika pushed aside the book offered to her, declaring, "I cannot read," with a professional smile. The swordswoman gently reclaimed the book and said, "I will fetch some tea. What kind would you like?" "Anything is fine, as long as it doesn't cost money." Sika replied straightforwardly, not wishing to waste her limited funds. The leather armor she donned was already quite expensive, and she was uncertain when she would be able to repay it. The swordswoman, accustomed to dealing with impoverished mercenaries, perceived Sika's attire as a sign of modest means despite the new armor. Mercenaries typically invested all their money in equipment, leaving little surplus. Sika poked Salin with her delicate finger. "Hey," Salin responded, feeling a twinge of pain. He did not lift his gaze as Sika whispered, "Look." Salin turned his head and gazed through the glass, following Sika's line of sight, and beheld the front of the hall. There, a colossal magical wall stood, embedded with dozens of magical screens displaying various arcane images. The value of the screens alone was in the millions of gold coins. One could strike it rich if they dared to rob this place. However, Salin's thoughts were not on such matters. He spotted his own image appearing on one of the screens, sending a chill down his spine. They had reached the edge of the empire. Could Count Sufang Sua still exert his influence? The emergence of his likeness on the magical screen indicated a bounty on his head. Fortunately, the depiction was artistic. Though skillfully rendered, it bore some resemblance to Salin's current appearance. The image featured brown hair and eyes, while Salin's hair had turned black, and his eyes blue. His physique having considerably strengthened. Had it not been for Sika's keen perception, one might have overlooked the connection between the magical image and Salin. A sense of dread washed over Salin. Had Sika not spotted this image, he would have found himself in dire straits. Both mercenaries and adventurers were required to leave their names and likenesses at the Adventurers Guild. If he continued to use the name Salin Metatlin, it would not be long before someone recognized him. The surname Metatlin was exceedingly rare. Even the most oblivious individual could unravel his identity through that name. Anger surged within Salin as he reflected on how the Count had pursued him from the coast to the border. He had traversed the wilderness in a straight line for over 3 months, yet the Count's relentless pursuit remained unshaken. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. But Salin gradually regained his composure. The vendetta for his son was not something Count Sufang Sua would easily relinquish. The portrait provided by Viscount Gugu was outdated. His appearance had changed, and the likeness was only somewhat similar. He owed Ulysses a favor and would repay it when the opportunity arose. Yet, he realized he needed to alter his name temporarily. With this in mind, Salin waved toward the door. The swordswoman soon entered, balancing a tray. "Fog-tip tea. For you both to enjoy," she announced, pouring the tea into delicate cups that were slightly larger than gold coins, exquisitely translucent, crafted from blue porcelain without any embellishments, resembling fine jade. A hint of emerald liquid filled the cups, exuding a faint fragrance. "We intend to register as mercenaries," Salin declared, having reconsidered his decision. Becoming an adventurer would also require leaving a likeness, but he sought more information available from the Adventurers Guild. Moreover, mercenaries were protected by Scosinia's laws. While adventurers faced far greater dangers, the violence among adventurers in the wilderness was unceasing. "Do you wish to register as free mercenaries or as part of a mercenary group?" The swordswoman inquired, her large eyes sparkling, her voice rhythmically soothing, devoid of any sense of pressure. Salin feigned indifference. In terms of appearance, Sika surpassed the swordswoman by far. He had experienced a fleeting sense of admiration only when he caught a glimpse of Sika's figure. It seemed that after forming the magical strings, Salin's state of mind grew more stable. This was entirely reasonable. A mage whose emotions fluctuated wildly could hardly be relied upon in critical moments. The casting of spells demanded immense mental fortitude, and many low-level mages languished at level 3 throughout their lives due to insufficient mental capacity. A mercenary group, yes. The smallest scale. The swordswoman smiled, recognizing Salin's novice status and cautioning, the smallest mercenary group can only recruit 8 members and cannot accept high-level tasks. The differences from adventurers are minimal. Salin had just perused the book on the occupational system that the swordswoman provided, selecting key chapters, and was aware of what the lowest-tiered mercenary group entailed. He shook his head. I cannot afford the deposit. Very well, the swordswoman replied without turning back, summoning assistance. Soon, someone arrived with a box, placing it on the table. Inside the box were 2 identical contracts. Salin glanced through them and nodded. Where do I submit the payment? Follow me, the swordswoman instructed, leading Salin and Sika out of the room to a small door in the corner of the hall. Beyond the door lay a corridor flanked by numerous small rooms. The swordswoman pointed to a small room and said, Go leave your magical likeness, sign the contract, and hand over the payment. Registering a mercenary group required a fee. Each mercenary had to pay a deposit to safeguard against potential mishaps during quests. Salin was registering for a level 1 mercenary group, which required only 100 gold coins in startup capital, with each member contributing a deposit of 50 gold coins. Should his mercenary group of 8 be fully staffed, a total of 500 gold coins would be required. This sum constitutes a considerable amount, one that many cannot afford. Typically, the leadership of most mercenary bands is monopolized by the captain, and impoverished mercenaries, due to their financial constraints, must enter into separate contracts with the captain, compelling them to toil tirelessly. It is hardly surprising. How can an ordinary individual amass a deposit of 50 gold coins? If one possessed such an amount, most low-ranking mercenaries would prefer to return home to farm, as 50 gold coins would suffice to take a wife and raise 2 or 3 children. Currently, Salin has only 2 members. Aside from a registered capital of 100, he needs to pay an additional deposit of 100 gold coins, thus enabling him to undertake escort missions valued at under 400 gold coins. Even if his mercenary group were at full capacity, they could only accept escort missions below the value of 1,000 gold coins. Yet, as the female swordsman remarked, such a mercenary group is scarcely distinguishable from adventurers. An escort mission valued at 400 gold coins yields a maximum reward of 20 gold coins, typically requiring a month to complete. The worth of slaying a second-tier magical beast surpasses that of such missions. For Salin, as a sorcerer, 20 gold coins hold little significance. Moreover, should war erupt, these mercenaries would be conscripted by the state, with low-ranking groups relegated to the most perilous locales, receiving meager compensation. However, Salin's focus lies not on this. He established his mercenary group not to secure safe escort missions, but to avail himself of the information services provided by the Guild of Adventurers. Only mercenaries can access such information, while the cost of ordinary information is calculated in silver coins, which is quite inexpensive. He seeks to discern the true nature of Count Su Fong Suo and the extent of his influence. Such information is not accessible to ordinary adventurers. After recording the magical imagery, within 10 minutes, the female swordsman presented a new contract, which already featured the magical images of Salin and Sika. As Sika cannot write, Salin signed the contract on her behalf. He refrained from using his real name, instead entering the pseudonym Merlin in the name field of the contract. They then affixed their respective handprints. Upon paying the gold coins, Salin received the mercenary badge provided by the Guild of Adventurers. Chapter 11. The Registration of Mercenaries, Part 2. The first-tier mercenary group is devoid of a name, merely identified by a number. Of course, one may choose to bestow a name upon it, no matter how grandiose, but it is prudent to avoid duplicating the names of existing mercenary groups, lest one faces annihilation. The mercenary groups are classified into 9 tiers, with their badges exhibiting only 3 colors. Salin received a bronze-hued badge, signifying his status as a low-level mercenary. As he was affixing the badge to his chest, a sudden eruption of cheers resonated through the hall. Turning to investigate, Salin beheld a throng of hundreds of mercenaries gathered around the counter, their fervor palpable, leaving him puzzled about the commotion. He glanced at the female swordsman beside him, who merely shrugged, equally in the dark regarding the cause. From now on, call me Commander. Let us see what is happening, Salin interjected, firmly pulling her from her seat. She reluctantly drained her cup of tea and began to chew on the leaves. What are you doing? That is not food. Spit it out, Salin chastised, giving her a light pat on the back. I know. Gulp. This tea is quite expensive, she retorted, forcing the leaves down, her cheeks flushing slightly. Salin thought to himself, thankfully she doesn't tea smoke. Otherwise, she might swallow the cigarette butts too. The duo stepped outside the crowd, where the atmosphere was charged with excitement. Hey, brother, what is going on? Salin inquired of a low-level swordsman, who was taken aback by the politeness of a mage addressing him. He quickly explained. The guild just announced a new mission. A green dragon has been sighted in the High Mountain County. A green dragon? Salin echoed. Indeed. It has been many years since dragons have appeared in the heart of Mels, and the guild is offering a bounty of 500,000 gold coins for its capture. Any tier of mercenary group may undertake this task, and there is no deadline. The swordsman's eyes sparkled with excitement. His skills barely qualified him as a mid-level swordsman. Far from being a swordsman of repute, and lacking the ability to manifest sword energy, he could not even penetrate the skin of a green dragon. Salin, with good intentions, cautioned him. A green dragon is a 6th-level creature. While it may be the lowest tier of dragons, its defensive capabilities are formidable, and it can fly. To slay one, at least a 7th-level mage's assistance is required. Otherwise, the dragon will simply take to the skies, and no mere mortal can pursue it. Salin's words fell on deaf ears, as many of these mercenaries were illiterate, having never encountered a book in their lives. Their understanding of dragons paled in comparison to that of Salin, the mage. Green dragons possess a rather irritable temperament and will attack anyone. However, they are intelligent, lurking in the shadows to observe their prey, only revealing themselves when they deem their target weak. Such cunning creatures are more challenging to deal with than the volatile red dragons, which, when provoked, will fight to the death rather than flee. The green dragon, on the other hand, knows how to avoid confrontation, leaving behind a trace of its aura on its target, setting the stage for future retribution. Salin shook his head in resignation. The counter was overcrowded, making it impossible for him to take on a mission. It seemed he would have to wait at least an hour before he could approach. "Commander, I'm hungry," came a plaintive voice from Sheikah, accompanied by a growl from her stomach, which made her blush. Salin felt he had chosen the wrong companion. Sheikah had an insatiable appetite, akin to a bottomless pit. Nevertheless, he was in good spirits. The news of the green dragon was promising, as it would likely divert the attention of mercenaries in the southeastern empire, reducing the chances of anyone pursuing him. "Green dragon, please delay your demise," Salin silently wished. "Ah, beautiful lady. Might I inquire if you would be interested in joining our mercenary group?" Salin looked up to see an extraordinarily handsome man, whose features seemed almost otherworldly. At first glance, he appeared to be in his early 20s, with strikingly handsome features that harmoniously combined both masculine and feminine charms. His violet eyes and long, delicate golden hair, paired with intricately designed light metal armor, gave him an ethereal quality, as if he were a creature from legends. "I'm sorry, but I already belong to a mercenary group," Sheikah instinctively replied, sensing the man's considerable strength. "Then simply resign. I will cover all your expenses," he persisted. "Ask him," Sheikah suggested, pointing at Salin. "Mr. Mage, would you be willing to part with this lady and transfer her to my mercenary group?" "You'll pay?" Salin raised an eyebrow. "Of course, name your price." Salin glanced at Sheikah, who was caressing her newly acquired leather armor as if it were a divine artifact. He sniffed and asked, "Are you quite wealthy?" "Our 4th-tier mercenary group has a modest reserve." The man, undeterred by Salin's jest, replied with a sense of pride. "With over 10,000 gold coins in registered capital, we can recruit over 1,000 members, qualifying us as a significant mercenary group. Such a group often includes mages. With such wealth, do you truly want me?" Salin's sarcasm was palpable. "Mages? We have 2 or 3 in our Tsong Falcon mercenary group," he boasted. "Does that mean you have few swordsmen?" Salin's patience dwindled. The flamboyant man was too self-absorbed for his own good. "So you have no intention of parting with her?" The man lamented, having been dismissed as a mere oddity. "You misunderstand. Sheikah is not merchandise, and I have no authority over her decisions. Moreover, I am her commander. If you wish to recruit from my ranks, you should abandon that idea. With your wealth, deceiving Highlanders should pose no challenge." Salin's icy retort hung in the air. This was Dean City, where no mercenary group would dare to stir trouble. Dean City was the territory of the 9th-tier Dragon and Rose mercenary group, the only one of its kind on the continent. "My apologies for the rudeness. Perhaps I should treat you both to a meal. I do not dine with strangers," Salin replied, causing the flamboyant man to lose composure momentarily. However, Salin quickly added, "So let us first exchange introductions. Merlin, of the 17453607 mercenary group." In the distance, a few individuals had been observing them, and upon seeing the man's face turn crimson, they erupted into laughter. The man regained his composure, inhaled deeply, and introduced himself. "I am Song Hong, captain of the 10th Squad of the 10th Battalion of the Tsong Falcon mercenary group. Those jesters are my subordinates. Unlike a regular army, a battalion comprises 100 men, while a squad consists of only 10. Song Hong's subordinates totaled just 4, indicating they had yet to reach full strength. Dean City thrives, with establishments serving food even in the late hours. Mercenaries do not adhere to strict schedules, and the city gates remain open through the night. Although it is near the border, it is adjacent to the Galuran Principality, controlled by Skosinia. The high mountain county where the Green Dragon was sighted lies within the Galuran territory. This place is remarkably safe. No one dares to provoke the Dragon and Rose mercenary group. This ninth-tier group boasts 20,000 mercenaries, surpassing the regulations of the Skosenia Empire, and even the Emperor refrains from addressing this matter. Both leaders of the Dragon and Rose mercenary group are ninth-tier professionals. One is a golden sword saint, and the other a ninth-level black-robed mage. Such power could easily establish a principality. Only with immense strength can one safeguard their prosperity. In the southeastern front, the territory is predominantly under the influence of the Dragon and Rose mercenary corps, centered around Dean City. It extends north to Didipus and west to Shilu County. The enigmatic Song Hong skillfully guided Salin and Zika to a 5-story tavern, accompanied by his 4 subordinates, making a total of 7. Merlin, you must try the Pear Blossom wine here. It's imported from the Chinese Empire, a mere gold coin for a small cup. Song Hong enthusiastically introduced, his countenance as vibrant as a peach blossom, yet possessing the robust physique of a powerful man. We sorcerers only indulge in pure water. Salin politely declined his offer, emptying his wine cup and extracting his metal flask to pour a cup of restorative water. This restorative water, even in the absence of injury, is beneficial to the body. Typically, a sorcerer can produce around 100 grams at a time, but Salin is capable of nearly 300 grams. While the restorative water is easy to store, it loses efficacy after a month. Hence, Salin chose to consume it as water. He remained vigilant against Song Hong. Although the latter might refrain from violence in Dean City, the risk of being drugged was still present. Salin had concocted numerous peculiar magical potions himself, which could easily incapacitate a novice sorcerer like him, though not a seasoned expert. What else with the laughter? Song Hong suddenly turned stern, reprimanding his subordinates. Can't you even introduce yourselves properly? It was only then that the 4 began their introductions. The tall, pale-faced swordsman named Pino was a junior swordsman, clad in pristine leather armor and carrying a slender longsword. The burly man with a scarred face wore simple garments, much like Song Hong, with his weapon concealed. He went by the rather inconsequential name of Kook. The woman in a leather mask, whom Salin had assumed to be a sorceress, turned out to be a Chinese swordswoman named Sarah. Lastly, the well-proportioned young archer, Lucas, was the youngest in the group, likely just over 20. Yet his face bore no trace of youthful naivete. He laughed heartily alongside his companions, clearly sharing a deep camaraderie with them. Salin found it curious that there was no sorcerer within this party, yet Song Hong was fervently attempting to recruit Zika while seemingly disregarding his own worth. The archer, despite being a ranged attacker, could never truly replace a sorcerer. Although Caucasian warriors were prized, they would never surpass the allure of a sorcerer. What secret mission could Song Hong possibly have? Gentlemen, I shall be candid. I wish to hire a Caucasian warrior for a task. The danger is minimal, yet it involves confronting a rare creature, one that only a Caucasian warrior can handle effectively. Observing Salin's disinterested expression, Song Hong understood that concealing the truth would not win over Zika. He anticipated this outcome. Even the most novice sorcerer would not concern themselves with a lowly team leader. Humph. Once this private mission is completed, leaving the Falcon Mercenary Corps to form his own team would not pose a challenge. With this thought, Song Hong's face broke into a charming smile once more. Salin felt a surge of irritation, despite his lack of experience in the world outside. His impoverished upbringing had honed his ability to read people's expressions and discern their inner thoughts. While he couldn't fathom Song Hong's schemes, he sensed that the latter was undoubtedly concealing many details. It was rather unusual for a level 4 mercenary team leader to seek the services of another mercenary group. Chapter 12, The Ruins of the Dynasty Part 1. What a rare find. Salin never anticipated that the Caucasian he stumbled upon in the wilderness would quickly become so sought after. What are the terms? What compensation are you offering? Salin inquired, taking a sip from his cup without bothering to meet the irritating grin of Song Hong. 500 gold coins, with 10% of the task's earnings going to you. A formal employment contract, and I will provide a deposit of 2,000 gold coins, guaranteed by the Mercenary Guild. Song Hong stated all the conditions in one breath. Let us dine first, Salin replied, visibly dissatisfied with the proposal and refraining from immediately accepting. In truth, a first-tier mercenary hardly earns more than a few dozen gold coins in a year, even in prosperous times. However, as a mage skilled in crafting magical potions, a task worth 500 gold coins held little value for him. A succulent leg of lamb was presented on a large copper platter, and before anyone could make a move, Zika drew her short sword, placed a foot on her chair, and with one swift strike, severed half of the lamb leg. She began to devour it with abandon, leaving everyone astonished. They were aware of the ruggedness of the Caucasian, yet this delicate-looking girl feasted like the wild barbarians. Smack, smack. Zika exclaimed, finding the flavor somewhat bland. Boss, did you forget the salt? Boss. Song Hong bellowed, startling Zika, who widened her eyes in surprise. Song Hong struggled to contain her frustration, gritting her teeth as she demanded, bring some salt. Salin grew increasingly suspicious of Song Hong. Did a fourth-tier mercenary group with a silver emblem truly need to befriend two newly registered mercenaries? He reached for the other half of the lamb leg and began to gnaw on it, mirroring Zika's actions. Song Hong and the others gazed at the empty copper platter, perplexed. Were these two truly foolish or simply indifferent to the task at hand? 500 gold coins in commission, plus a share, was an amount a first-tier mercenary group would not earn even in 2 years. When the second platter of bison meat arrived, Zika had already consumed half of her lamb leg and promptly pulled the bison meat toward herself, continuing to eat with little regard for her surroundings. Song Hong noted this and became convinced that this mage was indeed unconcerned about the 500 gold coins. How could she possibly persuade him? Raising the price felt unsatisfactory. Salin's magical robe indicated he was merely a first-tier mage, and the offered amount was already quite reasonable. Asking for more could easily fund a third-tier mage. Yet, third-tier mages were hard to control, and should they turn hostile after the task's completion, the entire team could be in peril. Then name your price. As long as it is reasonable, I shall agree, Song Hong said to Salin, who was still savoring the lamb leg. Very well, Salin replied, having awaited this moment. I need to know the nature of the task. Payment will be calculated daily, paid in advance, and settled weekly. 30 gold coins per day. I take 20. And Zika takes 10. You must deposit 5,000 gold coins with the guild. I require 30% of the task's earnings. If that is agreeable, disclose the task details. If not, we shall finish our meal and depart. Do you presume yourself a grand mage? Growled the burly swordsman with a scarred face, his patience worn thin. He, too, was hungry, and having seen Salin and Zika devour 2 dishes, he felt aggrieved. Upon hearing Salin's exorbitant demands, he could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table. If I were a grand mage, I would demand 70%. Is my request truly unreasonable? Song Hong nearly choked in disbelief. While grand mages could indeed command 70% of a task's earnings, a mere novice like Salin was not worth even a fraction of that. Her offer was already generous, and Salin's demand seemed utterly outrageous. Fine, I accept your terms. Song Hong gritted her teeth in agreement. If not for the need to conceal this matter from her team, she would never have acquiesced to such an unreasonable price. The 5,000 gold coin deposit had drained her savings, a sum amassed over 5 years. Now, tell me why it is essential to hire Zika, Salin said, having finished his meal and rubbing his belly while regarding Song Hong. A faint blush crept onto Song Hong's alluring visage as she spoke softly. What you wish to hear now cannot be retracted. Even here in Dean City. Salin glanced at the 5 individuals around him, each of whom watched him with trepidation. A first-tier mage was indeed a formidable presence. Song Hong's tone carried a hint of threat. Who could predict whether this brash youth might take offense? Salin, however, remained unfazed. Being a Scosenian by birth, he was inherently shrewd in business. The demands made by Song Hong were quite reasonable, and he felt no affront to his dignity. Very well, go ahead and speak, since I am willing to accept your employment. What is there to worry about? Salin replied, slightly impatient. Being a mercenary was indeed troublesome. It was far simpler to concoct magical potions. Yet, if he were to focus solely on potion making, he would barely earn 1,000 gold coins a year, particularly as the sole apprentice in the entire city of Salin. This task promised 30 gold coins per day, allowing him to earn 2/3 of his previous annual income within 2 months. Pino and Cook, not waiting for Song Hong's signal, had already vacated their seats and stood guard at the door. Song Hong took a deep breath and said quietly, "It is a ruins task, not one assigned by the guild. I knew it. Otherwise, you would have no need to hire outsiders," Salin mused cheerfully. Though a novice mercenary, he possessed the keen instincts of an exceptional merchant. He had sensed Song Hong's secret. This task undoubtedly held significant rewards. The task is located within the chaotic marsh, where I require a Caucasian to clear a 400-meter-long passage filled with terror demons. They are of low level but appear in great numbers. Only a resolute Caucasian warrior can withstand their influence. Of course, a 7th-tier mage's mental deterrence would be even more effective, but I cannot afford such an expense. Terror demons? They are quite rare, Salin muttered, coincidentally loud enough for Song Hong to hear. Song Hong warned, they are all first-tier monsters, and I cannot offer more money. Understood, Salin calculated. Zika's level was at least that of a high swordsman, possibly even a swordmaster. Dealing with first-tier monsters, even in the hundreds, posed no challenge. Every Caucasian warrior was blessed by battle priests at birth, rendering them immune to the mental attacks of terror demons. As for the physical assaults from terror demons, he could easily withstand them with the constant magic woven into his robe. It was a simple task, a lucrative opportunity indeed. Then what are we waiting for? Let us head to the guild. Zika wiped her mouth and set down her clean plate. But we have yet to eat, Song Hong remarked, her expression one of confusion. The members of the Tsangshuan mercenary group wore faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, thinking, have you not devoured everything? Are we to feast on the wind? Once Zika had satisfied her hunger, The members of the Tsangxuan mercenary group hurriedly finished their meal and accompanied Salin to the guild to complete the employment formalities. Even the largest mercenary groups occasionally faced manpower shortages. Hiring lower-tier mercenary groups was a common occurrence. After signing the contract and paying the 5,000 gold coin deposit. Even if Songhong and her team perished during this task, Salin would still receive compensation from the guild. To expedite their journey, Songhong reluctantly purchased horses for Salin and Zika. Although neither could ride, Salin's strong mental prowess, coupled with a touch of elemental power, quickly calmed the steeds. Zika, endowed with a natural ability to soothe animals, ensured that the 7 of them swiftly exited the city, heading northeast. The destination of the Tsangxuan mercenary group was Didipus, the closest point to the chaotic marsh, where all supplies could be procured. Didipus also fell under the control of the Dragon and Rose mercenary group, making entry into the chaotic marsh relatively safe. The journey to Didipus took them 3 days, during which Salin earned 60 gold coins, and naturally, Zika's 30 gold coins belonged to him as well, since she had yet to repay the cost of her leather armor. Upon gazing at the walls of Didipus, Songhong displayed a smile. The atmosphere here had turned somewhat desolate. Aside from the seasonal changes, the emergence of the Green Dragon and the Principality of Jialilin had diverted most adventurers southward. Choosing this moment to enter the chaotic swamp was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. He was willing to spend extra to sign a contract in Dean City, determined not to leave any trace in Didipus. The Tsang Falcon Mercenary Corps no longer had any members present, and Songhong refrained from delving deeper into the city. Instead, he resupplied with food and water near the city gates, purchased tents for Salin and Zika, and promptly departed from Didipus. The expanse of the chaotic swamp was immense, bordered by mountainous terrain. To access the swamp, one would need to traverse over 200 miles of rugged paths, rendering horseback travel ill-suited for such an expedition. Once in the mountains, everyone dismounted and continued on foot. The path became increasingly treacherous, revealing a landscape of desolation. The early winter winds in the mountains carried a biting chill, and occasionally, herbivorous magical beasts crossed the road, indifferent to the adventuring party. These creatures had grown accustomed to the presence of explorers, as the beasts of the chaotic swamp were typically toxic, while the low-tier magical beasts on the outskirts held little value, rarely attracting the attention of adventurers. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, Salin finally felt at ease. Far from the city, with no one in pursuit, it seemed that all eyes had been drawn to the Green Dragon. The bounty on his head likely held little interest for anyone now. Zika also began to familiarize herself with the members of the Tsang Falcon Mercenary Corps. Salin remained silent, observing the mercenary group with great caution. Although a contract had been signed at the guild, he was acutely aware that Songhong, who had brought his own leader into the chaotic swamp, might not hesitate to eliminate both himself and Zika once the expedition concluded. The members of the Tsang Falcon Mercenary Corps were likewise scrutinizing Salin. They had seized this rare opportunity, hastily hiring Zika, only to inadvertently include a more expensive mage. Generally, mages were highly sought after. Aside from their steep costs, their contributions were invaluable within mercenary groups. Even a first-level mage could match the combat prowess of a swordsman wielding sword energy. Moreover, a novice swordsman's sword energy could not be externalized, rendering their offensive capabilities far inferior to those of a mage. In the midst of various challenging environments, the survival skills of mages proved to be notably superior. Salin's performance garnered great satisfaction among the group. He exhibited none of the arrogance typical of mages, and aside from his silence, he posed little trouble. As they traversed the rugged mountain paths, this young mage never complained. He was a proper mage, possessing commendable physical attributes, perhaps indicative of a rich heritage. Gradually, the group began to define Salin in their minds, finding solace in their growing confidence. Chapter 12. The Ruins of the Dynasty, Part 2. Salin remained silent for a reason. He was acutely aware of his pronounced accent. Anyone from the northern coast would easily discern that he hailed from the region of Salin City. Excessive dialogue often leads to slip-ups, and prolonged interaction with these individuals could inadvertently expose his true identity. If the opposing party possessed a warrant for his capture, it would not take long for them to uncover the truth. The boisterous Sika had a far easier time gathering intelligence, and through just a few days of companionship, Salin had already discerned his ultimate objective, the ruins of the Second Dynasty. Before the fall of the natural goddess, the continent of Mels had been unified by humanity on 4 separate occasions. The Second Dynasty was nearly 2 millennia in the past, a period marked by extraordinary magical prowess. Yet few remnants of that era had survived. Each unification of the continent resulted in the obliteration of countless civilizations. Artifacts from the Second Dynasty were exquisite treasures, each fetching no less than 10,000 gold coins. Even the most modest ruins, if linked to a sorcerer, could amass fortune sufficient to enrich the entire team. With a stroke of luck, each member of this expedition could return with an abundance of gold, enabling them to retire, return home, construct a castle, purchase a title, and escape the perilous life of conflict. As for Salin, such wealth would grant him the means to persist until he ascended to the rank of a level 4 sorcerer, allowing him to retreat to the Qin Empire to focus on his studies. Sika could procure sufficient equipment and provisions to aid her kin back in her village. Perhaps this newfound wealth could give rise to a formidable new tribe, or even attract the attention of a principality. In this world, sheer strength alone was insufficient. Wealth was equally paramount. The Scosenian people had long understood this principle, which was why they boasted the most extensive commercial enterprises, the largest banks, and the most widespread mercenary systems across the continent. The wealthiest individual in this empire was none other than the emperor himself. Even if all taxes were abolished for the peasantry, he would remain the most affluent man in the land. Upon learning that this mission pertained to the ruins of the Second Dynasty, Salin grasped why Songhong had not sought the services of a divine sorcerer. The emperors of the Second Dynasty had favored magic over the worship of deities, their extremism surpassing that of the current Qin Empire. Should the church become aware of such ruins, they would undoubtedly obliterate every trace of it. The Second Dynasty was also known as the Blasphemous Dynasty. Salin was unconcerned with the beliefs of sorcerers from 20,000 years ago. He was solely focused on acquiring artifacts from the Second Dynasty, which would ensure that he would not need to toil for several years. After 6 days of travel, snow began to fall in the mountains. The fine flakes turned the path into a muddy quagmire. The group had no choice but to abandon their mounts, as the trails grew narrow and treacherous, with many areas precariously close to steep cliffs, rendering passage by horse impossible. Sika hoisted the packs belonging to herself and Salin, while Pino and Cook carried the belongings of Songhong and the others. Wearing a leather mask, Sarah scouted ahead, while the archer Lucas brought up the rear. The pace of the party did not diminish. In fact, they hastened considerably. As dusk approached, a mountain range loomed ahead. Suddenly, Sarah halted, emitting 2 sharp bird-like calls. The entire group swiftly concealed themselves, and soon after, Sarah returned. "What is the matter?" "We encountered a vulture," she replied, her voice tinged with concern despite her masked visage. "Have you been spotted?" Songhong inquired cautiously. "What is a vulture?" Sika asked innocently. Songhong hesitated, contemplating that once this task was complete, he would be free from the mercenary group, making the forfeiture of the 5,000 gold coin deposit inconsequential. A slight leak of information could also convey sufficient sincerity to the unknown sorcerer. With this in mind, he replied, "A vulture is a code name for a mercenary group, though they seldom take on regular assignments. This group, akin to scavenging vultures, tracks adventurers in peril until their demise, thereby claiming their wealth without contravening the Guild's regulations." Salin pondered this for a moment, realizing it was indeed the case. Unless during wartime, mercenary groups had no obligation to assist one another. While one could not attack another registered mercenary group, they could remain passive in the face of their danger. "What level is the Vulture mercenary group?" Salin finally asked. "Level 4, Sarah responded. Continued Songhong. Songhong was interrupted by Sika before he could disclose the relationship between the Falcon mercenary group and the Vultures. He was unperturbed by the Vulture mercenary group, but understood that this task must remain shrouded from their knowledge. With winter upon them, who would be wandering this treacherous region, drawing the attention of the Vultures? There are 3 full squads of Vultures. Additionally, there should be 2 other groups. One is fleeing, while the other is pursuing, though I cannot ascertain their numbers. Can we circumvent them? No, the fleeing individuals have entered the tunnel, which is our only route. Damn it. The 5 members of the Falcon mercenary group wore somber expressions. Lingering here was not an option. The winter in the chaotic marshes was exceedingly perilous, and the ravenous high-level magical beasts were even more terrifying. "Merlin, do you have any suggestions?" Songhong turned to inquire of Salin. "A map," was Salin's succinct reply. Songhong winced at the expense, clearing a patch of ground to retrieve and unfurl the map. It was a detailed chart of the chaotic marshes, and Songhong pointed to the lower left corner. "Here lies the tunnel we must traverse. I discovered it." Salin smiled faintly, casting a memory spell, an O-level non-attribute magic that could be employed as long as one's mental energy was sufficient. After committing the map to memory, Salin assessed the tunnel's length. "It's approximately 12 miles. He said hesitantly. "If we encounter these individuals, how confident are you in achieving victory?" "I am merely unsure of total annihilation." Songhong, recognizing that Salin understood his intent, did not conceal his murderous intent. Salin and Sika would not make this task public, yet it was imperative that those familiar with them remained oblivious. "What is the composition of the Vulture mercenary group squad?" Salin recalled the details from the mercenary handbook he had memorized, seeking the crux of the matter. A 5-2 configuration, heavily armored swordsmen, archers, assassins, gunsword wielders, and divine sorcerers. "No sorcerers?" Songhong chuckled ruefully, not answering the question. He mused that sorcerers were not as plentiful as potatoes, easily unearthed. In his own Falcon mercenary group of 1,000 members, only 3 were sorcerers, the highest being level 3. "I can cast a confusion mist with a radius of 30 meters, lasting for 2 hours. We will proceed at a normal pace. Within the tunnel, I will enhance it with a glow spell, offering a visual range of about 10 meters, preventing detection by the enemy. Of course, this is contingent upon the absence of a sorcerer on their side. Glow spell? Song Hong had never heard of this spell, though he was familiar with illumination spells. It is an O-level water magic, producing dim lights suitable for concealed environments such as caves and underwater. However, I cannot guarantee absolute concealment. Should we be discovered, you will be responsible for their archers, while I will ensure the elimination of the assassins, Salin stated calmly, though uncertainty gripped him. After all, his combat experience was quite limited, and his only assurance lay in the belief that the enemy would lack sorcerers. As long as they did not encounter a sorcerer, it would be relatively easy to eliminate 2 assassins in a surprise attack. Song Hong was elated. His greatest concern was that the enemy's assassins would flee during a skirmish. In the darkness of the cave, stealthy assassins posed the most significant threat. Fortuitously, he had hired a sorcerer. Otherwise, they would be caught in a dilemma. Then let us proceed. Merlin, please prepare your magic. Lucas, you and I will move ahead. Sika, please stay with Sarah at the rear. Cook, protect Merlin. We shall rely on the sorcerer to pass through. Anyone attempting to approach the sorcerer, you are to eliminate without hesitation. Song Hong deliberately reminded Cook, as they might encounter acquaintances, and any hesitation could lead the mage into peril. Within the Song Sun mercenary group, only significant missions warranted the involvement of mages, who were otherwise maintained at considerable expense. The members had grown accustomed to safeguarding the mages, regarding them as the essence of combat. Salin did not object, for his intangible shield was perpetually woven into his magical robe, requiring at least 1 second for release, forever falling short of instantaneous deployment. Instantaneous refers to a spell that can be prepared, released, and completed in the briefest of moments, typically within 1/30th of a second. Significantly swifter than the release of sword energy. A mage only attains a second instantaneous defensive spell, the Ice Armor, upon reaching level 4. Before that, the wind-based intangible shield serves as the initial form of defense, later augmented by the slightly slower skin petrification or the somewhat unstable flame ring. Salin's obscure water shield had yet to be thoroughly studied, its release speed lagging behind that of constant spells. As dusk descended, Salin began his incantations. The Mist of Confusion, an O-level water spell, was one he had practiced infrequently, yet he managed to release it within a mere 3 seconds. Centered around himself, the murky fog spread outward, swiftly enveloping a diameter of 50 meters. Once the magic stabilized, Salin commenced preparations for his second spell, the O-level Glimmering Light. He had resorted to learning this spell out of necessity, as he was unable to master the light-based illumination or fire-based flame spells, while dark vision remained a high-level magic far beyond his reach, leaving him no choice but to seek out this lesser-known spell. Fortunately, the glimmering light afforded advantages unmatched by typical illumination. Although dim, it produced negligible magical fluctuations, thus avoiding arousing suspicion. As the gray mist expanded, the hearts of the Song Sun mercenaries raced with trepidation. Their vision had nearly instantaneously failed them, and they could neither see nor hear the breaths of Salin and Sika. Only when the sword energy was in motion could they faintly sense the presence of the two. However, seasoned mercenaries like Song Hong understood that their perceptions might not reflect reality. If the young mage were to falter now, within this fog, only area attacks would hold any significance. Salin, unperturbed by the mist, clearly observed the expressions of the 5 members of the Song Sun mercenary group. A smirk tugging at his lips. He intended to establish his authority, ensuring they would not turn against him after the mission's success. Chapter 13. A faint glow began to illuminate the surroundings, allowing the group to gradually discern their environment. Zue Wenyu. And he also caught sight of Salin's enigmatic smile. A sudden alarm surged within Song Hong. He had indeed entertained thoughts of betrayal, but now those notions were thoroughly suppressed. It would be unwise to turn against a mage for the sake of money. Let us proceed. Salin casually cast a second glow spell, enhancing the clarity of the scenery around them. Song Hong waved his hand, and Lucas followed suit. Typically, no mercenary would position an archer at the forefront of their formation, and Song Hong himself was not clad in heavy armor. However, the more pressing concern was to remain vigilant against threats from behind. As the sun set, a gray mist wafted into a crevice at the foot of the mountain. This cave was unusually spacious, though the entrance was narrow and hard to detect. Upon entering, the pace of the group immediately slowed. Lucas patiently examined the traces left on the ground, gauging the distance to the adventurers ahead. The first to encounter them would undoubtedly be the Vulture mercenary group. By habit, their 3 squads would be dispersed, and they would likely face no more than 10 opponents at a time. The glow was enveloped by the mist, revealing nothing of their presence. Salin and the others moved cautiously through the darkness. Unseen by anyone, Salin opened his mouth and gently expelled 3 nearly transparent bubbles. These bubbles gradually expanded until they reached the size of basins before coming to a halt. At this moment, The transparent bubbles became nearly invisible, floating around Salin, who felt considerably safer. He could simultaneously maintain 3 water pattern shields. Beyond that, the cost would be too great. The mutated water pattern shield offered significantly more protection than an invisible shield, as even second-tier magic could not shatter it. Salin remained wary of the members of the Sangshuan mercenary group. Cook, with a scarred face and a robust physique, was armed with an unseen weapon. He could either be a martial artist or a top-tier assassin specializing in daggers. Regardless, he posed a considerable threat to a mage. Cook was also secretly astonished. The young mage was adept at sustaining 6 spells simultaneously. Even if he relied on a magic core for support, it indicated remarkable mental strength. Was he truly a first-tier mage? The cave was chillingly cold. Under the illumination of the glow spell, the area within several dozen meters was bathed in a pale green light, resembling a spectral realm. Suddenly, Songhong halted, prompting Lucas to begin making intricate gestures. Salin was uncertain of his intentions, yet he sensed the presence of enemies. Concealed within a fork in the path ahead were 2 individuals. Had Salin not released the confusion mist, he might not have been able to perceive them. However, as the mist spread, everything within its domain was laid bare to Salin's awareness. Lucas retrieved a short bow from his back, while Salin strained to locate other adversaries within the fog, but found nothing. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. The enemy's archer had drawn his bow. Generally, a squad would only deploy 1 archer. But the Vulture mercenary group's team was an unusual 5-2 configuration, with 2 archers present. In an instant, 6 feathered arrows soared into the mist, aimed directly at its center. The enemy could not pinpoint the mage's location and had to rely on instinct to judge their attack. The 6 arrows effectively restricted all avenues of escape, their tips glimmering with a blue light. Poison arrows. Although Salin lacked practical combat experience, he had absorbed vast knowledge from literature. Each time he utilized the mysterious badge, he would recall the information stored in his mind during the moments of lost control. Jason's extensive library, particularly his magical notes, contained the experiences of mages, including their combat insights. When Salin released the confusion mist, he had already altered the spell's trajectory, positioning himself away from the center. All 6 arrows flew toward Pinu. Salin swiftly advanced, a spell readied in his hand, targeting the 2 enemies concealed within the mist. These 2 had hidden themselves remarkably well. They were likely assassins. A flash of white light erupted as a massive ice orb shot forth from Salin's hand, faster than the arrows, hurtling towards the 2 hidden foes. His attack immediately revealed his position, and 6 arrows flew toward him once more. At this moment, Lucas made his move, launching 2 iron-tipped arrows from his short bow. Positioned at the front of the group, he recognized the urgency of eliminating the mage, prompting both archers to focus their fire on Salin. Lucas quickly identified the archers' positions. A crimson glint flashed in his eyes as his pupils constricted. He released the iron-tipped arrows, which created an audible explosion upon release. Cook, now behind Salin, evaded the incoming arrows by leaping towards the cave's ceiling. There were no ambushes above. This leap took him out of the mist's range. The 2 assassins lay in wait at the fork in the path. If the group advanced just 3 more meters, they could strike. Yet Songhong halted abruptly, forcing the assassins to bide their time. In the fog, they listened intently to the mage's sporadic breathing. If they could eliminate the mage, this 7-member team would pose no threat. After a swift strike, they would signal the other 2 teams to follow up with attacks, harass them, and within 3 days, the group would surely disintegrate. Lost in their thoughts, a massive ice orb suddenly hurtled toward them, eerily silent. The white orb was 2 sizes larger than a human head, startling the 2 thieves. Surely, the mage's aim was woefully inaccurate? The ice orb barreled directly between the 2 thieves. They remained motionless, confident it would not strike them. Yet, in that brief moment of hesitation, the chilling orb exploded, releasing dozens of sharp ice spikes. Due to their proximity, nearly all the spikes pierced the space between the 2 thieves' chests and abdomens. The temperature of the ice spikes instantly froze the wounds, leaving the 2 thieves numb and unable to die immediately, forced to watch their companion helplessly. Second-tier magic. The term flashed in the minds of the 2 thieves as they faced their imminent demise. Had it not been for Salin, the entire group would have been exposed to the ambush. The 5 members of the Sangshuan mercenary group were not clad in heavy armor, and under the precise assault of arrows, they would undoubtedly suffer losses. However, the confusion mist had rendered the enemy archers incapable of accurate targeting, allowing Salin to evade their 2 waves of attacks with ease. Pinu, on the other hand, found himself in disarray. As his rapier deflected the first wave of attacks, a small explosion occurred. The enemy had no magical bow. They used self-exploding magical arrows instead. The scattered fragments were blocked by Salin's bubbles and invisible shield, posing no threat. Salin swiftly maneuvered, pressing against the stone wall. 2 brief cries of distress echoed. Lucas had dispatched the enemy archers. The sounds of battle resonated behind him. with Sheikah's clear voice calling out in Caucasian, though the words were lost on Salin. A spray of blood erupted from over 15 meters away, all thwarted by Salin's invisible shield. The blood splattered against the transparent magical barrier, creating a strikingly vibrant purple hue in the glow. The outcome of the battle was nearly determined within mere seconds. The ambushing assassins had no impact and were swiftly eliminated by Salin. The enemy archers' 2 attacks had failed to strike the mage, inadvertently revealing their own positions. After Lucas's iron-tipped arrows were released, they swiftly retreated. Though the archers were defeated, the enemy still had heavily armored swordsmen, gun swordsmen, and clerics to contend with. It was likely that the heavily armored swordsman had been reduced to pulp by Sheikah's massive club. In terms of brute strength, even a female Caucasian would hold a distinct advantage. Cook maneuvered along the cave ceiling and quickly spotted the cleric, who was desperately casting spells to heal a gun swordsman. Songhong and Lucas were engaged with another gun swordsman, with Songhong wielding a long whip while Lucas had discarded his short bow in favor of a triangular sword. The injured gun swordsman bore a gaping hole the size of a basin in his chest armor, undoubtedly pierced by the triangular sword. The triangular sword proved useful on the battlefield, particularly against heavily armored infantry. Ordinary weapons are incapable of penetrating heavy armor, yet the triangular sword can effortlessly pierce through it. Although the triangular sword is short and typically wielded by auxiliary troops, it becomes quite bothersome in the skirmishes of mercenaries. Generally, mercenaries lack heavy armor protection, let alone magical armor. Leather armor provides no defense against the triangular sword. Despite its sharpness, once it penetrates, it inflicts grievous tearing wounds. The gun swordsman launched a surprise attack on Lucas, only to be struck at close range by the archer Lucas, rendering the healer's magic virtually ineffective. Cook descended from the cavern's apex, donning a metallic gauntlet with razor-sharp fingertips, aiming directly at the healer. While the healer's offensive capabilities were weak, his prowess in healing and defense posed a significant challenge. If he managed to escape, pursuing him would prove difficult. Drawing from his extensive experience, Cook realized that the healer was not aiding in battle but rather tending to the injured, prompting him to resolve to eliminate this obstinate individual. The gun swordsman no longer bled from his chest, his complexion pale. The healer ceased his ministrations and pointed skyward. A radiant white light enveloped his form instantaneously. Cook's movement faltered. A piercing pain coursed through him, transforming his assault into a hard fall. He was stunned to discover that this was a high-ranking healer capable of Chapter 13, The Sorcerer, Part 2. Upon witnessing Cook in peril, Lucas unhesitatingly hurled his triangular sword towards the sorcerer. Without a glance back, the sorcerer waved his hand, conjuring a luminous shield that intercepted the sword, which fell to the ground with a clatter. Lucas leaped out of the fray, retrieving his short bow from his back. At this juncture, Sarah had already lunged forward, her flexible sword slicing downward towards the sorcerer's ankle. Her body was coiled low to the ground. Such a maneuver might have been disadvantageous on a conventional battlefield, but in this chaotic melee, it proved to be more intricate. Furrowing his brow, the sorcerer pointed downward, unleashing a white energy orb that struck Sarah's sword. She felt a searing heat in her grip, almost sensing the scent of her skin singeing. With a thud, Cook crashed heavily to the ground, the sound of his bones fracturing audible even to Salin from a distance. He fell with a force greater than that of free fall. A dark projectile struck the sorcerer squarely in the chest. It was Lucas's arrow. Fearing for Cook's life, Lucas knocked another arrow, firing a barrage of 9 in rapid succession. Each arrow struck the sorcerer's white robe, causing him to stagger back with each hit, yet none penetrated his garment. As Lucas withdrew, the situation for Songhong grew perilous. The last gunsword fighter, evidently the squad leader, donned magical armor. When struck by Songhong's whip, he sometimes did not evade, merely scattering sparks without sustaining any significant harm. However, the gunsword's blade lashed out recklessly, leaving deep gashes on Songhong's exquisite metallic armor. Pino, already injured, had endured 4 waves of arrow attacks, 2 of which exploded, leaving his face marred with scratches and a piece of metal shaft embedded within his leather armor. In terms of defense, he was inferior to Salin, yet his agility allowed him to evade the most lethal strikes. The opposing archers, despite their inability to aim accurately, still inflicted considerable damage. Had Lucas not squandered 2 iron-feathered arrows in retaliation, the situation might have become dire. Divine light pierced through the fog, revealing the sorcerer's figure to Salin. He was well aware that a first-tier spell could not contend with advanced divine arts. However, the sorcerer's involvement meant the enemy could not launch a sneak attack, and the outcome of the battle was already predetermined. Salin's magic neutralized the enemy archers, slaying 2 thieves, while Sheikah directly crushed an armored swordsman, averting a pincer attack that could have endangered Songhong's team. Sheikah, that fierce young woman, wielded her massive staff with a sense of foreboding for Salin, who noted the hair on it. The adversary was an armored swordsman, clad in steel, and unless struck with tremendous force, it was improbable that such a weapon could even touch his helmet. Unperturbed, Sheikah stood guard beside Salin, her loyalty akin to that of a village priestess. Protecting the priest was an innate responsibility for every Caucasian. Moreover, she owed Salin several hundred gold coins. Anyone who dared harm him would find their skull shattered by her staff. This encapsulated the Caucasian mentality, fearing the demise of their creditors. Pino silently bandaged his wounds while Salin removed a metal flask, offering it to him. "This is restorative water. Your wounds are poisoned. Rinse them." Seeing the blackish-purple hue on Pino's skin, Salin could not remain idle. "Thank you." Pino gritted his teeth, accepting the flask. He realized that Salin had deliberately placed him in the fog center to draw enemy fire. Yet, he bore no resentment. Any mercenary group would have acted similarly. As long as the mage survived, a team would always have a chance to recover. Indeed, Salin's restorative water was far superior to healing potions. While it might work slowly for internal injuries, it effectively cleansed the toxins from Pino's skin upon rinsing. Sarah, with keen instincts, charged towards Songhong, who deftly evaded her advance. With her sword now in her left hand, she pressed the attack, but Songhong used his whip to pull the injured cook back. In mere seconds, the adept coordination of the Kanjiang mercenary group was evident. "Stop!" The sorcerer bellowed, retreating with nowhere left to flee. Yet no one ceased their assault. It had already fallen. Was there a need to rekindle camaraderie? The enemy had laid ambushes from the start, harboring no good intentions. "I'm from the church. Today's events are merely an unfortunate incident," the sorcerer lamented. Though his power surpassed that of his foes, the lack of coordination meant that even with offensive divine arts, he could not single-handedly vanquish them all. Salin's pupils dilated sharply as he quietly inquired, "Sheikah, did you kill the sorcerer behind us?" "Indeed, he was weak. One blow turned him to mush," Sheikah shrugged, as though squashing an ant. Caucasians admired mages, yet they held no affection for sorcerers. Those clerics from the church infiltrated the Caucasian regions under the guise of spreading divine light. Over the years, 2 or 3 large tribes had fallen under the church's control, their people having lost sight of dignity. "Humph." Salin exhaled through his nose, casting a glance at Pino. Noticing his hesitation, he understood that the Kanjiang mercenary group was reluctant to directly offend the church. However, Sheikah had already slain a sorcerer. Who could guarantee that he was not affiliated with the church? Pino felt the air around him grow colder, awkwardly returning the metal flask. Salin did not accept it. Instead, he stepped forward and addressed Songhong. "That swordsman is mine. If you still wish to complete your mission, eliminate this man. There is no turning back now." Songhong gritted his teeth in agreement, aware that the slain sorcerer likely had ties to the church. With the deed done, regret was futile. Unless he could eliminate both Salin and Sheikah, it was illogical to turn against Salin, whose combat prowess was beyond expectation, with 2 of his own injured. Facing Salin was not a viable option. The sorcerer, sensing the mage's words, felt a surge of dread. Yet Salin paid him no heed, focusing instead on preparing his magic. During the preceding battle, Salin had barely expended a tenth of his magical energy, but now he was preparing a second-tier spell, with only one opportunity to strike. The gunsword fighter, clad in magical armor, would likely be impervious to first-tier spells. Typically, a first-tier mage could only learn one second-tier spell, and using it would deplete their magical energy entirely. Salin's magical energy was peculiar. It was almost double that of a mage of his level. With no previous expenditure, he could cast 2 second-tier spells consecutively. Second-tier magic, in terms of both combat radius and power, represented an entirely different concept from first-tier magic. Salin's second-tier spell was not yet second nature. It required precise gestures and incantations to be effective. The opposing gunsword fighter, now panicking, found himself ensnared by Sarah's flexible sword. Unable to retaliate or escape. Amidst the low, indistinct murmurs of incantation, a white streak materialized between Salin's hands. This streak elongated swiftly, hurtling toward the gunsword fighter's chest. The gunsword fighter thrust his weapon forward, erupting in a burst of red light. He was desperate, channeling all of his meager sword energy into his weapon. This was akin to self-mutilation. Even if he managed to withstand Salin's magical onslaught, grievous injury was unavoidable. Clinging to hope, he thought that if the sorcerer could resolve the situation, a few injuries would be tolerable. Yet, his hopes shattered in an instant, upon seeing Salin act. Sarah immediately abandoned her target, turning instead to launch an assault on the sorcerer. The white streak was an ice arrow. Its attack mechanism akin to that of an ice spear, yet its potency and range were incomparable. The blade of the gun swordsman instantly froze, successfully resisting Salin's assault, leaving his blood nearly congealed within his arms. After all, he was merely a novice swordsman, had he been a sword saint. A mere flick of his wrist would have shattered Salin's magic. Upon witnessing Salin's attack, Sheikah sprang into action, leaping over 10 meters in a single bound. And within just a few steps, she was before the gun swordsman, striking down with her staff. Her weapon, thick at one end and slender at the other, was heavier than a war hammer from the battlefield. Just as the gunswordsman regained his breath, Sheikah's staff was already descending upon him, with no time to evade. He could only raise his blade gun to take the blow. He harbored a flicker of hope, thinking that his adversary, a petite girl, wielded a weapon that was likely more for show than substance. With a resounding crack, the finely crafted blade gun shattered into 3 pieces under Sheikah's strike, her staff crashing down onto the gunswordsman's shoulder. Sheikah herself was taken aback, realizing that Salin's ice arrow had rendered the metal of the blade gun brittle. Her blow, regardless of the opponent's strength, was insurmountable. The ensuing chaos was gory, prompting Salin to shake his head. Sheikah, a delicate beauty, displayed a combat style far too sanguinary. Unperturbed, she casually wiped the blood from her staff onto the corpse before returning to Salin's side. The members of the Falcon Mercenary Co. Chapter 14 this time. A blunder has occurred. If the High Priest dies here, the Church will undoubtedly investigate. Death is inevitable, whether one extends their neck or withdraws it. The outcome remains the same. The crimson-hued, otherworldly visage contorted into an abstract pattern, while the soft whip in his hand quivered rigidly, thrusting forward like a spear towards the divine sorcerer. The radiance enveloping the sorcerer intensified, causing even his garments to appear as if they were ablaze. Suddenly, the tip of the crimson whip sprouted a black serpent's head, vicious and menacing, which lunged at the sorcerer's chest. This black serpent's head, having traversed the divine light, had diminished in size. Its bite left the sorcerer unscathed, merely causing him to shudder as he continued his incantation. Lucas's iron-feathered arrow was deflected by the divine light, while Sarah's soft sword failed to even graze the sorcerer's attire. The most unfortunate was Cook, whose steel claws collided harshly against the sorcerer's abdomen, resulting in a fractured wrist. Sheikah, you and Pinot Salin felt uneasy about Pinot being alone by his side, yet Sheikah's inaction was becoming critical. Should the sorcerer complete the summoning, all present would meet their demise. The presence of any lurking adversaries was no longer a concern for Salin. Pinot said nothing, drawing his longsword and charging at the sorcerer. Sheikah followed closely behind him, and just as Pinot's sword was about to pierce the sorcerer's throat, Sheikah suddenly swung her massive club downwards. Boom. Both strikes nearly synchronized. Pinot's sword deflected aside while Sheikah's club rebounded vertically, sending her tumbling backward. The sorcerer's luminescence dimmed, causing him to lurch forward, his face crashing against the ground with a horrifying thud. Lucas, swift as lightning, picked up a triangular blade from the ground and drove it into the back of the sorcerer's head. The sorcerer's radiance extinguished entirely, and everyone gasped for breath, fatigue settling upon them. The triangular blade pierced through the sorcerer's skull, embedding itself into the earth and creating a gaping wound wide enough for even a divine envoy to be unable to heal. The sorcerer writhed on the ground, yet clung stubbornly to life. Sheikah finally ceased her rolling, regarding the pinned sorcerer with astonishment. Good job, Sheikah, Cook praised, turning back. It wasn't me, Sheikah replied. Still purple despite the absence of a magic core, the claws of the demon-hunting spider possessed the ability to breach magical or divine defenses, rendering them one of the finest materials for crafting puppets. Encasing the jet-black demon-hunting spider within a pouch, Salin's magical strings regained 1/5 of their potency, sufficient to unleash 4 first-level spells. At that moment, his water-patterned shield had dissipated, and the 3 immense bubbles seemed never to have existed. Salin silently calculated that the mutated water-patterned shield maintained its form in the air for less than 3 minutes. This spell could sustain a battle but was inadequate for prolonged defense. The remaining 4 members of the Falcon Mercenary Group began excavating a cave to enter Cook, while Salin commenced gathering the spoils of war. The armor of those slain by Sika lay utterly shattered, devoid of any value for collection. The opposing archers bore no remnants of magical arrows, only a handful of gold coins. Gathering the bodies together, Salin ultimately discovered a letter on the body of the divine practitioner, along with a badge belonging to him. The reverse side of the badge bore several lines inscribed in Tangulasi, which left Salin in contemplative silence. The badge explicitly identified the divine practitioner as Caution, a first-level priest of the Salvador Cathedral. More troubling was the letter, wherein the author, employing a commanding tone, instructed this first-level priest to enter the chaotic marshes in cooperation with the actions of the Holy See. The mission was designated by a code name, devoid of any descriptive content. Caution himself was unaware of the implications of the operation dubbed Humility. He was merely a vanguard, utilizing the Vulture Mercenary Group to infiltrate the chaotic marshes, awaiting further directives. The letter bore the unfamiliar signature of Faka, concluding with a seal. Though Salin possessed limited knowledge of the Holy See, he recognized this seal, which represented Caution, the unfortunate divine practitioner, acting under the orders of the Church's envoy. Salin shared the letter with the others, intensifying the somber atmosphere within the cavern. The Holy See had established control over the Tangulasi Empire in the 6th year of Mel's, having cultivated a formidable presence over 2 centuries. Setting aside the holy knights stationed in the Radiant Plains, the Inquisition, operating beyond the Privy Council, instilled fear in the hearts of most. These constituted merely the conventional forces. The most daunting aspect was the 7 envoys under the Pope. It was said that these envoys had received divine favor, wielding powers not of this world. Each envoy possessed the capabilities of a 9th-level mage, and Salin's group had just slain the vanguard of one such envoy. The thought sent a wave of despair through Songhong. Had an inconsequential priest merely gone missing, the Holy See would not have traveled such a distance to investigate. Yet now, this priest had vanished while undertaking a mission. And even a fool could deduce that he had encountered misfortune. Although the Falcon mercenary group had left no significant traces at the Adventurers Guild, having merely hired 2 lowly first-level mercenaries, there was no doubt that someone had witnessed Songhong and the others in Didipus. Should the church pursue the matter, Songhong and his companions would undoubtedly be unable to conceal this fact. Chapter 14. The Unjustly Slain, Part 2. What should be done? Everyone turned their gaze towards Songhong. The strikingly beautiful, yet otherworldly man appeared to have lost his composure at this moment, unable to respond to Saren's inquiry. In my opinion, since the deed is done, it would be prudent to contemplate how to evade the church's pursuit. Saren remained unperturbed, for he intended to journey to the Qingning Empire. And this matter merely expedited his plans. He had registered as a mercenary solely to amass some funds to cover his magical studies. Songhong was at a loss for words. He was a man of means, with relatives back home, and if this situation were to come to light, the Inquisition would be indifferent to the connection between his family and this incident. Moreover, remaining in Skosinia was no longer feasible. Should he flee, he would have to seek refuge in the Qingning Empire, where the mercenary guild held no sway. Such a course would render his 5,000 gold pieces futile, along with his personal savings deposited in the Imperial Bank of Skosinia. The Imperial Bank would not seize his assets due to his crimes. But how could Songhong dare to return? After years of saving, witnessing the deaths of 5 comrades who were his closest brothers, was it all to culminate in a desperate escape? The ruins in the chaotic marsh might offer compensation, yet they could also yield nothing at all. First, it would be wise to attend to the immediate concerns, regardless of what lay within the ruins. After our exploration, I and Zika shall proceed to the Qingning Empire, while you should head to the Yunlu Empire and take to the seas. If the church cannot locate you, they will be unable to ascertain your involvement in this matter. Saren spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if the slaying of the divine sorcerer bore no consequence for him. It must be so, Songhong replied with a heavy heart. He could only hope that the ruins within the chaotic marsh would not disappoint them. Grant me 20 minutes to recuperate and restore my magical strings before we continue, Saren suggested, not wishing to provoke Songhong and the others, yet subtly alerting them to the presence of an unknown number of enemies ahead. There was no time for sorrow or panic at this juncture. Let us take a moment to regroup. We shall depart in 20 minutes, Songhong commanded succinctly, his spirit somewhat waning. Saren maintained a facade of calm, though anxiety gripped his heart. Offending Count Su François was one matter, but incurring the ire of the Holy See was an entirely different peril with no favorable outcome. Even as a level 6 sorcerer with a magical tower at his disposal, he knew the Inquisition's zealots would not hesitate to attack. Any conflict entangled with religion inevitably spirals into a relentless cycle of vengeance. The Holy See may lack a church in the Qingning Empire, yet the Inquisition's influence was pervasive. His aspirations of living in seclusion and honing his craft now seemed fraught with difficulty. Maintaining his outward composure, Saren endeavored to absorb the energy from the magical core, striving to restore his magical strengths. The situation had reached an irrevocable juncture. Fretting was futile, and it was imperative to enhance his own strength. After the death of Count Su François' son, Saren had come to grasp the significance of power. Had he been a grand sorcerer, the son of Count Su would undoubtedly have spared Daika, and he would not have had to flee, nor would he have encountered Songhong, let alone slain a priest of the Holy See. Yet fate is such. A seemingly trivial beginning foretells a predetermined conclusion. Influenced by Saren, Songhong unwittingly regained his composure. He understood well that he could never return to the Kangswan Mercenary Corps. Despite being a level 4 mercenary group, they would not jeopardize their standing with the Holy See for the sake of a mere team leader. The foremost priority now was to traverse this passage, eliminate all foes ahead, and ensure their group remained concealed for the time being. After acquiring the ruins in the chaotic marsh, he could vanish far and wide, never to return to Skosinia. The Yunlu Empire boasted numerous islands, beyond the reach of the Holy See's agents, rendering it unlikely they could find him. Yet before them lay 4 teams, 2 of which were from the Vulture Mercenary Corps, one a team of fugitives, and another a hunting party. The strength of these individuals certainly surpassed that of his own group. With Cook deceased, half of Lucas's iron-feathered arrows expended, Pino injured, and Sarah with a wounded hand. Could this band truly reach the ruins unscathed? Songhong glanced towards Saren, who had restored a significant portion of his magical strings. reigniting his glow of light and mist to shield their group within the confines of his magic. Song Hong sensed no emotional fluctuations from this young sorcerer. It felt as if they had merely slain an ordinary man, rather than a level 1 priest in service to the 7 divine envoys. Song Hong's heart settled considerably. They had a sorcerer on their side, albeit a novice, yet capable of lending their group substantial combat power. This young sorcerer had a knack for dealing with assassins. Thus his remaining 4 companions would only need to confront swordsmen and divine sorcerers, which would be relatively more manageable. Salin lifted his gaze, his blue eyes meeting Song Hong's. And with a reassuring smile, he declared, "There is no need for concern. Should we find ourselves in the wilderness, our odds may be slim, but in this environment, unless they possess a sorcerer of a higher caliber than I, we shall not encounter further danger. Let us proceed." The remaining 4 members of the Kangswin mercenary corps fell silent, reassembling their ranks. This time, Sarah led the way, with Lucas bringing up the rear. While Pino and Song Hong followed close behind Saren, and Zika gripped her massive staff, staying ever close to the sorcerer. Sounds within the cave carried far, prompting Sarah to refrain from straying too far from the veil of mist, maintaining a slow pace for their advance. After approximately 20 minutes, Sarah halted, signaling for Saren and the others to approach before she began gesturing. Song Hong sighed silently. Fortune seemed to have returned, as ahead lay merely a small team. The squad from the Vulture Mercenary Corps appeared oblivious to the misfortune that had befallen their companions, remaining focused on the team ahead. He understood that Saren, being a level 1 sorcerer, could not possibly cast a silence barrier, so he traced his finger on the ground to write, "Proceed as before, but reduce speed by half." Saren nodded in understanding. Under the cover of the mist, their entire team slowed to half their previous pace and continued onward. Saren began to sense the presence of the enemy assassins. To a novice sorcerer, assassins were incredibly vexing adversaries, lacking advanced magical shields. A sorcerer found it exceedingly challenging to defend against the sudden onslaught of an assassin. Should the assassin have trained in sword energy? A strike from the shadows could easily pierce the defenses of an intangible shield. Until a sorcerer reached level 4, assassins represented a dire threat, instilling trepidation in their hearts. Saren's combat experience was limited, primarily gleaned from tomes, yet one piece of wisdom he held dear was that during battle, it was crucial to eliminate the assassin first. No matter how formidable a swordsman, their skills remained balanced. As long as the sorcerer did not commit a significant blunder, a match among equals could not end in defeat. Conversely, while assassins also honed their sword energy, their penchant for stealth rendered their sudden bursts of power far more terrifying than that of swordsmen. The most effective strategy against an assassin was to preemptively eliminate them before they could strike. Fortuitously for Saren, although the mist was merely a level 1 spell, it could not be dispersed by means outside of magic, making it exceedingly difficult to discern whether it was a magical phenomenon or natural fog. In autumn, the outskirts of the chaotic marsh were shrouded in mist, and Saren swiftly detected 2 assassins concealed within. They were nestled in a crevice at the cave's apex. Had it not been for the vast coverage of Saren's mist, they would have been challenging to spot. Saren felt a surge of elation, quickly followed by caution. Assassins typically scouted ahead for their teams. Why were these 2 lurking behind? If they had detected Saren's presence, it was improbable. Should they have recognized the mist as the work of a sorcerer, they would understand their cover was blown and would not be foolish enough to remain hidden. Awaiting the arrival of his magic, Saren grasped Song Hong's hand firmly, pulling him close, his eyes fixed on the cave's ceiling, at a loss for how to communicate. He regretted not having learned more about mercenary tactics. The gestures were intricate enough to convey meaning without words. In a moment of desperation, Saren wielded his luminescent magic, conjuring a line of words in a ghastly green glow. "Assassins behind. Something's amiss." Song Hong, seasoned far beyond Saren, instantly comprehended the message upon seeing those words. At that moment, he couldn't help but admire the young mage. Song Hong discerned that both Saren and Sheikah were novice mercenaries, devoid of any considerable experience. Yet, throughout their journey, these 2 had not only avoided trouble but had also emerged as the primary force in combat. Had it not been for the young mage, their recent skirmish would have spelled disaster. Even if they managed to slay the divine sorcerer, they would have been annihilated by the onslaught of the demon-hunting spider. Song Hong gestured with his hand across his throat, signaling Saren to eliminate the 2 assassins first. Saren nodded, and a soft white glow began to coalesce in his hands. Employing the same tactic as before, a massive ice sphere hurtled towards the crevice in the cave ceiling, aimed precisely between the 2 assailants. These assassins were significantly more formidable than the previous pair. Upon being ambushed, despite the ice sphere not targeting them directly, they instinctively leapt from the rocky fissure above. These were true assassins, the arch-nemeses of mages, acutely attuned to danger. In terms of mental acuity, a powerful assassin was not inferior to a mage, and some assassins even possessed magical artifacts. Saren smirked. If they could evade this, then he was no mage at all. His lips pressed into a thin line. He concentrated his mental energy. The ice sphere, gliding slowly through the air, abruptly halted, precisely positioned between the descending assassins. To most, a mage's spell was akin to a bowstring drawn. Once released, there was no turning back. However, magic can be manipulated with finesse. The ability to pause a spell mid-flight is not particularly rare, though few mages are willing to expend their mental energy for such control. In the face of this scenario, a high-level mage could easily dispatch both airborne assassins with a single additional spell. The combination of second-level casting and instantaneous casting allowed a mage's magic to flow like a torrential storm. Chapter 15. The Ascetic Unlike Other Sorcerers. Salin held an exceptional reverence for the magical strings, and his mental strength was perpetually robust, never falling short. Thus, he diligently practiced his control over magic. The ice sphere in the air suddenly halted and erupted, sending dozens of ice spikes piercing into the bodies of the two assassins. Both assassins had already mastered sword energy. Yet the frigid temperature of the ice spikes caused their blood to nearly freeze instantly. Without flowing blood, a person possesses no strength. Salin's companion, Sika, was keenly perceptive. Her boomerang, over a foot long, spiraled between the two assassins before severing their heads cleanly. With this, Salin felt utterly relieved, unless these assassins had concurrently mastered necromancy. They could pose no further threat without their heads. The attack was swift and decisive, yet it revealed the presence of their group. The preceding battle erupted instantly. Salin whispered to Sika, urging her to confront the enemy's divine practitioner. "What about you?" Sika inquired, concern etched on her face. In the Caucasus region, her greatest honor as a formidable warrior was to safeguard the priest. Although Sika was somewhat naive, she placed immense value on the concept of honor. Had she not encountered Salin, there was a significant chance she might have been deceived by another mercenary group into servitude. Salin's complexion appeared ashen under the glow of the illumination spell. Gritting his teeth, he insisted, "Go now." Sika, perplexed by Salin's agitation, perceived this battle as not particularly arduous. Both sides had comparable swordsmanship, and with a sorcerer on their side, the tide of battle was surely in their favor. It was no wonder Sika failed to grasp Salin's impatience. While he appeared calm, he harbored regrets about this expedition, particularly for having eliminated the divine practitioner. Among the party, he was the most educated, fully aware of the implications of a messenger from the church. On the surface, the messenger's status was beneath that of the Pope. Yet their power was unparalleled. With the deed done, retreat was no longer an option. Salin resolved to eliminate all witnesses, striving to escape to the Qin Empire before the messenger's arrival. For a first-level sorcerer, fleeing was not disgraceful. Especially when facing an adversary whose strength rivaled that of a ninth-level sorcerer, Salin's choice could only be described as prudent. Sika returned her boomerang to its sheath at her waist, removed her massive staff from her back, and leapt beyond the confines of the confusion fog. Salin was taken aback. The distance of her leap was astonishing. Sika felt a sense of grievance, but could not express it towards Salin, directing all her ire towards the enemy instead. The Caucasian's robust physique was naturally superior to that of an ordinary swordsman. As a warrior with a lineage, Sika's staff, crafted from the leg bone of an extinct magical beast, was 100 times harder than steel. Emerging from the confusion fog, she struck a divine practitioner squarely on the head. With a sickening crunch, the head of the divine practitioner, who was in the midst of healing a comrade, shattered like a rotten watermelon, splattering hot brain matter everywhere. The gun swordsman being treated was drenched in the viscous liquid, some even entering his mouth and nostrils. Before he could register his disgust, Sika's the expression of the ascetic turned grim as he bellowed, "Heretic, lay down your wicked weapon and return with me." Heeding the command of the divine envoy, "Insane," Sika retorted in the common tongue, her body soaring high as she swung her massive club downwards with great force. The material of Sika's weapon was derived from an ancient magical beast, and the incantation she uttered was exclusive to the Caucasian priesthood, signifying that she was blessed by a priest of the highest order. Ordinary Caucasian warriors lacked the capability to wield any form of sorcery. This ability, bestowed upon her by another, was notoriously difficult to enhance, yet it did not imply a lack of potency. The club, activated by the incantation, generated a deep, rumbling roar as it sliced through the air, transforming in the ascetic's perception into a primordial beast descending from the heavens. Feeling an instinctual trepidation, the ascetic bit his tongue. A spurt of crimson blood staining his metallic gauntlets. Instantly, blood-red runes manifested upon the gauntlets. Salin, fixated on the battlefield, recognized them as divine script. This script was not the language of deities, but rather a means of communication between the faithful and the divine. Only those of true devotion were granted access to such script, allowing them to receive powers from the deities without the necessity of praying in a temple. A practitioner of divine script, Salin vowed not to let this individual escape. In that moment, his fear dissipated, or rather, reached its zenith. He had inadvertently stumbled into a scheme orchestrated by the church, evidently of considerable magnitude, presided over by a divine envoy. If he could not swiftly extricate himself from the clutches of the envoy, he would not even have to await the assassins of Count Su Fangso to meet his demise in the chaotic marshes. Among their group of 7, one had already perished, and Salin pondered how many of them would survive to leave the chaotic marsh. He began to chant an incantation, striving to maximize the potency of his second-tier magic. Salin's second-tier spell was Ice Arrow, which surpassed Ice Spike in power by more than tenfold, excelling in speed, penetration, and freezing efficacy. Though he could typically cast the second-tier spell twice, he refrained from doing so, allowing the magic string to continuously draw upon his energy as he awaited the perfect moment to strike. This advanced method of casting not only demanded a high caliber of magic string, but also exacted a greater toll on mental acuity. Should a sorcerer of feeble mental strength attempt this, the ice arrow would detonate in their hands, freezing the sorcerer to death. Chapter 15. The Ascetic, Part 2. Magic is a double-edged sword. If misused, it is oneself who suffers first. It is imperative to note that Salin is currently sustaining 3 glimmering lights, 4 water-patterned shields, and 1 confounding mist. A strain on his mental energy he has never before experienced. The ascetic sensed the peril posed by the mage, akin to the threat emanating from the Caucasian warrior before him. He could not afford to be distracted. Instead, he clenched his hand, and a brilliant golden spear materialized within his metallic glove, launching towards Salin concealed within the confounding mist. The ascetic's formidable mental prowess rendered the mist ineffective against him, and the golden spear hurtled towards Salin's heart. Meanwhile, Sika's staff descended, the massive implement adorned with the visage of a beast. This face was not grotesque, but bore an ancient, primal aura, exuding an imposing pressure. With a thunderous roar, the staff struck the ascetic's right hand. The high-grade magical metallic glove shattered under the impact, sending shards flying and revealing fingers as frail as withered twigs. The ascetic gasped in shock, and with his left hand clenched into a fist, he struck the beastly visage atop the staff. The divine script flowed rapidly, and the beast's face emitted a sorrowful roar before vanishing, causing Sika to seem momentarily drained, relinquishing her hold, and the staff clattered to the ground. Salin's expression was as grim as water, the golden spear piercing toward his heart. There was no time to evade. The 4 water-patterned shields converged instantaneously, interposing themselves before the golden spear. Thud, thud, thud. The first 3 shields shattered in rapid succession, diminishing the spear's brilliance. It grazed past the 4th shield, veering off course, and struck Salin at his waist. Salin felt as though he had been kicked by a galloping stallion. Although the spear did not embed itself in his side, the impact reverberated through his innards, breaking his concentration on the magic. The ice arrow he held shot forth, a white line speeding toward the ascetic's brow. The ascetic sneered. The magic was the last gasp of a dying breath, of no concern to him. The divine script on his intact left metallic glove surged again, grasping Salin's ice arrow with ease. With a soft crunch, the ascetic's smirk froze on his face as the ice arrow shattered, transforming into a splatter of liquid. The acidic fluid dispersed, an O-level magic. The mage he had underestimated was capable of executing such a composite spell, even while injured. The metallic glove was instantly corroded, the divine script's flow disrupted. Salin lay limp within the confounding mist, while Sika knelt on the ground, weaponless. Pino lay lifeless, and Sarah's aid arrived too late. The crimson whip ensnared the heavily armored swordsman, who too had lost his weapon. Lucas's triangular sword hung suspended in the air, with gritted teeth. Sarah chose not to rescue Lucas, but continued her assault on the ensnared swordsman. If the crimson fell, Lucas would surely perish as well, aside from the ascetic. This heavily armored swordsman was their most formidable foe. The team of the Tsangshuan mercenary corps faced imminent annihilation. The ascetic cried out in agony, having been splashed in one eye by the corrosive liquid, a sound of sizzling pain escaping him. He bent over in torment, while Sika, kneeling before him, continued chanting in Caucasian. Suddenly, Songhong halted abruptly, gazing into Salin's clear eyes. He inhaled deeply and said, "Let me examine your injuries." "No need. You should check on Sarah." Salin replied, unfastening a metal flask from his waist. He supported Zika and poured a generous mouthful into her. The restorative water proved beneficial for Zika's wounds. Yet Salin did not extend the same offer to Songhong. He somewhat understood Songhong's feelings, had it not been for his insistence on killing the sorcerer. Songhong's team would have had an escape route and would not have had to fight so desperately. After Zika drank the restorative water, the numbness in her limbs dissipated, allowing her to retrieve her boomerang and return it to its sheath. Observing Zika hoist the massive staff onto her back, Songhong recognized that he was no longer her adversary and turned towards Sarah. "Zika, are you all right?" Salin, having witnessed the scene where Zika's staff had scattered the beast, expressed his concern. Zika regarded him as a priest. She had heard his words. No matter how mature Salin appeared, he was deeply moved. "I'm fine. Just temporarily unable to wield that power," Zika replied, stretching her limbs. She chose not to tend to the battlefield but instead sat quietly beside Salin. She could see that Salin was at the end of his rope and could not cast magic at the moment. Salin affectionately ruffled Zika's hair, smiling as he said, "Zika, I'm not a priest. Next time, don't exert yourself so much." He spoke these words in Caucasian, and Zika lowered her head, softly responding, "Understood, Captain." Salin awkwardly withdrew his hand. Zika's complexion resembled that of a peach blossom, radiant and mesmerizing. Had her hair not been slightly disheveled and her hands felt like those of a stray dog, Salin might have lost himself in her beauty. This was not a favorable state for a magician, especially since the battle was not yet concluded. At that moment, a peculiar thought struck Salin when he first met Zika. She referred to him as a wild boar rather than a lecher. What could that signify? Sarah, gravely injured, remained unconscious. Once Salin noticed that Zika had sufficiently recovered, he handed the restorative water to Songhong, and together with Zika, they began to clear the battlefield. Songhong's emotions settled as he bandaged his wounds, administered restorative water to Sarah, and dealt with the bodies of Lucas and Pino. It was unreasonable to blame Salin entirely. He was the one Songhong had employed, in the face of an enemy. One could hardly ponder their identity. The priority was to eliminate them first. The murderous intent that had arisen earlier began to fade. Songhong watched as Salin ignited the corpses with black powder, releasing the mist of confusion anew, and began contemplating the next course of action. Chapter 16. There are still 3 teams of people, and we cannot defeat them. I understand, but we cannot turn back. Returning may lead us to encounter the Inquisition. Indeed, Pussy is not safe. We wish to leave Skoknia, and the only path ahead is our only option. Sarah can no longer continue fighting. Her crimson-rimmed eyes are slightly reddened, and combined with her enchanting appearance, she resembles an exquisite beauty, even more radiant than Sarah. Give me half an hour, and we will charge through, Salin said, holding a 3rd-level magic core, his face devoid of childishness, exuding a reassuring strength in his voice. The 4 of them sat within the confines of the bewildering mist, a faint glow illuminating their faces with a ghastly green hue. As Salin felt his magical strings restoring to half, he diverted his attention to inspect the wound at his waist. The pious monk shattered 3 layers of the water pattern shield with a single thrust of his spear, leaving Salin with a lingering dread. The water pattern shield, originally a 1st-level spell, had been modified by Salin to approach the pinnacle of 2nd-level magic. It would not be an exaggeration to call it 3rd-level magic, with the only flaw being its inability to act instantaneously. The shield had transformed into a sphere, absorbing any attacks from the sides. The golden spear only slid off after breaking through the 3 layers of the water pattern shield. Had Salin's reaction been even half a moment slower, he would have met his demise. Not only the mutated magic saved his life. Upon examining his waist, Salin discovered his belt was damaged, and something within had obstructed the golden spear. He reached his fingers through the tear in the belt and pulled out an object, the ring that Baron Mingwei had lost to him. The luminous stone on the ring had been sold for 100 gold coins, leaving behind a bare golden band. Salin had initially kept this ring because it was coated in pure gold, unrefined, making it suitable for use in magical potions. Now, a faint scratch appeared on the ring, as the golden spear had cut through its gilded layer, but the inner material had prevented it from piercing Salin's waist. Salin's heart stirred. This material was remarkably sturdy, even more robust than a magical shield. It is well known that shields crafted from 2nd-level magic are significantly harder than steel. The golden spear had to strike 3 times before slipping off, yet it had only scraped a small amount of gold from the ring's surface. The ring was peculiar. Though Salin was neither an alchemist nor a fire magic practitioner, he still had his methods. He retrieved a crucible from his pouch, tossed the gilded ring into it, and poured in a black magical flame potion. Gold has a low melting point, and the orange-red flames of the potion gradually liquefied the gold, revealing the true nature of the ring. The ring appeared green, metallic in texture, and somewhat mottled. A circle of runes emerged on the inner side of the ring, written in ancient Malaysian. Salin recognized each character but could not grasp their meaning. A simple deduction suggested it might be an ancient nature magic incantation. Long ago, most mages worshipped the goddess of nature. After the decline of the nature temple, the mages of that lineage vanished as well. Even if they existed, they no longer openly acknowledged their faith. This magical ring likely belonged to a mage who revered the goddess of nature but, for reasons unknown, ended up in the possession of Baron Mingwei after being disguised. Initially, Salin thought he had been deceived, but upon melting the gold away, he discovered this artifact was at least 20,000 years old. Nature magic has become obsolete, and even if it were available, he would be unable to learn it. However, Salin thought there was no disappointment. At the very least, this item must be worth a significant sum. Without a hint of dismay, Salin began to recite the runes on the inner side of the ring. In a mere 4 seconds, he completed reading the 24 characters. A barely perceptible green glow appeared on the inner side of the ring, seeping into Salin's palm. Salin felt a buzzing in his brain, and for a moment, He was dizzy. Seeing Salin suddenly dazed, holding a tattered ring, Sika's eyes lost their usual spark, and she grew concerned. She poked Salin's rib with her finger and asked, "Captain, are you all right?" "Ah," Salin exclaimed, and both Songhong and Sarah turned to look. His face flushed as he shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm just checking my injuries. Why don't you drink some of this?" Sika offered her precious holy water, which she had purchased with the last of her silver coins after leaving the village. Salin pushed her hand away. He vividly remembered his last experience with holy water. What was supposed to be gentle turned out to be more potent than wine and more dangerous than poison. Seeing Sika pout, Salin could not help but chuckle. He felt genuine happiness. This ring was indeed a spatial artifact. What delighted him was that he could use this spatial artifact himself. As a mere first-level mage, he could not even utilize ordinary magical items, only activating scrolls or the constant magic on a mage's robe. Spatial items are meant for mages above the 5th level. Yet the space within this ring had completely unfolded before him. Inside the ring was a circular space. Although not vast, it sent shivers of excitement through Salin. For within this spatial realm lay 3 items. Undoubtedly, these items were also ancient magical artifacts. Salin suppressed his excitement and slipped the ring onto his finger, refraining from immediately examining the contents. Songhong was still watching, and Salin felt a tinge of trepidation toward him. Humans gradually lost their faith during the 3rd dynasty. And with the fall of the goddess Melis, the value of this ring likely extended far beyond being merely a spatial artifact. Having read extensively, Salin understood the significance of having a true teacher. Now, he comprehended just how formidable Jason was. Ordinary mages could not hope to possess the wealth and countless books that Jason owned. For mages without a legacy, acquiring even one of those texts was a daunting task. Yet Salin had perused them for years without finishing. It is vital to note that he did not read in a conventional manner but memorized them through the rigidity of memory magic. The 3 items within the ring included a small green gourd, no larger than a palm, a necklace that appeared to be made of obsidian, though he could not confirm without taking it out, and the 3rd item was a wilted yellow leaf, which Salin could not discern any significance from. Ultimately, most of Salin's knowledge was rote memorization. He had yet to integrate it into practical application. Upon uncovering the secrets of the ring, Salin even contemplated abandoning the exploration of the ruins. Any one of the 3 items within the ring could likely suffice to cover his expenses for several years of training. However, he quickly dismissed this thought. If he were only to provoke Count Suafang, such an action might be justifiable. The issue was that he had stirred up far greater trouble by eliminating a 1st-level cleric under the divine seat and a pious monk. Salin was left with no recourse but to desperately enhance his strength. If he could find suitable magical equipment within the ruins of the 2nd dynasty, it would provide him with a sliver of assurance for his survival. Relying solely on monetary wealth no longer offered Salin a sense of security. The items within the ring could not be sold. Since he could use the ring, it was plausible that he could also utilize the items within it. When Salin first began practicing magic, he merely sought a life where he could eat his fill each day and not be bullied. Now, that wish seemed increasingly distant. His goal had transformed into survival, avoiding capture by the Holy Inquisition. The magical strings rapidly restored, and with a 3rd-level magic core in hand, along with the white crystal ring Jason had gifted him, Salin's speed of magical string recovery far surpassed that of an ordinary 1st-level mage. Sarah also sat up. The restorative water could not completely heal her wounds, but it at least allowed her to move freely, although she could not hope to fight. Songhong, how far are we from the ruins? Salin felt that his internal injuries had improved significantly as he stood up and approached Songhong. The invisible shield on his mage robe was activated, prepared for any unforeseen threats. If Songhong were to turn hostile, he would not hesitate to eliminate this male demon. There was still a distance of at least 500 li. Songhong's complexion was pale, although his injuries were not severe. The primary reason for his poor condition was the death of his companion, which left him somewhat despondent. How long until Sarah could recover? Unbeknownst to him, Salin had already begun to seize the initiative. Despite their contractual relationship, Songhong could no longer assert dominance over him. He was now compelled to comply with Salin's directives. Otherwise, even if Salin chose to abandon him, he would find it impossible to escape this cave. As for the front team, we shall disregard them. It is likely that the Vulture Mercenary Corps has already sensed something amiss. Any further attempts at ambush would yield little success. Let Sika carry Sarah. We must traverse the redwood forest with utmost haste. Within that forest lurk fearsome demons and soul-sucking fiends. The adversary would not opt to confront us in such treacherous terrain. Songhong inhaled sharply as he marked the area of the redwood forest on the map, half of which was submerged in water, rendering it exceedingly perilous. A detour should have been taken. However, Salin recognized it as a shortcut, daring to cross it to avoid conflict with the team ahead. This young sorcerer possessed remarkable fortitude. Songhong himself had contemplated abandoning the quest for the ruins, yet he feared that if he relinquished the pursuit, Salin would similarly forsake Sarah. Noticing Songhong's silence, Salin smiled and said, The adversaries we have provoked are undoubtedly beyond our capacity to confront. If we do not gain something within the ruins, even if we manage to flee from Skorkina, we will be left with no prospects, akin to stray dogs. Do you wish to toil in the countryside or serve as a henchman to the minor nobility? Songhong bit his lip and retorted with indignation, very well, let us proceed. The life Salin described was something he could hardly accept, such as the lament of mercenaries and adventurers. Once one becomes accustomed to the current life, it becomes impossible to resign oneself to monotony. Most mercenaries or adventurers enter the profession with dreams of saving enough to return to their former lives in their hometowns. Yet once the journey of adventure begins, there is no turning back for anyone. Chapter 16. The Crimson Line Thief, Part 2. The Crimson Whip had been severed by the heavily armored swordsman, and now Lucas's triangular sword was the weapon in hand, complemented by a blade spear on his back. Sika hoisted Sarah onto his back, despite the discomfort caused by the hefty stick he carried. In this group, Sika was the only one in relatively good health. Salin himself bore injuries, making it impractical to expect the mage to carry the swordsman onward. The perplexing mist lingered within the cave, concealing the four of them, and soon they reached the cave's end. Sika's fears proved unfounded. The fleeing group ahead had likely escaped the cave and ventured into the chaotic marshland. The last squad of the Vulture Mercenary Corps was also absent from the cave. Ahead, daylight flooded in, and the faint mist spilling from the cave became glaringly conspicuous. Salin had no choice but to dissipate the perplexing mist and tread cautiously behind. Traveling southward, there were no signs of conflict. The redwood forest lay ahead. It was late autumn, and the water levels in the redwoods had dwindled, with most seasonal streams dried up, exposing the moist, muddy ground. In the shallow pools, fish gasped for breath, floundering in the scant water. A large black cat patiently awaited nearby, while a short-tailed eagle circled overhead, lending a vibrant life to the forest. Salin experienced a peculiar sensation. After dissipating the mist, his perception did not diminish but rather expanded. Everything within 100 meters appeared strikingly clear, from a green caterpillar oozing glistening slime on the bark to leaf-cutting ants busily gnawing at leaves, leaving behind fibrous traces. Salin even detected a tortoise beneath the ground, a low-tier magical beast adept at hiding, its slow breathing nearly imperceptible. Yet, he sensed the rhythmic beating of its four hearts. A first-level mage's perception typically spans around 10 meters, and outside that range, clarity wanes and reliance on sight becomes necessary. Salin pondered momentarily before removing a green ring, causing his perception to abruptly diminish, as if everything reverted to chaos. Upon donning the ring again, his perception returned, and a smile crept across Salin's face. This was an unexpected delight. The range and clarity of perception dictated the casting distance and efficacy of magic. For instance, theoretically, a first-level spell could target an entity 20 meters away, but for precise strikes that leave no room for evasion, magic must remain within the perceptual range. A typical first-level mage possesses a perception range of about 10 meters. Beyond that, clarity begins to blur, necessitating visual correction. 10 meters is precisely the distance where a swordsman's burst of power is most formidable. If a mage cannot extend their perceptual sphere, they would not hold a significant advantage against a swordsman. Relying on visual correction for spells lacks tracking capability, allowing agile swordsmen to easily evade. Now, Salin's perception extended to 100 meters, alleviating any concerns of insufficient awareness before achieving the rank of Grand Mage. Suddenly, Songhong halted, and Salin mirrored the action, refraining from advancing. Sounds of combat echoed from ahead, discernible even to the ear: metal clashing, heavy breathing, and pained groans. Salin instinctively concealed himself behind a tree, his shoes now stained black-brown with mud. Unperturbed, Sika gently set Sarah down, allowing her to lean against a tree. What a stroke of misfortune! Salin felt a surge of frustration. The fleeing group shared the same thought, plunging directly into the perilous redwood forest, be it the fleeing or pursuing group. Neither had mages or Caucasian warriors among them. If they encountered a horror or a soul-sucking demon, their chances of survival would be slim. Had he known, Salin would have preferred to take a detour. Who goes there? Step back. A voice commanded from ahead, followed by an arrow whistling through the air, aimed directly at Salin. He ducked behind the tree, a sense of vigilance washing over him. With no time to summon a water barrier shield, he bent low, nearly pressing against the earth. The arrow effortlessly pierced the tree trunk, soaring above Salin's head. The trajectory, descending from above, made evasion nearly impossible. Had Salin moved even slightly less, he would have been impaled. Realizing the archer's position, Salin's earlier delight at his enhanced perception faded. After all, his level was far too low to detect this individual concealed 50 meters away. Salin's expression grew icy. At 50 meters, his magic could not accurately pinpoint the threat, rendering him unable to retaliate. If he were a Grand Mage, his magical attack range would extend well beyond 200 meters. But now he could only watch helplessly as the archer continued to draw and aim from atop the tree. Red line is at work. Leave. The archer bellowed, aiming his weapon at Salin and the others. What is the red line? Salin pondered, recalling current events. Song Hong's lips quivered slightly as he managed to utter. It's the Red Line Thieves Guild. Strange, I seem to have heard of it. Sika, does this ring a bell? Captain, they are the 8th rank Thieves Guild on the bounty list. Killing one nets 100 gold coins, and the leader, the Crimson Bandit, has a bounty of 20,000 gold coins. You mentioned it before. 20,000? Ascent that even higher than my own bounty? Salin recalled being personally hunted by Count Safonso, the sum of which paled in comparison to this bandit-s. A nagging sensation in his heart hinted that the Red Line Thieves Guild was not to be trifled with. With deliberate slowness, Salin conjured 4 water barrier shields, allowing the protective bubbles to float around him before turning to retrieve the arrow embedded in the ground behind him. He looked up at the archer, adopting a provocative expression, and gripped the arrow by both ends, applying force to snap it in two. With a crack, the arrow broke, and Salin tossed the fragments to the ground. Grinning at the archer, "Merlin, the mage," Song Hong exclaimed in alarm. Though the opposing party was brazen, they were merely attempting to drive them away without any genuine intention to engage. The Red Line Thieves Guild was beyond his capacity to confront. Even the entire Kangsun mercenary corps would struggle against them. Salin chuckled coldly, saying, "That first arrow was meant to kill me. If I were to be shot dead, do you think he would spare you?" He declared, "I shall seek revenge for that arrow. If you are afraid, you may wait here." With that, Salin activated the Giant Strength spell on his magical robe and charged toward the archer. The Giant Strength spell, a first-level magic, is a hybrid spell that amplifies the user's strength while enhancing their resilience against blows. It is inherently an earth-type magic. Salin relied on the magical core to activate it. Unaware of your own demise, the archer's face contorted in malice. His keen eyesight discerned clearly that Salin's magical robe bore an unmistakable emblem. This was merely a first-level mage. As long as he maintained distance, the archer posed a greater threat to a first-level mage than to an assassin. Salin moved clumsily, lacking wind magic, his speed only marginally surpassing that of an ordinary individual. The archer swiftly drew back his bow to a half-drawn position, releasing an arrow. Thud. A bubble burst. The water barrier shield vanished. The archer fluidly knocked a second arrow, nearly synchronizing with the first, shattering another bubble. I wonder how many magical strings you have left. As the archer drew for a third shot, 3 arrows were already poised between his fingers. Salin maintained his composure, manifesting water basin-sized bubbles before him to shield against the archer's rain of arrows. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. With each 10-meter advance, the archer unleashed at least 9 arrows, and as one bubble burst, a new one instantly took its place. The archer's expression grew grave. Could this mage be masquerading as a grand mage? Impossible. A grand mage's magic shield would be beyond my capabilities to penetrate. While he contemplated, the situation turned unfavorable. Salin closed the distance to 20 meters. Still perched in the tree, the archer found escape impossible, as this was now the closest range within which magic could pose a lethal threat. The closer he approached the archer, the calmer Salin felt. He even found time to reminisce about his childhood, a time when he would humbly seek the favor of a petty merchant for the sake of a meager piece of bread. He endured blows in silence, never knowing the meaning of resistance. It was only one fateful day, when he was imprisoned for a single gold coin, that Jason came to his rescue. And Salin suddenly realized that his former life was akin to hell. Vowing never to return to such a life, Salin smiled, raising his hands in incantation, and loudly reciting a rhythmically pronounced spell. The archer reached for his quiver, only to find it empty. His arrows had been entirely expended. After releasing his final arrow, the mage's shield ceased to strengthen, as if aware that the archer was now weaponless. Unwilling to succumb to inaction, the archer set aside his bow and drew a short sword from his waist, charging towards the tree. He could not believe that a mage possessed any melee capability. If he could just close the distance to within 10 meters. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as an ice spike, thicker than an arm, struck the archer's head, shattering his skull in an instant. Song Hong was taken aback. This blow exceeded his understanding of magic. A 4th-tier mercenary would not be entirely ignorant of magic, and Salin was employing a 1st-tier spell, which Song Hong could discern. Yet, the potency of this 1st-tier magic was astonishing. The speed of the massive ice spike was beyond the reach of his naked eye. This indicated Chapter 17. Moving forward, Part 1. Song Hong had ceased to ponder further. The moment Salin killed the clergy of the church, he should have parted ways with him. It was too late for any words now, after all. It was merely the demise of the Red Line Thieves Guild members. With debts mounting, one does not fret over lice. Since he could no longer survive in Skosinia, he decided to take a risk, leaving everything to fate. He retrieved his sword gun from his back, inhaled deeply the air tinged with the scent of blood, and said to Salin, "Merlin the Mage, I must trouble you to protect Sarah. I will safeguard you From this moment on, whatever we acquire, we shall split equally. Quite fair. Salin, while rummaging through the archer's belongings for tickets and gold coins, replied affirmatively. Only 2 of Songhong's men remained, their combat prowess inferior to that of Salin and Zika. Currently, Songhong's only leverage lay in his possession of the secret to the ruins. What Salin coveted most was indeed this relic. Do you require a moment's rest? Songhong inquired, noticing Salin casting a spell, fearing it might be a fleeting endeavor. He was fully committed. If Salin were to fail, his fate would be equally grim. No need. Let us proceed, Salin answered, once again grasping the Tier 3 magic core, which had lost much of its value after several absorptions and was on the verge of becoming obsolete. A Tier 3 magic core was worth 150 gold coins. In just half a day, Salin had consumed one, highlighting the exorbitant cost of being a mage. The battle in the forest ahead raged fervently, indicating a near parity in strength. Otherwise, it would have ended in silence. The fact that the pursued party still possessed such vigor at this juncture was indeed noteworthy. This group of humans was clashing fiercely in the territory of magical beasts, creating such a commotion that nearby creatures had fled, showing no inclination to interfere. Bodies littered the ground. Salin had not anticipated the brutality of the battle ahead. Every few steps revealed a corpse. Songhong's expression turned peculiar as he bent down to examine a body, declaring to Salin, "The vultures have been annihilated. This individual was a captain of 100. Find the corpse of the divine mage." Salin's primary concern was whether the divine mage concealed within the vultures had perished. If so, it would serve as a scapegoat for himself, regardless of who had dealt the fatal blow. This seems to be it. Songhong picked up a severed finger, adorned with divine symbols, its nails unusually long. A fanatic. Salin felt a surge of knowledge, recognizing that such fundamental understanding was no less than Songhong's. Many fanatics were covered in divine symbols, leaving no part of their bodies untouched. Perhaps their training was not as rigorous as that of the ascetics, but their fervent supplication to the divine wielded formidable power. "Here as well," Zika called out, clearly indicating that the fanatic had been torn apart, with body parts strewn about, none weighing more than half a pound. This was the work of regular troops. Songhong's voice was low, contrasting with his appearance. Regular troops? Salin was taken aback. Regular troops referred to those loyal solely to the royal families of the 4 great empires, whose combat prowess far surpassed that of mercenaries. However, what were they doing in the domain of adventurers? The chaotic marsh held no military significance, nor was it within any royal territory. "Look here." Songhong tugged at a corpse's outer garment, revealing dark, heavy armor beneath. This is scaled armor of fine steel. Only regular troops would dare to utilize such a material. For any other faction would be tantamount to rebellion. Salin also bent down, tearing a piece of rag to wipe the blood from the corpse's face. The black hair, dark eyes, and somewhat ordinary features, with a not-so-prominent nose, still bore a resemblance to the people of Scosenia, albeit with some distortion. This is a person from the Chinese Empire. Shall we take a detour? Songhong understood that he had become entangled in more than one predicament. The vultures evidently had another mission, temporarily seizing the trail of the Red Line thieves, whose target appeared to be the regular troops of the Chinese Empire. Now that the vultures had been wiped out, it seemed unnecessary for them to press on. Salin hesitated. With the divine mage's subordinates from the vultures dead, he could swiftly turn back and temporarily evade the church's pursuit. Yet, he soon considered that aiding the regular troops of the Chinese Empire would provide him with allies in that land. "Songhong, the ruins may not yield any rewards, but before us lies tangible profit." Songhong nodded and began to search the bodies for gold and equipment. For mercenaries, such actions were second nature, eliciting no psychological aversion. The Red Line thieves were affluent. If they could scavenge some riches, it would be far more pragmatic than exploring ruins. After all, treasures within the ruins could be non-existent. While members of the Red Line thieves were likely to possess substantial tickets. Once they had collected the spoils, Zika placed Sarah between 2 corpses, stating, "Bear with it. I shall return shortly." Sarah nodded, and Zika smeared blood across Sarah's face to disguise her as a corpse. Before advancing with Salin and Songhong towards the sound of the fierce battle, they arrived at a clearing in the woods where the ground had suddenly dried. A dozen individuals were entangled in combat, sword energy slicing through the air. Songhong charged into the fray, his sword gun aimed directly at a member of the Thieves' Guild. The differences in attire were stark. The thieves wore leather armor, while the pursued wore simple garments, under which gleamed fine steel scale armor. The Red Line thieves still had 12 members, while the pursued party was reduced to 4 swordsmen. Salin's keen perception swept across the battlefield. Grasping the situation, the Red Line thieves held an overwhelming numerical advantage. The 4 swordsmen had been isolated and were fighting desperately. The most formidable among them wielded a peculiar longsword, fending off 6 attacking thieves. This Chinese swordsman's blade measured 4 feet in length, resembling a heavy sword. Yet its body was evenly proportioned with 3 prominent ridges along the blade, enhancing its strength. Was this the renowned Chinese 8-sided sword? The sword was unmatched in sharpness, and in the hands of the Qin swordsman, it danced through the air, preventing the 6 thieves from closing in. Anger surged within the swordsman as he found himself unable to rescue his comrades, watching helplessly as they fell one by one. Song Hong's fury surpassed even that of the swordsman. Upon entering the melee, he realized that neither Salin nor Zika had yet engaged. Although the sword gun was a weapon essential for mercenaries, Song Hong struggled to wield it effectively against an armored swordsman, the only member of the Thieves Guild clad in metal armor. The heavily armored swordsman responded with a swift strike, knocking Song Hong's sword gun aside. With a powerful rotation, he swung down again. Song Hong raised his weapon to block the blow. However, the wire-wrapped shaft of his gun nearly snapped under the force, teetering on the brink of destruction. The armored swordsman showed no concern for his opponent and lifted his weapon for another strike. The rapid succession of blows left Song Hong with no opportunity to counterattack, forcing him to continue enduring. Is that little mage intending to harm me? A chilling thought crept into Song Hong's mind. Regret washed over him as he recalled his earlier display of hostility towards the mage. He remembered the captain's warning: if one lacks the certainty to eliminate a mage, one must never reveal their intentions. Mages are the most vindictive of beings. Offending one is far more perilous than incurring the wrath of an emperor. Salin had discerned the unfolding situation. The strongest member of the Red Line thieves had not joined the fray, but rather stood aloof, surveying the battle. The thief's leader brandished a dagger, which was somewhat elongated, resembling a short sword. His face was shrouded in a black cloth, edged with a faint red line. Salin's perception swept over the scene, and only this thief seemed to sense his presence, casting a gaze towards the concealed Salin, fixating intently on the large tree that cloaked him. Such acute perception was indicative of a mid-level swordsman. A mid-level swordsman, classified as a level 5 practitioner, possessed formidable sword energy, rivaling that of a level 4 mage in combat prowess. Unlike archers, the proximity of a swordsman meant certain death. A flicker of fear coursed through Salin's heart, but it was eclipsed by a surge of excitement. To him, this mid-level swordsman was not an insurmountable foe. As a mage of lineage, he understood that professional ranks were merely a reference. Before sword energy could manifest an external attack, even a low-level mage could vanquish a high-ranking swordsman. Only a sword saint was truly invincible. Moreover, with Sika by his side, who, although her level remained uncertain, could at least impede this swordsman. Salin's confidence was partially derived from Sika, a mage endowed with the prowess of a Caucasian warrior, whose combat effectiveness would soar exponentially. Slowly, Salin emerged from behind the tree, 6 bubbles floating around his form, his limit, as sustaining 6 water-patterned shields consumed half of his mental energy. Should he attempt to augment this further, he would be unable to control his offensive spells. The dagger-wielding thief observed this spectacle, his lips quivering slightly. Could it be that a mage was capable of maintaining 6 defensive spells? Despite the mid-level swordsman's combat classification equating him to a level 4 mage, facing a grand mage was insurmountable for him. With a smile, Salin raised a finger and gently tapped, sending forth a white line that struck the heavy-armored swordsman's greatsword. With a resounding clang, the great sword was dented, enveloped in a layer of white frost. The keen Song Hong discarded his sword gun and unsheathed a triangular blade, thrusting it into the heavy-armored swordsman's flank. The triangular sword, designed as an auxiliary weapon for armor penetration, proved devastating. With a sickening sound, the heavy armor seemed as fragile as paper, and blood was soon visible at the wound. Salin, foregoing incantations, unleashed his pre-prepared spells in rapid succession without pause. Instantly, white circular rings, each approximately 4 meters in diameter, appeared upon the ground, a level 1 water magic, frost formation. This semi-auxiliary spell reduced the target's mobility by 80% while providing a chilling effect. Those devoid of sword energy would succumb to frostbite if trapped within the formation for a mere minute. The magic did not discriminate between friend and foe. Salin fervently released the frost formation, and within moments, the clearing of the forest transformed into a silvery expanse. Both the pursued swordsman and the band of thieves found themselves ensnared within, their movements significantly hampered. Chapter 17. Moving Forward, Part 2. The thief wielding a dagger realized his folly as Salin made an astonishing appearance. He did not attack immediately, which proved to be a grave mistake. Now, Salin had completed his spellcasting, and his strategy had utterly failed. The besieged swordsman donned a suit of steel-scaled armor, slowing his movements and forcing him to engage in a brutal clash with the thieves. In this raw exchange, the swordsman had the upper hand due to his superior armor, while the thieves, clad in mere leather, cried out in agony, leaving only 5 individuals in the fray: the swordsman of the Qin, the leader of the thieves, Salin, Sika, and the strikingly beautiful Song Hong. Amidst the frenzied assaults, the Qin swordsman was drenched in blood. Most perilously, a metal spike had pierced under his waist, a special weapon of the thieves, coated with deadly poison. He swiftly dispatched 6 of his attackers but could not evade this fatal blow. Song Hong fared slightly better. He was kicked in the abdomen by a heavily armored swordsman and was sent crashing into a tree, barely managing to stay upright. With renewed vigor, he thrust his triangular sword deep into the waist of the armored foe. Song Hong's handsome visage was marred by a fierce expression. He was truly fighting for his life. The force of that kick was tremendous. The armored swordsman's boots weighed heavily, adorned with metal spikes. He abandoned all defense, intent on eliminating the armored swordsman entirely. Salin smiled at the leader of the thieves, saying, "Are you going to leave, or shall we test our mettle? I have more people than you." The masked thief suddenly pulled down his scarf, revealing his face. "Little mage, out of magical strings? Trying to intimidate me?" This experienced thief discerned that Salin was merely a first-level mage. Judging by the number of spells he had cast, the young mage was likely out of magical energy. Yet the boy displayed considerable bravery, attempting to bluff his way out of danger. It was a pity for such a promising mage. "You must remember who you die at the hands of," the thief began, but before he could finish his sentence, he lunged at Salin. The frost spell seemed ineffective, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the distance, his elongated dagger aimed straight at Salin's throat. Salin felt the sharpness of the blade slicing through his skin, blood welling forth. Sika swung her massive staff, but with a clang, the dagger knocked it aside. Salin's heart sank. Sika's injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. The divine sorcerer had disrupted the beast spirits imbued within Sika's staff, causing her strength to plummet. Such a cumbersome weapon had been easily deflected by a mere dagger. There was no time for further contemplation. Salin unleashed his soul's second-level spell, the ice arrow. The thief deftly redirected his dagger to intercept the ice arrow. Astonishingly, he had managed to block a second-level spell with a mundane weapon. His power was likely that of a high-ranking swordsman. The speed at which the spell was cast was imperceptible to the naked eye. The thief's block was entirely due to his acute senses, predicting the trajectory of the magical attack. Yet, the display had startled him. A mage had unleashed a second-level spell, and he felt a twinge of retreat. If his opponent were truly a second-level mage, the battle was only beginning. Despite his advantage, he still faced a Caucasian warrior. At that moment, Sika had drawn her boomerang, poised for action. Unable to lift her heavy staff, she resorted to fighting with the boomerang. Salin let out a muffled groan, his body collapsing weakly. The thief rejoiced. This little mage was merely a fade of bravado, and he had nearly been deceived. The boomerang sliced through the air, but the thief advanced rather than retreating, hurling his dagger mid-flight, striking the center of the boomerang, causing it to plummet to the ground. With a sinister grin, the thief lunged forward, now wearing a metal gauntlet. The gauntlet's tips were adorned with sharp spikes, aiming directly for Salin's throat. In close combat, a mage was always at a disadvantage. The thief felt a surge of confidence. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Although the most troublesome swordsman remained standing, he could not launch any attacks, and the Caucasian warrior was no match for him. Killing the mage would complete his mission. What could be more exhilarating than slaying a mage? Indeed, Salin's magical strings were nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of casting even a first-level spell. Yet, he remained composed, quietly gripping his family crest as he braced for the thief's punch. The thief, bent over, intended to land a decisive blow. Could he truly compare his strength with Salin's? The thief, now frenzied, channeled his sword energy, confident that even stone could be shattered by his punch. A dull thud echoed as the thief's fist collided with Salin's crest. Salin's zero-level magic was unleashed, in an instant. All his remaining energy was absorbed into the mysterious emblem. The thief was not spared either. Salin's fingers were left bloodied from the impact, staining the gauntlet crimson. The thief's strength was suddenly siphoned into the emblem without warning. Their bodies became entwined, and the thief felt as though he were encased in ice, with flames still raging inside him. His vision faded, ears rang, his insides twisted in pain, muscles paralyzed, and his mind swarmed with the buzz of countless insects. All manner of negative states besieged the thief. It took Salin years to adapt to such sensations, but the thief could not endure. His body slowly slumped, and Salin bellowed. Sika, biting her lip, retrieved her boomerang and forcefully severed the thief's head. The thief met a most unjust demise. Salin's magical strings were barely sufficient to support a few zero-level spells, incapable of inflicting damage. Had he simply avoided touching the emblem or ensuring Salin's blood did not stain his gauntlet, the outcome would have been different. With a thud, both Salin and Sika were startled as the Chinese swordsman collapsed. He had witnessed the thief's decapitation and could no longer hold on, falling to the ground. "Help me over," Salin called to Sika, suppressing his discomfort as he approached the swordsman, urging Sika to administer the restorative water. "Master Mage, I cannot go on." The Chinese swordsman gasped, his eyes devoid of life. If one were to covertly appropriate the items belonging to the swordsman, it would be quite regrettable if the teacher were to discover such an act, leading to a sense of disappointment in their student. Moreover, a thorough cleanup of the scene could yield quite a substantial reward. Alas, returning to Skorchinia is no longer an option, otherwise, with so many thieves around. The bounty for bringing in heads would provide a handsome income. Zika, go fetch Sarah. Don't let the beast devour her. After saying this, Salin closed his eyes. He needed to rest. Despite being able to endure the negative effects of the badge, he had ultimately lost his combat capability and needed to exercise caution. It seemed that Songhong was also gravely injured, and they needed to depart from this place swiftly. Should the church's people catch up, it would spell doom for them all. Sunlight cascaded through the treetops, and Songhong finally managed to stand upright. He noticed Zika had placed Sarah and Salin together, which brought him a slight sense of relief. This magician had no intentions of silencing them, a small yet positive sign, having slain a church cleric and decimated a squad from the Red Line thieves. The events of the past 2 days had been more exhilarating than his entire mercenary career combined. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot overcome this hurdle. The swordsman's chest had been unbuckled, revealing his badge. Each swordsman from the Qin Empire donned exquisite steel-scaled armor, worth several hundred gold coins. Yet it was regrettably too heavy to carry. Salin's ring was insufficient for storage, its internal space merely a few dozen cubic feet. Nevertheless, Zika and Songhong each managed to strip a complete set of armor and donned it. The thieves had amassed a considerable number of deposit slips, totaling over 2,000 gold coins, with the leader possessing 1,500 gold coins and slips along with various loose gems. Are you truly intending to send this chest to the Qin Empire? Songhong inquired, leaning against a tree in a moment of reluctant contemplation after surveying the battlefield. Well, if you wish to go, you can count yourself in. Salin dismissed Songhong's thoughts. Songhong licked his lips and said, at the very least, let us open it and see what lies within. Salin mused to himself that had Songhong not been present, he would have opened it long ago. He sighed. I fear that if I open the chest, I may not be able to resist the temptation. With that, a flash of white light emanated from his hand, and the chest, no larger than a couple of books, vanished. Spatial magic. A chill ran through Songhong's heart. Salin was issuing a warning. Now that the magician had regained his magical power, Songhong had completely lost his confidence in peering into the treasures. Chapter 18, The Goddess's Blessing Part 1. After Salin warned Songhong with the power carried by his ring, he allowed Shika to support him while Songhong assisted Sarah. The three swiftly departed from the battlefield within the redwood forest. Salin chose not to bury the bodies of the fallen. In the muddled swamp, burial served no purpose, as various magical beasts would soon unearth the remains. The four hastened their pace, cautiously evading the terrors of the forest. Though these minor creatures were few in number, they posed a greater threat than soul-sucking demons. A direct hit from a terror would incapacitate even a formidable mage. As they approached the forest's edge, the ground was riddled with muddy traps, forcing them to halt. Songhong lacked a map of the area, and Salin had yet to fully recover, compelling them to rest in the trees. Salin had completely absorbed the energy of a third-tier magic core and had replaced it with a new one. Leaning against a thick branch, he looked down at Songhong, who appeared considerably diminished, resembling a submissive wife. Songhong, do you regret hiring me? Salin inquired. Not at all. It is fate, Songhong replied with resignation. The tides of circumstance had turned, necessitating Songhong's reliance on Shika and Salin to protect Sarah, who would remain incapacitated for at least a day, unable to fight. Fate? Ah. Salin chuckled softly. Do you understand the status of an envoy within the church? Of course. They stand one step below the Pope, above all others. To offend an envoy is to offend the Pope. If only it were so straightforward. In reality, envoys are not bound to obey the Pope's commands. The visible power of the church comprises 3 courts, the Privy Council, the Holy Knight Order, and the Inquisition. However, in terms of clerical hierarchy, envoys do not belong to any of these institutions. What do you mean? Songhong, despite his experience as a mercenary, lacked the depth of understanding that Salin, as a mage with lineage, possessed regarding the church. The 3 courts and the Holy Knight Order serve the Pope. But in the absence of divine war, their strength lies dormant. The Privy Council is the core of the church, primarily composed of the clergy known as the Red Clergy. The Inquisition's main force consists of the Black Clergy, tasked with executing unsavory deeds. The envoys, however, wield their own power, dispersed across all dioceses. Referred to as the White Clergy. Is there a difference? Songhong asked, unimpressed. The Red Clergy oversees internal church matters, the Black Clergy manages external affairs, while the White Clergy executes the will of the divine. Our offense extends beyond the church. We have directly incurred the wrath of the gods. Songhong nearly lost his balance on the tree branch, staring incredulously at Salin. I refrained from allowing anyone to look back, fearing an encounter with a White Clergy member. Only those of at least 6th-tier profession can hold such a position. Should we cross paths, we would lack even the ability to flee. Songhong, do you regret it now? Indeed, Songhong lamented. He had initially believed that even if he disrupted the envoy's affairs, the envoy would not mobilize to trouble an insignificant being like himself. Ah, look at you, frightened. The envoy's mission has no bearing on the swordsmen of the Qin Empire. The Vulture mercenary group likely acted on a whim. If I am not mistaken, their target lies in another direction. As long as we traverse the marshland before us, we shall find safety. Songhong regarded Salin with confusion, unable to comprehend why the young mage appeared so unconcerned about provoking an envoy. It was implausible that Salin was ignorant. He seemed far more acquainted with the church's structure and power than Songhong. As for Salin's strength, it was doubtful that this novice mage surpassed the prowess of the Caucasian warrior beside him. A first-tier mage was, by no means, a match for a sixth-tier professional. Though the Holy Church was formidable, its rise had been too recent. It could only truly control the Tangula's empire. The power within Scosenia was woefully inadequate. The individuals we have offended are of a level far beyond us, and they would not engage in conflict within another empire, for it would incite war. Thus, there is no need for concern. Once we leave Scosenia and enter the Chinese Empire, we will be essentially safe. The Chinese Empire is known as the Magic Empire, having always scorned divine authority. Alas, you would not comprehend. Songhong shot a glare at Salin, feeling frustrated. He did not grasp the crux of the matter. He simply recognized that if they did not escape quickly, they would soon draw the attention of the white clergy. Those were sixth-tier professionals, akin to fifth-tier mages or elite swordsmen. Why do you share this with me? What does it matter who the clergy are? We are all doomed regardless. Not quite. If it were a red clergy member, as long as you are willing to embrace the divine and choose to believe, you would not perish. If it were a black clergy member, you might acquire special powers, and if the Inquisition takes notice of you, there may be a chance for submission. Encountering a white clergy member, however, is a different story altogether. You should resign yourself to fate. Envoys require nothing. Salin's words struck Songhong's heart like a hammer. He truly considered the notion that if all else failed, he might as well pledge himself to the divine, for it was better than facing death. Salin seemed to perceive his thoughts and delivered words that extinguished all hope within Songhong. After concluding his discourse, Salin closed his eyes, gripping the magic core tightly to restore his magic thread. Songhong fell silent as well. As a novice swordsman, he was equivalent to a fourth-tier professional and had initially believed he would easily surpass this first-tier mage. Now it was evident that not only was he inferior to the mage in combat capability, but also in wisdom. Songhong felt disheartened, pondering why a first-tier mage, equivalent to a second-tier professional, could exert such immense pressure upon him. After half an hour, Salin's magic thread was restored, though the negative effects on his body had yet to dissipate, forcing him to rely on Sheikah to continue. Sarah had also regained a modicum of strength, and the four of them plunged into the swamp while daylight still lingered. In the swamp, the most perilous threat was not the magical beasts, but the traps. Millennia of accumulated silt rendered the depths unfathomable. Salin's heightened senses allowed him to navigate around these traps, with the remaining danger stemming from the magical beasts. What could have been a treacherous journey turned slightly less daunting as Sheikah, having nearly regained her strength, led the way, occasionally emitting low, resonant sounds. When encountering formidable magical beasts, she would chant incantations from a distance, causing the creatures to observe her momentarily before retreating. It became evident to Salin why Songhong had insisted on hiring a Caucasian warrior at a premium. Most Caucasian warriors who ventured into the wild had received blessings from the priests, granting them the ability to communicate with magical beasts. While they could not command these beasts like those blessed by the goddess of nature, they could express goodwill and maintain a non-aggression pact. Throughout the journey, Sheikah had dispelled a group of terrors, but had not engaged with any other magical beasts. After traversing 100 miles of swamp, the four were nearly exhausted by dawn, having only managed to cover half the distance. As the group trudged through the night, they entered a cave within the chaotic swamp. A young man clad in a white robe, accompanied by four subordinates, happened upon the battlefield previously occupied by Salin and his companions. The young man, in his early 20s, wore a robe resembling that of a mage, albeit lacking an inner belt design, rendering it excessively loose and cumbersome for adventure. He appeared immaculate, as though he had just emerged from the water and was dried by wind magic. Leaning against the cave wall, he frowned slightly, displaying impatience as he observed his four subordinates gathering information from the battlefield. All four subordinates were clad in armor, nearly seamless and seemingly carved from solid metal. The edges of the armor featured leaf designs, each adorned with golden inscriptions. Such armor was exclusive to the warriors of the church, and only those qualified to wear the inscribed armor possessed a minimum strength of 5th tier. The leader of the vulture mercenaries has perished, and among the enemies lies a sorcerer. A knight clad in divine armor cautiously reported, while the youth in white furrowed his brow, his expression frigid. They deserve to die, those wretches, daring to defy the orders of the divine envoy for the sake of trifling gains, altering the course of their advance. The white-robed youth's words were laced with profanity, his face twisted in a savage demeanor, a stark contrast to his noble standing. His four subordinates fell silent, choosing to feign ignorance. Can we catch up to them? The youth appeared to harbor a deep disdain for the cave, swiftly enveloping himself in divine light, rendering his features indistinct. Before his subordinates could respond, he countered, "No. We shall proceed as planned. If we delay the affairs of the divine envoy, even death would not grant us redemption. Listen closely, after this operation. Find a way to annihilate the Vulture mercenary band. The thought of it infuriates me. Yes, Lord Picasso, the four knights bowed in acquiescence. Unbeknownst to Salin and his companions, they had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Had this group pursued them, Salin would have found himself bereft of any means of escape. For 5th-level warriors, accompanied by a 6th-level sorcerer, constituted a formidable force, one that could only be vanquished by the intervention of his master. The chaotic marshland featured a complex terrain, with unpredictable weather patterns. After traversing the edge of a small swamp, Salin and his companions felt a significant warmth in the air. Ahead lay a plain. The ground parched and devoid of vegetation, save for a few hardy plants typically found in arid deserts, resiliently taking root in this small expanse. Aside from Salin, the other three were battling fatigue, their eyelids heavy, yearning to set up camp immediately upon seeing the dry plain. Let us hold on until we reach that mound before resting, Salin advised, unwilling to let his guard down. His magical strings had fully recovered, and he led the group to the shelter of the mound, allowing the others to rest while he stood watch. Captain, I'm going to sleep. Sika glanced at Salin, a hint of concern lacing her voice. Sleep well. I am quite restored, Salin reassured her, patting her shoulder as he settled down to examine the spoils of the past few days. Songhong and Sarah were the first to succumb to slumber. Having long discarded their tent, they could only wrap themselves snugly in their cloaks. Sika, clad in her precious leather armor with temperature-regulating properties, sprawled out beside Salin, defenseless as she drifted into dreams. Chapter 18. The Goddess's Blessing Part 2. Throughout this journey, Salin had amassed 4,000 gold coins from several waves of enemies, of which he generously allocated 2,000 to Songhong, leaving himself with 2,000. He also acquired a dozen first-level magic cores, all thanks to Sika's efforts, which did not need to be shared with Songhong. However, these cores were worth only a few dozen coins and would serve merely as consumables. A carcass of a demon spider lay before him, but Salin was not yet skilled enough to craft a magical puppet, rendering it useless for the time being. He also found a metallic glove inscribed with divine runes, which he could not utilize. However, if he encountered an alchemist, it could potentially be disassembled into valuable materials. The most precious item in Salin's possession was the nature goddess's ring, which contained a spatial compartment. Within this compartment, he discovered a box, a badge, and a chinine blade left behind by a chinine swordsman. Salin intended to send these relics to the county of Bitterwater for the county's princess. He carefully removed 3 items that were originally inside the ring. The small green gourd, no larger than a palm, felt smooth and warm to the touch. Being a non-equipment item, it lacked an opening for access, so Salin examined it briefly before placing it back into the ring. The black necklace, composed of 24 black crystals, was in his grasp, yet he could not discern its material. One thing was certain, it was neither obsidian nor common steel rock. Lastly, he examined a leaf that emanated an extraordinary aura. Despite its withered yellow appearance, it still harbored a potent life force. Salin understood that his current level was insufficient to ascertain the leaf's purpose, so he resolved to contemplate it gradually, perhaps recalling something from the books he had read. These 3 items undoubtedly originated from a nature magician, whose existence had long vanished. To uncover the origins of these artifacts, he would need to delve into ancient texts. Salin donned the necklace around his neck and carefully stowed the leaf back into the ring, then began to study the ancient Gumarist script etched within. The 24 characters formed a continuous ring without any punctuation. Salin had fortuitously deciphered the secret of the ring's space during his last examination. Upon rereading, he realized that these characters were, in fact, an ancient incantation, segmented into 4 stanzas of 6 characters each, according to the descriptions in the tomes. This was the nature goddess's gift ring, usable by both divine spellcasters and magicians alike. The varying recitations of these 24 characters could invoke 4 distinct nature spells. Such a marvelous arrangement and combination left Salin curious about the nature of the other 3 spells. However, he was hesitant to experiment recklessly. His profound knowledge of magic assured him that if he could successfully use the first incantation to access the ring's space, the remaining 3 would also be within his capabilities. Yet, should any of those incantations be offensive in nature, it could rapidly deplete his magical reserves, potentially leaving him powerless for days. The risk of failing to master new spells was daunting, as it would strip him of his combat prowess. Based on the level rules of magical equipment, Salin estimated that upon reaching level 5, he would be able to utilize these spells without suffering backlash. Even the gentlest magic of the nature goddess was subjected to level restrictions, which had only emerged after her fall. In ancient times, humanity was not bound by such limitations. It was regrettable that such a formidable piece of equipment could only serve as an ordinary spatial item for him. Salin carefully noted the sequence of the 24 characters and readjusted the ring on his finger. Now, he needed to guard his 3 slumbering companions. He could not meditate nor rely on the badge to enhance his mental acuity. Instead, He resorted to recalling the knowledge he had memorized and contemplatively transforming it into his own understanding. Memorization alone was insufficient. Mastering the contents of magical tomes and notes required repeated study. Although there were shortcuts on the path of magical cultivation, Salin merely possessed more resources than others, making it impossible for him to achieve mastery overnight. The magical texts he had memorized were systematically organized, and he sought the sections pertaining to the nature goddess Melis in hopes of uncovering the ring's secrets. Descriptions of goddess Melis were scarce in both magical tomes and notes. Most mages offered praises of her in their writings, yet there was ample content regarding the gift ring. Salin swiftly pieced together the information, learning that the gift ring had been crafted by the Temple of Melis, with a total of 124 rings produced. Among these, only 12 possessed spatial magic, crafted by 4 major temples and 8 supreme temples, making them impossible to replicate. Nonetheless, the nature goddess was just in her nature. All 124 gift rings bore identical incantations. The 12 rings with spatial magic could unlock their inner compartments without expending magical reserves. The 4 incantations inscribed on the rings were Space Opening, Life Bestowal, Goddess's Protection, and Nature's Order. Space Opening was purely magical. Life Bestowal was semi-magical. Goddess's Protection was divine magic, while the nature of Nature's Order remained unknown. Upon reaching this juncture, Salin felt a tinge of disappointment. Life Bestowal appeared akin to a healing spell for divine magic users, while Goddess's Protection was unequivocally divine magic. Now that the goddess had perished, no amount of fervor would grant him her protection. As for Nature's Order, even the mages and divine spellcasters of old could not comprehend this last incantation inscribed on the ring, leaving Salin with little hope of unraveling its mysteries. Fortunately, he possessed one of the highest-tier gift rings, capable of unlocking its space even at level 1. What level, then, could the 3 items left within this supreme gift ring be? Salin pondered as he caressed the black necklace around his neck. In the chaotic marsh of late autumn, the beasts were irritable. As Sika slept, Salin noticed a beast lurking in the distance and was compelled to unleash a fog of confusion. The efficacy of magic does not solely depend on its power, but rather on its application. The fog of confusion was non-offensive yet effective in concealing one's presence and heightening a magician's perception, rendering it one of the most practical low-level water spells. Once the fog of confusion was released, the observing beast lost its target and, after a moment of hesitation, turned away. Such was the nature of beasts in the chaotic marsh. They lacked a sense of territory, driven solely by their hunger. If they lost the scent of their prey, they would not persist in their pursuit. Salin patted his chest, feeling fortunate that he had released the fog of confusion in a timely manner. For although the creature was not of a high level, its ferocity was somewhat formidable. Any being capable of surviving in the chaotic marsh was no true weakling. Being limited to water magic felt inadequate. If only he could wield magic from all 6 elements, he would be assured victory even against a second-level magician. The longer Salin spent away from the city of Shilon, the more he realized his level was somewhat distinct from others. This disparity was not due to any inherent talent, but rather a fortunate inheritance. Were a great magician to assess him, they would see that Salin had merely benefited from a legacy. Magicians without such inheritance could never master their craft with such finesse. The techniques of second-level casting, secondary casting, and instant casting were coveted knowledge for many magicians. Yet, from the very beginning of his magical studies, Salin believed these were fundamental skills every magician must possess. This misconception resulted in his mastery of fewer spells. Yet he was capable of executing each one to its fullest potential. Moreover, although Salin's magical string was flawed, limiting him to water magic, it allowed him to wield double the magical power of his peers. This meant he practiced magic for twice as long as other magicians of the same level. Coupled with his indifference to the consumption of magic cores, he was able to practice even more extensively. Magic required repeated practice to enhance its potency. Reducing the preparation time of a spell to 2 frames, 2/60ths of a second, often necessitated thousands of repetitions. Similarly, mastering target acquisition and timing for spell release demanded relentless practice. Otherwise, a spell could detonate in a magician's hands, leading to disastrous consequences. The practice of Salin, if placed within the confines of the Holy See, would undoubtedly be regarded as that of a severe ascetic. While Salin laments his own insignificance, he remains oblivious to the fact that any other first-tier mage witnessing his spellcasting prowess would be consumed by despair. Why, among first-tier mages, is there such a vast disparity? It is not entirely Salin's fault. He had merely gleaned from the magical notes a description that suggested this was a common method employed by mages to enhance their offensive capabilities. He fixated on the term common method and naturally assumed it must be the only way. However, this so-called common approach is tailored for mages like Jason, who possess exceptional talent, considerable wealth, and a rich heritage. Salin has always believed that every mage is akin to Jason, capable of establishing their own magical laboratory and amassing tens of thousands of tomes and notes. The magical notes of Jason Stinson, even for borrowing, would cost hundreds of gold coins, let alone their intrinsic value. Such affluent mages are far beyond the reach of the nobility. No amount of effort from Count Gugu would suffice. After inspecting his spoils, Salin retrieved the box entrusted to him by the swordsman Chinin. The box, only the size of 2 books, was extraordinarily heavy. Were it not for the enchanted ring, it would have been a burden to carry. It is worth noting that since the age of 13, Salin had been accustomed to hauling over 100 pounds of gear back and forth between Siren City and his ancestral home, demonstrating his considerable strength, one that many swordsmen of his age would not possess. What could be contained within this box? It was something the swordsman, even in his dying moments, was reluctant to part with, intended for his lady. Just a glance. Salin thought, I am not driven by greed. The swordsman did not expressly forbid me from looking. Casting a furtive glance at the still slumbering Songhong, he quietly opened the box. A powerful surge of elemental energy erupted from within, and Salin's eyes were momentarily blinded by a radiant green light, prompting him to hastily close the box and stow it away in the enchanted ring. He was thoroughly startled. The box contained a magic core unlike any he had ever heard of, emanating an elemental aura that was visibly palpable. Furthermore, its shape was that of a perfect 24-faced crystal. Aside from the cores of dragons, he had never heard of any magical beast possessing such an exquisite object. Sika abruptly awoke, gripping her staff tightly, her head snapping up. She had been in a deep slumber, but the sudden approach of a formidable magical beast instinctively triggered her combat readiness. Songhong and Sarah were also roused, and Salin found himself at a loss for words. Opening the box and exposing the dragon's core could potentially attract powerful beasts, or even draw the attention of the Holy See. Salin was filled with regret. Curiosity had indeed led him to perilous consequences. Chapter 19. We depart. Salin signaled Sika to carry Sarah, offering no further explanation as they hastily vacated the earth mound. An instinctual awareness of danger gnawed at him. Remaining in this place could seal their fate. Distant roars of magical beasts echoed around them, some filled with fear, others with excitement, and some tinged with rage. For the first time, Salin perceived the intricate tapestry of emotions woven into the beast's cries. Yet, he had no time for reflection. He activated the might of his magical robe and sprinted forth. His fear did not stem from the magical beasts. Sika possessed the ability to soothe them. Rather, his trepidation lay with the Holy See. If they discovered he bore a dragon's magical core, it mattered not if he held no enmity with them. They would strike regardless. This was the chaotic swamp, where blood could be spilled without witness. Salin recalled vividly how a mere gold coin had nearly cost him his life. A dragon's magical core was undoubtedly a far more tantalizing prize. Green dragon, curse it. The information from the Adventurers Guild was utterly deceptive. The green dragon had already been slain. After this batch of Chinin's swordsmen had vanquished the dragon, they had been targeted by the Crimson Line Thieves Guild. It was plausible that this mission was a ruse set by the Chinin's swordsmen to mislead nearby mercenaries. Though a green dragon was a lesser member of the dragonkin, the value of its magical core was unparalleled by ordinary magical beasts. For such a core, most mercenaries would disregard their professional ethics and resort to murder for treasure. A peculiar sound arose, accompanied by what seemed to be a human cough, resonating with the tremors of the earth. Thud, thud, thud. As slow footsteps echoed, Salin turned swiftly, only to behold a monstrous creature charging towards him. Towering over 30 meters, the beast dwarfed even the mightiest dragons. Its skin was a muted yellow, and a single eye loomed in the center of its forehead, standing upright. Its face bore a resemblance to a human, marred by scars, with a flattened nose and drooling maw that exuded a nauseating stench from afar. Though Salin lacked the knowledge of seasoned mercenaries, he had perused numerous bestiaries, making this creature unmistakably identifiable, a level 7 magical beast, the Hill Giant. Legend suggested these creatures were descendants of giants, captured by humans during the First Dynasty when humanity wielded formidable power over strange beings from alternate realms. The Hill Giant lacked the intellect and magic of its ancestors but possessed raw strength that even dragons preferred to avoid. Without intelligence, it would charge recklessly into combat against any opponent. For dragons, hill giants were akin to chewing gum, sticky and inescapable. For Salin and his companions, this sticky foe was a lethal threat. Sika panicked. She could not communicate with such a beast, which would not recognize kin even in mating season, often leading to deadly confrontations with its own kind, explaining their scarcity. Songhong was utterly terrified. He had never faced a level 7 magical beast directly. Such a creature would deter even the most powerful sorcerers, let alone a mere mercenary. Songhong sorrowfully realized that being with the young sorcerer would always lead to increasingly dire predicaments. The Vulture Mercenary Group, the Holy See, the Crimson Line Thieves Guild, and now Hill Giant. What drove him to despair was the fact that Salin had been hired at a price multiple times higher than that of the guild. It was a classic case of reaping what one sowed. The Hill Giant, though not noted for its speed, possessed legs over 10 meters long. And even at a leisurely pace, it outpaced Salin and his companions. This area was a plain, leaving no room for evasion. Songhong, how far to the ruins? Salin shouted, no longer fearing the magical beast's attention. I don't know. The map doesn't align. Songhong gasped, his sword energy barely developed and compounded by injuries. The restorative water was less effective than holy water. Given a week, he might have been able to outrun the pursuing monsters. To the right, Salin's voice cracked. And in that moment, Sika surged forward with incredible speed, seizing Salin's belt and darting past Songhong, plunging into the water pool he had indicated. Songhong, consumed by survival instinct, could not afford to be angry. Self-preservation took precedence. All four plunged into the water, while the hill giant roared in fury, circling the pool. Its massive feet tested the water's depth, discovering it too profound for even its long legs to reach the bottom. The hill giant could not swim, but was unwilling to relinquish its prey. It began to dig up massive clods of earth and hurl them into the pool. Songhong barely surfaced and was nearly struck by a falling clod, forcing him to retreat in terror. Salin could breathe underwater, and at that moment, the advantages of his magical strings became apparent. Deep water provided him a protective haven. Sika also fared well. Her swimming skills were exceptional, and she showed no signs of being someone who rarely bathed. However, Sarah remained incapacitated, her injuries preventing her recovery, despite her superior sword energy compared to Songhong. Her face was now turning purple from lack of air. The hill giant continued its furious bombardment of soil, and with its strength, even a clod the size of a fist could prove fatal. Salin, feeling helpless, attempted to conjure air bubbles. This time, he drew air from the gift ring, enveloped it in a water-patterned shield, and placed it over Sarah's head. After several unsuccessful attempts, he realized that a new spell could not be conjured effortlessly. Blood trickled from Sarah's ears, and her eyes bulged, her beauty lost beneath a ghastly pallor. Desperation seized Salin as he extracted every last bit of air from the gift ring, creating a massive air bubble that formed a water-patterned shield around Sika and Sarah. With his mental focus heightened, the shield was completed in an instant, though he barely realized it had consumed half of his magical strings. Previously, the water-patterned shields he conjured were no larger than a basin. This time, the magic enveloped both individuals, providing comprehensive protection, a form only achievable through spells of 4th level and above. Sarah inhaled the air, her color gradually returning, while Kango Sarah struggled within the immense bubble, helplessly witnessing the grotesque fish attacking Songhong, tearing at flesh with their ravenous jaws. Even if Shika were to release her, she would remain ensnared by the water-patterned shield, unable to assist Songhong. With her hands pressed against the inner wall of the shield, Sarah opened her eyes wide, tears streaming down her cerulean gaze. She opened her mouth, voicing something inaudible as the water-patterned shield muffled all sound. Salin could no longer conjure magic. The remaining strands of his magical essence were solely dedicated to maintaining the enormous water-patterned shield. This relentless consumption of magical strands was characteristic of spells above the 4th tier. The 5 Diascaras ensnared within the bubble were attempting to break free, unleashing blue needles from their mouths in a desperate bid to shatter the shield. These blue needles, a manifestation of the beast's innate magic, could not be obstructed by a 1st-tier shield, yet paradoxically, while they penetrated the water-patterned shield, they failed to rupture the bubble itself. Salin dove deeper, evading the onslaught of blue needles. With no viable options remaining, he found himself besieged. The mountain troll above continued to hurl clumps of earth, unwilling to depart, while beneath the surface swarmed groups of 5th-tier magical beasts. This was the chaotic marsh, a realm far beyond the reach of a mere 1st-tier mage. In a desperate bid for survival, Salin twisted his body, rising toward the surface, mentally reciting the incantation inscribed on the gift ring. By initiating the spell with the opening of space and severing it at the 3rd node for reassembly, one might invoke the protection of the goddess. God knows what efficacy this divine art might still hold. Salin felt trapped in futility, acutely aware that the nature goddess had long fallen. Yet, he refused to yield. Even a sliver of hope warranted a try. Melis, grant me your protection. Salin fervently prayed for the first time in his life. As his head broke the surface, he began to chant the incantation. The 24 characters rearranged into a more convoluted form, demanding his utmost concentration. He disregarded the mountain troll on the shore, focusing instead on articulating each word with clarity and rhythm, completing the incantation with fervor. A flicker of green light briefly illuminated the gift ring, yet nothing materialized. And despair plunged Salin's heart into darkness. Praying to fallen deities felt akin to seeking debts from the deceased. In this world, the only reliable force was one's own strength. As Salin lamented the gods, a sharp pain shot through his foot. His shoe had been bitten through. The mountain troll on the shore had unearthed a massive clod of dirt, preparing to hurl it his way. This fool, so eager to unleash a spell that would spell his doom, yet he preferred to bludgeon with debris. Salin smirked at the mountain troll before submerging once more into the depths. Chapter 19. Entering the Ruins, Part 2. As despair began to settle in Salin's heart, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the pool, causing the water to surge violently. followed by the emergence of a colossal whirlpool that drew Salin and his companions towards the abyss below. Earthquake? Volcano? Salin pondered calmly, striving to position himself closer to the vast bubble enveloping Sarah and Sika. In this life-and-death predicament, he remained unflustered. From a tender age, he had brushed against death on numerous occasions, a sensation of nearly crossing into another realm that felt both familiar and inescapable. The force of the whirlpool was extraordinarily potent. Even Diaspora could not escape its grasp. Though they found themselves at the whirlpool's core, an absence of pressure surrounded them, save for the tremendous suction emanating from below. In mere seconds, Salin felt as if he traversed a dark abyss, pain coursing through him as if countless icy blades tore through his body, fragmenting him into innumerable pieces before reassembling. Had he not diligently honed his mental fortitude with the emblem, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. With a resounding splash, Salin was startled to see the injured Songhong tumble before him. Remarkably, he was still alive, his eyes wide open. A look of terror forever frozen on his face, a moment of sheer brilliance. Beneath the whirlpool lay not a single drop of water, but rather a pitch-black cavern. If not for the shimmering shield of water wrapping around Sika and Sarah, Salin would have struggled to discern his surroundings. Salin glanced down at his feet, discovering a large hole in the edge of his shoe, yet the wound on his foot was minor, not hindering his ability to walk. The protective shield encasing Sika and Sarah shattered, the bubble dissipating with a pop. Salin conjured 4 orbs of light, illuminating the cavern gradually. Salin, Sika exclaimed, abandoning Sarah to rush toward him. Salin stumbled, nearly toppled by Sika's enthusiasm. Are you all right? She asked, her hands anxiously exploring him. It was impossible for Salin to be unscathed. His entire body ached, yet he stood firm only through sheer will, refraining from collapsing in agony. Sika's delicate touch was more distressing than a knife stab, yet her eyes were filled with concern, and he could not push her away. Instead, he relinquished his metal water flask to her, instructing, help Songhong with his wounds. He is on the brink of death. As he gently dismissed Sika, Salin turned to Sarah. Noting that her injuries had worsened slightly, yet she was not in immediate peril, he retrieved a 3rd-level mana core, grasping it tightly to absorb elemental energy and restore his magical strings. For a mage, the absence of magical strings was a dismal experience, devoid of any sense of security. Moreover, Salin was acutely aware that despite Sika's reassurances, the monk's affliction had indeed inflicted substantial harm upon her, though Sika, not being a priest or sorceress, could not manifest the mental trauma she suffered. Sika's ability to summon the spirit of the beast was now rendered ineffective, and her combat prowess had significantly diminished. Her staff seemed to have lost its former potency. The illumination from the orbs was limited, and the cavern stretched far beyond their reach. As Salin restored his magical strings, he observed his surroundings, yet could not discern the limits of the darkness. Beneath him lay a smooth expanse of black stone. He crouched down, scraping the surface with his nails to gauge its texture. To his astonishment, it was an entire sheet of steel rock. Steel rock may not hold great value in the conventional sense, but it was a primary material for constructing magical towers or citadels, with 1 gold coin purchasing merely a cubic foot. Many mages, lacking the financial resources, often resorted to using ordinary stone for their towers. Even upon reaching the 6th level of mastery, Salin focused his perception to survey the area, but could only penetrate the surface to a depth of less than a foot. Within his field of observation, the ground beneath him was entirely composed of this precious material. What astonished him further was that the steel rock formed a seamless expanse, devoid of any fissures. Could this cavern have been excavated from within the steel rock? Surely, this must be the domain of the 2nd Dynasty's ruins. No other magical empire would indulge in such extravagance. Sika, holding the metal flask, tended to Songhong's myriad wounds, selecting the more significant ones to treat. The remaining restorative water was poured into Songhong's mouth. Gradually, Songhong's expression softened, though turmoil surged within him. He witnessed Salin absorbing energy from the mana core while simultaneously maintaining the illumination and investigating their surroundings. Salin was indeed a mage of formidable lineage. Ordinary mages often had to adopt fixed postures to restore their magical strings, rendering them immobile. They could scarcely perform magic simultaneously. If disturbed during this process, their mental demons could awaken, leading to self-inflicted ruin without any external assault. Although Songhong was unaware of the principles of meditation, he understood the significance of magical lineage. Salin's mentor must be an extraordinarily powerful figure. Yet why was Salin so inadequately leveled? Why venture forth to hone his skills in such perilous territories? Did his mentor not concern himself with the safety of his pupil? While inspecting the ground, Salin finally discerned faint magical runes. Indeed, beneath his feet lay a vast, invisible magical array. Their entry into this realm had been triggered by its activation. Salin, lacking expertise in magical arrays, could not decipher its intricacies, despite having committed numerous array designs to memory. However, the complexity of the runes suggested a diameter of at least 100 meters. Legend spoke of a colossal magical array within the imperial city of the Qin Empire, constructed collaboratively by generations of court mages, measuring only 50 meters across. Elated, Salin realized that this second dynasty's ruins would surely not disappoint. The steel rock beneath his feet alone was valued in the millions, perhaps even tens of millions. Even if the ruins contained nothing of worth, merely extracting some stones would render him wealthy. The only hitch was the limited space within his gift ring. If only his mentor were here. Jason's spatial artifacts could certainly transport all the steel rock away. Were Jason to discover his pupil's inadequacy, he would undoubtedly expel Salin from his domain in disgrace. After all, it was merely a collection of steel rock. Once Jason ascended to the 5th level, he would possess the financial means to construct a magical tower entirely of superior materials. Why burden his mentor with the labor of hauling steel rock? Such a student would be better off abandoned, a source of shame. Having restored half of his magical strengths, Salin prepared another vial of restorative water, tending to Songhong's wounds and administering a substantial amount to Sarah as well. Typically, ruins over 2,000 years old posed little danger, yet one could not be too cautious. The Second Dynasty, renowned as a magical empire, still possessed active magical arrays, a testament to the might of its mages. More allies were always welcome. The air in this space was remarkably pure. Aside from the absence of light and sound, no immediate threats were apparent. The magical array beneath them remained stable, showing no signs of further activation. After resting for 4 hours, Salin and his companions regained a measure of their combat strength. Songhong's surface wounds had healed, leaving an intricate pattern of scars. Curiously, his face remained unblemished, leading Salin to suspect that the androgynous man prioritized protecting his visage in perilous situations. Songhong's pallor indicated significant blood loss, as restorative water could not replenish blood. No divine magic could remedy that. Songhong's voice was faint, imbued with a delicate quality that sent shivers down Salin's spine. Merlin the Mage, why not utilize your illumination spell to survey our surroundings? I cannot perform the illumination spell. Songhong fell silent, many thoughts stifled within him. The powerful mage, possessing a formidable legacy, astonishingly lacked the ability to cast even the simplest of illumination spells. Saren paid no heed to the embarrassment of the crimson figure beside him. The range of the light spell was far too limited. However, he had other means at his disposal. From the satchel at his back, he retrieved a thick metal rod, unscrewed the cap at its end, and ignited the hidden magical flame potion within using a fire striker. This was a magical torch crafted by Saren himself. The top of the metal rod featured 6 slender apertures, and once the magical flame potion was ignited, a brilliant white fire erupted forth, illuminating the surroundings with a radiance far superior to that of the illumination spell. In an eerie silence, the magical torch blazed to life, allowing everyone to finally discern the features of the space around them. Beneath their feet lay a black platform, upon which a complex magical array was intricately carved into the solid steel rock. The platform's edge was adorned with broad stone steps, supported by 12 stout pillars that upheld the vast chamber. Below the steps, on the expansive ground, lay a slumbering beast. This creature measured only a few dozen meters in length, dwarfed by the imposing mountain trolls. Atop its head rested a pair of silver horns, its face extending over 2 meters, and its body was covered in patches of armored plates, reminiscent of a freshwater crocodile. Thanks to the exceptional illumination of Saren's magical torch, they could even count the 7 eyes adorning the monster's face. The 7-eyed demon, Befindel. 3 millennia prior, humans delighted in traversing to other planes to capture monsters, including those from the demonic realms. The variety of demons was vast, yet their classification remained straightforward. Greater demons, demons, lesser demons, and imps. Greater demons possessed powers that surpassed all current 9th-level practitioners, including mages. Befindel was a notably infamous greater demon, frequently depicted in murals left by various dynasties. However, after the fall of the 3rd dynasty, humanity's strength waned, rendering them incapable of traversing planes at will. And Befindel had transformed from a mere draft animal into a terrifying demon lord. Could it be that this creature, thought to be extinct in this plane, still existed? Saren swallowed hard, confirming that the legendary thunder chains were absent from this greater demon, indicating it was a free demon. This meant it was unbound by any contract and could wreak havoc across the continent of Mels if it were to escape this chamber. What should they do? Demons possess intelligence and even have their own language and script. This creature had likely been imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years. Would it not be enraged? At that moment, Saren and the Crimson Figure, along with their companions, fervently wished that this demon would remain forever dormant. Chapter 20. Perhaps it was due to the absence of faith among Saren and his companions that their prayers went unanswered. The great demon Befindel opened one of its 7 eyes, casting its gaze upon the platform behind the 12 pillars. This eye brimmed with astonishment and confusion as it spoke. Human. Except for Saren, none could comprehend the words of the great demon Befindel, for it was the ancient language of Mels, once prevalent across the continent, now only vaguely understood by the learned among the nobility or sorcerers. Befindle exclaimed, "My deity, so diminutive? Is this a human?" Songhome and the others instinctively recoiled, but they found themselves pressed against the stone wall, with no retreat possible. Saren, however, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the great demon intently. Sheikah tugged at Saren's cloak from behind, but Saren boldly advanced. With utmost caution, Saren descended the steps to stand before the great demon. Then he performed an act that left everyone gasping in disbelief. He unleashed an acidic magic attack upon Befindle. To the astonishment of all, Saren's rank 0 spell corroded one of the demon's silver horns with ease, prompting Befindle to rear back and roar in fury. Saren lifted his gaze, his deep blue eyes meeting the demon's, and slowly articulated in ancient Mel's. "You are immune to fire, acid, poison, and fear. Even a deceased demon cannot be harmed. Your fragility can only mean one thing. You are a counterfeit. Allow me to guess your kind. You are a familiar, the most foolish among them to dare assume the guise of a great demon. You are the fool. And your entire lineage." The demon, transformed into Befindle, seethed, as if grievously insulted. "After thousands of years of imprisonment, you have surely lost your strength?" Saren adjusted the hem of his magical robe, tucking it into his belt, and, gripping the demon's silver horn, climbed onto its face. "What are you doing?" The demon panicked. Saren retrieved the corpse of a demon-hunting spider from his satchel, gesturing towards the demon's open eye. "I have heard that a demon's transformation will vanish once its true form is attacked. If I pierce it, could it be effective?" The demon's bravado evaporated upon seeing the spider, and it cried out in terror, "Despicable human, you cannot." "I can," Saren declared, raising his hand to plunge the spider's claw downward. "Spare me, my lord." The demon suddenly wept, tears gushing from its eye. "I do not wish." Sarah glared fiercely at Sika, a crimson line of blood marking her neck, the result of Sika's boomerang. Sika shrugged innocently, remarking, "Sarah, you must understand. The captain was merely jesting." With that single utterance, Sarah found herself at a loss. Could it be that all Caucasians were so blunt? Salin, however, had no time to ponder the thoughts swirling in the minds of Songhome and Sarah. He crouched down and gently stroked the little demon's head, inquiring softly, "So, do you wish to eat something first, or shall we proceed with the contract?" The little demon's eyes darted about, wrestling with its own turmoil, realizing that it could not deceive this young human. If it could consume even a morsel of flesh and blood, even from a feeble creature, it might regain a fragment of its strength to vanquish these individuals. After all, it was a demon of pure lineage. Must it truly enter into a pact with this fragile human? Such humiliation had never transpired in the annals of demon history. How long had it been confined in this realm? 10,000 years, 20,000, or perhaps 30. All that was consumable had long been devoured. And when was the last time it feasted? It seemed like a century and a half ago. If it did not acquiesce to this human, it would never have another chance to escape. Salin's expression darkened gradually as he whispered in the ancient Gomer's tongue by the little demon's ear. "Do not entertain any illusions. You have existed for so long, you should comprehend that humans are far more malevolent than your kind. I possess numerous ways to deal with you." His words struck a chord, for Salin had encountered the vitriolic curses demons hurled at humans, steeped in visceral hatred. Were it not for humanity's egregious actions in the past, how could demons utter such ludicrous statements, akin to lambs bleating? "Master, I am willing to enter into the contract." "Please proceed," the little demon murmured, lowering its eyelids as if succumbing. Yet, a flicker of resistance remained within, hoping that a loophole might exist within this human's contract. If it were to forge the pact willingly, with its current frailty, it would only be able to execute the most dreadful of soul contracts. Should a soul contract be established, it would indeed forever lose its freedom. Even if this human perished, the mark upon its soul could never be erased. Salin gently caressed the little demon's head, finding its texture far softer than Sika's. His fingers suddenly halted at the opening created by the claws of the demon-hunting spider, probing within and stirring it slightly. The little demon winced in pain, baring its teeth, and Salin chuckled, deliberately adopting a sinister expression as he said to the little demon, "My contract demands a copious amount of blood. It seems I ought to widen this opening a bit. Should it fail, you may ascribe it to your ill fate." Chapter 20. The Great Demon and the Little Demon, Part 2. The little demon crumbled, fully aware that this human boy was undeniably malevolent, offering no chance for reprieve. He must be a master of demonology, otherwise he would not possess such intimate knowledge of a demon's vulnerabilities. "Master, please, let me handle this." Salin gently withdrew his finger from the hole in the little demon's forehead, savoring the blood that clung to his finger. With a nod of satisfaction, he remarked, "It seems you have become quite sensible. Let us begin immediately, for I am pressed for time." Reluctantly, the little demon began to recite the incantation in the demonic tongue, a language of which Salin had scant comprehension. Although Jason's tomes on magic were extensive, they lacked a systematic exploration of demonics. The demon tongue appeared only sparingly within certain summoning spells, and given Salin's current level, he was unable to pursue the study of summoning magic. Moreover, his academic focus diverged significantly. Even upon attaining the rank of a Grand Mage, it was unlikely he would delve into summoning spells. The little demon's expression grew solemn, a circular magical sigil manifesting upon its brow. As the cadence of the incantation quickened, the sigil gradually sharpened into clarity. Though a humiliating contract, it was a pact to which it would dedicate its existence. The little demon earnestly articulated the essence of this covenant, oblivious to Salin's complete ignorance of the demonic language. With the claw of a demon-hunting spider, Salin pierced his left index finger, allowing a drop of blood to seep forth. He then pressed his fingertip against the circular magical sigil on the little demon's forehead. The moment his finger made contact, Salin sensed an anomaly. It felt as though an immense magnet drew his finger, binding it to the little demon's brow. The circular sigil resembled a black hole, voraciously siphoning flesh and blood from his wound. In an instant, the sigil swelled, radiating a brilliant crimson hue. Salin's entire left hand withered, appearing as desiccated as a wraith's claw. Simultaneously, he felt a tumultuous upheaval within his soul, akin to a door flung open. Without needing to see, he could sense the little demon's emotional state before him. Salin, unfazed, retracted his hand and observed the little demon in silence. The little demon was on the verge of tears, trembling as it explained, "Master, it is merely that your power is too feeble." No. I meant my body is too." Salin noted the red sigil on the little demon's forehead sinking into its skin, the circular wound vanishing as if filled with its own flesh and blood. "Is this a shared harm?" Salin inquired. "No, master. This is merely a condition for the contract's fulfillment. It will not occur again after the pact is sealed." The little demon endeavored to explain in a manner Salin might grasp. "A soul contract?" Salin chuckled softly. It was merely one hand. He could restore it daily with healing waters, and within 6 months at most, it would be fully revitalized. During this interim, he might be unable to cast spells with both hands, yet the sacrifice was worthwhile for the loyalty of a demon. This was a demon of pure lineage. After the collapse of the Fourth Dynasty, no accounts had emerged of any sorcerer possessing a demon. The efficacy of the soul contract was now manifest, and Salin harbored no doubts regarding the little demon's fidelity. He withdrew his left hand into his sleeve, nonchalantly stating, "Rise, I shall procure something for you to eat." The little demon sighed in relief. This master was not so terrible after all, avoiding venting his ire upon it. Salin retrieved a piece of jerky from his pouch and tossed it to the little demon, who gulped it down without chewing. Salin was beset with myriad questions, yet he could not discern where to commence. He lifted his gaze to the figures upon the platform and proclaimed, "Come down. This matter has been resolved." Despite any lingering resentment, Songhong and Sarah could not express it at this juncture. Salin had subdued a demon, and Sheikah's power surpassed theirs, compelling them to swallow their grievances. In a few swift strides, Sheikah descended the steps and reached Salin's side. She rolled up his sleeve, noticing his emaciated left hand, her eyes instantly welling with tears. She unfastened the club from her back, prepared to strike the little demon. She was not the brutish type she appeared to be. The Caucasian race was not lacking in intelligence. Salin raised his hand to stop Sheikah, whispering, "It is nothing. It can recover. Do not provide Songhong and the others with cause for ridicule." "Very well." Sheikah sheathed her weapon, glaring fiercely at the little demon. The little demon, having devoured a piece of jerky, found it utterly insufficient. Starved for over a century, even if presented with a behemoth, it could consume it without hesitation. Feeling Sheikah's stare, it lowered its head, malevolently contemplating, "When the master is not looking, I shall." The little demon's thoughts wandered, knowing full well the improbability of such an act. The woman glaring at it seemed to have a good rapport with the master. Should it consume her, it would invite dire consequences. Its eyes darted around until they spotted several small creatures on the steps. Wagging its tail, it crawled over, sniffing curiously, deeming them edible. These fist-sized entities were Diascarla, absorbed into the magical array along with Salin and the others. Encased within Salin's water-patterned shield, they descended into this space, removed from water. The Diascarla would enter a state of dormancy. Their shells would seal completely until an abundance of water revived them. The little demon cradled the Diascarla in its hands, glancing at Salin. Noticing Salin's inattention, the little demon promptly used its sharp teeth to pierce the shell, commencing to feast upon the flesh within. Its elongated tongue, equipped with barbed spines, swirled within the shell, efficiently extracting every morsel. Alas, the fifth-tier beast met its demise in dormancy at the hands of the little demon. With a crunch, the little demon spat out the shattered magical core, sensing the power it contained. It tossed the fragments back into its mouth, grinding them with its teeth before swallowing, then seized a second one. 5 Diascarla had been drawn into this space. The little demon meticulously extracted the magical cores from the remaining 4, consuming their flesh before feeling a resurgence of strength. Only then did it return to Salin. hands cradling for magical cores. Being merely a little demon, the direct consumption of magical cores bore minimal benefit. It was a sheer waste. By presenting these to its master, perhaps the master would be pleased and refrain from mistreating it. The little demon's understanding of humans remained rooted in an era millennia past. In that age, a demon of its caliber lacked even the qualification for servitude. Should Salin dismiss it now, bound by the soul contract, it would transform into a void demon, a being even lower than a familiar. You are beginning to understand. Salin gently stroked the little demon's head, accepting the 4 fifth-tier magical cores. Their value was considerable. Even the smaller ones were worth over 1,000. Merlin the Mage, this is indeed a relic. What shall we do? Songhong dared not act rashly, genuinely fearing Salin's wrath. Salin pondered briefly, then replied, "You need not worry. We Skorkians hold contracts in the highest regard. Since you have employed me, I shall not hoard this wealth for myself." Noticing Songhong's anxious demeanor, Salin chuckled. "This relic is vast. How much can I carry alone? Without you, I would not have reached this place." Songhong. Not everyone behaves like the vulture mercenary corps. Songhong gazed at Salin, who stood half a head shorter than him, a wave of sorrow washing over him. For the sake of this relic, his brothers and sisters had perished in droves, leaving only Sarah. The life of a mercenary was often fraught with peril. Few emerged with favorable outcomes. He could only hope that this young mage spoke the truth, that upon exploring the relic, he could secure wealth and find a way to return to Skorkia, ensuring that the families of his fallen comrades would not suffer in poverty. Take a moment to rest. I shall inquire about the specifics of the relic. As Salin spoke, he began to engage in dialogue with the little demon. The little demon could not articulate the origins of this relic. It merely recalled being captured by several humans who traversed dimensions, alongside numerous greater demons. It received little attention and was not shackled with the thunderous chains. Upon arriving in this realm, those who had captured them seemed to have faced an attack, leading to the liberation of all demons, who were subsequently placed in this space. What followed was an interminable period of confinement. This space, initially a mere underground cavern, gradually underwent transformation, as those who had rescued the demons appeared intent on establishing an underground temple. Eventually, the demons realized they had not been saved. The builders of the temple had left the thunderous chains intact and seemed disinterested in enslaving them, failing to compel the demons to toil. After approximately 4 millennia, the temple was completed, and the humans vanished. From that point onward, the demons found themselves devoid of sustenance and began to consume one another. This was not an unusual occurrence in the demon realm. The little demon, unburdened by the thunderous chains and possessing a diminutive stature, initially faced no trouble from the more formidable demons. As the number of demons dwindled, the little demon resorted to hiding. Fortunately, the greater demons were restrained by the thunderous chains, rendering them immobile and sparing the little demon from imminent peril. After more than 10,000 years, as the demons devoured each other, the last few succumbed to starvation, while the little demon managed to survive by feasting on the remains of the greater demons. At this juncture, the little demon still harbored hope for the return of humans. It transformed into the visage of the great demon Bufindel, yearning for the humans to recognize it, lest it perish in this forsaken place. Alas, the humans never returned. Once the little demon had consumed its last morsel, it succumbed to slumber, striving to prolong its existence. Upon awakening, the first sight that met its eyes was that of Salin, a frail human sorcerer. The little demon could not comprehend why this human was so feeble, even weaker than a familiar. Thus, it summoned the courage to intimidate Salin. Regrettably, Salin's courage far exceeded his strength, and the little demon's scheme faltered. Centuries of dominance left it ensnared in a profound fear of humans. In a mere few exchanges, Salin subdued it. Although Salin failed to extract any useful information, he casually inquired with one final question. "So, I would like to know your name." Chapter 21. The Book of Magic and Gems, Part 1. The little demon hesitated for a moment, glancing at the others before replying to Salin, "My lord, the name of a demon must not be known by outsiders. Are these all your wives?" Salin couldn't help but laugh. "Rest assured, they do not comprehend your language. My name is Agar Sevens D Cabria Ni Induces Sagong," the little demon proclaimed, a name not particularly lengthy, at least by demon standards. "Well, if you are to accompany me, you shall need a different name. Are you male or female? I still do not know. Are you not yet of age?" Salin was astonished. This little demon had been confined here for thousands of years and was still not mature. He knew that some demons only determined their gender upon reaching maturity. The little demon felt a tinge of shame. Typically, even low-ranking demons mature within a couple of thousand years. However, the peculiar space in which it was trapped prevented it from growing. "Then transform into a human form at your leisure," Salin commanded. Having consumed a few fish and regained some strength, the little demon began to cast its transformation spell. Unlike mere illusions, a demon's transformation was real, indistinguishable even to the touch. After about 10 minutes, the little demon, panting heavily, collapsed to the ground, having completed its metamorphosis. The little demon had transformed into a tall woman with long black hair, slightly arched eyebrows, and deep-set eyes, her neck elegantly elongated. Clad in a simple cloak that was sheer enough to reveal her skin, she wore a long skirt wrapped in a piece of animal hide. Her attire reminiscent of the figures depicted in ancient murals. This appearance indeed bore a striking resemblance to the humanity of millennia past. Salin, too, found no reason to correct her. As long as she resembled a human, it sufficed. Besides, the little demon had a fine taste. The woman she became exuded an air of noble grace, a contradiction of allure and dignity. This is quite satisfactory, Salin thought, relieved that those around him were not grotesque. His apprehensions regarding the demon's aesthetic sensibilities were alleviated. Of course, I transformed in the likeness of the goddess Mels. Coughing violently, Salin was taken aback. This little demon had the audacity to desecrate the visage of a goddess. My lord, do you not find it to your liking? The little demon sensed Salin's agitation. Calming himself, Salin mused that the goddess Mels had fallen into obscurity long ago. There were no longer any natural priests to recall her countenance. Never mind. The little demon's power is insufficient. Casting transformation consumes a great deal of her energy. Looking at the little demon sprawled on the ground, Salin struggled to associate her form with that of the goddess Mels. He shook his head and said, "This is perfect. From now on, you shall be called Nereus." "My lord, what is your surname?" The newly named Nereus appeared elated. She began addressing Salin as her master, a promising sign of her adaptation to her new identity. "I am Salin Metatlin," he replied, a shadow passing over his youthful face. "When would that surname see the light of day again? Then I shall be Nereus Metatlin." "Is that acceptable, my lord?" Nereus cautiously inquired, noting Salin's somber mood. "Yes, that will do. Now, tell me about this space. No, the situation within this temple." Salin surveyed his surroundings, his magical torch still illuminating the area, having been propped against the steps by Sika. "This is the altar, the heart of the temple, surrounded by 3 tiers, comprising a total of 24 grand halls. Oh, this is the temple of the natural goddess." Salin felt both astonished and disheartened. He had initially believed this temple to be a secret construction by unknown deities for their followers, aimed at contending for the worshippers of the goddess Mels. If it were indeed the temple of nature, then there would be little value within this ruin. The goddess of nature revered simplicity. A site abandoned shortly after its completion could not possibly house magical artifacts or divine relics. Salin was perplexed. Given that the goddess Mels was once the shared faith across the entire continent, why would there be a need for a secret temple? As long as the goddess issued a divine decree, even the emperors of the first dynasty would not dare to refuse. The goddess could select any location for her temple. With the strength of humanity at that time, a larger temple could be constructed within a week. History often obscures certain truths without one realizing it. Salin recalled a line from a magical tome and chose to set aside this curious dilemma. He asked Nereus, "So, the main temple lies just beyond?" "Yes," Nereus obediently replied, though she lay ungracefully on the ground. "How much longer do you need to rest?" "My lord, just 1/12 of a day will suffice. I am terribly fatigued." Nereus quickly explained. Being still immature, casting a transformation spell left her weak for 2 hours, and she feared Salin might deem her ineffectual, gazing at him pitifully. "There should be no danger here, right?" Salin inquired. "There is none. All dangers have been consumed by me. However, there are constant magical arrays surrounding this temple, preventing my departure. My lord, from now on, please call me captain. By the way, it is time for you to learn a new language. This tongue is scarcely spoken in the continent anymore. Since there is no danger, wait here while I investigate the main temple," Salin instructed. He then turned to Song Hong and the others, saying, "This ruin likely holds little promise, though it is difficult to say. This is the site of the natural goddess's temple, and it has yet to be utilized. We shall explore the main temple. Perhaps there are treasures to be found." Song Hong, illuminated by the magical torch, discerned the layout around them. As a seasoned mercenary, he understood the significance of the natural order. Upon hearing Salin's words, his expression fell further. This expedition had cost him a considerable fortune and claimed the lives of many of his men. "Do not be disheartened. This temple is ancient. Perhaps the main temple still holds texts that could fetch a handsome sum." Salin consoled Song Hong, even as he felt it improbable. According to the little demon's description, this temple appeared to have been abandoned by humanity. Song Hong mustered his spirits, following Salin as they navigated around the altar to its rear. The stone wall at the center of the altar was, in fact, a square pillar, mistakenly believed to be a wall due to its shape. Intricate murals adorned the pillar, and Salin noted that the depiction of a woman on the front resembled the form the little demon had taken. Most temples dedicated to the goddess Mels had vanished over time, yet remnants persisted in each empire. Scholars of the arcane had studied the layouts of these temples, making Salin's search for a goal remarkably straightforward. Behind the altar lay 6 passageways, each potentially leading to the main temple. Salin withdrew a second magical torch, igniting it. Comparing it to the central pillar of the altar, he noticed a faint trail on the ground, directing him toward the third passage. The passage was long and relatively wide, providing a sense of comfort rather than claustrophobia. Vivid murals adorned both sides, and Salin mused that if these murals could be chiseled out and sold, they would command a significant price. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength for such labor, and besides, having received the natural goddess's ring of blessing, it would be somewhat inappropriate to desecrate her temple. Upon traversing the corridor, they entered another vast chamber. Salin raised his magical torch, gazing toward the center, feeling a sense of relief. In the very middle of the grand hall stood a structure, entirely hewn from black steel rock, with slender windows and columns resembling trees. Here lies the abode of the goddess, where the female priest resided, ever poised to receive divine revelations or the goddess's descent. It seems that this sanctuary has not been abandoned midway. The most crucial parts have been completed, and one can certainly glean some insights within. Naturally, the goddess does not erect statues, and the chambers surrounding the main temple serve as dwelling places for the faithful, rendering the entire space rather desolate, devoid of the enigmatic aura characteristic of a sacred court. Let us explore, Salin suggested. He retrieved 2 magical torches from his satchel, offering one to Sika, before casting a luminescent spell and proceeding alone toward the central chamber of the temple. Songhong hesitated briefly, parting ways with Sarah to search the surrounding rooms. Hoping for some discovery, he understood that even if he wished to compete with Salin, there was little to gain. Salin had yet to silence him, which could be deemed merciful, or perhaps indicative of his overly lenient nature, should he fail to recognize the gravity of the situation and provoke the mage's ire. The Caucasian warrior woman would swiftly seize him to appease the demons. Typically, the goddess's residence comprises 6 chambers: the bedroom, prayer room, preaching room, library, magic room, and basement. Salin first entered the preaching room, which boasted the only spacious window. Here, the priestess would deliver sermons to her congregation every Sunday, facing thousands of worshippers in the temple square. The room was vast, dominated by a wooden bench at its center. Sermons would span an entire day, and the priestess would take breaks on the bench every 4 hours. Salin examined the wood, noting it was merely ordinary pear wood. It had not succumbed to the ravages of time, likely due to the isolation of this space, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Behind the preaching room lay the prayer room, where the priestess performed her daily rituals and communed with the goddess Mels, apart from some additional decorations. This room was equally bare, devoid of the items Salin sought. Beyond the prayer room was the library, resembling a noble study, with expansive bookshelves. Salin's gaze fell upon the center of the shelf, where 3 books rested. Despite the room's capacity for thousands of volumes, only these 3 remained, stirring excitement within Salin as he approached and cast a detection spell. There were no traps or magical arrays. The 3 tomes lay quietly on the shelf, as if waiting for millennia for Salin's arrival. Chapter 21. The Magic Book and Gems. Part 2. What thrilled Saren were the covers of the 3 books. One was a bronze hue, another silver white, and the last a golden yellow. A complete set of divine magic books. The term magic book differs from magic literature by but a syllable, yet their meanings are worlds apart. Magic literature refers to ordinary items that transmit magical knowledge, mere magical tools. In contrast, the magic book is categorized into 3 tiers: the bronze magic book for 1st to 3rd level sorcerers, the silver magic book for 4th to 6th level archmages, and the golden magic book for those above 7th level. Within these tomes, constant magic describes skills suitable for various levels of sorcerers, enabling even those without a lineage in magic to learn. Furthermore, magic books can store spells. Unlike scrolls, they can repeatedly retain magic and are not single-use items. Yet, the true value of these magic books lies in the assistance they provide for sorcerers striving to advance. Transitioning from a sorcerer to an archmage, from an archmage to a mage, and finally from a mage to a divine sorcerer constitutes 3 monumental milestones at levels 3, 6, and 9. Regardless of a sorcerer's diligence, breaking through these barriers cannot be achieved solely through hard work. One must grasp the essence of magic to continue progressing along the path of sorcery. The hints found within the magic book serve as the key to the next level. The rarity of a magic book surpasses even that of a dragon's core. No matter how high the grade, cores possess a price, while magic books are priceless. A single magic book often encapsulates the efforts of generations of sorcerers, containing their most potent spells and insights for advancement. Saren solemnly retrieved the bronze magic book from the shelf, gently caressing its cover for a moment to calm his emotions before slowly opening its pages. To his dismay, the magic book was entirely blank, devoid of any content. Saren was nearly incensed enough to throw it against the door. Was the goddess of nature jesting with him? This was a blank magic book, untouched by any sorcerer, its value resting solely in the materials used to create it. Devoid of spells to learn or insights for advancement to pass down, It resembled nothing more than a reusable blank scroll. As Salin regained his composure, a peculiar feeling resurfaced within him. The emergence of the magic book likely dated back less than 20,000 years, while this temple had probably been constructed over 30,000 years ago. In that era, humanity had no need for such magic books. Most individuals were born with tremendous power. Magic was merely one form of that power, not the most significant. If this were the case, why would there be a blank magic book in the temple of the goddess of nature? Regrettably, Nereus, being a mere imp, would be unaware of these intricacies. Salin stowed the 3 blank magic books into his gift ring. Despite their emptiness, they remained precious, for the materials used to create such advanced tomes were no longer attainable by contemporary humanity. With these 3 blank magic books in his possession, Salin felt he had successfully completed his mission during this expedition. Any one of these tomes, if auctioned, could ensure his financial stability in the future, allowing him to devote himself entirely to the study of magic. Alas, he dared not sell them. Their origins were uncertain, and should someone with ulterior motives take notice, his life could be at stake. What Salin urgently sought was something convertible to gold coins that would not invite trouble. He wandered through the empty shelves before leaving the library and entering the magic chamber. In the age of the goddess of nature, humanity studied both magic and divine arts. There was no distinction between priests and sorcerers. The magic chamber served as a place for priests to cultivate their magic. And Salin knew well that an unused temple would bear no signs of prior training or any artifacts left behind by former occupants. Behind the magic chamber lay a spacious bedroom, furnished with a single bed and adorned only by murals on the walls. Salin, skeptical, lifted the bed frame and discovered a hidden compartment beneath it. It seemed that certain human habits remained unchanged, regardless of evolution. The compartment was filled with various items, mostly clothing. Salin employed detection magic to examine them, revealing them to be ordinary garments. The anticipated magic cores and crystals were absent. These pristine household items held no significance for him. Disheartened, Salin circled the bed 3 times before exiting the bedroom and descending to the lower level. The lower level resembled a servant's quarters. However, half of it housed the temple knights, known as temple warriors during the era of the goddess of nature. These warriors were not under the jurisdiction of the Pope, but solely responsible for ensuring the safety of the temple's priests. To Saren's surprise, the lower level was cluttered with various items. Compared to the preceding rooms, it was somewhat disordered, featuring several beds, cabinets, and boxes lined along the walls. Among these, a desk caught his eye, upon which lay a map. A glance revealed it to be a map of the temple. Familiar with the temple's layout, Salin picked it up and turned it over, discovering the reverse side adorned with 25 magic circles, centered around the altar. Each of the 25 magic circles corresponded to a grand hall. Carefully rolling up the map, crafted from the hides of magical beasts, Salin placed it in his gift ring. The magic circles depicted were 3-dimensional, resembling the legendary methods for creating magic books. The invaluable 25 magic circles, though Salin had not studied them systematically, he understood their significance for sorcerers during the construction of magic towers. High-quality magic circles ensured the safety of a magic tower, and these circles were likely long-lost treasures. Slightly regretful, he realized that these items could not be sold. Doing so would reveal the existence of a hidden temple. The cabinets and boxes along the walls became the focal point of Saren's search. The cabinets held complete sets of armor, distinct from any style found in the various nations of the continent. They merely protected vital areas of the body and lacked any metallic structure. Salin abandoned the idea of taking the armor, as it could not all fit into his gift ring. He turned to see if Sika and Songhong could carry them. If they found no valuable items, the armor could still fetch a good price. Feeling somewhat relieved, Salin, still a youth, had feared that this expedition might yield no rewards since the majority of Songhong's group had perished. Perhaps, in Songhong's eyes, Salin appeared somewhat weak. Yet, such kindness, who could say how long it would endure in a youth? Salin smiled as he opened a box. In an instant, he felt his kindness dissipate. The box was filled with an array of gemstones, dazzling to the eye. Ice stone, green mudstone, green frozen stone, dark jade, sapphire, blue tourmaline, amethyst, blue crystal, ruby, fluorite, gold red stone, hornblende, sunstone, sunset stone, red resin, translucent stone, translucent pyroxene, various smoky quartz, pure crystal, tiger's eye, obsidian. Salin could identify nearly all the gemstones present in the boxes, and he sat down, stunned by the sudden surge of happiness. He grasped an ice stone, scrutinizing it under the glow, confirming it was not mere colorless crystal. The distinctive coolness of the ice stone seeped into his bones, yet it was not cold. Astonishingly, there were also tourmaline, the rare white phantom, and green quartz. Salin sat in a daze for a moment before fervently stuffing the gemstones into his gift ring. With the ample space of dozens of cubic feet within the ring, he ultimately had to select only the more affordable gems to set aside for his bag. Should he share these with Songhong? Of course not. He was not a sorcerer. Saren felt a twinge of guilt, but it was entirely normal. Any sorcerer would go mad upon encountering such an abundance of gemstones. The box contained exquisite gold, shimmering silver, mysterious mithril, and ruddy copper. Yet those materials seemed insignificant compared to the brilliance in Salin's eyes, which sparkled with a light surpassing that of precious gems. He busied himself in excitement, filling the bestowed ring with the most precious jewels. Afterward, he emptied the leather pouch on his back, stuffing it entirely with gems. He even filled his sleeves and the hidden compartments of his belt. Gazing at the remaining half-box of jewels, Salin exclaimed loudly, "Sika!" Within 30 seconds, Sika rushed in. Brandishing a stick, her voice tinged with urgency. "Captain, is there a problem?" "Not at all. We have struck gold," Salin replied, pointing at the open box and bursting into laughter. Sika lunged towards the box, seizing a fist-sized piece of exquisite gold and stuffing it into her pouch. "First, the gems. The gold is too heavy. I can manage it." Sika disregarded Salin's attempts to deter her and commenced her scavenging. Her primary focus was on the metals. Only after selecting the precious metals did she turn to the gems. Song Hong and Sarah were also drawn in, arriving to witness the scattered jewels and valuable metals. Song Hong glanced at Salin, who shouted at him, "What are you staring at? Hurry up." Song Hong and Sarah immediately sprang into action, retrieving their prepared large pouches and filling them with the treasures. Salin understood that he might not have another opportunity to visit this relic. Perhaps the Holy See aimed for this very place. If he couldn't carry it all, he might as well let Song Hong and Sarah benefit from it. Skeletania, farewell. I am bound for the Qinin Empire, not knowing when I shall return. In truth, these gems held little value before the Second Dynasty, as humans could traverse dimensions at will, and some realms were abundant in gemstones. No powerful being would specifically collect such items. Hence, these gems found their way into the cellar. The four of them sat on the ground, their bags filled to the brim. Suddenly, Sika inquired, "Captain, how do we get out?" The question left Salin momentarily speechless, for how indeed would they exit? This temple once imprisoned numerous great demons, indicating its formidable strength. Those 25 magic circles. Noticing Song Hong's questioning gaze upon him, Salin composed himself and replied, "Let us inquire of that demon. It must know the way out." Deep down, Salin was uncertain. The magic circle in the center of the altar should be a teleportation circle, but could he truly depart from there? Even if he could activate the circle, would the mountain ogres still be outside? Chapter 22. The White Butler, Part 1. Upon returning from the corridor to the altar, the little demon Nalis had already stood up, her demeanor no longer so listless. She nimbly approached Salin and whispered in his ear, "Master, are you searching for an exit?" Salin's brow slightly furrowed. Nalis understood the source of his displeasure and remarked, "Once I learn your current language, I'll simply call you Captain." With a huff, Salin exhaled through his nose, fearing that his resolve might waver and that he might be tempted by this little demon. Although bound by a soul contract, he knew that danger could still lurk. This altar served as a passageway. Those who constructed the temple could leave directly from here. Thus, Nalis had been waiting for thousands of years. A note of profound sorrow echoed in her voice, and Salin realized he could not deter her. It seemed to be the nature of demons to tempt others ceaselessly. "It appears that the master lacks overwhelming power," Nalis commented, stretching her waist, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as her tail disappeared after her transformation. "Is there no other way?" "If there were, I would have escaped long ago," Salin replied, falling into silence as he caressed the gift ring on his hand. After a moment, he inquired, "Song Hong, what did the entrance to the ruins look like when you discovered it?" Song Hong's face flushed slightly as he responded, "It doesn't seem to be here." It was a magical tower buried underground, with only a pointed tip visible. "Have we gone astray?" Salin exclaimed in disbelief. "Everyone, spread out and examine the altar for any places where gemstones can be embedded." He hoped that this ancient magical array still possessed basic functions to allow those of lesser strength to enter and exit. Such teleportation arrays were exceedingly rare, with fewer than 20 existing across the four empires. These arrays could be used by ordinary people, but each activation required a substantial amount of gemstones, making it an expensive endeavor. However, as long as he could leave, Salin was willing to pay the price. He was not a demon, and if he remained trapped here, he would perish from starvation in less than a month. Unbeknownst to him, Song Hong had begun to follow Salin's commands. In terms of strength, Salin could not match him in close combat. Once distance was established, Song Hong was no longer his opponent. Initially, Song Hong had retained some pride, but after several incidents, Salin had unconsciously assumed the role of the leader of their group. "Captain, there's a hole here." Sika's voice echoed loudly, resonating above the altar. Salin approached Sika, bending down to feel the ground, sensing the magical patterns. The hole Sika had discovered lay at the intersection of the magical patterns, revealing a suspicious spot for gemstone embedding. Salin inserted his fingers into the hole and felt its structure. It was a base designed to hold 24 gemstones. To activate the teleportation array, 2 types of gemstones were required, a crystal known as the White Phantom and another called chalcedony. Salin had both types among his recent acquisitions. The value of the White Phantom remained constant, while chalcedony was notoriously elusive. As Salin pondered which gemstone to use to activate the magical array, Songhong and Sarah also noticed the holes meant for embedding gemstones. Generally, 3 positioning gems sufficed to activate the array, and Salin felt a pang of regret. These holes were sizable, and once the gemstones were embedded, retrieving them would be impossible. Let us use the White Phantom. I only have 2 pieces of chalcedony, and I cannot cut them into 3. Salin reluctantly pulled out a White Phantom crystal the size of a gourd, feeling disheartened. The White Phantom was exceedingly hard. How could he possibly cut it into a regular 24-sided shape? After reaching the 4th level, mages possessed a water-based spell known as Water Flow Cutter, which could be used to cut various gemstones. Unfortunately, Salin was merely a 1st-level mage, while high-temperature rhenium wire could also cut gemstones. He lacked the skills of an alchemist to draw rhenium, which was 100 times harder than steel, into fine wires for heating. Sika, Songhong, and Sarah clearly could not perform such intricate tasks either. Seeing Salin troubled, Nahlis, whose mind was agile, offered, "Master, do you have any troubles? Can I assist you? Can you handle this White Phantom? I need it cut into 3 pieces, each with a cross-section of 4 inches, resembling the shape of a magical beast's core." Salin mused. Thinking that this little demon must possess some abilities after living for thousands of years, she should at least know a few spells of a higher level. Nahlis took the White Phantom from Salin. It was a relatively raw crystal, with some impurities on the surface, untouched by any processing. After observing it for a moment, she suddenly brought the White Phantom close to her mouth and bit down. The hard crystal cracked sharply as Nahlis bit off a piece. "Nahlis!" Salin exclaimed in alarm. This was a life-saving item, and the little demon intended to consume it? Nahlis, using her slender fingers, picked out the crystal fragment she had bitten off and handed it to Salin, saying, "Master, is each face this size?" Salin was momentarily stunned. This little demon had remarkable skills. With that one bite, a flat surface measuring 4 inches was created on the White Phantom. Were her teeth somehow like a rasp? Such sharp teeth could not be impeded even by magical armor. "Well done, Nahlis. Keep going." Salin praised the little demon. Nahlis cradled the White Phantom and began to chew voraciously, her appearance quite gruesome. To divide the White Phantom into 3 parts, her mouth stretched wide, resembling that of a crocodile, as her lower jaw opened at an obtuse angle to her upper jaw. Cutting gemstones inevitably created shards, and the fragments Nahlis bit off were quite regular, with smooth surfaces. Salin collected them one by one. These White Phantom shards could still be embedded in rings, and some could even be fashioned into larger magical artifacts. Salin, being rather frugal, was unwilling to waste anything. In half an hour, 3 perfect 24-sided gemstones were cut by the little demon's teeth and embedded into the magical array. Next came the challenge of activating the array. Activating a magical array required incantations, and the map Salin had obtained contained the spell on its reverse side. However, being merely a 1st-level mage, he lacked the ability to master spatial magic, which was the domain of sorcerers. Salin had already conceived a plan in his mind. There had to be a reason he was drawn into this magical array. The most likely explanation was that he had invoked the protection of the goddess, thus triggering the magical array. It was possible that this array still retained residual divine power, allowing it to accept him and his companions. Aside from this, Salin could think of no other rationale. He adjusted his magical robe and stepped to the center of the magical array, beckoning to the others. Nahlis was the first to rush to Salin's side, followed by Sika, Sarah, and finally Songhong. Salin began to recite the incantation, and the gift ring on his finger glimmered with a faint green light. The divine spell remained incomplete, yet it elicited a response from the magical array. The 3 gemstones embedded within it emitted a dazzling white light, illuminating the vast magical array. Salin felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was an automatic magical array, and the entrance must be followers of the goddess. As long as he could channel the residual divine power from his gift ring, he would be recognized by this teleportation array. If this were the case, he could return. In essence, Salin was reluctant to leave the temple ruins immediately. If possible, he wished to cultivate within this site for some time, at the very least to restore his injured left hand. The injury to his left hand required long-term care. Although it did not hinder his movement, it precluded him from casting 2nd-level magic. However, there were still members of the Holy See in the chaotic marsh, and he had no idea what their intentions were. Regardless of what they sought, encountering them had never led to favorable outcomes. The location of this temple is rather concealed. As I traversed the path, I unwittingly left numerous traces, making it difficult to ensure the entrance would remain undiscovered. A brilliant white light erupted from the magical array, refracting and intertwining in the air, forming an immense dome that enveloped Salin and his companions entirely. This transportation was surprisingly effortless, devoid of the sensation of being pierced by 1,000 blades. Salin merely felt a lightness in his body after a brief loss of balance. He found himself in the pool preceding the temple's entrance. Subsequently, Chica, Neris, Songhong, and Sarah were all transported as well. None were missing. Salin felt a surge of anxiety. This pool housed the Diaspora, and he was no match for them. Even with his magic strings fully charged, he could only summon 24 water-pattern shields. Who could fathom how many Diaspora lurked in this pool? He swam vigorously upward, while the little demon, sensing his tension, twisted its body and darted ahead with lightning speed. Possessing superior aquatic agility compared to Salin, the metallic scent of blood still lingered in the water. From the darkness, dozens of Diaspora, clad in their hard shells, suddenly emerged and lunged at Salin. Cursing his ill fortune, he was about to retaliate when the little demon eagerly engaged, its hands darting out like phantoms, capturing one Diaspora in each hand and biting down without hesitation. Though the Diaspora bore a tough exterior, rendering low-level spells ineffective against them, Neris's teeth were exceptionally sharp, capable of cleaving even gemstones. Starved for over a century, the little demon was ecstatic at the sight of live prey, swiftly dispatching one with a single bite, draining its essence without a moment to chew. Despite the little demon's magical prowess being rather commonplace, in close combat, her ferocity surpassed even that of Chica, the Caucasian warrior blessed by the priestess. Although the Diaspora were 5th-level magical beasts, their intelligence was alarmingly low, as none attempted to unleash magical attacks on the little demon. Instead, they opened their massive jaws, seeking to gnaw a piece of flesh from Neris. Overconfident in their shells, within moments, dozens of Diaspora were consumed by Neris, their empty shells sinking into the depths. Witnessing the little demon's method of feeding, Salin felt a twinge of fear. Had Neris not been utterly weakened by hunger, he would have had no chance of subduing her. The shells of these piscine magical beasts constituted excellent alchemical materials, but alas, Salin's vessel was already filled to the brim, leaving him disinterested in diving to collect them. Instead, he hastened his pace towards the light above. As Salin surfaced, exposing half his head before swiftly diving again, he noticed the presence of the rock monster on the shore. What troubled him was the sight of the creature's lifeless form, its massive head rolled by the water's edge, with not a single soul in sight. Chapter 22. The White Deacon, Part 2. Someone has indeed visited this pool. Moreover, this individual possesses the capability to slay the mountain demon. Could it be that a divine envoy from the Holy See has intervened personally? Salin is able to contemplate beneath the water, whereas Songhong and the others are not. Climbing ashore, Songhong approaches the severed head of the mountain demon, its height surpassing that of his own body, a testament to the terrifying power of the weapon that inflicted such damage. The Sword Saint. A tremor runs through Songhong's heart. To him, the Sword Saint is more fearsome than the Great Mage. The Great Mage is a rare sight, yet the number of Sword Saints is considerably greater. Typically, mercenaries do not dare to disturb the vicinity of a mage tower, thus avoiding entanglements with great mages, let alone with arcane scholars. However, within mercenary bands of level 7 and above, Sword Saints are a common occurrence. The sword chi of a Sword Saint can withstand the might of magic and can also attack from a distance, much like spells. Most alarmingly, once one becomes a Bronze Sword Saint, they gain the ability to fly, albeit briefly. The head of the mountain demon was severed by a Sword Saint. It is undoubtedly not the work of a divine sorcerer. Salin approaches as well, circling to the back of the head and noticing a large cavity at the back of the mountain demon's skull, clearly indicating that the magic core has been extracted. Neris surreptitiously spits out over 20 magic cores, each the size of a finger, and stuffs them into her waist. After all, her master's pockets are already full. Such trivialities would hardly matter. Songhong, let us part ways here. Do not pursue your relic any further, Salin suggests. He wishes to avoid further entanglements with Songhong. Having gathered a wealth of spoils, it is best to separate now. Whoever encounters the agents of the Holy See next will have to face their fate alone. Songhong understands this sentiment and nods in silence. Salin detaches a metal flask from his waist and hands it to Songhong. The flask is filled with a restorative water. Salin has discarded the remainder of his potions and materials purchased in DDPUC, leaving this metal flask as his sole means to assist Songhong. Time within the temple appears to flow differently than outside. It is now dusk, with the setting sun casting an orange hue over the plains, radiating warmth, starkly contrasting the deep autumn chill of the chaotic marshes. Zika waves cheerfully at Songhong and Sarah, alleviating much of the sorrow of parting. Thank you, Merlin Mage, for your care during this time. Sarah deeply bows to Salin before taking Songhong's hand and departing first. Salin watches the silhouettes of the two against the sunset, a mixture of emotions swirling within him. The time they spent together was brief, hardly qualifying them as friends. They had merely shared a few life and death encounters. And in the end, he had not even disclosed his true name. This realization casts a shadow over Salin's heart. Will I forever remain in hiding? The threat posed by Count Su Fengxua may not be as formidable as that of the Holy See, yet as long as this count's animosity persists, I shall never return to my homeland. I wonder how my master is faring. Will the troubles I brought burden him? Master, all right, let us go, Nearest. It is time you learn some common language of the continent. Salin interrupts Nearest, turning in another direction, while Songhong and the others head south. Salin moves southeast towards the Qinyin Empire. Exiting the chaotic marshes will first lead him to the Phoenix Duchy, which is under the aegis of the Qinyin Empire, a small territory directly bordering the chaotic marshes. Once he reaches the Phoenix Duchy, he will essentially be within the protective bounds of the Qinyin Empire, where agents of the Holy See would dare not tread freely. As Salin and the others depart, 5 figures emerge on the opposite side of the pool. The young man in white robes is none other than the deacon of the Holy See, named Picasso. How amusing. We have inadvertently rescued these heretics. Picasso's words cause his 4 warriors to turn pale, should this news reach back home, even if the divine envoy protects them. Their good days would come to an abrupt end. They might either be sent to the Cloudlow Empire as spies or imprisoned in the tribunal. You are afraid, I see. If fear grips you, then not a word of today's events shall escape your lips. Pursue those 2 mercenaries. I shall deal with the mage myself, Picasso declares, disregarding the opinions of his subordinates, and steps into the air, walking on nothingness, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the 4 warriors of the Holy See. Surrounded by divine light, Picasso ascends ever higher into the sky at an astonishing pace, his white robe billowing in the wind, unprotected by divine light. Salin suddenly becomes alert during his advance, abruptly halting and turning around. The plains behind him are utterly deserted, devoid of even the shadow of a magical beast. An intriguing mage. He can sense my presence. Picasso has already reached above Salin, suddenly ceasing the control of the divine light, which floods the sky with brightness. As if the sun has risen anew, Salin immediately activates the invisible shield of his magical robe, resisting the fiery aura. His resources have become ample, and he no longer concerns himself with the consumption of magic cores. Who goes there? Show yourself. White light flickers between Salin's fingers as he prepares a first-level spell. Picasso descends gracefully from the sky, dispersing the divine light, gazing at Salin with seriousness, yet uttering not a word. This young mage appears even younger than he had imagined, cautious and formidable. However, such prowess is only commendable for his age. How could someone of this caliber have slain the priest Kashian? The little demon Nearest instinctively harbors a disdain for the followers of the divine. Yet she is astute enough to recognize that she is no match for this young man, thus adopting a facade of trepidation and hiding behind Salin. Zika's expression turns frosty as she draws her weapon, standing ready beside Salin, awaiting his command. Why do you pursue me? Salin remains composed. The adversary's ability to traverse the air indicates a minimum level of 7. Should he wield magic, he is likely a mage of level 6 or above. Bound together with Zika, he is not their match. Using a first-level spell would merely serve as a reminder to this Holy See individual that he poses no threat. It is not I who chase you, but rather you who flee, Picasso replies calmly, as if stating an undeniable truth. His youthful visage radiates kindness, humility, and an undeniable charm. When he speaks, he seems to be a friend, sharing his innermost thoughts with you. Salin is momentarily at a loss for words. Were it not for his slaying of an agent of the Holy See, there would be no need to evade this man. The agents of the Holy See are not ogres, most tend to be quite reasonable. This white-robed man has articulated the essence of the matter, he may not pursue. But Salin cannot afford to remain. Young mage, may I inquire your name? Picasso always presents himself in a courteous manner when addressing outsiders, rendering him utterly irresistible. Salin. The utterance of his name feels exceedingly awkward to him. Then, Salin the mage, I would like to request a favor from you. I had a companion named Kashian, who was recently slain by some unknown assailant. Could you inform me who it was? Salin yearns to utter the words I do not know, but he suspects that Picasso is indeed the deacon of the Holy See, a level 7 practitioner, certainly possessing the power of prophecy. This is a capability far surpassing mere lie detection. Should he attempt to deceive, the truth would be unmistakably discerned. Is this the might of the Holy See's deacon? Faced with him, even lying is rendered impossible. It seems you are involved in this affair, Picasso laments with a sigh. May I offer you a bribe? Salin states something that leaves Picasso utterly astonished. He pronounces the word bribe with utmost conviction, his gaze unwavering, devoid of even a hint of shame. I did not slay that priest. I merely happened to traverse the same path. Salin carefully chooses his words, striving to leave no loopholes. His mind races as he continues. I was hired to explore a relic, and within the cave, I witnessed with my own eyes as the priest Kashian fell victim to a demon spider. I merely took something from him. If you do not pursue my accountability, I am willing to disclose the location of that relic. In the scriptures, bribing a deacon is a grave transgression, Picasso said with an impassive demeanor. Throughout the conversation, he exhibited no intent to kill. Yet Salin felt a tension greater than that of encountering a rampaging beast. That was the relic of the Second Dynasty, the so-called blasphemous dynasty you mentioned. Oh, The relic of the blasphemous dynasty could indeed serve as a means of atonement. Salin the Mage, do you know the precise location of this relic? Picasso concealed his inner exhilaration. His journey to the chaotic swamp was, in truth, to seek this site. Lord Faka had dispatched numerous personnel, determined to locate the relic before other divine emissaries became aware of it. However, the terrain of the chaotic swamp was intricate, and even he could not guarantee a thorough search before winter's onset. The fate of this young sorcerer was of little consequence. As long as he was the first to discover the relic, Lord Faka would bestow upon him prophecies, and he would soon ascend. Does that mean we have a deal? Salin's heart raced. He and Chica, along with the little demon, stood defenseless before this white deacon. I suppose we have a deal, but how can I trust you? Picasso smiled at Salin. Do you possess a map? I shall guide you. The location of the relic is not far from you. If I speak falsely, you have ample time to pursue and eliminate me. If the relic is genuine, you would have no desire to concern yourself with a mere sorcerer like me, would you? Salin intended to feign ignorance, but Picasso's keen perception left him no choice but to be forthright. You speak the truth, however, once I leave the chaotic swamp. I shall not acknowledge this matter. Should I inadvertently encounter you, I will still bring you back for judgment. Should you resist, I may not hesitate to eliminate you on the spot. As Picasso spoke, he produced a map from his sleeve. The delicate parchment unfurled smoothly in the wind, showing no sign of disturbance. Salin smiled, realizing that there was no need for the other party to flaunt their prowess. He sought only to extricate himself from peril and would not point to an erroneous location. Drawing upon the map Song Hong had shown him from memory, Salin began to trace a line on Picasso's map with his fingertip. Drops of corrosive liquid oozed from his fingertip, etching a clear path into the comparative map. This is the route. Salin retracted his finger and inquired, shall we proceed? Picasso rolled up the map and replied with a smile, certainly. However, I must caution you that it is not only Lord Faka's people who have entered the chaotic swamp. You may also encounter the subordinates of other divine emissaries. At that point, you shall be left to your own devices. Chapter 23. The flight to Phoenix. Salin spoke little as he turned away with Neris and Sika, lingering not even a moment longer. Picasso gazed at Salin's retreating figure, feeling a flicker of curiosity for the young mage. However, it was evident that the boy had not lied. Caution was not slain by his own hand. Even if he had been, what of it? Caution was not a direct descendant of Lord Falca, having altered his course without permission, thus meeting a deserved fate. Picasso let out a faint, cold laugh as he made his way toward the direction of the departing crimson figure. The fate of the two mercenaries was of little consequence now. With the map in hand, the paramount task was to locate the entrance to the ruins without delay. After a brisk journey of over 10 miles, Salin and his companion slowed their pace. Captain, do you think that fellow will change his mind? Sika asked, her large staff clutched tightly, ever ready for battle. She held no trust in the clergy. In the Caucasus, the church expended vast resources each year to infiltrate the region, leading many villages to abandon their faith in nature. With an influx of preachers, the quality varied greatly, and all manner of tactics were employed. Thus, the true Caucasians and the divine magic practitioners were irreconcilable. I do not know. Logically, he should not, as we are too insignificant. Salin's hands remained tucked within his sleeves, tightly gripping his family crest. This was his only potential weapon against the White Steward, yet its use required proximity, and Salin harbored no confidence, his palms slick with sweat. It is a pity the beast's soul was lost. Otherwise, I could have commanded several low-tier beasts to assist us in our escape. Sika felt a wave of melancholy. Acutely aware of her own limitations in aiding Salin, her sharply defined brows furrowed in disappointment. Do not be disheartened, Sika. I shall help you find another beast's soul. Salin recalled the steward's map, noting that from their current location to the Duchy of Phoenix lay over 500 miles, traversing the narrowest part of the chaotic marsh. Sika shook her head in confusion. She was truly directionally challenged, and Salin's words seemed futile. Master, what is it? Salin's tone grew stern. The little demon's persistent nature was grating, and he found it difficult to maintain a pleasant demeanor. Do you wish to travel faster? Yes. What of it? I could carry you. As long as your lady can keep pace, we would move approximately 4 times quicker. The pitiful expression on Neris's face stirred a sense of compassion within Salin. It was clear that subjugating the little demon had not been a voluntary act on her part. Tempting humans to err was a demon's inherent nature. Thus, Salin felt a moral obligation to treat Neris with kindness. Salin's thoughts were not influenced by Neris's beauty. He had witnessed her true form, a visage that could haunt many a nightmare. Furthermore, Neris was presently androgynous, and despite Salin's considerable appetite, he harbored no fantasies about her. Moreover, amidst their flight, it was challenging to foster any adolescent sentiments. He regarded her purely from the perspective of a mage, a mindset shaped by the influence of Jason Statham. Although their exchanges were sparse, every word from Jason resonated deeply within Salin. Do not develop affection for your pet. It could lead to its demise. Ultimately, Neris acquiesced and hoisted Salin upon her back. She towered over him, and carrying a full-grown person posed no challenge. The trio hastened their flight toward the Duchy of Phoenix. As night enveloped the chaotic marsh, Neris's instincts for danger surpassed even Sika's, and she cautiously evaded nocturnal predators. Neris's long, dark hair billowed in the wind, brushing against Salin's face, black as silk, and his heart was a tempest of turmoil. He realized that he remained a mere insignificant being. When he and Sika had spoken thus, he had felt little of it. Yet, as Neris sprinted with him on her back, it struck a chord within Salin's sensitive heart. I must become powerful, a force like my teacher. With this resolve, he rested his head on Neris's shoulder and curled himself tighter, feeling once more like the shivering beggar in the rain, tears streaming down his cheeks. Master, are you crying? Neris felt a rush of excitement. Unlike human fantasies, demons never desired their masters to be strong. It was preferable for humans to be as weak as ants. Such was the lament of many beings across realms, including demons. Master, I will protect you. Neris spoke softly, her steps growing lighter. Her voice bore a certain magic, and Salin felt his unease dissipate, drifting into slumber upon her back. Throughout this time, he had been striving to maintain control over the situation, overseeing the Crimson team. While others rested, he bore the burden of safety. When they fought, he confronted the most perilous foes. Even the mightiest grow weary, and Salin, a mere level 1 mage, was no exception. Were it not for the remarkable training regimen provided by the crest, which had augmented his stamina beyond that of an ordinary person, he would have long since succumbed to despair. Sika, gritting her teeth, trailed behind Neris. The little demon seemed to intuit Sika's physical limits, always maintaining a slight lead and forcing her to exert herself to keep up. Sweat accumulated beneath her breathable leather armor, and for the first time, Sika found the absence of a bath intolerable. Their flight persisted for a day and a night, and just as Sika was on the verge of collapsing, Neris halted. For Salin had awakened. Neris, rest a while. Sika cannot go on. Sika knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Back in her homeland, she had never perceived running as such a grueling endeavor. Caucasians would tirelessly pursue their prey for hours on end, wearing them down. This method could even exhaust beasts stronger than humans. Yet the little demon ran far too swiftly. Sika estimated that at this pace, aside from flying beasts, no creature on land could endure for so long. Without a word, she removed her boots, resting her head upon them, and within moments, she drifted into slumber. Neris, how far have we traveled? Salin's command of the ancient Gumarist tongue had improved markedly, and he saw no need to urge the little demon to learn the common tongue. After all, there was plenty of time ahead, and he felt distance from danger. Nearly 500 miles. By dawn, we shall have escaped the marsh. That quickly? Salin asked, somewhat astonished. Indeed. Neris did not elaborate, lost in memories of her homeland, where she was often the prey, relentlessly pursued by formidable demons. Back then, it seemed she had run even faster. Seeing that Neris was not inclined to speak further, Salin settled beside Sika, taking the opportunity to inventory their possessions. A green dragon's magic core was to be delivered to Bitterwater County. An empty Mage's tome was reserved for his future use. The remainder consisted solely of gems and ores, prompting Salin to reassess his haul. All the gems were in their raw form, uncut and unrefined. Many still encased in their ore. Neris, are you weary? Salin inquired with concern. Not at all, master. Very well, then, please strip away the mineral layers from these gems. I seek only the purest parts within. Salin smiled at Neris's pristine white teeth. He realized that he would save considerable sums on gem processing in the future. It was said that cutting raw ore was an expensive service, only available in major cities. Neris then comprehended that Salin's concern was not for her well-being. With a sigh, she sat beside him and began to use her teeth to refine the gems. As a demon, she had no right to demand anything. Humans were inherently selfish and greedy. The gems were substantial, the smallest the size of Sika's fist, and after processing, their volume slightly diminished. Salin stored the refined gems within the gift ring, while the fragments bitten off by Neris were swept into a pouch. The shards of these gemstones are of impure quality, yet they remain highly coveted by ordinary wizards. Master, I am famished, Neris complained, observing Salin meticulously polishing and storing the gems, a hint of resentment brewing within her, contemplating idleness. I have not eaten either. Why do you complain? We will discuss it once we reach the Duchy of Phoenix, Salin retorted, his stomach growling in agreement. He had discarded all his provisions in the temple, his storage space entirely filled with gemstones. Neris, teary-eyed, continued to diligently handle the gems for Salin. Oblivious to his inner turmoil, Salin felt a shadow of worry. Although Sika was strikingly beautiful, she was a boisterous Caucasian warrior, rarely stirring any romantic inclinations. This little demon, having transformed into the likeness of the goddess Mels, possessed an innate allure. Such a persona would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble, particularly as she delighted in creating chaos. Neris, he began. Master, continue your work and heed my words. The sound of cracking gems filled the air as Salin sighed, feeling defeated. He had no idea how to instruct a demon. In her slumber, Sika dreamt of her beastly battle spirit resurrecting, wielding a staff to vanquish the pursuing minions of the church. Laughter escaped her lips in her dreams. I shall not let you escape. Perish. Meanwhile, Salin's expression grew increasingly troubled as he revealed his left hand, withered and resembling the limb of a necromantic being. He cautiously cast a level 1 spell, Repair Water, patiently nurturing his injured muscles. While he had achieved his goal of acquiring wealth, his own strength had diminished significantly, until his left hand healed. He could not pursue the study of level 2 magic. This meant that even if he advanced, he would be unable to engage in daily practice. Mastering a new spell initially required the physical act of holding the incantation and vocalizing the words, gradually leading to proficiency. Salin gently flexed the index finger of his left hand, watching it slowly bend. Though not completely dead, its recovery would demand more than half a year. It appeared that seeking refuge with the county lord in Bitterwater County could be a wise choice, finding sanctuary among the nobility, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles. Now that Salin had wealth, he need not gamble with danger. Alas, the loss of a green dragon's magical core was a lamentable sacrifice. Chapter 23, The Flight of the Phoenix, Part 2. When Sika awoke, the daylight had already broken. The scenery around her was vivid. The presence of magical beasts was now scarce, and ahead lay a forest. Salin recalled the map provided by the White Steward and remarked, this forest spans over 50 miles. Beyond it lies the territory of the Duchy of Phoenix. Sika, how do you fare? Captain, I am well now, Sika replied. Her spirits high as she energetically swung her fists and legs, brimming with vitality. Master, is she also a transformed demon? Nearest gazed at Sika in astonishment, struggling to believe her swift recovery. Just yesterday, she had deliberately tormented the woman, causing her to flee in haste. What? Salin was puzzled by Neris's question. Neris, quick-witted, fell silent, realizing that further inquiries would expose her pettiness. Salin's party resumed their journey, with the presence of the little demon. He felt assured of his direction even without the map. The little demon slowed their pace, taking half a day to exit the forest. This forest, though fraught with danger, was home to a rare magical beast known as the tree bee, known for its ferocity and unprovoked attacks on humans. However, the little demon deftly navigated around the territory of the tree bees, carving a winding path through the woods, unscathed. Despite the forest perils, it paled in comparison to the horrors of the demon realm, where every creature posed a lethal threat. At least the towering trees here did not consume humans. And the magical beasts were relatively amiable. Upon emerging from the forest, they encountered a quaint little town, its architectural style markedly different from that of Scosenia. The people of Scosenia favored stone constructions, grand and ornate, whereas the buildings here predominantly featured brick and wood, exuding a delicate elegance. Though the townsfolk often donned simple attire, their demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the citizens of Salin. Here, the inhabitants appeared clean and unpretentious. Even in worn garments, they maintained a pristine appearance, their faces radiating a happiness that Salin found perplexing. The town's walls were tall. Despite being on the border, it had never witnessed the ravages of war. The wall's design was straightforward, primarily serving to fend off the larger magical beasts from the forest. The exotic charm of this foreign land dulled Salin's sense of loss for his homeland. He had previously read about the Chinese Empire, a realm renowned for its opulence and the gathering of wise sages. Now, it seemed that even a small town affiliated with the Chinese Empire surpassed Salin in many respects. The guards at the town's gate did not collect any fees from Salin, disregarding his mercenary badge, indicating that wizards enjoyed certain privileges here as well. Salin relished this atmosphere, strolling through the streets clad in his wizard's robe, where no one exhibited any signs of reverence towards him. Although somewhat odd, he could only deduce that the abundance of wizards in the Chinese Empire had led to a general desensitization, as Salin had surmised. The town was merely a fraction of Salin's size, with only a handful of streets and sparse shops. Nevertheless, upon entering a tavern, he narrowly avoided colliding with another wizard. This individual, a second-level mage clad in a white robe adorned with 2 magical insignia on the chest, greeted Salin with a friendly nod upon seeing him. The tavern's ambience starkly contrasted with that of Salin's, where many patrons were evidently mercenaries. Proximity to the chaotic marshlands resulted in numerous quests to hunt magical beasts. Yet these mercenaries lacked the crudeness of their Scosenia counterparts, engaging in polite conversation. Salin found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the atmosphere here. The tavern's walls were adorned with numerous paintings, mostly sketches by local artists. In such a small locale, one would not expect renowned masters. These artworks were not purchased by the tavern, but were instead displayed for sale by the artists themselves. Calling for a server, Salin, lacking silver coins, offered a gold coin instead. The server promptly refused, intimidated by the substantial tip. I would like some smoked meat to go, 10 large loaves of bread, and any wine and dishes you have left. The remainder is yours, Salin courteously stated, prompting the server to reluctantly accept. In a hushed tone, the server inquired, Master Wizard, Do you require any further assistance? Is there a guild of adventurers here? Indeed, just 2 streets ahead, the server replied smoothly, clearly accustomed to dealing with adventurers. Relieved, Salin recognized that with the presence of the guild, his mercenary status could be properly registered, ensuring he would encounter no troubles while traversing the Chinese Empire. Neris's attire, somewhat conspicuous with its outdated style and her bare feet, prompted Salin to consider purchasing her proper gear. More importantly, he needed to sell some gemstones for gold coins, as his supply was dwindling. In the temple, Salin had nearly exhausted all available space storing gems, leaving him with only a few scattered coins and a banknote from Scosenia. Neris seemed aware of Salin's thoughts, keeping her head down and refraining from drawing attention to herself. After the trio hastily filled their stomachs, they followed the server's directions to the Guild of Adventurers. The Guild of Adventurers in the Scosenia Empire was not identical to that of the Chinese Empire. However, both maintained frequent interactions, allowing registered mercenaries from either nation to undertake quests in the other. The guild in this little town was modest in size, resembling an art gallery from the outside. A vibrant red phoenix, the emblem of the Duke of Phoenix, adorned the wall at the entrance. Upon entering, the scene was not one of bustling crowds. A counter stood directly ahead, behind which a young man with a simple countenance sat, engaged in low conversation with a colleague, seemingly bored. Stairs on either side led to the upper levels. Salin approached the counter and wrapped his fingers lightly on the surface. The young man at the counter, lacking the sword-wielding attire typical of Scosenia, greeted Salin with a smile. "Master Wizard, how may I assist you? I have arrived from Scosenia and wish to register as a mercenary in the Chinese Empire. Is this possible here?" "Certainly. Please provide your name and your mercenary badge." Salin offered his alias and presented his badge. The young man promptly filled out the necessary forms, completing the task in under a minute, requiring only Salin's signature. The fee is 3 gold coins. Remarkably, the young man did not inquire about the names or professions of Salin's fellow mercenaries, showcasing impressive efficiency. "Are there any escort missions available?" Salin asked, handing over the coins, aware that his funds were nearly depleted. He feared additional fees for checking the tasks but was relieved when the young man provided a straightforward answer. "If you seek tasks along your journey, check the bulletin board over there. For targeted missions, we charge a 5 commission and can provide a comprehensive contract to ensure there are no errors." "That won't be necessary. Please give me a large map of the area." 1 gold coin, Master Wizard." Suddenly, Salin found the young man's cheerful demeanor rather irksome, despite the excellent service. It was ultimately driven by profit. Reluctantly, he produced a gold coin and placed it on the counter. Salin sought tasks not out of financial need, but rather to blend in with a merchant caravan, minimizing his chances of drawing attention. It was uncertain whether the zealots from the church would venture into Phoenix. After retrieving his badge, which now bore a new metallic mark, he could traverse the Chinese Empire as a mercenary. Stowing away the copy of his registration form, Salin departed the counter and approached the bulletin board, where numerous notes advertised temporary tasks, primarily requests for magical cores, furs, herbs, and ores. Among the hundreds of notes, not a single escort mission was listed. With his funds nearly exhausted, Salin had no choice but to exit the guild. Inquiring of passers-by for directions, Salin, accompanied by Sika and Neris, arrived at an equipment shop. As with all border towns, even the smallest settlements boasted commendable shops for gear. The edifice of this equipment shop is aged, its signboard etched with the marks of time. The proprietor seems disinclined to apply fresh paint, allowing the wooden sign to display its cracks, exposed to the elements. Ivy-like plants climb the walls along the street, and autumn casts a yellow desolation upon the scene. The inscription on the sign reads Chinin Yushinlin Weaponry. Salin steps inside, only to find the shop devoid of patrons. Directly ahead stands a glass display counter, flanked by shelves crafted from fine wood, adorned with intricate carvings that suggest the exquisite nature of the items displayed. Owner! Salin calls out, but is met with silence and is compelled to raise his voice. A cough emanates from a door on the eastern side, followed by a delicate voice. "Please do not disturb, I'll be with you shortly." Such a business practice is indeed rare. Salin recalls that in Scosenia, the arrival of a customer invariably prompted immediate service. Bored, he takes a seat at the counter, finding the chair remarkably comfortable, a stark contrast to the long benches typical of shops in Scosenia. The items within the glass counter are indeed exquisite. Salin's gaze falls upon a dagger embedded with a piece of phantasmal stone. This is a magical weapon. The phantasmal stone is capable of storing magic and can be activated without the need for a mage. Such gemstones are not particularly expensive, often serving as substitutes for rubies. With a gentle cough, the eastern door swings open, revealing a pallid youth who casts a glance at Salin and inquires, "Esteemed mage, I apologize for the wait. How may I assist you?" "You are the owner?" Salin exclaims, surprised that someone of such youthful age possesses a shop. "Quite remarkable indeed." "Not quite, it is a family business." The boy replies with a humble smile, his somewhat frail visage brightening slightly. "I wish to sell something." Salin responds directly, as he finds himself devoid of gold coins. I'm afraid, esteemed mage, we do not accept equipment here. The weapons in the shop are all crafted by our family. The youth politely declines. It's a gemstone. Oh, let me see. The boy's expression brightens further, as if a languishing soul had suddenly been rejuvenated by a powerful healing spell. Salin retrieves a small shard of gemstone from his pouch. It is a fragment of fluorite, albeit a scrap, yet it remains translucent and lustrous, enough to deceive the untrained eye into mistaking it for ice crystal. Fluorite. The boy's countenance becomes even more animated. The quality of this fragment surpasses that of some goods found in large city trading posts, as it is evidently cut directly from pristine fluorite. Despite its impurities, it still holds the potential for crafting high-grade magical items. Chapter 24, The Clyde Family, Part 1. The array of gemstones is vast, and many bear striking resemblances to one another. This ailing youth immediately discerned that the finger-sized fragment in front of him was fluorite, his keen perception quite remarkable. How much do you have? The boy inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Salin's, his demeanor shifting back to calmness. What quantity do you desire? Salin responded, prompting a slight furrow of the boy's brow. He stepped out from behind the counter, secured the shop's door, and hung a sign indicating it was closed for business. Upon returning to Salin, he remarked, Sir Mage, if you possess a considerable amount of fluorite, it may pose some complications. My establishment is but a modest branch. We cannot accommodate such a quantity. If you sell to others, safety cannot be guaranteed. Safety? Salin echoed, his brow knitting in concern as he regarded the boy steadily. You are from Scorchinia, are you not? Indeed, the boy affirmed, his accent betraying his origins. You might be unaware that the weapon trade in the Chinese Empire is predominantly controlled by prominent families. The three most renowned weapon houses command 80% of the trade volume. With great power comes the inevitability of unscrupulous practices, and smaller weapon houses resort to cunning means for survival. As an outsider, you should know that after processing, this fluorite could fetch around 2,000 gold coins, with weapon houses claiming a 40% profit margin. Logically, you would receive 1,200 gold coins. However, the amount in your hands may barely reach 500. Salin chuckled, posing a question, and what if you were to collect it? Even if I were to consider you a friend, I could only offer you 1,000 gold coins. The boy replied candidly. Why is that? Sir Mage, are you truly interested in befriending me? The boy's smile was warm, yet held a hint of mischief. Salin tapped his fingers against the glass of the counter, taking his time to respond while gazing absently at the magical dagger within the display. Despite the boy's sickly appearance, his aura suggested he was of no ordinary lineage. Salin was certainly open to the idea of forging a friendship that could facilitate his transactions. Sir Mage, have you made your decision? Feigning deep contemplation, Salin eventually said, You may call me Salin. Salin Metatlin. The boy beamed brightly, stating, I am Annie Clyde. Upon hearing his name, Salin's lack of surprise confirmed Annie's suspicion that Salin was utterly unfamiliar with the Chinese Empire. In that realm, the Clyde family was renowned, and no one was ignorant of their legacy. What a naive boy. Both mused inwardly. Who are these two? Annie inquired politely, observing Salin's attire. Despite being a low-level mage, Salin's status was likely not insignificant. He appeared to have a commendable mentor and perhaps a powerful legacy. The white crystal ring adorning Salin's finger, worth tens of thousands of gold coins, was not something every mage could afford, nor was his robe, which bore 3 enchanted spells beyond the reach of mages of his level. Seated beside Salin, Sika remained silent as their conversation was conducted in Chinese, a language she did not comprehend. Nearest lingered by the shelves, her attention elsewhere. That is Sika, and the other is Nearest, Salin clarified, alleviating Annie's momentary discomfort. They do not speak Chinese. We can discuss this later. Annie coughed discreetly, his fit so intense that his face flushed crimson, reminiscent of a rose. Salin couldn't help but wonder about his friend Song Hong and whether he had departed from the chaotic marshes. The room behind the storefront was even larger than the shop itself, and Salin was astonished to see a colossal table reminiscent of Jason's, laden with magical apparatus. Could Annie be an alchemist? The air was tinged with the scent of sulfur, mingled with a rare and fragrant herb. As Annie entered the room, his cough intensified, his posture bending painfully. Salin retrieved an empty metal cup from the table, conjured a potion of restoration, pouring half into the cup while absorbing the other half with his left hand. Thank you. Annie straightened, noticing Salin's gesture. He accepted the metal cup and drank deeply. Nearest, do not touch that, Salin exclaimed, observing as Nearest reached for a metallic contraption on the table, seemingly intent on tasting it. The device was an intricate assembly of hundreds of tiny components, standing over a foot tall, akin to a Clark magical building block. Sika. Salin intervened, just as Sika picked up a crystal flask filled with a suspicious green liquid. The viscous fluid contained gelatinous particles resembling fish eggs. Captain, this is a Garo beast. Sika reluctantly placed the crystal flask down. Salin struggled to contain his discomfort and awkwardly apologized to Annie. I'm sorry. They have not been outside much. Annie waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. They're merely my source of amusement and hold little value. Salin, come and sit. Annie guided Salin to a low table in the corner, where they both sat on the floor atop two soft cushions, woven with clouds of silk. How long have you been injured? Salin inquired, noticing Annie was not merely ill, but had sustained severe injuries. 5 or 6 years, perhaps, Annie replied with a forced smile, skillfully diverting the topic. Salin, how many gemstones do you possess? I cannot afford too many, nor do I wish for you to sell to other families. Please assist me. Once I have gathered sufficient funds. Salin extended his left hand from his sleeve, placing it on the low table. Annie offered a bittersweet smile. So you two are in urgent need of funds. Salin's hand could gradually heal with the restorative potion, but it would require considerable time. Should he procure superior magical elixirs? The duration could be drastically reduced, potentially allowing him to progress without hindrance. How much can you offer? Annie, feeling a sense of camaraderie, shared in Salin's plight. Being alone in the Qin Empire, Salin recognized this opportunity to befriend Annie, who seemed to hail from a prominent family, and in this remote locale. It was an opportune moment to cultivate such a connection. Salin's mercantile instinct remained intact, and he had no reason to reject Annie's friendship. Annie, touched by the moment, lowered his gaze in contemplation before responding. I can privately access only 60,000 gold coins. Salin calculated silently. 60,000 was not a trifling sum. Yet his hand required daily treatments. High-grade magical elixirs commanded prices in the thousands of gold coins, and once he healed, he would likely possess nothing. He would need to acquire magic cores, magical materials, and his daily expenses alone would exceed 100 gold coins. Does your family have any skilled apothecaries? Salin inquired. Posing another question, Annie felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile breaking forth. My uncle is a high-level apothecary, though he is not in Phoenix. Your injury? I have business to attend to in Bitterwater County. If it aligns with your path, it is of no consequence. Salin had already resolved to engage in a long-term association with the Clyde family. As they conversed amiably, Neris had picked up the crystal flask Sika had abandoned, extending her tongue into it to taste. Neris, it's nothing, truly. Garo beast eggs are not poisonous. Annie found the situation amusing, marveling at how Salin, a young mage of comparable age, journeyed with 2 stunning beauties, yet remained merely a level 1 mage. How could his mentor permit such a venture? Fortuitously, Salin had encountered him. Had he crossed paths with a weapon house allied to a band of thieves, he might have met an untimely demise. Salin felt a headache brewing. It was not that he feared Neris's safety, but rather the prospect of damaging something and incurring a debt. Sika, however, was more composed. Having ceased her antics after placing the crystal flask down, Annie, I possess gemstones valued at 60,000 gold coins, which I can offer you. However, I perceive that your wounds cannot be mended merely by magical potions. If you wish to befriend me, do share your troubles. Perhaps I may be of assistance. You cannot help. This is a curse. A curse? Salin was taken aback. It is a form of divine magic, albeit with a sinister name. It is, in truth, a rare skill of the Holy See. Salin, I shall speak candidly. I too am of noble lineage within the Clyde family, originally poised for a promising future in the Principality of Calaran. By the age of 8, I was already an advanced magic apprentice, and at 12, I had attained the rank of a 3rd-level magician. Everyone believed I would ascend to the rank of a grand magician by the age of 15, destined to return to the Qin Empire and enter the family's inner circle. Yet, that winter, I saved a mercenary, unaware that he was a target of the Inquisition. Consequently, I incurred the ire of the Holy See and was secretly cursed. A hint of melancholy crossed Annie's face as he continued. You likely understand that only someone of at least deacon rank within the Holy See could cast a curse on a 3rd-level magician without detection. My parents made great efforts to uncover the culprit. Although they failed to capture the one who cursed me, they exterminated all hidden missionaries in that city. Due to their abuse of family power, incurring significant losses, my parents were summoned back to the Qin Empire, forbidden to leave the family ever again. Although I committed no wrongdoing, my future was dashed. My magical prowess wanes day by day, and inevitably, I shall become a useless being, relegated to managing a shop in this remote area. Salin was profoundly affected. The Clyde family was indeed powerful enough to confront the Holy See. Despite the Principality of Calaran being a vassal of the Qin Empire, the Holy See could not intervene directly. However, the Inquisition is not to be trifled with. Those fanatics act without restraint. If my curse could be resolved, my family would not have forsaken me to a life of retirement here. Annie's expression darkened at the mention of retirement. Have you found a solution? Salin queried, perplexed. If the Clyde family cannot lift Annie's curse, what significance does it hold, no matter how much wealth he accumulates? There are 2 potential solutions. The first is to eliminate the one who cursed me. But in this vast world, the likelihood of finding such an individual, who must be a practitioner of at least the 7th level, is nearly non-existent. The second option. Annie gazed into Salin's eyes and said, "Since my magical prowess is fading, I might as well learn necromancy." He carefully scrutinized Salin's reaction. For necromancy bears a notorious reputation, and even in the Chinese Empire, few are willing to pursue it. This path is fraught with difficulty. Salin sighed deeply, recalling his own struggles with the loss of magical prowess, and found himself empathizing with Annie's plight. In those times, he was willing to pay any price to gain the power of magic. Chapter 24. The Family of Annie, Part 2. Annie chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, you are a true wizard. In truth, necromancy is not as fearsome as it seems. The only issues I need to address are my physical condition and financial constraints. Can you procure the necromantic flame? Although it is rare and costly, with some effort, it can be found. Should you require any special items in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you in finding them." Annie began to develop a fondness for Salin, this low-level sorcerer. Salin harbored no prejudice against magic, appeared well-versed in knowledge, and shared a similar age. Even without any business ties, they found much common ground. "Please assist me in appraising these gems," Salin requested, as he began to draw forth gemstones from his satchel. Even Annie, hailing from an esteemed family, was dazzled by the array. Salin eventually halted, having produced over 100 gems, most of which were of decent quality and roughly the size of a finger. Annie categorized the gems into 4 types and advised, "You should take back the topaz. I am unable to appraise it accurately. If you must sell it, you will likely incur significant losses. As a fellow sorcerer, it would be wise to keep it for your own use." Salin pushed the gems back, stating, "Consider it my advance payment for potions." "Very well." Annie accepted readily and added, "I shall accompany you to the Chinese Empire. I will take care of the matter regarding the magical potions." "What about the shop?" Salin inquired. "Close it. The family has no expectations of wealth from this small locale," Annie replied. Salin then produced a dozen more gems, placing them on the low table and said, "I will select some equipment. Will these suffice?" "Certainly, that is more than enough. I have the authority to grant you a 20% discount," Annie assured him. He first placed the gems into a specially crafted pouch and then counted out a banknote of 60,000 gold coins for Salin. Salin felt a slight sense of relief. If he were diligent in his training, he would require at least 1/3 level magic core each day. Even at his current level as a 1st level sorcerer, the cost of a 3rd level magic core is approximately 150 gold coins, which totals to 54,000 gold coins per year. If he were to forego using the magic cores to restore his magical energy, his progress would slow considerably. While many talented sorcerers existed in this world, none were impoverished. Relying solely on meditation for recovery would not significantly hasten their advancement. This sum of 60,000 gold coins would sustain him for a year, though he felt he ought to send some money to the village of Sika. Without Sika, he would not possess a single gem. Noticing Salin meticulously stowing away the money, Annie inquired, "What equipment do you intend to acquire?" Salin was uncertain about what Nalis required, as he had fled in haste and had yet to inquire about her skills. He called Nalis, who was busy fiddling with a magical puppet, and asked, "I intend to procure you some new equipment. What armor or weapon do you need?" "Master, demons do not require such things, but what?" "Master, I can utilize spatial equipment. Would it be possible for you to?" "Spatial equipment?" Salin exclaimed in delight. His bestowed ring had no level restrictions, but its capacity was limited, leaving him with little space available. Annie, observing the conversation between Salin and Nalis, felt bewildered. Salin was evidently speaking an ancient language, and despite Annie's noble lineage, he lacked the powerful heritage and extensive collection of magical tomes that Jason possessed, leaving him nearly ignorant of the ancient Gmelis tongue. "Annie, do you possess any superior spatial equipment?" Salin's request astonished Annie. High-level spatial equipment was priced in the millions of gold coins, and only sorcerers of 6th level or above could wield it. Could this enchanting woman, speaking an arcane language, be a grand sorceress or a magus? "I do have one piece, originally intended for my future use." Salin decisively removed the satchel from his back, tore it open, and spilled a plethora of gemstones onto the table. Annie was left astounded, finally stammering, "Salin, did you rob a dragon?" While Salin had not robbed a dragon, he had indeed cleansed the temple. The gems, the remnants processed by Nalis, were still of considerable value. He revealed nearly 1,000 stones, a sight that would overwhelm anyone. Annie gasped in disbelief, stifling a cough. After a moment of silence, Annie addressed Salin, "Salin, this is truly insufficient. My equipment alone is valued at around 1,000,000 gold coins, and it is imbued with a permanent 8th level spell commissioned by my parents. I had intended to exchange this for gold to purchase the necromantic flame. You are aware of how challenging it is to activate the summoning array for the realm of the undead. A permanent 8th level spell?" Although it was not a scroll-type item, it still required a sorcerer of 6th level or above to activate, regardless of the spell's nature. It necessitated a 9th level sorcerer to embed it into the equipment. Such an endeavor indeed warranted 1,000,000 gold coins. In truth, a 9th level sorcerer could not be swayed by mere gold. Even if one possessed an abundance, they might not be willing to inscribe a spell for you. Salin shook the satchel, and several hundred more gemstones cascaded forth. Aini gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening, and declared, "It is a deal." As he spoke, he removed a bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Salin. Salin felt a newfound admiration for Aini, who, faced with such a wealth of gems, exhibited no murderous intent. Even as a direct descendant of a prominent family, he had never encountered so many precious stones. Furthermore, Aini's unwavering passion for magic, willing to exchange vast sums for a single opportunity, mirrored his own aspirations. The bracelet was metallic, with a dark silver base tinged with a hint of pale blue, likely incorporating a trace of the legendary 7th grade gold. Salin recalled possessing a sizable piece of 7th grade gold ore, which could yield enough to craft perhaps a single ring. The bracelet bore natural patterns from the forging process, its inner side housing 6 recessed settings for gems. This was likely intended for the activation of the permanent spell. Once fitted with a corresponding magic core or gemstone, any sorcerer above the 6th level could activate the permanent spell. The cost of casting a permanent spell is considerable. Unlike ordinary spells, once a sorcerer applies a permanent spell to an item, the magical energy expended may take 1 to 3 years to restore. Moreover, the consumption of magical energy is disproportionate. For instance, casting a 1st-level permanent spell consumes energy equivalent to casting a 2nd-level spell. Thus, few sorcerers are willing to cast permanent spells for others. The long-term depletion of magical energy does not merely diminish combat capability, but also hinders the pace of future training. For example, if Salin were to cast a 1st-level permanent spell for someone else, his magical energy would immediately be halved, until he recovered his magical energy. His training rate would also decrease by 50%. What might have taken 2 years to ascend to a 2nd-level sorcerer would be extended by at least another year after casting a permanent spell. This was particularly significant given Salin's magical energy was already double that of a typical 1st-level sorcerer. An ordinary 1st-level sorcerer might lack the capacity to even cast a 1st-level permanent spell. What spell is embedded in this? Salin cradled the bracelet with utmost care, as if confronting a 9th-level sorcerer, infused with respect. 8th-level water mirror technique, Aini replied, watching Salin with a hint of reluctance. Without hesitation, Salin reached for a handful of gemstones and pressed them into Aini's hands. The 8th-level water mirror technique could reflect damage beyond magical attacks. Water mirror is an advanced spell, learnable from the 5th to the 9th levels. The 8th-level water mirror technique could reflect not only magic below the 8th level, but also sword energy from those below the level of Silver Sword Saint. This ability, even if it can be employed only once, is exceedingly precious. However, this bracelet can be repeatedly utilized once embedded with an 8th-level magic core. Salin grasped Nalis's hand and adorned her with the bracelet, saying, "Give it a try." Nalis placed her hand on the low table, clutching a gem. A pale blue radiance flickered, and the gem vanished. Observing Aini's astonished expression, Salin realized that Aini's reluctance to seize the gem stemmed from a certain trepidation toward Nalis. "Master, it is indeed usable. Why not entrust me with all the gems in the Sika pouch?" Nalis implored, adopting a charming demeanor. "And then do you plan to flee?" Salin reproached her. "Master, we share a soul contract." Nalis's eyes brimmed with tears, and Aini, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy. Salin, it seemed, lacked an understanding of tenderness toward the delicate. "Humph, you should abandon such hopes. I must inform you that for over 10,000 years, no one has been able to penetrate the demon realm. Should you wish to escape and sever the soul contract, no amount of gems will suffice." Salin, recalling his teacher's admonitions, spoke to Nalis without a hint of compassion. Master. Nalis wailed, and Aini, taken aback, could not fathom what Salin had said to her. Caring for a demon is indeed a vexation. Salin observed Nalis weeping incessantly, reluctant to discipline her in front of Aini. In truth, he was at a loss as to how to punish a demon, and thus spoke gently. "Enough, Nalis, cease your tears. That gem belongs to Sika. I cannot simply take it." Nalis, sniffling, replied, "I merely wish to help watch over her. She is not as swift as I, and carrying so many gems seems perilous." "That must await Aini's absence, Nalis. When there are no outsiders around, I shall give you the gems." "Really?" Nalis exclaimed, her tears transforming into joy as she shook Salin's hand, increasingly resembling a magical pet. Salin felt a sense of foreboding. He sensed that Nalis's troubles were only just beginning. The soul contract could ensure Nalis's loyalty, but could not alter her habits or mindset. However, he desperately required a demon as an aid. Nalis's combat prowess should surpass Sika's, and her ability to wield spatial equipment made her indispensable. Perhaps, he mused, recalling his teacher's words, one must pay an equivalent price for any possession. This seemed a fundamental truth every mage ought to comprehend. What then is the price of possessing Nalis? Salin found himself unable to ascertain. Surely it could not be greater than the cost of acquiring the magical strings. Chapter 25, Sleepless Night, Part 1. Salin and his companions took residence in Annie's shop. A quaint establishment with merely 2 floors. The first floor was dedicated to the sale of weapons, while the second served as living quarters, with a basement functioning as a storage area. This place rarely entertained guests, as the second floor contained only 3 bedrooms originally intended for servants. And there were no guest rooms. Annie was somewhat eccentric. He had no need for servants and managed the shop himself. Salin initially intended for Neris and Sika to share a room, but Sika vehemently opposed the idea, having witnessed Neris in her true form. She feared that the little demon might rise in the dead of night to sever her throat. Reluctantly, Salin conceded and allowed Neris to share a room with him. Annie observed with a peculiar gaze as Salin and the 2 women bickered, eventually retreating with the scantily clad woman into one of the rooms, utterly perplexed by the nature of their relationship. Upon entering the bedroom, Neris immediately climbed onto the plush bed. Salin kicked off his shoes and pushed her down. You sleep on the floor, my lady. Sit down. Neris obediently settled onto the floor, while Salin dangled his feet over the edge of the bed. Gazing at the little demon he had tamed, Neris combed her long, dark hair with her slender fingers, her chest rising as she curled her legs to the right side of her body. Her slightly elevated brow gave her an air of elegance, with her eyebrows arching delicately towards her temples. The lids of her eyes bore a hint of pink, reminiscent of someone still caught in the embrace of slumber. Despite her noble and striking appearance, her languid demeanor rendered her endearingly petite. Unfortunately for Salin, the allure of a contracted creature was secondary to the value of its combat prowess. He inquired, Neris, what abilities do you possess? Must I reveal everything? Neris leaned forward, her toes curling enticingly. Yes, do share. My greatest talent lies in capturing magic insects. These creatures are the most common beings in the demon realm, typically of low rank. However, they are quite cunning, making them difficult to capture. The most challenging to catch is a luminescent aphid, which is protected by swarms of magic ants in its juvenile stage and can fly once it matures. The types of magic ants are numerous, with fire magic ants being the most troublesome. Neris. Salin interrupted, uninterested in a lecture on demon entomology. He sought to discern what Neris could accomplish in the realm of Mels. Fire magic ants? Encountering them is better than death. They tend to raise their prey in their nests, consuming them gradually, quite frugal. My lord. Neris gazed at Salin in confusion, as he had prompted her to disclose her abilities. And she had merely begun with her strongest suit. The little demon had minimal combat strength in the demon realm, sustaining herself by feasting on magic insects and occasionally hunting her kin. Though her lineage was commendable, it only placed her among her peers. What do you think of Sika's combat capabilities? Salin queried, aware of his own impatience. Neris had been confined since arriving in Mels and could not possibly grasp the current distribution of power among humans. He could only gauge Neris' strength by comparing her to those around him. She seems to lack any combat prowess. Neris replied, misunderstanding Salin's intent. It appeared that her master also possessed little fighting ability, which made her somewhat pleased. According to a legend in the demon realm, if a demon devoured its master, it would undergo a bloodline mutation, acquiring unforeseen abilities. Yet, since humans had descended upon the demon realm, no demon had ever succeeded in devouring its master. How credible was this legend? Neris licked her lips, casting a glance at Salin's neck. And you? How many Sikas can you defeat? My lord, that is difficult to ascertain. Sika possesses a bothersome energy, and her blood has a peculiar taste. I am uncertain what would transpire in a confrontation. Perhaps I should sneak a bite? Salin found himself at a loss for words. Neris was entirely ignorant of the power dynamics in Mels. She understood only the concept of combat, and he could not allow her to truly engage Sika in battle. What about the white steward we encountered in the chaotic marsh? How do you compare to him? Salin pressed on, hoping to gain insight into Neris' capabilities. Not impressive, quite weak, weaker than some ordinary demons. So you cannot defeat him? Salin was not easily misled. Although Neris spoke with disdain, he noted that she was comparing herself to the white steward. Demons were superior to little demons, implying that Neris felt she could not best the white steward. Neris pouted and shrugged, answering Salin's query in a very human manner. Communicating with demons was arduous. Even with a soul contract, humans could never truly comprehend the thoughts of a demon. How large is the space within the bracelet? Salin decided to inquire about something practical. He had gathered that Neris possessed slightly greater combat strength than Sika, but was weaker than the white steward. If categorized by occupational ranks, she likely fell between levels 4 and 6. Regardless of the level, she could not contend with the sword saint. Nere's eyes darted around the room as she quickly responded. It is 124th the size of this room. Salin's mathematical prowess was not sufficient to calculate the dimensions of that space instantaneously. He gestured. That roughly equates to a cubic foot. Can you determine how many cubic feet the space within the bracelet encompasses? Approximately 775 cubic feet. Nere's cognitive abilities and calculations left Salin astounded. Her response was as swift as a spell. This figure was readily comprehensible to Salin. 775 cubic feet was about 20 times the space of the gift ring, affirming that Amy's bracelet was indeed a high-quality item, devoid of deceit. My lord, why do you seem to trust that child so readily? Nere's referred to Amy as a child without hesitation, as she had lived for thousands of years. Time for sleep. Salin yawned. He sensed that Nere's was reluctant to reveal her abilities. Most likely, this little demon had not yet awakened many of her powers due to her immaturity. Regrettably, his prior exposure to demonology text was too scant. Otherwise, he could ascertain Nere's lineage and the abilities she would acquire upon maturation. Yes. Upon seeing Salin lie down on the bed, Nere's fell silent. She lay down on the floor, her gaze fixed on the wall ahead, lost in thought. Nere's, my lord, continue. Salin retrieved a gem from his gift ring and tossed it onto the bed. Nere's face lit up with joy as she caught the gem and tucked it into her bracelet. Unable to sleep, Salin selected more gems from his gift ring, tossing them one by one. Nere's reflexes were akin to lightning as she caught them, placing each into her bracelet. As Salin cleared the space in his gift ring, he pondered the matter of trust in relation to Amy. Did he truly trust Amy? They had only just met, so it was premature to claim deep trust. Yet, trust was something cultivated over time. If he did not trust someone from the outset, he would never be able to forge a deeper connection with that individual. However, this transaction felt somewhat precarious. He was exchanging goods worth over 2 million gold coins. Once, he had nearly lost his life for a single gold coin, and now the stakes had escalated to 2 million. Such comparisons left him anxious. While Annie might regard Nere's with caution, once they entered the Chinean Empire and arrived in the Clyde family's territory, that caution would likely dissipate. Restless, Salin found that Sika was equally unable to sleep. She emptied the contents of her pouch, gems, ores, and unfamiliar items onto the bed. We're rich, Sika exclaimed, clutching the cold ores in her hands, feeling warmth bloom within her heart. With wealth in hand, it seemed she could finally return home, eschewing further adventures. The outside world was too chaotic and filthy. Yet, without her, could Salin manage? He was now accompanied by an unruly little demon, and Sika's heart grew heavy once more, recalling her acquaintance with Salin. What lingered in her memory was not the embarrassing moment when he spied on her during her bath, but rather the clearer recollection of his earnest words after she had been injured. Sika, I am not a priest. Do not exert yourself so recklessly in the future. Indeed, he was merely a magician, not a priest, and thus did not require her protection. Annie, too, found himself unable to sleep. He lay upon his bed, surrounded by a veritable trove of gemstones. In his possession, these jewels could fetch a far greater price, sufficient for the procurement of materials essential to become a necromancer. Yet, the bracelet gifted to him by his parents had been sold, and the thought of it pierced his heart with sorrow. To eliminate Salin? No. Such an act would be profoundly unethical, and besides, that Nere's was formidable, capable of wielding such advanced spatial artifacts. She must be at least a grand magician. It was no wonder Salin's mentor permitted this novice magician to venture forth for experience, with a grand magician safeguarding him, even in the Chinean Empire. Few would dare to attract such misfortune. Though Annie was still young and had endured some hardships, his heart remained relatively pure. He recalled Salin's radiant smile and that casual inquiry. Can you procure the flames of the undead? A warmth enveloped Annie's heart. Since his parents had been effectively imprisoned, he had not encountered such genuine expression. Salin, a magician of great lineage, did not disdain him for having lost his magical strings. How could he betray a friend's trust? What were a few million gold coins? If he could reclaim his status as a magician, even as a necromancer, he could once more earn the esteem of his family. Mastering a major city would ensure the flow of millions in gold annually. No amount of gold could substitute for the friendship of a magician. Just as a surge of ambition was welling up within Annie, a piercing scream emerged from Salin's room. It was Nere's. Master, it hurts. Ah, it tickles. Be quiet, endure it. I can't hold back. Master, I realize my mistake. Woe is me. Annie and Sika held their breath in their respective chambers, listening intently as Nere's began to moan, seemingly enduring some torment. Annie's face flushed. He leapt onto his bed, covering his head with his blanket. Sika, however, wore a dark expression. That little imp was attempting to seduce Salin. Ugh, master, I still feel quite uncomfortable. Nere's cries diminished significantly, yet still permeated the walls, echoing throughout the second floor of the shop. In a fit of anger, Sika struck the wall with her staff, exclaiming loudly, Quiet down. Others are trying to sleep. Chapter 25, Sleepless Night, Part 2. The room of Salin fell into silence as Sika, in a fit of anger, dropped her weapon, leaving a gaping hole in the wall that nearly breached it entirely. Salin realized he could not return home. The little demon beside him harbored ill intentions. Moreover, venturing home alone seemed perilous. The scoundrel from the church had already seen his face, and it would be disastrous if the villagers were implicated. Sika concocted a compelling rationale to continue the adventure with Salin, vowing that she would not let this little demon succeed. Once her strength was restored, she could bestow some priestly blessings upon Salin, thus shielding him from demonic temptation. Nahlis's tears were genuine this time. Salin, unable to sleep, resolved to engage in his daily training and retrieved his family crest. After casting a simple level O spell, the mysterious emblem, as before, absorbed the magical strings within Salin's body, along with a significant portion of his energy. However, this time, there was a slight alteration, as various negative states invaded Salin's body. Nahlis felt the same sensations for the first time, and she screamed in terror. Nahlis thought Salin was punishing her, and fear gripped her as she experienced pain unlike anything she had endured before, tears streaming down her cheeks. Is the master going to abandon me? This is a good thing, so why am I crying? Is it the pain? My heart aches. Salin sensed Nahlis's despair, lying on the bed, unable to move. Yet, after extensive training, he could at least muster the strength to speak. Nahlis, I am practicing magic. Perhaps due to our soul bond, you are experiencing my pain. Master, you are enduring this too. Don't worry, it will pass soon. Salin comforted Nahlis, feeling a sudden urge to spare her from such suffering. After all, Nahlis, being of demonic blood, quickly adapted to the pain. She softly inquired, Master, is magic training always like this? Why do humans inflict such torment upon themselves? No, it is only me. Salin struggled to explain. Master, do you wish to become stronger? I have a way. Nahlis, this training must be undertaken whenever there is time. Salin interrupted her. The temptation was too blatant. How to become powerful? There are no shortcuts to strength. Master, enough with the chatter. Spend your free time reading and learn to speak the common tongue. I have no books to read. Silence. Nahlis continued to moan, while Sika angrily pounded the wall, tears streaming down her face. My house. Nahlis finally quieted down. Salin noticed, perhaps due to Nahlis sharing the pain, that he returned to normalcy in less than an hour this time. If this state could be achieved in a mere hour, the family crest would indeed be a potent secret weapon. He cradled the emblem in his palms, illuminated by the moonlight streaming in through the window, hoping to discern the magical patterns etched upon it. However, the deep lightning-shaped scar at the center had completely compromised the integrity of the magical engravings. After gazing for a long while, he could find no clues within. Master, does Sika misunderstand us? Nahlis, unable to sleep, continued to tease Salin. He was unaware that demons seldom require sleep unless they have sustained significant injuries. Or, like Nahlis, if confined in a place where they cannot procure sustenance. Demons may also fall into slumber to conserve energy. Misunderstand what? Salin, still naive in matters of romance, had no inclination to delve deeper into such thoughts. For a magician, the interactions between men and women held no mystique, nor did they warrant particular attention. Without mystery, there is a lack of allure, unless Salin matured further, becoming especially sensitive to such matters. Ordinary people often perceive magicians as aloof for good reason. Their hours of study far exceed those of others, fostering a perspective on life that is more straightforward and naive. Meanwhile, mundane humans require pretense to shield themselves. Without formidable power, pure thoughts will only render one a lamb among wolves. Master, of course, it is a misunderstanding regarding you and me. You speak of mating? You don't distinguish between genders, so what is there to misunderstand? I can simply inform Sika tomorrow. Salin, exasperated, turned over, feeling a stirring within his body. Nahlis, in resignation, lowered her head, resting her chin on the floor, remaining still. Perhaps tomorrow she should also deceive Sika into giving her the gem? Would the master use training as an excuse to punish her? What was happening to her? The desire to share the burden of pain with the master was not a thought befitting a demon. Devour the master. A voice echoed in Nahlis's mind. Consume him, and you shall be free. Master? Nahlis softly called, but Salin had already succumbed to deep meditation and did not respond. Nahlis gazed up at the bed and continued softly. If one day I were to consume you, would you forgive me? I am a demon. After all, I cannot remain by your side forever. As the moonlight shifted away from the window, the room grew darker. Salin's eyelids gently closed, and he did not hear Nahlis's words. That night, apart from Salin, everyone else struggled to find rest. Annie, already appearing frail, wore an even more weary expression, reflecting her exhaustion. Nahlis, much more subdued, spoke not a word. Following Salin as he exited to slay a wizard possessing a magical tower, one must pay a price manifold. After breakfast, Annie visited the Adventurers Guild to post a hiring notice, preparing to return to the Chinese Empire with Salin and others. This establishment was partially his own and partially served as a modest stronghold for his family and the Phoenix Duchy. Numerous such strongholds existed throughout the Phoenix Duchy, alleviating Annie from the necessity of constant oversight. Once the family convoy arrived, it sufficed to leave someone behind to oversee the stronghold. This quaint town was rather insignificant. Were it not for its proximity to the chaotic swamp, the Clyde family might not have deemed it worthy of establishing a presence. Over the ensuing days, Salin gleaned much about the current state of the Qin Empire from Annie. Although Annie had been relegated to a remote region by his family, he still managed to acquire information monthly, indicating he was neither exiled nor entirely disregarded. Such circumstances were unique to the Qin Empire. In other realms, due to the church's influence, individuals like Annie would likely have vanished without a trace. Annie's parents were imprisoned within the Qin Empire, and the church's attempts to exact vengeance upon them proved futile, resulting in mutual detriment. Should the church seek to confront the Clyde family, it would necessitate the dispatch of considerable manpower into the Qin Empire, a move that would undoubtedly incite the Emperor's wrath, leading to dire consequences. The Clyde family engaged in more than mere weaponry. Akin to other prominent families within the empire, their commercial ventures spanned nearly every conceivable domain. Indeed, armaments were not their most substantial trade. Grain, spices, silk, tea, livestock, construction, the Clyde family operated as a vast commercial empire, thriving under imperial rule. Within the Qin Empire, for such grand families existed, each leader bestowed with the title of Earl by the Emperor. This accolade bore no political weight. The imperial authority in the Qin Empire was far more centralized than in the other three great empires, substantially diminishing the power of the nobility. The title of Earl, being that of a middle-ranking noble, served primarily to relieve the four families of taxation, lacking further utility. Annie cautioned Salin that in the Qin Empire, true power resided with the royal family. As a magician, one might disregard the nobility, yet it was prudent to avoid conflict with the royals. For the imperial family had originated from the practice of magic. The number of royal magicians even surpassed the total of magicians in the other three empires combined. Within the imperial palace of the Qin Empire stood three colossal 9th-level magical towers, thus earning the empire the additional title of the Magical Empire. Chapter 26. The Nut Mercenary Corps, Part 1. A fleeting journey is about to unfold. What awaits Salin in the Qin Empire? Annie yearned for freedom, yet to depart. He required the arrival of his family. He still had a mission of intelligence gathering in the small town. This task might be deemed one of the most rudimentary within the family, yet it necessitated a dedicated individual. With only 4 days remaining until the month's end, Salin and his companions also prepared for their venture. The journey from the Phoenix Principality to the Qin Empire was fraught with peril, as bandit factions roamed the wilderness. First, they needed to procure horses. Wealthy adventurers typically prepared 3 steeds, 2 for riding and 1 for carrying goods. Average mercenaries would be fortunate to possess even a single horse, as they could not bear to part with it. Annie purchased 8 horses and arranged for their care elsewhere. Selecting steeds was an art. One should avoid the imperial standard military horses, which had high fodder requirements and would suffer from indigestion if fed wild grass. Instead, he opted for the sturdy ponies bred near the Ushuri River in central Dala. Though not particularly swift, these ponies were resilient to both cold and heat and could thrive on minimal sustenance. Their endurance surpassed that of the cavalry horses, and they could also be utilized for pulling carts when necessary. Next came the preparation of personal belongings. Salin's tent had long been abandoned in the swamp of chaos, and his metal water flask had been gifted to Tsonghong, while Sheikah's water pouch had sprung a leak, necessitating replacements. Regarding weapons and armor, Salin, being a mage, required none. His magical robe remained unblemished. Sheikah's leather armor was of commendable quality, showing no signs of wear after several skirmishes, a valuable piece worth over 1,000 gold coins. However, Annie could not help but grimace upon noticing the brand on Sheikah's armor. It was produced by the Jungle Weaponry Company, affiliated with the Williams family of the Qin Empire, rivals of the Clyde family in the arms trade for over a century. Annie selected a glove for Salin, slipping it onto his left hand to soften the appearance of his grasp. This glove was also a magical artifact, crafted entirely by hand from ordinary snow silkworm silk. The snow silkworm was a first-tier magical beast, easily cultivated in abundance, making the silk inexpensive. The true value lay in the craftsmanship. Wearing such gloves did not hinder a mage's spellcasting and even enhanced water-based magic. The snow silkworm silk was also used for crafting soft armor, known for its exceptional durability. Mages adorned with these gloves effectively safeguarded their precious hands. Some skillful rogues even dyed these gloves black to serve as substitutes for leather gauntlets. Annie further replaced Sheikah's pouch, as the one gifted by jungle weaponry lacked compartments, resulting in a chaotic mess if filled indiscriminately. After approximately 2 days of preparation, a suitable mercenary group arrived. This 8-member mercenary band approached Annie's shop after accepting a task from the guild. Upon seeing Amy's silence, the mercenary frowned, but then broke into a hearty laugh, pointing to his badge and said, "We are a level 5 mercenary group, merely too lazy to recruit." The mercenary was tall and well-built, with a striking appearance. Short black hair, and a quintessential Chinese visage. Clad in heavy armor, he did not appear cumbersome. His dark green cloak bore several holes, while his armor was polished to a shine. "I am Flamingo, leader of the Nut Mercenary Corps." "The Nut Mercenary Corps? The same that vanquished the Squirrel Bandits?" Annie's expression brightened considerably. He had initially intended to hire more individuals to escort himself and Sarah back to Chin'in, as their wealth was substantial, necessitating a reputable mercenary group. The Nut Mercenary Corps boasted a reputation cleaner than the waters of restoration and could be considered of above-average strength. The Squirrel Bandits, a lesser-ranked yet notorious bandit group, had persisted on the wanted list for over 120 years. Though small in number, they had a reputation for cunning and had never failed in their endeavors. Legends spoke of high-level mages and even blasphemers among the ranks of the Squirrel Bandits. 2 years prior, a newly registered mercenary group took on the task of exterminating the Squirrel Bandits. This group was none other than the Nut Mercenary Corps. At the time, many in the mercenary community regarded it as a jest. After all, the name Nut was reminiscent of food for squirrels, and the group was notably small, consisting of only 8 members. To undertake this task, the Nut Mercenary Corps had to deposit 10,000 gold coins. Failure to complete the mission within the stipulated time would result in the forfeiture of that sum. 6 months later, the Squirrel Bandits were eradicated, and the Nut Mercenary Corps ascended to the status of a level 5 mercenary group, becoming a legendary inspiration for countless lower-tier mercenary bands. The name Nut was henceforth cemented, no longer merely a temporary title for an obscure group. Salin's registered group was classified as a level 1 mercenary band, merely bearing a number. Even if he chose a name, it would not be acknowledged in the mercenary community. Should a level 4 or higher group wish to adopt that name, Salin's band would have to relinquish it. Only those mercenary groups with established names were considered genuine mercenaries. This was an unwritten rule within the mercenary realm. Thus, the true profits invariably flowed to the higher-tier mercenary groups, while those of lower ranks often languished in poverty, some even devolving into banditry. NES shop was ill-equipped to accommodate such a crowd. So he and the members of the Nut Mercenary Corps retreated to their lodging to discuss the specifics of the hiring arrangement. Although the Nut Mercenary Corps had accepted the mission without Annie's confirmation, others were still free to pursue it. "We are 4 individuals, tasked with delivering you to Kellen County. It is a level 5 mission, including food and lodging, for a commission of 500 gold coins. Kellen County is quite distant, and with only 500 gold coins as compensation. I doubt many high-level mercenary groups would take it," Flamingo replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The journey to Kellen County was lengthy, even with horses. It would take over 3 months, calculated that amounted to barely over 100 gold coins per month. Hardly more lucrative than hunting magical beasts in the Swamp of Chaos for their course. Additionally, the penalties for failing a level 5 mission were severe, and Flamingo would have to deposit a considerable sum with the guild. For lower-tier mercenaries, a 500 gold coin task would incite fierce competition. Yet the Nut Corps was indifferent to such trivial sums. "Upon reaching Kellen County, I shall additionally provide you with a piece of mica," Annie confidently offered. Flamingo's interest was piqued, and he cautiously inquired, "What size are we talking about?" While mica held little significance for mages, it was an exceptional material for weapon crafting in the hands of swordsmen. Such resources were scarce, and if a mage acquired it, the likelihood of them using it casually was high, making it difficult for swordsmen to obtain. Quite substantial, Annie estimated, sufficient to inscribe all magical runes on a greatsword. Flamingo pondered, glancing at his companions before cautiously asking, "May I request 2 pieces? I shall forego the 500 gold coins, and we can provide you with an additional 500 gold coins." Annie glanced at Salin, who nodded lightly. The notion of mica was Salin's proposal for such an item. Mercenaries would be exceedingly diligent. Even if a higher bid were presented, they would remain loyal to their employer. However, Annie did not possess mica at hand and needed to seek Salin's approval. "Very well, we shall set out at the beginning of the month. I will cover your expenses for the next few days." Flamingo laughed heartily. "No need for that. Have you all prepared your gear? Do you require our assistance?" Annie, finding his generosity refreshing, replied with a smile, "We are ready, with 8 ponies, all of them ushery ponies." Salin remained silent, his gaze fixed on one member of the Nut Mercenary Corps, a figure clad in a white magical robe, the very mage he had brushed past outside the tavern. It was not unusual for a level 5 mercenary group to possess a mage. What was peculiar was that he was merely a level 2 mage. Moreover, Salin pondered the sheer coincidence. The mage was also observing Salin, intrigued, as the captain inquired about the golden cloud mineral, while E&I sought Salin's counsel. Could it be that this first-level mage was the principal individual being escorted? After a prolonged exchange of glances, an awkward atmosphere ensued. Fortunately, the mage's temperament was not peculiar. He took the initiative to greet Salin, saying, "We meet again. Greetings, I am Walnut." Salin replied, forming a rough assessment in his mind. This was a common mage, of humble origins. As mages do not possess nicknames, Walnut was indeed his true name. It was conceivable that this mage might lack a surname altogether. Such a lowly background, yet achieving the status of a second-level mage at such a youthful age could be deemed a prodigy. Flamingo suggested, "Let us introduce ourselves once the team is ready to depart." He turned to Mr. E and I. "May we take a day to leave? Before we go, I wish to visit the forest." E and I nodded in agreement. "No problem, we shall meet at the beginning of the month." Salin set aside his lingering doubts. That mage was unlikely to be targeting him. Having escaped the chaotic marshes, it was implausible for the locals to have prior knowledge of his presence. And the events occurring within the chaotic marshes would not have been disseminated. His apprehensions were unwarranted. If E and I intended to conspire against him, he would not choose someone with whom he had already interacted. The Clyde family's caravan arrived punctually. E and I exchanged a few words with his family members and then accompanied Salin and the others to the Nut Mercenary Corps Inn, bringing along the horses they had entrusted for care. Adjacent to the inn was a restaurant, both establishments being part of the same enterprise. With their departure scheduled for the following day, they gathered for a meal to familiarize themselves with one another's circumstances. They reserved a private room. 12 individuals seated around a large table. Such arrangements were typically found in establishments catering to mercenaries. However, the mercenaries from the Chinese Empire appeared notably quieter than their Bisconia counterparts, while the Nut Mercenary Corps members donned soft armor, weapons at their side and exuding an air of readiness for combat. They were not boisterous. Both parties engaged in conversation at relatively low volumes. Salin found himself seated beside the mage, and they exchanged smiles. Salin recognized that he had been overly sensitive. The number of mages in the Chinese Empire was considerable, and encountering a few was not remarkable. "I am Salin. I remember. You hail from the Chinese Empire?" "No, I am from Bisconia." "Ah, your accent is quite pure." Walnut chuckled, eliciting a smile from Salin as well. Over the past few days, he had been adjusting his accent under Ni's guidance. For a mage, mastering languages was a vital skill. Incorrect pronunciation of spells could render the learning of new magic an arduous endeavor. Chapter 26. The Nut Mercenary Corps, Part 2. In the span of a single meal, everyone became acquainted. The composition of the Nut Mercenary Corps was rather peculiar. There were no assassins, nor even a specialized swordsman wielding the Chinese rapier. Apart from the mage, each member donned heavy metal armor. Among the 8 individuals, 2 wielded greatswords, 4 brandished broadswords, 1 carried an iron spear, and the last was a mage. This configuration proved quite inadequate for a low-level mercenary group. Even for a formidable team like the Nut Mercenary Corps, there were shortcomings, as no one was suited for reconnaissance. The weight of their armor was unwieldy. It was hardly appropriate to send the mage ahead to scout. Salin was not particularly loquacious, at least not in comparison to Annie. While Annie engaged animatedly with Flamingo and the others, Salin could only converse about professional matters with Walnut, the mage, to pass the time. Sheikah did not speak Chinese, and Nearest barely understood the common tongue. The mercenaries attempted small talk with the two but soon realized the futility of their efforts and desisted. "Master Salin, may I be so bold as to inquire about your mentor?" "Just call me Salin." Salin paused, sighed, and added, "My teacher forbids me from disclosing his name until I become a grand mage." Oh, Walnut did not find this strange. It was a customary rule among mages undergoing inheritance. If a student had not reached a certain level, the teacher would not recognize them as an official pupil. This served as a common motivational tactic to spur students toward progress. Walnut dismissed it with a wave. "Salin, why haven't I seen you use a magic staff?" Salin felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had possessed a magic staff but had discarded it. After leaving the chaotic swamp, he had lost the use of one hand, rendering the staff unnecessary. The staff was intended to amplify magical prowess and conserve a modicum of mental energy. Salin's repertoire of spells was limited, yet he mastered each to perfection, thus his requirements for a staff were minimal. Furthermore, his mental energy surpassed that of his peers, so he had no desire to purchase another from Annie. "I have yet to find a suitable staff. By the way, Walnut, who is your teacher?" Salin was not well versed in the lineage of mages. Jason's books were plentiful, yet none delved into that subject. "I have no teacher," Walnut replied, a hint of despondence in his tone. "You are remarkable. Were it not for my teacher, I would still be nothing," Salin consoled Walnut. For a mage, aspiring to greatness without guidance was nearly impossible. Walnut displayed exceptional talent. Had he a mentor, he might have achieved Grand Mage status before the age of 30. Akin to Jason. "I'm too poor to afford a teacher." Walnut cast a glance at the white crystal ring on Salin's hand, his emotions complex. He mistakenly assumed Salin hailed from a wealthy family, capable of affording a magic teacher. Judging by the ring, it must be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. "How much does one pay for a teacher?" Salin pondered, bewildered. Jason had never mentioned any fees, often providing him with financial support instead, just for a registered student. It costs 100,000 gold coins a year. Such a sum. Salin was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the value of gold. 100,000 coins was likely beyond the means of even the Duke of Gugu from Shilin City. And that was merely for a year. Moreover, this was for a registered student. Salin was unaware of the price of hiring a teacher, but understood the implications of being a registered student. Until Jason formally acknowledged him, his status was akin to that of a registered student. Jason offered no guidance, leaving him to self-study. It was only after Jason recognized him that he had the opportunity to participate in magical experiments weekly and occasionally receive unique insights. Queries regarding obscure topics were welcomed. The disparity between these two statuses was vast. Observing Salin's astonishment, Walnut too felt puzzled. Was it possible that his teacher imparted magical knowledge without charge? Upon this realization, a look of jealousy flickered across Walnut's face. This expression was not overt. Had it not been for Salin's innate sensitivity, he might not have noticed it at all. Annie would never display such an expression, causing Salin to feel a tinge of alienation toward Walnut. Jealousy was a poison for mages. Although Walnut possessed talent, his character lacked fortitude. This might be the reason he had yet to attract the attention of a grand mage. For many mages, monetary concerns were trivial. My success is of no concern to you. This was a maxim left by a powerful mage, hailing from humble beginnings. This mage advanced to level 9 before the age of 40 without any mentorship. Salin had the fortune of perusing this mage's magical notes from his youth, fostering an immense admiration for his character. Rising from poverty, relentless in his pursuit, never acting blindly, he progressed along the path of magic step by step. This encapsulated the life trajectory of that divine mage. In the notes, Salin found no boastful claims nor a single complaint, despite his growing aversion to Walnut. They would have to coexist for the next 3 months. Salin concealed his feelings, instead extending warmth should a chance arise in the future. I will introduce you to my teacher. Really? Walnut exclaimed with delight. His camaraderie with Salin was not entirely unselfish. Of course, Salin replied earnestly, though inwardly he mused that future opportunities might be scant. Once he arrived in Kushui County to focus on his training, by the time he became a Grand Mage, his teacher would likely have advanced to level 6 and returned to the Qin Empire to construct a magic tower. For mages, the transition from level 6 to level 7 was a pivotal juncture in life. Surpassing it meant becoming a mage lord. Failing to do so would render one's aspirations futile. The lifespan of a mage lord was significantly extended, whereas even a level 6 mage would merely outlive the ordinary by a few decades. Decades, in the vast realm of magic, were but a fleeting moment. By then, his teacher would surely shun all visitors, including himself. You can wait patiently. Salin, do you possess any surplus gemstones? Sell them to me. Salin felt disdain in his heart. This was the epitome of avarice. Walnut bore no resemblance to a mage. Rather, he seemed akin to a merchant from Skosenia. Should Salin admit to having gemstones, Walnut would undoubtedly haggle relentlessly, perhaps even demanding credit. Such faces were all too familiar to Salin, as half the population of Shilin City exhibited similar traits. I have some black mica. Its value is difficult to determine. Salin feigned a look of difficulty, and indeed, Walnut ceased his pursuit of gemstones. Black mica had poor properties. However, this peculiar gem possessed a strange attribute. When refined by a powerful alchemist, it could yield a gemstone akin in properties to emerald. Yet, were one to hire an alchemist for refinement, the likelihood was that the black mica would be reduced to ashes, yielding nothing. If left unrefined, the properties of black mica were rather mundane, possessing minimal value. Many mages had squandered their fortunes on black mica, ultimately failing to extract even a single emerald, earning them the derision of being labeled as greedy mages. Though Walnut was greedy, he dared not gamble. His father had been a gambler, meeting his demise at a young age. Your ring, it's made of white crystal, I assenti it? Walnut shifted his focus, his gaze keen and discerning. Yes, it was a gift from my teacher. A fire ignited within Walnut. Salin's teacher had presented him with a magic ring worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Why had he not encountered such a mentor? Life was indeed unfair. The affluent could procure whatever they desired, while he, of humble origins, could only endure relentless hardship. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Walnut clenched his fists, momentarily at a loss for words, his teeth grinding together in silent agony. Salin lifted his cup, shielding his gaze as he consumed a drink of restorative water. He could no longer bear it. Salin even began to doubt whether hiring the Nut Mercenary Corps was a grave mistake. Master, Nira spoke from behind the barrier of Sheikah, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, audible to all, yet shrouded in ambiguity. What is it? Salin set down his cup. That mage harbors ill intentions towards you. Nearest chuckled softly, her expression betraying nothing, yet her voice was enchanting, weaving into the minds of those present tender, and soothing. Do not speak nonsense, be silent. Salin worried that Walnut might comprehend the ancient Jimmel language, given that Walnut was also a mage. I am merely concerned for the master's safety, Nearest giggled, as if sharing a secret with Li Chu. At that moment, Walnut felt a disquieting stir within. He had not overlooked Nearest's allure. Yet his fervent desire for magic had drawn his focus entirely towards Salin. Salin, who is this lady? Walnut, unable to derive any advantage from Salin, shifted his attention. Flamenco coughed discontentedly, contemplating that had mages not been so scarce, he would have expelled Walnut long ago. This man was excessively greedy. However, despite the abundance of mages in the Chinese Empire, few were inclined to join a small mercenary group. Walnut possessed decent abilities and, being of a lower rank, could be retained without exorbitant cost, which is why Flamenco endured him. Now, with Walnut suddenly losing the composure typical of a mage, his gaze towards the woman became unmistakably inappropriate, provoking Flamenco's ire. In a mercenary group, reputation is paramount, even if one is a mage. It is unbecoming to engage in flirtation with an employer's attendant. Walnut, ignited by a sudden surge of inappropriate desire, failed to perceive Flamenco's anger. His eyes greedily roving over Nearest. Salin mused, if only you had seen her true form, would you still behave thus? Yet, he spoke aloud, this is Nearest, a servant who has served my family for generations. Ain looked over in astonishment. He had always assumed Nearest was Salin's protector, only to discover she was a maid. He understood Salin could not be jesting, for Nearest was indeed a formidable wielder of spatial equipment. It dawned on him that Salin hailed from a prominent family, undoubtedly backed by a powerful force. Fortuitously, he had not entertained any nefarious thoughts, otherwise he would have found himself in grave trouble. Sometimes, offending a family can be far more serious than spurning the church. At least the church's reach does not extend into the Chinese Empire, while a family, in pursuit of vengeance, could very well ally with the royal court to gain the power needed for retribution. Chapter 27. Paper Puppet Scarecrow, Part 1. On this joyous day, Salin was oblivious to the thoughts of others. He cast a first-level spell, infusing a cup with restorative water, and drank from it. What a wastrel! Not only Walnut thought so, casting magic consumes magical essence, and to use a spell merely to quench one's thirst seemed frivolous. Even Flamingo regarded Salin as a dandy magician. Lamenting inwardly, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as attention shifted to Nearest. Walnut realized he had acted out of line, offering an awkward smile as he raised his cup to mask his unease and drank it down in one gulp. After dinner, Salin and the others retreated to their rooms, while the Nut Mercenary group gathered in Flamingo's chamber to hear his arrangements for their upcoming task. This time, the reward was not in gold coins, but in 2 pieces of gold mica. Walnut, as a magician, this may not hold much value for you. What compensation do you seek? Understanding the captain's temperament, Walnut promptly replied, just the usual discount. I still require 1/8. Very well, the 2 pieces of gold mica are estimated at a value of 2,000 gold coins. If there are no objections, I propose a division of 160 gold coins. Seeing Walnut's agreement, Flamingo nodded with satisfaction and addressed the others. This mission is not particularly arduous. Our escort target possesses combat capability, except for E&I. However, as a member of the Clyde family, E&I will have certain means of self-preservation. Our primary focus should be on protecting the magician named Salin. Why? Walnut could not help but inquire. Because our reward likely rests upon him. First-level magicians lack close combat prowess. Vajewski brothers, you were tasked with his personal protection. Additionally, pay attention to the Caucasian warrior named Shika, assist her in defense when necessary. Caucasians are formidable fighters, and I noticed she carries a boomerang, providing her with some ranged attack capability. In the event of a real battle, we will rely on her to alleviate some of our pressure. Understood, Captain. The Vajewski brothers, heavy swordsmen clad in the thickest armor, typically assisted Walnut in combat. Javelin, you will serve as our scout. And what about me? Walnut asked, confused by Flamingo's choice of the Group S sole gunfighter for scouting duties. In the past, Walnut had relied on his puppets for reconnaissance. Why had the captain altered this approach? You will remain with me to provide support. After contemplating, Walnut understood the captain's intentions. By assisting in combat, he could avoid depleting vast amounts of magical cores or scrolls. The income from this mission was not substantial, and excessive expenditure would be counterproductive. If he controlled a reconnaissance puppet, he would need to continuously consume second-level magical cores, an expense not to be taken lightly over 3 months. Roll. You 4 are tasked with ensuring E&I's safety. We will travel entirely on horseback this time, so be wary of bandit archers. Other issues should be manageable. Yes, Captain. If the employer's health permits, we shall extend our travel by an hour each day. Everyone, return and check your equipment. Understood? Understood. Walnut, remain behind. The rest of you, disperse. Flamingo waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates, leaving only the magician alone. That night, Neris's moans echoed from Salin's room, confirming the suspicions of everyone. Salin undoubtedly hailed from a prominent family, having become a magician through the power of gold. How could a true magician indulge in such pleasures, especially with his own maid? Such a magician could hardly have a promising future. The people of Skoxenia truly tarnished the reputation of the profession of magic. Salin, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Once on the road, he could no longer practice with his badge and needed to seize every moment. Each use of the badge slightly enhanced his mental strength, far more effective than meditation. As a magician, who would ever find an excess of mental power undesirable? As the breathing in the room gradually calmed, Salin lay in bed, suddenly sensing a warning. Outside the window, a shadow the size of a palm slipped through the gap, revealing itself to be a paper figure. Its face was adorned with red markings, giving it a somewhat sinister appearance. Upon entering, it sought to slide down the wall to the floor. Salin shot up, his white light spell firing almost instantaneously. Salin's Ice Spike was his most familiar spell, the first-level magic he had mastered. Its drawback was its short range. In the Red Forest, he had to rely on the water shield to protect himself and close the distance to effectively wield its power against archers. The in-room was small, eliminating concerns about magical range. The Ice Spike accurately pierced the paper figure's body, pinning it to the wall. The paper figure struggled, emitting faint squeaks as it attempted to tear its way free. Neris sprang from the floor like a leopard, yanking the paper figure from the wall and gripping it in her hand. The paper figure's fierce expression stared at Neris, its red-painted eyes still moving. Neris pressed the paper figure to her nose, sniffed it, and suddenly opened her mouth to swallow it whole. Neris! Salin gasped, worried that she had fallen victim to some sorcery. Neris returned to the bedside, sitting on the floor as she softly explained, "It is a paper puppet. A very ancient spell. How do you know?" Salin questioned, puzzled. Having been trapped in the natural goddess's temple since arriving on the continent of Mers, how could she comprehend human magic? Neris pointed to her head, saying, "It's here. I cannot quite explain. Can you use it? I only have a vague memory." Salin sensed no deceit in Neris's words and accepted her explanation. Many abilities of demons were inherited through bloodlines, requiring no teacher's guidance, a superiority of demons over humans. Yet, it seemed that humans once possessed such abilities long ago. It was unclear why, following the fall of the Second Dynasty, this capacity faded, ultimately vanishing thousands of years ago. In a nearby guest room, Walnut emitted a muffled groan, blood seeping from his mouth and nose as he collapsed onto the bed. He had not anticipated Salin's sensitivity, nor that he could break the spiritual imprint within his puppet magic. Before he could discern the scene in Salin's room, his puppet had already been vanquished. Walnut's features twisted in rage, more grotesque than the paper figure's expression. Flamingo had specifically cautioned him not to provoke Salin, though Walnut feigned compliance outwardly. His heart seethed with indignation. "You are merely wealthier than I. Had I been born into a wealthy family, I would have long been a great magician." Suppressing his fury before Flamingo, Walnut returned to his room, unable to sleep, agitated by the sounds emanating from Salin's chamber. His malevolent thoughts surged, and he could no longer contain them. Thus, he quietly unleashed a paper puppet, hoping to take advantage of Salin's weariness. Even if he could not slay Salin, perhaps he could steal something from him. If he could snatch that white crystal ring, it would be worth leaving the Nut mercenary group with the prize in hand. He could flee, and no matter how furious Flamingo might be, he would simply resign. He had been sufficiently cautious, stealthily surveying Salin's room without triggering any magical alarms, allowing the puppet to slip through the window. Who could have known it would be discovered so swiftly? Wiping the blood from his face and disregarding his injuries, Walnut seized his satchel and stealthily slipped out the door. Once Salin revealed his paper puppet, he could no longer remain with the Nut mercenary corps. The situation had been exposed, and Flamenco would undoubtedly take his life. The most abhorred act within the mercenary guild is the betrayal of an employer. Should such a transgression occur, if the captain fails to address it, the entire mercenary group would face expulsion and would find themselves on a wanted list. Flamenco would not jeopardize the entire mercenary corps for the sake of one individual. Walnut understood this clearly, were it not for his unique abilities. A fifth-tier mercenary group would never have taken notice of a mere second-tier mage like him. The current predicament left no room for regret. He must depart swiftly and never return to the Chinian Empire. Under the cover of night, Walnut exited the inn, hastily fleeing towards the outskirts of the town. The further he distanced himself from the inn, the more aggrieved he felt. Why was it that he could not possess the same fortune as Salin? To think that he would have to abandon the homeland he had known for years, all for the sake of that insufferable dandy mage, and begin a life of wandering in a foreign land. He failed to realize that Salin had never sought to provoke him. The outcome was entirely the result of his own jealousy. Upon reaching the city gate, Walnut was spotted by a soldier on night watch. Such a small town would not exhibit this level of vigilance were it not for its proximity to the chaotic marshlands, where magical beasts often roamed the outskirts. "It's me," Walnut casually replied, while his hands began to weave a spell. The two patrolling soldiers, puzzled, were caught off guard as Walnut completed his incantation. Die. Two spikes of rock erupted from the ground, piercing through the soldiers' groins and penetrating their abdomens. In that instant, Walnut envisioned the two obstructing soldiers as Salin and could no longer suppress his murderous intent. The soldiers, being mere mortals, stood no chance against the second-tier magical assault and fell lifelessly in an instant. After the deed was done, Walnut still felt a lingering resentment within him that could not be quelled. He unleashed two fireballs upon the corpses, reducing the soldiers to ashes before using a force spell to push open the city gate and stride away. Following the killings, Walnut felt a twinge of fear. He dared not take the main road and opted instead for a narrow path heading east. He refrained from venturing west. For the forest, the direction was beyond the reach of a second-tier mage. To escape the Phoenix Duchy, he would have to take a circuitous route, passing through the Rhine Duchy before exiting at the Calulan Duchy. As Walnut quickened his pace, a sudden exhilaration surged within him at the thought of slaying the two soldiers, prompting him to chuckle softly, completely succumbing to madness. He was oblivious to the fact that as he passed a wheat field, a scarecrow within the field unexpectedly turned to Chapter 27, Paper Puppet Scarecrow, Part 2. What have you done to the walnut? Salin refrained from making a scene regarding the matter of the paper puppet. Instead, he first interrogated Nearest in the room. There were only two sorcerers in the entire inn, and Salin didn't need to analyze where the paper puppet had come from, although Walnut harbored jealousy towards him. The promise of introducing him to a mentor should have allowed Walnut to focus on his task without resorting to treachery. I did nothing, Nearest replied, her innocent demeanor quite alluring. Salin noticed her hands concealed behind her back, which inexplicably reminded him of her tail. Demons revel in tempting humanity. Nearest, Walnut is merely a potential adversary. We may never cross paths again. I do not know how you provoked the conflict, but you have merely added to my troubles. Salin's tone softened. He had no intention of chastising Nearest for Walnut's misdeeds. My master, I simply wish to do so, without reason. Nearest, sensing Salin's change of attitude, found herself revealing her innermost thoughts. She was secretly astonished. Could it be the influence of the soul contract? This was troubling. The contract's impact on her was growing ever deeper. Instinct? Salin furrowed his brow, recalling a biological term from a magical tome. Master, this sorcerer is perilous. He bears the essence of a demon. He is a demon. Salin was taken aback. Demons should no longer exist on the continent of Maris. No, not exactly. I mean, he resembles a demon, Nearest elaborated, struggling to articulate her impression of Walnut. Enough. From now on, you must refrain from acting on your own accord. This is the last time. Do you understand? I understand. Nearest lowered her head, secretly elated. Her master had indeed refrained from punishing her. In the future, she must ensure her actions remain unbeknownst to him. Before Salin could drift into slumber, an uproar erupted outside the inn as a band of soldiers surrounded it. Although there were no witnesses to Walnut's act of murder, the soldiers stationed at the border were well acquainted with the skills of adventurers and could swiftly discern that a sorcerer was responsible for the demise of their comrade. With so few sorcerers in the town, the soldiers easily located the inn. Flamingo, realizing Walnut was missing, felt an indescribable fury brewing within him. This sorcerer had been aided during his most destitute times, and now he had embroiled him in such a significant predicament. He calmly engaged in negotiations with the soldiers, who hesitated to act against him upon noticing his 5th-level mercenary badge. A 5th-level mercenary warranted caution from even the local baron. Many prestigious mercenary groups were indeed backed by high-ranking nobles. The empire strictly regulated the number of private soldiers allowed, making mercenaries a favored means of nobility to gather strength. This small town was owned by a baron, and despite its proximity to the chaotic marshes, such heinous crimes were rare. Mercenaries and adventurers visiting would not provoke trouble, and thieves seldom targeted such insignificant locales. The baron relied on the taxes from adventurers, resulting in a generally harmonious relationship. Flamingo reluctantly sought an audience with the baron, who was distinctly displeased but refrained from immediate outburst. The deaths of 2 soldiers would incur compensatory costs of at least 20 gold coins. However, confronting a 5th-level mercenary could lead to severe repercussions. Flamingo feared that the baron might complain to the guild, which would tarnish his mercenary group's reputation, potentially dropping them down to a 4th level and forcing him to pay a hefty fine. Eventually, both parties reached an agreement. The Nut mercenary group would cover the compensation, and they would also fund the pursuit of the sorcerer Walnut. As long as Walnut remained alive, the Nut mercenary group would incur the daily cost of the bounty. Flamingo still could not comprehend why Walnut had acted so recklessly. Salin observed silently, and when Flamingo returned to the inn, he called him to his room and revealed the hole in the wall. Under Salin's control, the ice spike had only penetrated halfway into the wall, leaving a small finger-deep hole. Salin stuffed the curtain into the hole, wiped it, and pulled it out, revealing a streak of deep crimson. What is this? Flamingo inquired, perplexed. A mixture of red sand and dragon's blood ink, the foundational material for crafting puppets. Walnut should possess a basic understanding of puppet magic. A mere paper puppet attempted to enter my chamber. Salin ceased his explanation, for Flamingo had grasped the implication. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his simmering anger, and asked, Salin the sorcerer, given the gravity of this matter, why did you not inform me? Had Salin divulged this information to Flamingo, he likely would have summoned others to apprehend Walnut and deliver immediate justice. As it stood, Walnut had escaped, leaving behind a stain on the Nut mercenary group's reputation. I initially intended to overlook the incident. Everyone makes mistakes, and as a sorcerer, I ought to understand the fragility of others, Salin stated earnestly, appearing less like a sorcerer and more akin to a preacher from the church. Noting Flamingo's clenched jaw, Salin reassured him, You need not take offense. I trust you. This matter shall not reach the guild. Flamingo exhaled, relieved. If Salin had reported the incident to the guild, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. In the mercenary business, credibility was paramount. Once lost, it was exceedingly difficult to regain. Many mercenaries had ruined their futures in a moment of impulsive folly, relegating themselves to a life of thievery. Thank you, Salin the sorcerer. Regarding the compensation, you jest. I have suffered no loss. Our contract remains intact. You shall transport us 4 to Caring County, and I shall pay you 2 gold micas. Do not forget to return my 500 gold coins, Salin jested amiably, lifting Flamingo's spirits considerably. With no further discourse. The next morning, the Nut mercenary group first posted a bounty at the guild to expel Walnut from their ranks before embarking on their journey with Salin and company. Each member of the Nut mercenary group had 2 horses, far superior to the lowland ponies purchased by Annie. The mercenary named Javelin took the lead, assuming the role of scout, while the other mercenaries shielded Annie and Salin, gradually increasing their pace as they departed the small town. As Salin left, he cast a hasty glance back at the town gate, where the inscription read Cheen Ewan Deep Forest Town. The seasoned Nut mercenary group maintained a steady pace for their horses, ensuring minimal exhaustion. The 4 mercenaries assigned to protect Annie frequently monitored his responses. The boy's ill health was evident, and the Nut mercenary group could not afford to overexert their employer for the sake of speed. Salin's equestrian skills were average. While Sika excelled, she calmed her steed with a few gentle words, and the horse became exceedingly docile, responding to her commands effortlessly. This was the advantage of the Caucasian people. They could ride ordinary magical beasts without needing a contract, let alone common horses. Nearest fared the worst, as her horse exhibited extreme agitation, seemingly aware of her true nature. Thankfully, her strength surpassed that of the horse, after delivering a few solid kicks to its belly. The creature finally settled down. Due to their moderate speed, Salin had the leisure to appreciate the scenery along the roadside. The landscapes of the Phoenix Duchy starkly contrasted with those of Skokienia. The land here was fertile, boasting vast plains suitable for cultivation. Despite being near the border, numerous villages dotted the route. The main roads had been well maintained, and the fields adjacent were already harvested, with many crops laid out to dry in the autumn sun. In contrast, the lands of Skokienia appeared rather barren. No wonder the Skosan people excel in commerce. Salin recalled that the villages near Salon City were sparse. In times of calamity, the nobility scarcely reaped any harvest. What intrigued Salin was the multitude of scarecrows dotting the rice fields. As the wind blew, the coarse burlap of the scarecrows fluttered, startling many birds that dared to feast on the crops. However, one species of bird remained undeterred, the silver-billed raven. This clever avian effortlessly discerned human ruses. Flocks of silver-billed ravens perched upon the scarecrows, seemingly mocking the folly of humankind. Yet, during this season, the silver-billed ravens favored a carnivorous diet, resulting in minimal losses for the farmers. Caw! A silver-billed raven stood atop a scarecrow's hat, curiously observing the approaching mounted procession in the distance. As they passed the edge of the field, Naelis turned her head and bared her teeth at the raven. A flicker of fear flashed in the raven's obsidian eyes. It spread its wings, attempting to take flight, but found itself utterly immobilized. As the Nut Brigade's procession receded, the raven continued to struggle in terror, when suddenly, the scarecrow beneath it raised a hand and seized the unfortunate bird, forcefully thrusting it into its mouth. Blood trickled down the scarecrow's visage, and the raven's dying cries echoed for miles, rousing even more silver-billed ravens. As the blood dripped, the features of the scarecrow sharpened, and it turned to gaze at the departing mercenary company. In the nearby fields, more scarecrows awakened, also casting their sights eastward. The wind swept over the ridges of the fields, causing the scarecrow's garments to rustle ominously. After an indeterminate time, the scarecrow that had first devoured the raven sprang to life, bounding away from the fields. "My lord, I feel quite unwell," Naelis exclaimed, galloping alongside Salin. Her horse, now violently tamed, no longer dared to misbehave. "What are you up to now?" Salin replied wearily, having a fair understanding of Naelis's temperament. She was a spirited little demon, restless by nature. If he did not assign her some task, she would undoubtedly seek out mischief. "I don't know. I just feel uncomfortable," Naelis furrowed her brow, drawing closer to Salin, her mind rife with confusion. Since leaving the temple, she had noticed that humans in this realm seemed fragile, far from the perilous beings of legend. Yet, her unease lingered, surfacing at odd moments. Was she perhaps unwell? Naelis, don't be foolish, Salin urged, spurring his horse to create distance between them. Naelis's expression dimmed as she quietly retrieved a piece of fresh meat from her bracelet, chewing it thoughtfully. Perhaps I'm simply hungry. Which is why my mood is so dismal, she reassured herself. Chapter 28. The Evil Eagle, Part 1. The grand cities of the Phoenix Duchy are few in number. After a day's journey, the group had only encountered a handful of sizable estates, and not even a small town like Deep Forest Town. They paused 4 times along the way, consuming a meager supply of rations. The circumstances were better than Annie had anticipated, and they did not lag behind on their journey. As dusk approached, the Nut Mercenary Corps quickened their pace. Mr. Annie, there is a castle 20 miles ahead where we can spend the night. Is that acceptable? Asked Flamigo, seeking Annie's approval. You are well acquainted with the route. I shall not interfere with your plans, Annie replied graciously. Salin remained non-committal, feigning ignorance of Flamigo's words. Both he and Annie bore a considerable amount of gems, making it difficult to place complete trust in the Nut Mercenary Corps. However, both men had ways to mask the aura of their treasures, showing no signs that would arouse suspicion from the mercenaries. The group promptly turned north, racing along a narrow path flanked by dense woods. Towering trees leaned toward the center of the road, casting an early shadow that dimmed the sky. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the castle. This ancient fortress, bearing the architectural style of the 4th dynasty, featured tall spires, exquisite stone carvings, and V-shaped crenellations with remnants of magical cannon platforms still intact. Such a castle would typically belong to a marquis during the 4th dynasty. A majestic eagle circled overhead as Salin gazed upward, unable to discern its details. At the castle's entrance, a javelin was in jovial conversation with 2 armored soldiers, indicating a familiarity between them. Salin mused that the Nut Mercenary Corps had likely chosen this location for rest long ago, and their consultation with Annie was merely a formality. Baron Cook is my friend, Flamigo explained. He has welcomed Annie and the others here to ensure their safety. Although we are far from the border, the wilderness can be perilous, and camping outdoors poses a risk of encountering thieves. Upon entering the castle, Salin noted that the interior was neither as rudimentary as Scocinia nor as dark and cramped as the Tangula's empire. The spacious courtyard featured several stone houses capable of accommodating 4 soldiers each, more reminiscent of a grand residence than a military fortification. In the castle hall, Baron Cook greeted Flamigo and his party with a beaming smile. Old friend, it has been far too long since your last visit. Cook, a tall man clad in silk that barely concealed his muscular frame, appeared to be in his 30s, at the peak of his vitality. He embraced Flamigo warmly, unperturbed by the risk of his expensive silk robe being torn by the armor. Salin couldn't help but recall the youthful Count Gugu, who shared the same vigor. After exchanging pleasantries, Baron Cook turned to Salin. Master Mage, I apologize for my rudeness. I was engrossed in catching up with an old friend. Your wealth is truly astonishing. Baron, Salin remarked directly, noting the castle's opulence, which seemed excessive for a baron. Baron Cook appeared unfazed, laughing heartily. Master Mage, I presume you hail from Scocinia? How did you know? Salin asked, surprised that Cook had not introduced himself to the others upon their entry. Thus, you may not be privy to some of our little secrets. I acquired this castle for a mere pittance, a sort of half-sale, half-gift, Cook boasted. Such a thing exists? Salin observed the decor, which harmoniously matched the castle style, unmistakably not an afterthought. His knowledge of nobility allowed him to discern quality, even amidst the political games of the upper house, which were trivial matters for a mage. Cook, sensing Salin's understanding, refrained from mocking his insights. Annie, quietly observing from a corner, smiled knowingly. He recognized the blend of cunning and mutual desire that often accompanied such exchanges in noble families. Baron Cook's cheerful disposition suggested he was capable in combat. During times of war, he could quickly rise through the ranks by serving the emperor. Unfortunately, the prolonged peace in the realm forced lesser nobles like him and Count Gugu to navigate the intricacies of court life or simply bide their time. The castle was spacious enough to accommodate not only a dozen guests but also 1,000 soldiers without issue. After settling into their quarters and refreshing themselves, they commenced the evening banquet. The feast was a revelation for Salin. Although still in the Phoenix Duchy, many noble customs bore striking similarities to those of the Qin Empire. The dining table featured few metallic utensils. Even the soup bowls were crafted from porcelain finer than jade. Massive crystal chandeliers hung above, made from discarded magical crystals that had lost their worth. Even so, the 3 chandeliers would cost a fortune, each 1,000 gold coins. Yet their elegance complemented the ceiling's delicate hand-painted designs without veering into ostentation. Reflecting on the Count Bones dining hall, Salin found it akin to a pigsty. Before the main courses, appetizers were served. The mercenaries, famished from their day of travel, had neglected to replenish their energy during the afternoon. They devoured the snacks with voracity, while Salin abstained. Next came the light wine, poured into small cups merely to cleanse the palate of sweetness. The mercenaries, parched, yearned for a hearty drink, but found none available. Salin, however, remained attentive to the details, knowing that he must navigate noble circles in the Qin Empire. He observed that even the boisterous Baron Cook adhered to the intricacies of etiquette. The maids were well-mannered, smiling gently as they skillfully attended to the guests. To Salin's dismay, the senior maids were clad in silk as well. He resolved that when he eventually constructed his magical tower, it would be the most refined in the entire continent. Salin firmly set this ambition in his heart, recalling the words of a renowned archmage who once said that a mage's pursuit is not for suffering, but for a better life. Though Salin was skeptical of this notion, he remembered the poverty of his youth, realizing that should he become a great mage or sorcerer, he might not resist the temptation of excess. Baron Cook, cheerfully engaged in conversation with Flamigo and the others, was now aware of Annie's affiliation with the Clyde family, but did not feel compelled to flatter him. After all, Annie's assignment to the Phoenix Duchy suggested he was not a key member of his family, and Cook had voluntarily distanced himself from the Qin Empire to serve as an informant for the emperor, severing ties with the lower house. When each dish was served, it contained only a few bites. Although Salin was a mage and still growing, he relished the meal. After 18 courses, the soup and sweet wine were finally presented. The mercenaries, still on duty, refrained from requesting stronger spirits. After finishing his meal, Salin opted not to drink further, but instead conjured a potion of restoration for himself. The nut mercenary corps, while considering Salin a dandy, could not help but feel envy. The potion crafted by a mage had no side effects and surpassed the church's holy water by far. Unfortunately, mages seldom squander their magic on such trivial creations for others. Yet, Salin felt a sense of inadequacy. If he were to become a mage, he could indulge in the elixir of magic daily. This potion, crafted through 7th-level sorcery, boasted a remarkably brief shelf life but yielded astonishing effects, capable of healing chronic ailments and significantly enhancing one's physical condition. Many uniquely effective magical potions often incorporated a blend of such elixirs. To Salin's relief, Nereus, being a maid, was not summoned to the dining table, but instead dined separately in his quarters. This arrangement was quite commendable, as it would alleviate many future inconveniences. Your Excellency, esteemed mage. You may simply call me Cook. This is Phoenix, not Qin. There are fewer formalities here. Cook's words endeared him to Salin, especially when compared to the somewhat pretentious demeanor of Count Guger. When I arrived, I noticed an eagle perched atop the castle. I've heard that the Qin Empire excels in the training of such creatures. Is this eagle a magical beast? Salin, despite his keen perception, yearned for a magical companion of such stature, one that could forewarn him of danger in the absence of a swordsman's protection. No. Only the royal family is permitted to train them, Baron Cook responded, his expression one of curiosity. He then whispered a few words to his servant behind him, prompting the servant to exit the dining hall and summon a fully armored swordsman at the entrance. According to the customs of the Qin Empire, a baron was required to have at least 10 armored guards in attendance, and these guards needed to be at the ready at a moment's notice. My lord, the guard saluted with a sword, exuding a gallant demeanor, and revealing herself to be a strikingly handsome woman. Her armor, adorned with intricate patterns carved into the metal, was markedly different from the standard armor of the Qin Empire. Salin recognized it as magical armor, far more expensive than crystal chandeliers. Skia, proceed to the tower and assess the situation, he commanded. Understood, my lord, the female swordsman Skia replied, striding forth with the pride of a peacock. Though she hailed not from a noble lineage and would inherit nothing from her family, her military service could earn her honor, and perhaps one day she might ascend to the status of a noblewoman. Skia swiftly exited the dining hall, traversing the airy garden, and headed directly towards the tower. The soldiers guarding the tower greeted her with deference. Captain Skia opened the uppermost door, she commanded with a steely tone. At the pinnacle of the tower lay an alchemical telescope. Chapter 28, The Evil Eagle, Part 2. The telescope, after being unveiled by the alchemist, quickly gained immense popularity. However, the ordinary telescope could only observe a minuscule area, primarily purchased out of mere curiosity by the nobility. In the military, however, the alchemical telescope became an indispensable tool for scouts, and advanced magical crossbows could be equipped with expensive small alchemical telescopes, enabling the crossbowmen to strike targets from a mile away. Once this capability was developed, it was swiftly prohibited by emperors and nobles across all nations. An archer would need to be at least an 8th-level practitioner to achieve such feats. Yet a rogue transitioning from an apprentice mage could wield such a terrifying device from the very first level. While mages could sense the elemental fluctuations of the alchemical telescope, ordinary nobles and royalty lacked this ability, making assassination significantly easier. Even the church disapproved of the emergence of such equipment, leading to the cessation of its miniaturization and a shift towards larger models, installed atop castle towers for detailed observation of enemy movements several miles away. As she ascended to the topmost level of the tower, where the passage had become quite narrow, Sigia found herself surrounded by spacious windows, their sills elevated enough to easily deflect arrows from below. In the center of a few square meters of floor space stood a platform, over a foot high, intricately engraved with a magical array that required no activation. Leaning down, Sigia pressed her eyes to a pair of deep openings in the platform and gazed inside. The sky above the castle unfolded before her, and although it was night, everything remained vividly clear through the alchemical telescope. She searched meticulously, and the full moon appeared magnified, allowing her to discern the rugged details of its surface. The mages of Myers' continent believed that the moon was another landmass, yet its distance from Myers was insurmountable. Just as Sigia contemplated giving up her search, a shadow intruded into her view. A chill ran down her spine as she beheld a pair of massive wings, black feathers, 2 heads, and 4 eyes. A 2-headed eagle. Sigia gasped, her legs weakening beneath her. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself against the ground and slowly rose. Outside the tower, the moonlight bathed the castle's stone walls, casting a silvery glow upon the cold stones. Within this radiance, faint black lines emerged, resembling countless cracks upon the castle walls. Sigia could not recall how she descended the tower, her thoughts a tumultuous haze, instinctively heading toward the dining hall. This matter needed to be reported to the Baron immediately. The dining hall had been cleared of utensils, replaced with fruits and wine. As Baron Cook shared a jest that elicited hearty laughter from Annie, Sigia entered the room, her demeanor utterly disheveled. Sigia? Baron Cook immediately noted her distress. She had not displayed such a countenance since becoming a swordswoman at the age of 16. The prodigious swordplay talent, hailed as a genius, was expected to attain the rank of sword saint before turning 30. Displaying a fortitude surpassing that of men, how could she appear so distraught? My lord, I have seen the 2-headed eagle. A fiery sensation surged within her chest, stifled and unexpressed, rendering her voice momentarily hoarse. Silence enveloped the dining hall, save for the sound of Sheikah, blissfully munching on a pear, her crunching echoing painfully. She understood none of the language spoken, and even if Sigia revealed more astonishing news, Sheikah would likely remain unperturbed. My lord, I must confer with Mr. Annie, spoke Flamigo, the first to break the silence. Very well, I shall await you in my study, Baron Cook replied, rising without exchanging pleasantries, departing promptly. Adjacent to the dining hall was a room designated for guests awaiting their host's meal. Members of the Nut Mercenary Corps, along with Annie, entered the chamber and closed the door. Mr. Annie, Master Salin, I fear I cannot fulfill this mission, Flamigo stated calmly. However, we shall continue to safeguard your safety. Annie, visibly agitated, remained silent, while Salin remarked, Flamigo, are you referring to dark magic? Indeed. Is it serious? I cannot ascertain whether I will survive, Flamigo replied candidly. If the legends surrounding this place held any truth, he might as well have walked into a trap, had it not been for the need to stay overnight. Salin maintained his composed demeanor, exuding an air of stability that belied his mere 15 or 16 years of age. Annie, what do you intend to do? He inquired, directing his gaze toward Annie. Annie offered a rueful smile. What can we do? We cannot simply await our demise. What if we leave now? Salin, detached from Baron Cook's fate, initially considered fleeing. Though Baron Cook was amiable, Salin had no intention of sacrificing himself for him. You may depart, but I cannot. It is not merely because I am a friend of Baron Cook. According to imperial law, given the circumstances, I have been summoned and must assist the Baron in battle. Flamigo explained with resignation, addressing Salin earnestly. Salin, the emergence of the 2-headed eagle signifies that the dark god has been revived. It is safer for you to remain within the castle. If you venture outside, you shall be vulnerable to attacks at any moment. Salin contemplated his gifted ring, his mind racing with calculations. He was unfamiliar with Baron Cook's current predicament. Should he leave, the Baron might not disclose the entire truth, possibly treating him as a pawn to test the enemy's strength. Annie would undoubtedly choose to stay. The 3 of them, Salin, Sheikah, and Nereus, were unaware of the foes they might face. Very well, I shall remain. After much deliberation, Salin realized that Baron Cook would likely welcome his decision to stay. Though merely a first-level mage, in defense of the castle, his magical prowess would be significantly amplified. Alas, had he been capable of crafting magical arrays, he could have transformed the castle into an impregnable fortress. Staying would elevate his status, garnering the protection of all swordsmen. Leaving would render him expendable. Did Salin have any other choice? Having reached a consensus, they finally opened the door. Flamigo addressed the guards outside. Take us to the Baron. Baron Cook paced in his study, relief washing over him as everyone entered. If Flamigo insisted on leaving, there was little he could do to retain him. Although imperial law mandated that mercenaries obey the summons of nobles in such situations, the question remained, how many mercenaries would willingly adhere to the law when faced with a certain death mission? The maid shall remain as well, Baron Cook chuckled, instructing the servants to bring in a few chairs. Once everyone was seated, he began, since you have all chosen to stay and fight, I shall disclose the entirety of this situation. Salin felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, this matter was far more complex than the mere appearance of a dark mage. Had he acted rashly and left, he would have confronted unforeseen dangers. Everyone is aware of dark magic, correct? Baron Cook surveyed the room. Sigia had regained her composure. The members of the Nut mercenary corps wore expressions as hard as iron, and Annie appeared contemplative, lost in thought. Salin sat upright, patiently awaiting the Baroness' next words. The Caucasian warrior, Sheikah, munching on sunflower seeds, had not forgotten to pocket a handful when she left the dining hall. Her warrior instincts were keen. She understood that the conversation must pertain to something dire, yet as a fighter, her focus remained solely on protecting Salin. Other matters were of no concern to her. For the Caucasian, death was merely a return to nature, not a frightening prospect. Thus, they were often the most valiant warriors, never known to turn and flee. Salin understands the essence of dark magic. If necromancy is merely met with a hint of disdain, then dark magic is unequivocally loathed to the utmost degree. No nation permits the existence of dark magic, a sentiment that may be the sole commonality between the Emperor of the Chian Empire and the Pontiff of the Holy See. The sacred texts of the Church condemn necromancy, yet necromancers still find their place within the Inquisition. The Emperor of the Chian Empire forbids necromancers from constructing magical towers, yet grants them a semblance of immunity. However, should anyone dare to practice dark magic, both the Church and the Emperor would unleash formidable forces to eradicate the threat. It is said that dark magic has its origins in divine arts, a notion that the Church vehemently refutes, with mages even denying its classification as magic. Mages assert that the essence of dark magic lies not in harnessing elemental forces, but in the sacrificial torment of living souls to forge a void-like deity, thus acquiring arcane power. If this is the case, dark magic should indeed fall under the purview of divine arts. Yet, the Church argues that neither the fallen nature goddess nor the current Lord of Radiance has ever subjected living beings to such cruelty or required such sacrifices, thus branding dark magic as witchcraft. The profession of witchcraft has nearly vanished. Any sullied reputation they might incur fails to elicit a strong reaction. Salin, however, recognizes that dark magic is, in its essence, simply dark magic, belonging to no particular category. It is a brutal skill, one that is so merciless it becomes intolerable to all. Nonetheless, this reality does not negate the formidable power of dark magic. A mage of average talent may take a lifetime to ascend to the 4th level, achieving the status of a low-tier archmage. In contrast, a dark magician, with sufficient materials, can swiftly transcend hierarchical barriers to attain inhuman strength. The two-headed eagle is a creation of dark magic, forcibly merging the flesh and souls of various magical beasts into a vessel, which is then subjected to relentless black flames. In their agony, these souls turn upon one another. The dark magician employs a method akin to alchemy to reconstruct the flesh of magical beasts, forming a life that ought not to exist in this world. To conjure a two-headed eagle signifies that the dark magician possesses overwhelmingly terrifying power, proving their capability to create headless horsemen, abominable dragon beasts, and countless dark puppets. The two-headed eagle serves as a harbinger for the dark magician, marking the locations they wish to purge with blood. Hence, the two-headed eagle is aptly dubbed the evil eagle. Chapter 29. Alchemy v. Magic Potions, Part 1. It is widely recognized that the 4th dynasty was short-lived, collapsing swiftly after its establishment. Centuries of turmoil ultimately shaped the present configuration of the vast continent. The territory of the Principality of Phoenix was originally a site for the exile of criminals from the 4th dynasty. Despite its fertile land, its remoteness meant that only 2 roads connected it to the outside world. As Salin listened to Baron Cook recount history, he compared it with his own recollections and soon grasped the underlying causes of the events. The downfall of the 4th dynasty was indeed related to the Principality of Phoenix. This area, initially a dumping ground for exiles, saw its population swell as time passed, evolving into an ungovernable region. The 4th dynasty, which possessed dominion over the entire continent, paid little heed to this insignificant patch until the emergence of the dark sorcerers roused their vigilance. These dark sorcerers established altars throughout the land, executing those who dared to resist in the name of justice, frequently launching attacks and infiltrating other regions. At the time, the Holy See had yet to be formed, but many had already begun to worship the Radiant Lord, gaining divine powers in the process. Among them was a prophet who warned that the continent would ultimately collapse due to the presence of dark sorcerers. The royal family of the 4th dynasty did not adhere to the worship of the Radiant Lord. However, they possessed a considerable number of mages, alchemists, and astrologers. The astrologers issued similar prophecies, causing the royal family to become exceedingly anxious and decide to dispatch troops to quell the rebellion. This campaign marked the inception of the 4th dynasty's demise. After a series of failed purges, dark magic spread, seizing control of a vast swath of territory now belonging to the Qinyin Empire. Consequently, the royal authority of the Fourth Dynasty waned, local nobility rose in power, and thereafter, the lords rebelled. For over a century, the Fourth Dynasty lingered in a state of decay, unable to govern the entire continent, ultimately conceding independence to more than a dozen principalities. This concession did not halt the continent's turmoil. The feudal lords continued to pursue the eradication of dark magic. During this tumultuous period, a family ascended to prominence, swiftly vanquishing numerous dark sorcerers and annexing the eastern territories of the continent. This family became the precursor of the Qinyin Empire, ambitious in their quest to establish a fifth dynasty unifying the continent. Simultaneously, the Holy See grew in strength amid years of conflict. In times of despair, humanity often seeks spiritual solace to stave off mental collapse. The priests of the Holy See rapidly expanded their ranks and supported the establishment of the Tangula's Empire. Ultimately, the mercenary-founded Skaginya Empire, the Holy See-backed Tangula's Empire. The magic-originated Qinyin Empire and the remnants of the Fourth Dynasty forged the Yunlu Empire, dividing the continent of Mels. Between these four empires lay several principalities, forming a buffer zone. The sole exception was the Principality of Phoenix, the birthplace of dark magic, which none of the Qinyin aristocrats were willing to govern. In the end, the Qinyin Empire decided to establish a principality here, marking the inception of the Principality of Phoenix. The Grand Duke of Phoenix was a favored general of the Qinyin Emperor, undefeated in battle and known as the Immortal Phoenix. Under his suppression, dark magic vanished for decades. My assignment here from His Majesty was primarily to monitor dark sorcerers. This castle had once belonged to a dark sorcerer. Over the years, it had been plagued by inexplicable deaths and the presence of suspicious individuals. The Duke reported these occurrences to the Empire, which took the matter seriously, dispatching a considerable number of personnel to guard several ancient castles. Why are there no mages here? Salin inquired curiously. The most effective means of confronting dark sorcerers would be to employ mages for eradication. The Qinyin Empire is not lacking in mages. Yet I have yet to detect even a trace of their presence within this castle. Baron Cook replied with a wry smile. There was originally a Grand Mage. But this time last year, he departed for the Sun City with his apprentice, claiming urgent matters required his attention. You see, I am but a baron. What should we do then? Merely hold our ground? Annie asked, discontented. Let us first heed the Baron's counsel, Salin interjected. Complaining at this juncture would yield no benefit. He understood Annie's sentiments, for he too was caught in a dire predicament. This castle houses 600 soldiers, 120 robust servants, and approximately 300 women, children, and artisans. Yet those capable of combat barely number 1,000. We lack the strength to launch an offensive and can only hold our position. There is another castle within a 120-mile radius, which is better manned and has a mage stationed there to signal for assistance. We can only await rescue from the Sun City, Baron Cook lamented. His troop count had surpassed the Empire's standard, a privilege granted by the Emperor himself. If they were not situated in the Principality of Phoenix, he would have likely faced impeachment from the lower house by now. Yet, even with this advantage, he held no confidence in confronting dark sorcerers, especially those who had already acquired the two-headed eagle. How capable are these soldiers, my lord? Salin asked. Sensing a hint of despair from Baron Cook and fearing he might abandon the fight, the Baron could be captured yet survive, retaining his value. If Salin were to fall into the hands of dark sorcerers, his fate would be sealed. To a dark sorcerer, the soul of a mage is worth 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. Skaya is an intermediate swordsman, and she commands 9 junior swordsmen. Among the 600 soldiers, most are junior swordsmen, with only the officers being somewhat stronger, Baron Cook explained. But we are still here, Flamigo stated solemnly. A spark of hope ignited in Baron Cook's eyes. Indeed, while Salin was merely a first-level mage, this was not a field battle. Within the castle, Salin's powers could be maximized. Flamigo and his companions were also swordsmen, effectively multiplying the castle's advanced combat capabilities. Although dark sorcerers are formidable, they do not wield elemental forces in the same manner as conventional mages. Ordinary soldiers could slay dark puppets, and with a plethora of swordsmen at their disposal, they could contend with headless knights. Whether or not dark sorcerers would personally engage remained to be seen. Baron Cook was no fool. He too was a diligent swordsman. As long as the enemy did not launch a major assault on the castle, victory was not entirely out of reach. My lord, does the castle possess a dedicated magical laboratory? Annie, an alchemist, inquired. I can concoct some ordinary magical potions. Salin pondered that since the original mage had gone to Sun City, he need not hold back. If there were any resources left behind, he would utilize them all. Baron Cook hesitated for only a moment before conceding to Salin's request. In a life-or-death situation, he could hardly afford to offend any Grand Mage. If this matter reached the Emperor's ears, he would be justified in his actions. If he perished, there would be no opportunity for a trial. Skaya, take Annie and Salin to the laboratory, he commanded. Yes, my lord. As Salin rose and followed Skaya to the door, he suddenly turned back and said to Baron Cook, "My lord, I hope you refrain from mentioning the two-headed eagle to the soldiers. Simply state that dark puppets are roaming." Baron Cook nodded in agreement, feeling a surge of anticipation for Salin. This was a truly orthodox mage, calm in the face of danger. If he had not been reminded by Salin, the news might have leaked. He quickly realized that if the soldiers were to learn of the two-headed eagle's appearance, their morale would surely plummet. "Skaya, no one is permitted on the tower aside from your men, understood?" Skaya nodded, resolutely leading Salin and Annie away from the study. Sheikah glanced around and followed Salin, for she understood none of the conversations and felt no purpose in remaining behind. The magic laboratory was left unlocked, for in the eyes of the great sorcerer, no one in the castle would dare to step foot into this room. Regardless of how flourishing magic was in the Chinese Empire, it remained an enigma to ordinary people. Humanity has always approached the mysterious with a blend of reverence and trepidation. In a certain sense, sorcerers have transcended the realm of humanity. They harbor an insatiable curiosity towards everything, seeking to study, analyze, and unravel the mysteries of the world. Following the fall of the goddess of nature, the number of sorcerers who believed in deities gradually dwindled, and by today, not a single sorcerer adheres to any faith. The existence of sorcerers is dedicated to uncovering the truths of this world, a maxim etched into the hearts of all sorcerers. Saren escorted 3 individuals to the threshold of the magic laboratory. With one foot inside and the other outside, he turned to Sigia and remarked, "In truth, there is little to fear from dark magic." "You say that because you are a sorcerer," Sigia retorted, despite regaining her fighting spirit. She could not shake off her fear of dark magic. Were it merely a matter of dark puppets, she would feel no trepidation, however. Her adversary was a dark sorcerer wielding a double-headed eagle. The Headless Knight and the abominable dragon beast had once been nightmares across the entire continent, claiming the lives of millions. Your fear stems from ignorance. Should you have the opportunity to confront a dark sorcerer, even as a novice swordsman, you might very well defeat him. Without waiting for Sijia's response, Saren stepped back and closed the laboratory door. Sijia stood motionless in the corridor for a moment, and a resolute glimmer finally emerged in her eyes. As a talented swordswoman, she believed that any challenge should be met with the sword in her hand. Relentless retreat was a sign of stagnation. Grateful for Saren's guidance, she performed a swordsman's salute towards the door and turned to leave. The laboratory was expansive, featuring 3 tables, while the adjoining room served as a small study. Yet, it contained no valuable magical tomes, only some commonplace books found throughout the Chinese Empire. The experimental apparatus on the tables remained intact, clearly indicating that the great sorcerer lacked sufficient space for his equipment. The walls were lined with numerous empty slots, and wooden shelves bore a plethora of magical materials. Saren glanced around casually, noting that everything was quite inexpensive. Surely, the valuable materials had been taken by the sorcerer. Annie expressed disappointment, to which Saren patted his shoulder, saying, "Annie, even if there were precious materials here, we would be unable to utilize them." Chapter 29, Alchemy vs. Magical Potions, Part 2. Annie chuckled to himself, realizing that he had lost even his magical strings, relegating him to the use of only level O magic. He could barely manage a first-level spell. Despite his vast knowledge, he could only create rudimentary alchemical tools. "Salin, I sincerely apologize for putting you in danger," Annie confessed when they were alone. "Now that things are like this, let us focus on survival. How about a friendly competition to see whose skills are superior, your alchemy or my magical potions?" Salin suggested, playfully provoking Annie. The youthful spirit within Annie was stirred, momentarily dispelling his concerns about the dark sorcerer. "All right, but let us have a wager," Annie replied, his gaze fixed on the satchel at Salin's side. "Sheikah, don't touch anything. This place is perilous," Salin cautioned as Sheikah reached for a metallic sphere, seemingly intending to toss it. He was relieved he hadn't brought Nares to the laboratory. Otherwise, he would lack the energy to concoct magical potions. "What shall I do then?" Sheikah asked, feeling bored and slightly fatigued, as if her presence was not particularly helpful. "I'm competing with Annie, and you'll assist me. Whatever I ask you to do, you shall do," Salin instructed. "Okay," Sheikah replied with a mischievous smile. "Annie, while it is said that wizards should not gamble, we are merely engaging in a friendly contest. What are your stakes?" Annie mused, longing to reclaim a bracelet he had lost, but lacking anything of equal value to wager. He blinked and asked, "Do you possess any black crystals?" Black crystals, a type of crystal that enhances a wizard's control, are essential for necromancers as they can store necromantic spells. Unfortunately, Annie had none among the gems he possessed. Salin chuckled, appreciating Annie as a good friend who wouldn't propose anything outrageous. He nodded, regardless of the outcome. "I will gift you a black crystal, but I am curious about the criteria for winning. Quantity. We cannot craft high-level tools or potions. So the best method to defeat the black puppets is to create arrows through alchemy. If we imbue these arrows with magical potions, they can swiftly dispatch the black puppets. I'll create 1 arrow, and you must concoct 5 grams of flame potion. If I lose, I will grant you a favor, Salin declared, smiling at the challenge. You're bound to lose, Aini teased. Not necessarily, Aini replied with a slight arch of his brow, a hint of pride evident on his otherwise pale face. Salin, confident in his skills, recalled how he had crafted numerous low-level magical potions in Salin City, utilizing nearly all his free time. The flame potion was his primary source of income and had a high success rate, nearing 80%. Someone is coming, Aini exclaimed suddenly. Soon, soldiers responded from outside. And Aini opened the door, instructing them, "Tell the Baron I require a large quantity of arrows. Whatever he desires, have him send it here." Baron Cook, upon hearing the news, was thrilled and personally arrived to oversee the transportation of arrows to the magical laboratory. Salin, however, felt uneasy to produce his flame potion. He needed to create at least 500 grams at once, which would suffice for 100 arrows. Yet Aini's alchemy appeared fundamentally different. He was modifying existing arrows. If he had a fixed alchemical array, Aini could easily produce hundreds of these basic weapons at once. The challenge lay in the fact that the items created through the array would be completed rapidly. Whereas Salin's magical potion required meticulous adjustments, any slight miscalculation would render his materials useless. At that moment, Aini retrieved a metallic box from his satchel, disassembled it, and approached a metal table to begin assembling. It was as if the alchemical tools he brought were originally taken from the table itself. Salin realized he had been duped. Although he was not well versed in alchemy, he understood that 2 arrays could not be combined to form a new one unless they were originally intended to be one. This table was likely designed for creating alchemical arrows but lacked the core components. To his astonishment, Aini had brought the fixed array necessary for crafting those arrows. Aini began placing 6 magical cores into the grooves around the table and started feeding materials into the array. Salin could only gather the materials needed for the flame potion from the plethora of magical components, sorting and weighing them meticulously. He handed the selected materials to Sheikah, instructing her to grind them into powder. The competition commenced. Aini, holding the magical cores, energized the array while replenishing his elemental power. Although his magical strings had been destroyed by a curse, he could still absorb elemental energy. However, the absorption rate at the apprentice level was painfully slow, and the amount he retained was minimal. Thus, he resorted to supplementing with magical cores, which was a considerable waste. Over 100 arrows floated within the array, and golden rays shot forth, etching rudimentary magical patterns onto the arrows. These arrows were standard issue for the Qin Empire's military and were of assured quality. Each arrow was meticulously drilled, and simple flame motifs adorned their surfaces. Within half an hour, over 100 arrows had been crafted. And without pausing for more than a minute, Aini set about creating a second batch. Aini looked at Salin with satisfaction. In the Qin Empire, alchemists often engaged in such mass production when called upon by the military. These rudimentary alchemical products were temporary, losing their magical patterns if not used for an extended period. Salin, not being from the Qin Empire, was unaware of these intricacies. No matter how skilled he was at concocting potions, he could not surpass the pace of Aini. "You've lost." Salin began preparing his potion, adding various powdered materials into his crucible. "Impossible. You can produce a maximum of 500 grams at once. While I can create 300 arrows in the same time frame, my speed is 3 times yours," Aini declared confidently, buoyed by the elemental power he was replenishing with magical cores. Salin smiled faintly, his lips curling upward. "The number of arrows stored in this castle is finite. We have not set a time limit for our competition. Once you run out of arrows, I will surpass you." Aini's concentration faltered, nearly causing the array to malfunction, sending golden lights spilling forth. He became flustered and cried, "Salin, you're cheating. The rules were set by you. How could I be the one cheating?" Salin continued to smile as he patiently added more materials, meticulously preparing his potion. Aini was both amused and exasperated, yet he did not cease his efforts. This was more than just a contest. It directly impacted the lives of everyone within the castle. With sufficient arrows, the threat posed by the dark sorcerer would diminish significantly, potentially sparing many soldiers from engaging in close combat with the black puppets. The nature of the black puppets was unknown, and should their numbers be overwhelming, the castle could fall in mere hours. After all, the number of soldiers within the castle was alarmingly limited, whereas the count of black puppets could easily reach into the thousands. Salin found himself admiring Aini, despite the simplicity of crafting crude alchemical equipment using the fixed array. The prolonged effort required substantial mental fortitude to control. Upon careful consideration, Aini's mental strength might even surpass his own. Truly, he was a prodigious sorcerer. Had he not been cursed, he would likely be just a step away from becoming a grand sorcerer. As dawn gradually broke, Aini and Saren remained tirelessly engaged in their tasks, while the craftsmen within the castle busily toiled. A group of artisans skillfully affixed the meticulously crafted arrowheads onto the shafts, a task they had mastered with ease. Meanwhile, another cohort endeavored to disassemble the already manufactured arrows, a considerably more challenging endeavor, as no materials could be wasted. The disassembled arrowheads were dispatched to the magical laboratory, where Annie would transmute them into alchemical arrowheads before reassembly. Each individual was immersed in their work. The news of the dark sorcerer's appearance weighing heavily upon their hearts like a colossal stone. Should they learn that the sorcerer bore the emblem of a double-headed eagle, it was likely that even the courage to resist would dissipate. In the distance, amidst the morning light, a multitude of eerie figures emerged. These figures moved with a stiff awkwardness, hopping towards the castle. They were the scarecrows commonly found in the fields of the Duchy of Phoenix. Many of these scarecrows had developed facial features and limbs, yet their movements remained cumbersome. Thousands of scarecrows converged upon the castle, creating an unsettling spectacle. The faces of numerous scarecrows were smeared with blood, indicating that the slaughter had already commenced. Behind the army of scarecrows, over 100 imposing warhorses followed at a deliberate pace. The knights upon their backs remained utterly silent, their necks devoid of heads, the severed stumps enveloped in dark mist. The towering black steeds were clad in rusted iron armor, with severed heads hanging from the saddles. Each head bore a grotesque expression of torment, some even exhibiting moving eyeballs. Surveying their surroundings, these were the legendary Headless Horsemen, endowed with immense destructive power. Under the thrall of dark magic, their heads and bodies existed as separate entities. Unless the dark sorcerer chose to liberate them, the Headless Horsemen would eternally dwell in suffering and carnage. Only through the annihilation of their foes could the anguish borne by their heads be alleviated. For the Headless Horsemen, there remained no avenue of choice. On the opposite side of the saddle hung the Headless Horsemen's weapons. Hammers, chains, crescent battle axes, and great swords. All were marred by the corrosive touch of dark magic, encrusted with clotted black and purple blood. When these weapons clashed against the iron armor of the warhorses, a faint yet piercing wail emanated from within. The sounds of souls imprisoned by dark sorcery. Only through the continuous absorption of fresh blood could these souls attain fleeting tranquility. Chapter 30, The Left Hand of God, Part 1. My lord, we have spotted the enemy, reported a soldier clad in standard sheen armor. His face etched with concern as he approached Baron Cook. He was the Baron's personal guard, selected by His Majesty the Emperor, just like Skia. How many? Baron Cook's eyes were bloodshot. He had slept for merely 2 hours. Not fewer than 50,000, the soldier's voice trembled. He had felt more fear when he first glimpsed the scarecrows from the tower than he did now. Black puppets. What are they like? Baron Cook feigned calmness. The black puppets were not particularly formidable, but their sheer numbers posed a grave threat, unless they were met with the Empire's heavily armored infantry. They're scarecrows. Huff. Both the Baron and the soldier exhaled in relief, secretly thankful that they were not facing the legendary stone statues. While ordinary soldiers could defeat the scarecrow-made black puppets, the overwhelming numbers were daunting. The castle housed only 600 soldiers, yet the enemy outnumbered them by over 50,000. How many alchemical arrows have the mages produced? 110,000. The soldier replied, astonished by the figure himself. In just one night, 2 pitifully weak mages had managed to create such an astounding quantity of arrows. Such a multitude. Baron Cook's expression brightened. With a sufficient supply of alchemical arrows, the overwhelming number of black puppets would not be an insurmountable issue. My lord, what is it? They also consumed 6 fifth-level magic cores. They require your reimbursement. Baron Cook paused, then relaxed. It was impossible for low-level mages to produce such a vast number of alchemical arrows without utilizing advanced magic cores to power their formations. 6 fifth-level cores would amount to at most 30,000 gold coins. With 110,000 arrows, the average cost per arrow was merely a few silver coins. My lord. The soldier hesitantly called again. What else? Well, it seems they have damaged some equipment in the laboratory. Baron Cook clenched his fists. Had they broken the Grand Mage's apparatus? He quickly composed himself and said, this matter is not to be disclosed by any of you. I will handle it. Where are the mages? Both mages are utterly exhausted and are resting. The weapons have been distributed, I presume? All is in order. Let Skia command the battle. You will assist her. I will remain with Flamigo, so do not concern yourselves with my safety. The soldier hesitated for a moment before accepting his orders and departing. The 9 soldiers led by Skia were all swordsmen, typically responsible for Baron Cook's safety. However, he was also familiar with Flamigo, a great swordsman and at least a level 5 practitioner who was significantly stronger than the mercenaries. As long as the Baron was with them, he felt relatively secure. Salin felt no fatigue at all. Creating low-level magical potions did not deplete his magical strings, only his mental energy. With his abundant mental power, his recovery was swift. By morning, it was Annie who could no longer endure. Had it not been for the depletion of materials for the magic flame potion, Salin would have continued working. Now, he was immersed in a large wooden tub meant for bathing, appearing to be meditating with his eyes closed. Nearest, bored, leaned over the edge of the tub, idly stirring the flower petals in the water with her fingers. Salin did not require a bath, for he possessed a level 0 cleansing spell. Nonetheless, he relished practicing in the water, as it significantly accelerated both the completion of spells and the recovery of his magical strengths. For instance, he could achieve instantaneous casting of the mutated water pattern shield in the water, completing all 3 stages of preparation, casting, and release within a mere 2/100ths of a second. Outside of the water, however, the spell's casting speed would slow down by hundreds of times. Currently, 20 water pattern shields hovered closely beside Salin, all compressed to a size even smaller than his palm. While this did not reduce the consumption of magical strings, at this moment, Salin had only a small amount left, sufficient to cast 3 first-level spells. Salin practiced the movement of the water pattern shield, discovering that its core section possessed the strongest defense, while the perimeter was the weakest. However, this was not the case for the mutated water pattern shield, as each point of the shield, enveloped in bubbles, bore equal defensive strength. The only flaw of the water pattern shield was that it did not provide full-body protection. Even in its mutated form, its diameter was merely half a meter. Salin also realized that compressing the water pattern shield exponentially increased its defensive capabilities. By reducing it to a size smaller than his palm, its defense improved tenfold. However, the smaller the magical shield, the greater the vulnerabilities. Perfecting this mutated spell required absolute control over the water pattern shield, as he was currently achieving, allowing his mental energy to manipulate the shield's continuous movement. Salin possessed formidable mental strength, yet maneuvering the magical shield proved challenging. Once a magical shield was formed, it established a fixed coordinate. Moving it even an inch was no easy feat. This coordinate typically aligned with a specific point on the mage's body or another object. Elemental energy coalesced around this point to form a complete spell, and moving it necessitated constant adjustments to the magical coordinates. This was an exceedingly strenuous endeavor. Salin was not conjuring this from thin air. He understood that it was feasible, as grand mages could manipulate low-level spells in such a manner, and magic scholars could freely control intermediate spells. His ambitions, while somewhat ambitious, were not entirely unattainable. Taking a deep breath, Salin's head broke the water's surface, and he caught sight of Neris's face. "Neris, what are you doing?" "Watching you bathe," she replied, swirling her fingers in the water, sending ripples across the surface and causing the flower petals to float and sink. "I am practicing," Salin replied sternly. "I know, but magic does not work that way." Neris leaned forward, extending her arm to poke the water pattern shield beside Salin with her finger. A strand of her dark hair cascaded into the water, spreading like gentle smoke. Salin scoffed. He had realized that Neris was still incapable of casting any demonic attribute spells. He had little interest in the opinions of the uninitiated. The pride of a mage could also be construed as arrogance. "I remember." Neris's words suddenly sparked an epiphany in Salin. Although she was an immature little demon, she had undoubtedly witnessed the might of humanity from thousands of years ago and would possess some secrets. "What do you remember?" Salin asked, excitement nearly propelling him to his feet. It was known that humans thousands of years ago could traverse planes at will, wielding power that surpassed even 9th-level mages. "I remember that the magic cast by humans was brimming with vitality, as if it possessed life itself. I witnessed it firsthand." A pair of hands tore open a space, shoving in a dozen great demons. All the elements obeyed the command of those hands, in trust and submission. Neris recounted poetically, her eyes glimmering with an entranced light. Salin listened patiently, absorbing the significance of such memories, which were invaluable experiences unattainable elsewhere. That demon hunter, with merely a frown or a blink, could cause the surrounding elements to resonate. Neris's voice grew softer, engulfed in memories of her past. "Elemental resonance? That is not correct. Elemental resonance is irreversible." Yet Neris's description suggests that the elemental fluctuations could shift at any moment. Such control is beyond even a magic scholar. Could Neris be attempting to deceive me into making a mistake? That is unlikely. Neris speaks no lies, as she herself cannot escape the nightmares of her past. Are there truly magical elements imbued with life? Salin recalled the mysterious leaf within the bestowed ring. That leaf concealed a vitality of its own. He could no longer suppress the urge to experiment. The second spell within the bestowed ring began to flow through his mind, and Salin uttered it aloud. "Life is a divine gift, a semblance of magic bestowed by the goddess of nature." The emerald glow of the gifted ring flickered once more, ephemeral yet striking. Salin sensed the elemental fluctuations, yet he found himself unable to harness this half-magic. Must he seek the aid of the divine? Doubts lingered in his heart about the possible infusion of divine arts within this spell. If that were the case, completion would be utterly beyond his grasp. With the fall of the goddess of nature, perhaps he ought to pray to the Lord of Radiance? Yet, even if he prayed, would there be a response? After all, he had slain the clergy of the church, the ascetic, and the zealots. Salin bore no ill will towards the church, for it was he who had struck first. The divine sorcerer had not attacked him unprovoked. However, having heard the tales of Aini, he realized he had underestimated the church's nature. Thus, he harbored no delusions of redemption. His only recourse was to flee further, ensuring that the church would have no opportunity to capture him again. Undeterred, Salin withdrew from the gifted ring a leaf imbued with vitality. Its color was a dull yellow, seemingly inconspicuous. He clasped the leaf in his palm and began to recite the incantation of life once more. This time, the emerald radiance illuminated his hand, and a mysterious force emanated from the leaf, coalescing into a verdant sphere of light that seeped into a designated water-patterned shield. Instantly, Salin felt a profound connection with the shield. He endeavored to manipulate it with his mental energy. The bubble-like magical shield detached from his form and soared into the air. Moving in accordance with Salin's will, its path becoming increasingly intricate, elation surged within him. If he could control the water-patterned shield in such a manner, his safety would be significantly enhanced. Eagerly, he cast the second incantation of life, causing the second water-patterned shield to lift away from him. Nihilus seized the second shield. Biting into it, Salin's fury ignited. Before he could utter a word, Nihilus expelled the shield, which remained intact as a bubble. "Master, it cannot be broken. You have succeeded." Nihilus chirped obediently, as if her intent had not been to consume the animated magical shield. Salin felt disheartened. This little imp was growing ever more cunning. Shaking his head, he resolved to continue invoking life. Yet the remaining 18 water-patterned shields shattered in succession. Only then did he recall that he had been submerged for an hour. While the water-patterned shields could endure longer in the water, an hour was their limit. Strangely enough, the two shields infused with life did not vanish. They danced vibrantly before him. Chapter 30. The Left Hand of God, Part 2. Nihilus's eyes were fixed greedily on the leaf in Saren's hand. It was truly a remarkable item. Consuming it would surely lead to evolution, wouldn't it? Saren, equally transfixed, pondered the nature of this leaf. Could it be the fabled leaf of the Tree of Life? The nature goddess was said to possess 4 divine trees: the Tree of Life, the Tree of Elements, the Tree of Knowledge, and the Tree of Taboo. These subjects were extensively documented in numerous magical tomes, with wizards openly expressing their envy for these 4 divine trees. Unfortunately, it was rumored that after the fall of the nature goddess, these trees withered away. To possess the Tree of Life would mean eternal life. The Tree of Elements would grant mastery over powerful magic. The Tree of Knowledge would unveil the past and future of the world. And the Tree of Taboo would bestow divine status. "My master." Nihilus instinctively licked her lips, her tongue extending so far it brushed against her nose. "What do you intend to do?" Saren asked, his grip tightening around the leaf, wary of Nihilus consuming it. If she were to devour it, even disemboweling her would be futile. A demon's digestive prowess was far more terrifying than any acid produced by a wizard. It was said that the saliva of certain major demons could corrode mithril. "My master, you could attempt to heal your hand." Nihilus suppressed her inner urges, uttering words that felt insincere. Saren suddenly realized the truth. This leaf was far too precious to waste on enhancing magic, which would eventually deplete its life force. It would be better utilized in healing his own hand. He extended his left hand, which appeared as desiccated as a branch in the dead of winter, unable even to bend its fingers. If he did not treat this hand soon, advancing in rank would be meaningless. The newly learned spells required both hands to cast, otherwise mastery would be impossible, let alone practice. With this thought, Saren placed the withered leaf in the palm of his left hand and cast the spell of life bestowal. A semi-magic. A gentle green light emanated from the leaf, enveloping Saren's left hand. He felt a sharp pain in his palm, filling his heart with joy. The pain signified the return of sensation. As he observed closely, he was taken aback. The withered leaf disintegrated silently, leaving behind only a network of veins. The remnants of the leaf dissipated into a rich green light, which permeated his hand, while the remaining veins began to wriggle, burrowing into his palm. Saren hastily reached out with his right hand, but the delicate, silk-like veins had already penetrated his left palm. He stared in astonishment at his left hand, which had transformed from a ghastly, undead appearance to one of vibrant green transparency. The muscles regained their fullness, no longer appearing grotesquely shrunken. As the veins delved into his palm, they continued into the bones of his hand. This time, the sensation was not pain, but rather an itch. The veins penetrated the bones and stretched up to the mid-forearm before ceasing their advance. The green substance within his muscles began to absorb into the bones, gradually fading and losing its transparency, transforming into a pristine white. Saren gazed at his palm, now as tender as that of an infant, his heart filled with uncertainty. Although the transparency had vanished, he could still sense that the leaf's veins were continuously reshaping his bones. Was this a trap? He had won the ring from Baron Mingwei. There was no inherent connection. He had only discovered the secret of the ring after being struck by that ascetic, revealing its true nature. After much contemplation, Saren could not discern any necessary link between himself and the ring. Everything seemed coincidental, yet how could a leaf penetrate his body? If this were indeed a leaf of the Tree of Life, would merging with it lead to dire consequences? Nihilus, witnessing the leaf enter Saren's body, heard the voice in her mind again. devour your master, and you shall not only gain freedom but also immense power. Time passed quietly, and the veins finally ceased their transformation of his bones. The tingling sensation faded, and Salin gently curled his left hand, savoring the changes brought forth by the leaf. The connection between his left hand and arm remained intact. The transformation had not rendered it something else. He flexed his fingers and wrist with ease, feeling no discomfort. Yet, deep within the marrow, he sensed the familiar life force. This life force bore no resemblance to elemental power. It was far more intricate, defying imitation. If elemental power was singular, then life force was the epitome of complexity, as if it amalgamated all elemental forces while entirely eliminating their mutual repulsion. Salin pondered. Is this hand still mine? He searched his memory of the tomes he had perused, yearning for an answer. He had read too many books on memory magic to fully digest them all. He could only review the content during his training with the mysterious badge. Now, in his quest for knowledge, he could only recall one book at a time, unable to instantly retrieve the answers he sought. This limitation of reading magic meant one must merely memorize, unable to immediately assimilate knowledge as one's own. After much contemplation, Salin could not arrive at a definitive answer. But he did recall a similar concept. In the age of goddesses, knights who worshipped the goddess could alter their bodies through prayer, bestowing divinity upon themselves. If a wizard were to do this, they could wield divine magic. In those times, the distinction between wizards and priests was minimal. Humans could harness a multitude of powers, such as commanding demons, the undead, and even certain sacred beasts. Thus, this method was not universally applicable but rather a shortcut for those lacking talent. Such individuals were known as divine warriors or divine mages. However, their transformations were gradual, requiring a complete overhaul of their bodies. Salin's transformation, however, was confined to just his left hand, and he did not venerate any deities. Salin regained his composure, removing his gloves at the edge of the barrel and putting them on. Even if this were the left hand of a god, the goddess had already fallen. It was still to be utilized by him. Worrying excessively was futile. It was better to contemplate the challenges that lay before him. My master? Look. Naelis beckoned with her slender fingers, drawing attention to the two water-patterned shields before them. Salin then noticed that the two shields, imbued with life bestowal, had not dissipated. They continued to float in the air, unchanged despite the passage of time. Salin extended his perception, examining the structure of the two magical shields, astonished to find them as robust as when they were first cast, showing no signs of collapse. The existence of these two shields was fortuitous for Salin, as it meant he had conserved 2 spell slots for first-level magic. Even if his magical reserves were depleted, those shields would remain, ensuring his safety. Though small, these shields were 10 times stronger than normal. Under the control of his mental energy, they were manipulated effortlessly, as if they were an extension of Salin's own body. He plunged his left hand into the water-patterned shields, allowing them to merge with his glove, directly entering his left hand, where they vanished. Salin was unperturbed. The shields remained, still within his mental grasp. Now, with a mere thought, the 2 water-patterned shields could be summoned forth. Naelis, this matter must remain confidential, Salin emphasized sternly. My master. Should I not inform Sika either? Naelis feigned surprise. Salin suddenly recalled that Naelis only understood the ancient Gummer's language, making his warning somewhat redundant. However, her inquiry was clearly a provocation. He scoffed and replied, Sika is a warrior and knows nothing of such matters. Why mention it? For Sika, Salin is a trusted ally. This trust is not rooted in the fact that Sika once risked his life to save him. It is an inexplicable feeling. Regardless, Salin knows that even if Neris were to betray him, Sika would not. Neris, with a sly smile, stood up to fetch clothes for Salin. She was seen through by her master, yet it mattered little. As long as she could remain by his side long enough, she would eventually drive everyone away, leaving him solely for herself. At that time, she would find a way to depart, and he would surely feel a pang of sorrow. Salin had not yet finished changing when voices outside grew impatient, softly calling, Master Salin? Salin's bath had taken too long, and he had already awakened, yet Salin was still occupied. Could it be that the young mage was with his maid? The soldiers outside imagined the intimate scene within the room, yet dared not peer through the crack in the door. If that were the case, the young mage's stamina would be commendable. Were it not for the repeated urgings from Baron, they would not have mustered the courage to call out. Interrupting the mage's enjoyment could be perilous. What is it? Salin donned his mage robe, and Neris obediently fastened his belt, behaving as though she were truly his maid. The Baron requests your presence. The soldier outside sighed in relief. Salin did not seem angry, indicating that he had finished. I shall be there shortly. Salin adjusted his attire, and Neris remarked, Master, your hair is a bit disheveled. May I comb it for you? No, just wait for me here, Salin replied, running his fingers through his hair haphazardly before stepping outside. Neris sat down, resigned. After all, she was not fluent in many languages. Baron Cook paced anxiously in his study, clad in armor stained with grimy blood. The attacks from the dark sorcerers had commenced, and the scarecrows proved more formidable than anticipated. In a dire moment, even Baron Cook had taken to the walls to fight personally. What troubled him was that these scarecrows were stronger than expected. Swords pierced them as if they were thrust into living flesh, and they bled, though their movements were stiff. Their strength surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. Were it not for the alchemical arrows crafted by Annie, the castle would have already fallen. Yet, the Headless Knight had yet to make an appearance, and these dark puppets had already inflicted severe losses on the castle's defenders. Salin the Mage. Upon Saren's arrival in the study, Baron Cook approached urgently, exclaiming, "Many soldiers have been poisoned. Can you create some restorative water?" Chapter 31, Salty Hands and Rejuvenating Wine. Part 1. The black puppets are toxic, though the potency is not particularly severe. Both the holy water from the church and the restorative water crafted by mages exhibit conspicuous efficacy. However, both types of healing liquids possess a certain temporal limitation. Standard restorative water can be stored for 10 to 15 days before gradually losing its magical properties. The effectiveness of holy water lasts somewhat longer, yet it does not exceed a month. The great mage of the castle has been absent for a year, and the restorative water left behind has long since lost its effectiveness. Your Excellency the Baron, the restorative water is more effective when consumed. But, at this moment, Baron Cook could no longer concern himself with anything else and inquired, "Do you require magic cores?" "Indeed, I am merely a first-level mage. If I had magic cores to assist in restoring my magical strings, I could produce a significant quantity of restorative water." Salin mused that since Annie had profited from crafting alchemical arrowheads, he was determined to procure several fifth-level magic cores to justify his efforts. "Very well. Send 10 magic cores to the mage," Baron Cook declared loudly. Salin was taken aback, then quickly comprehended that Baron Cook had likely prepared this in advance, waiting for him to voice his request. Gazing at Baron Cook's chiseled features, Salin realized he had underestimated this minor noble. "Salin the Mage, in addition to restorative water. I am in urgent need of healing potions. Feel free to utilize my laboratory. All expenses will be charged to me." Salin nodded in agreement, saying, "Bring some large water jars to the laboratory. Do not disturb me. Let Sika accompany me alone." Soon, everything was prepared. Salin closed the door of the magical laboratory and directly stored the 10 fifth-level magic cores in his enchanted ring, commencing the creation of restorative water. Restorative water is a first-level spell. An average mage can produce 500 grams at once. However, due to the mutation of his magical strings, Salin could now produce 4 times that amount in a single casting. Furthermore, his magical strings surpassed those of other first-level mages by a factor of 2. Effectively enabling him to produce restorative water equivalent to the output of 8 first-level mages simultaneously. It was only reasonable to receive some remuneration for producing 8 times the usual quantity. Salin secretly reveled in his unique circumstances, despite the flaws in his magical strings. He enjoyed advantages that others lacked. Restoring his magical strings required only 3-level magic cores to meet the demand. He cast spells in succession, generating a full water jar of restorative water in one go. Holding the magic cores, he began to restore his magical strings. His supply of 3rd-level magic cores was dwindling. Apart from those he had purchased himself, the cores gifted by Count Guillaume had long been depleted. He still possessed 5th-level magic cores, yet those had been bestowed upon him by Nalus. The use of a 5th-level magic core by a 1st-level mage would result in wastage, which is why Salin had refrained from utilizing them. Even with a substantial collection of gemstones, he continued to live frugally. The shadows of his childhood were not easily dispelled. A person who has endured hunger for over a decade might either lavishly squander wealth upon acquiring it or become miserly to the point of reproach. Salin could cast 24 first-level spells consecutively, yet he opted to produce only 20 portions of restorative water, reserving a portion of his magical strings for self-defense. This was a common practice among all mages, not solely Salin. Unless within their own magical towers, mages seldom expend their magical strings completely. Sika carried the full water jar of restorative water to the door, opening it to allow the soldiers waiting outside to carry it away. The soldier stationed at the entrance was none other than a swordsman under Sija's command. He initially harbored some resentment, believing Salin, merely a first-level mage, was being excessively honored by Baron Cook. Moreover, the magical laboratory had been left in disarray by Salin and Annie, and should the great mage return, their lives would undoubtedly become difficult. However, witnessing Salin's remarkably swift production of restorative water, the swordsman felt the value was justified. He immediately instructed the soldiers to place the water jar in a metal chest and transport it to the infirmary to treat the poisoned soldiers. The castle contained a designated area for treating soldiers, spacious and already accommodating over 100 men, alongside a dozen robust servants, all of whom had succumbed to the poison of the black puppets. The toxin from the black puppets typically does not prove fatal, but it induces excruciating pain, overwhelming even the most seasoned soldiers. The room resonated with the sounds of anguished groans. Many troops from the 4th dynasty had crumbled under similar circumstances. The cries of suffering comrades could sap one's will to fight. Numerous soldiers were undaunted by death but feared the prospect of unending torment. Upon the castle walls, Sijia commanded the battle, having successfully repelled over 10 enemy assaults. Yet her body and spirit were fatigued. The straw men surged forward like a tide. Their movements were clumsy. Yet upon reaching the castle's base, they could leap over 10 meters high to scale the walls. Rudimentary alchemical arrowheads effectively dispatched black puppets. Once struck by such arrows, a straw man would explode from within, the black flames swiftly reducing it to mere ash. The castle possessed ample arrows, yet lacked a corresponding number of archers. Ordinary soldiers could only manage a few volleys before exhausting their strength. Thus, despite the slow approach of the straw men, the soldiers could only release 5 rounds. On the main wall, merely 200 soldiers stood ready, and 5 rounds equated to 1,000 arrows. After the 5 rounds were exhausted, the straw men could reach the wall, engage in close combat, and wrestle with the soldiers. Behind the multitude of straw men stood over 100 headless knights, stationed at a distance, facing the castle and awaiting the signal to attack. Sijia was unconcerned about the black puppets. Their numbers were fewer than 100,000, and fortified by the castle, they could withstand the onslaught. Her apprehension lay with the over 100 headless knights. The combat prowess of the headless knights was at least on par with that of a novice swordsman, and some could rival even advanced swordsmen. Over 100 headless knights would send even a bronze sword saint into retreat. At present, her only reliance lay with the 4 alchemical crossbows within the castle. At the highest point of the castle, large platforms encircled the tower, upon which 4 alchemical crossbows were mounted. These formidable machines possessed a range exceeding 2 miles. With bolts thicker than the blades of a gunner's sword, even advanced magical beasts would be pierced through by such bolts. Once again, thousands of straw men charged toward the base of the walls, leaping upward with remarkable precision. A soldier forcefully struck one with a shield, sending the first to leap onto the walls, tumbling back down. His combat skills were commendable. With the remaining fragment of his sword, he simultaneously decapitated another straw man. His 2 companions, wielding their blades, lifted the flanking straw men, pulling him back into the ranks. The soldier wore a fierce expression, all his fears transmuted into raw combat power. He hurled the broken sword, striking a straw man, then took up the blade handed to him by a comrade, and charged once more. The beheaded straw man spewed forth foul black blood from its end as the sun gradually sank towards the west. The battle raged on throughout the day. Although the soldiers took turns in combat, they were utterly exhausted. Half of the scarecrows had been vanquished, yet there remained 40 to 50,000 standing beyond the city walls. The black puppets showed no signs of fatigue, while the humans were in dire need of rest. The soldiers had suffered nearly 100 casualties, and cracks began to appear in their defenses. Sijia, in a state of helplessness, adjusted her tactics, instructing the soldiers to engage in 2 waves of combat, thus allowing them even less time to recuperate. How fortunate it would be to have a necromancer, capable of summoning skeleton warriors to withstand the overwhelming numbers of black puppets. Sijia and her 2 subordinates stood at the most open area of the city wall, gazing outwards with an indescribable sense of frustration. If only the great mage were present. The low-level fireball spell would be an effective weapon against the scarecrows. That accursed great mage had gone to the Sun City instead. If they survived this ordeal, she would surely report to His Majesty the Emperor. Years ago, Emperor Chinian had dispatched 2 necromancers to the Phoenix region to assist in the eradication of dark sorcerers, yielding remarkable results. Regrettably, necromancy was exceedingly difficult to master and was met with disdain by ordinary folk, resulting in very few willing to pursue such magic. Finally, this wave of assault was halted as darkness began to envelop the sky, yet the dreaded dragon beast had still not made an appearance. Sijia spoke in a solemn tone. Bai Sha, prepare the 1st cavalry unit. The defense will be even more challenging at night. Bai Sha, the first swordsman under Sijia, took his leave, and shortly after, 10 heavily armored cavalrymen ascended the city walls via the horse path. Each of the heavy cavalry's armor weighed over 50 pounds, and their towering steeds were fully equipped, rendering them difficult to injure even amidst a rain of arrows. The city wall measured over 5 meters in width, with heavy cavalry wielding poleaxes, positioned on either side of the battlements. The poleaxe, with its broad blade, was significantly heavier than a sword or spear. Even a single heavy cavalryman, in a charge, could send dozens of black puppets tumbling off the wall. Originally, these few heavy cavalrymen were intended to combat headless knights, but now Sijia found herself with no other options. As nightfall approached, relying solely on infantry would not suffice to hold the wall. Should the wall be breached, even the headless knights would not need to intervene. The scarecrows would slaughter everyone within the castle. Baron, why are you up here again? Sijia exclaimed anxiously upon seeing Baron Cook, clad in full armor and wielding a heavy sword, ascend the city walls. You should take a moment to rest, Sijia. Baron, let me stand with the soldiers. Baron Cook replied calmly. This phrase echoed the famous words of Emperor Chinin during the founding of the nation. Sijia hesitated for a moment, But upon witnessing a spark of renewed spirit in the faces of the soldiers atop the wall, she realized she could not continue to dissuade Baron Cook. Otherwise, the morale she had worked so hard to instill would dissipate.